Chapter 1, The System Makes Me Have Children. Blue Star, 2090. Jiangcheng, in a dark, damp, cheap rental room. Wang Dachui stared at the pale blue light screen in front of him, which only he could see, and fell into deep thought. On the light screen, several lines of bold text were flashing. The ultimate family system, bringing many children and much happiness, is now bound. Host, Wang Dachui. Race, human currently endangered. Current level, terrible. It's recommended not to go out, you'll get bitten to death by stray dogs. Core mission, to perpetuate the flame of human civilization. Have children. Have many children. Have healthy births. New player quest, give birth to your first S-rank offspring. Quest time limit, 1 year. Failure penalty, due to excessive waste of host genes, the system will confiscate them, i.e., physically castrate them. Success rewards, lifespan plus 10 years, new player gift pack 1, kidney tonic tablet system special edition 1 box. Holy crap? Wang Dachui instinctively squeezed his legs together, feeling a cold breeze blow through his crotch. Brother Tonzi, isn't that a bit unethical? Physical castration? Are you a devil? As a new resident of Earth who had just transmigrated here, Wang Dachui hadn't even had a chance to enjoy the transmigrators are destined to become overpowered heroes treatment before being hit hard by this system. Although when he looked in the mirror, he found that his looks were at the level of a top-tier reader sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, a high-nose bridge, and 8-pack abs that were still a bit lacking, his face was definitely good enough to make a rich woman shout, "Auntie will take care of you." But the question is, can being handsome put food on the table? In this parallel world, being handsome certainly can't. This is no peaceful time. The dimensional rift over Antarctica has long since opened, and monsters called black tide are jumping onto Earth like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Although humans have awakened superpowers and martial arts, they are no match for the overwhelming numbers of their opponents. Even worse, it's unclear whether aliens have cast a spell on us, but the human birth rate has completely collapsed. Let alone having 2 or 3 children, young people these days are too lazy to even date. This has led to an awkward situation. The older generation of strong individuals are still fighting on the front lines, while the new generation are all hothouse flowers who are simply unable to take over. Make me have a baby? Wang Dachui patted his pockets, which were even cleaner than his face, opened his mobile banking app, and looked at the glaring 250 in his balance, his lips twitching. With this 250 yuan, you can't even afford a decent Durex condom. Whose girl do you expect me to ruin? Besides, dowries are so expensive these days. The starting price requires the money from 6 family members. I'm all alone. Am I supposed to go to the matchmaking corner in the park and hold up a sign asking a rich woman to take care of me? The system seemed to have heard his complaint, and the light screen flickered. Host's lack of motivation detected. Friendly reminder, there are 364 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes remaining until mission failure. Please find a high-potential partner as soon as possible for a harmonious sexual encounter. Harmony my ass. Wang Dachui rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the creaking wooden bed. Just as he was preparing to give up and ponder whether to spend his last year at a club to broaden his horizons or to subscribe to an internet cafe for a year, an urgent news report suddenly interrupted the broadcast on the old television set hanging on the wall. The television screen suddenly changed, no longer showing the usual boring soap operas, but a serious-looking host dressed in a Zhongshan suit. A breaking news alert. Given the critical situation on the front lines and the severe shortage of new generation awakened individuals in our country, the highest leadership has decided to officially launch the Spark program starting today. Wang Dachui was picking his toes when he heard the words fire seed, and his eyelids lifted slightly. The host's voice was strong and resonant, even carrying a hint of poignant emotion after a tragic turn of events. Project Spark aims to find hidden carriers of superior genes throughout society. Whether you are a food delivery driver or a college student, as long as your genetic testing reaches grade A or above, the state will directly list you as a special level protected individual. The next sentence made Wang Dachui leap out of bed and onto the ground. Once selected for the Spark program, you will enjoy the following benefits. First, the government will allocate housing, starting with detached villas, the kind with gardens and swimming pools. Secondly, we have top-level medical and security teams, and private jets provide transportation for our travels. Third, and most importantly. The host paused, seemingly finding what was about to be a bit provocative. To ensure the inheritance of excellent genes, the country will assign you a high-potential partner who has undergone rigorous screening. That's right, you heard me correctly. The government is providing wives. Guaranteed placement. And there's no limit. As long as your body can handle it, and as long as you can have children, you can marry as many as you want. Mature female warriors, pure school beauties, genius female scientists, there's nothing a country can't match you with. Furthermore, the state will be fully responsible for raising and educating all children born. Milk powder? The state will pay. Tuition fees? The state will waive them. You just need to give birth, and the state will raise you to godhood. Gulp. Wang Dachui swallowed hard. The only sound in the room was his rapid breathing. This is totally made for me. What does it mean when someone brings you a pillow just because you're sleepy? This is it. He was worried about not having enough money to pick up girls and raise kids, but then the government just handed him a meal. And it was a Michelin 3-star meal. Assigning high potential partners, various images flashed through Wang Dachui's mind instantly. The kind of female warrior with a hot body and tight combat suit? Or the aloof female PhD with gold-rimmed glasses and a white lab coat? Or, cough cough, I can't think about it anymore, or it will be rejected by the censors. System, the high potential members of the opposite sex you mentioned, there should be them everywhere in this Fireseed project, right? Wang Dachui asked in his mind. System, a large number of S-rank or higher female awakened genes have been detected in the Fireseed project database. Host is advised to proceed immediately. This isn't just about being a kept woman, it's a feast fit for an emperor. Got it. Wang Dachui sprang off the bed with a somersault, rushed to the broken mirror, and fixed his hair. Looking at his devastatingly handsome self in the mirror, he revealed a righteous and awe-inspiring smile. Houses and cars, beautiful women, and war goddesses, it's all so tacky. So incredibly tacky. I, Wang Dachui, participated in this project not for lust, nor to escape physical castration. My primary concern is for the country and for the future of human civilization. If I don't go to hell, who will? This kind of arduous task of sacrificing my own body for the sake of the reproduction of all mankind, please let me do it. He grabbed a faded coat, flung open the door, and roared at the bright sunlight outside, "Great nation, I'm here. I've brought my billions of descendants to repay you." The old lady next door, who was about to go out to buy groceries, was startled by the shout and dropped her basket. She spat at Wang Dachui's retreating figure. Pa! Looks all human, but he's a pervert. Billions of descendants? Doesn't he worry about kidney deficiency? Wang Dachui didn't care about worldly opinions at all. Kidney deficiency? What a joke! With the system and state-supplied nutritional supplements, Wang Dachui was a perpetual motion machine. Target, Municipal Conscription Office. Operation Code, Surrender Yourself. Chapter 2, Please Let Me Die for My Country. Jiangcheng City Sports Center. This place has been temporarily requisitioned and transformed into the 108th preliminary selection site for the Spark program. Although the news had only been broadcast for less than an hour, the place was already packed with people. The scene was even more frenzied than when supermarkets were giving away eggs at a discount. Red flags are waving, and drums are beating loudly. Don't push. If you keep pushing, my wig will fall off. Brother, you're already 60, why are you participating in the Fireseed project? Can you even ignite this fire? What? Do you understand, even though Lien Pu is old, he can still eat? What if the country likes someone like me who is still vigorous in his old age? Make way. I'm a national level 2 chef, and I have a natural talent for braised pork in my genes. Let me go first. Wang Dachui stood at the back of the line, watching the chaotic scene before him, and his lips twitched involuntarily. It seemed there were far too many people who didn't want to work hard. After all, the phrase "the state assigns wives" is as devastating as a nuclear strike for modern single people. Although the line was long and filled with the smells of sweat and feet, Wang Dachui stood out as a striking figure. Simply put, he was handsome. Even in that faded, cheap jacket, his God-kissed good looks couldn't be hidden. The moment he stood there, it was as if a soft focus filter automatically turned on around them. The middle-aged women who were complaining about how tiring it was to queue up suddenly looked kind and gentle when they saw Wang Dachui. The young ladies, who were touching up their makeup to make a good impression on the examiners, couldn't help but secretly take out their phones and snap a series of photos of Wang Dachui. Girls! Look at that guy. He's amazing. He's like a character straight out of a comic book. With looks like that, why is she participating in a baby-making program instead of becoming a celebrity? What a waste. Shoo, keep your voice down. Maybe they have some unspeakable problem? Like, that's not good enough? Hearing the whispers around him, Wang Dachui calmly straightened his back. No good? Ha, ignorant mortals. You'll be scared to death in a minute. The line was moving very slowly, and the elimination rate at the front was alarmingly high. F grade gene, not qualified, next. E grade gene, not qualified. Go home and eat more walnuts to nourish your brain. Next. D level, barely passable, but this is Project Fireseed, not Project Cannon Fodder. Let's go back. The staff member in charge of the testing was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. He was so exhausted that he seemed to have lost all will to live, and he mechanically waved people away. Those who were eliminated were all dejected, as if they had missed out on a fortune. Finally, 2 hours later, it was Wang Dachui's turn. Name. The Mediterranean-looking man didn't even look up, taking a sip of goji berry water from his thermos. Wang Dachui. Put. The uncle sprayed a mouthful of goji berry water directly onto the table. Not only him, but the young ladies taking pictures around him also staggered. This face, does it match this name? It feels like framing a world-famous painting on a tattered snakeskin bag. Ahem. The balding man wiped his mouth and glanced up at Wang Dachui. He was stunned for a moment upon seeing him. He thought to himself, this kid is damn ugly. Did you bring your resume? What's your educational background? Have you awakened any special abilities? What level are you in martial arts? The middle-aged man resumed his business-like attitude. Although he was handsome, the Spark project looked at genetic potential, and a face couldn't be used as a chromosome. Wang Dachui honestly handed over a crumpled resume. Graduated from Jiangcheng Vocational and Technical College, majoring in excavator operation. No superpowers, martial arts, probably at the proficiency level of the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics? The middle-aged man frowned as he looked at the resume. Excavator operation major? Radio calisthenics? He slammed the resume on the table with a bang and waved his hand impatiently. Nonsense. Do you think this is child's play? We need the elite of humanity. Genes that can produce war gods and scientists. You're good for nothing except being handsome. Go back and don't waste the nation's resources. A chorus of boos and sighs of regret immediately erupted from the surrounding crowd. Sigh, as expected, when God opens a door, he closes a window. It's such a pity that someone so handsome is such a loser. Just as the older man was about to press the next button, Wang Dachui panicked. He was joking, this was a matter of life and death whether he could live off a woman, or rather, whether he could save the future of humanity. Wait. Wang Dachui stepped forward, placing his hands on the table, his eyes resolute, even tinged with a hint of tragic determination. Examiner, you can't be so hasty. As the saying goes, never underestimate a young man's potential. Although I may look ordinary now, there is an unknown power flowing in my genes. I don't want money or a house. I just want to contribute my share at this critical moment for the survival of humanity. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I'm willing to sacrifice my body, no, my genes, for the country and for humanity. Please let me die for my country. Let me take a test. These words were spoken with such righteous indignation and resounding conviction. With his handsome, upright face, the balding middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. Several sentimental girls around even started wiping away tears. Wah, even though he's a loser, he's so patriotic. The balding man's lips twitched, thinking to himself, are all young people these days so dramatic? But seeing the endless queue behind him, and not wanting the kid to keep bothering him and wasting his time, he sighed, fine, I'll test you. I'm really scared of you. He pointed to a crystal ball-like device next to him, put your hand on it and concentrate. This is a basic genetic testing device. If the crystal ball doesn't light up, you'd better leave immediately. Alright. Wang Dachui was overjoyed, but his face remained serious. He took a deep breath and slowly extended his right hand. System, give it your all. Whether I can live in a big villa and marry a female war goddess depends on this one tremor. Wang Dachui's palm gently covered the cold crystal ball. 1 second. 2 seconds. The crystal ball remained unresponsive. The Mediterranean-looking man rolled his eyes and was about to call out next. Suddenly, from the depths of the originally transparent crystal ball, a dazzling golden light burst forth. Immediately afterwards, this golden light, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly filled the entire sphere, and its brightness continued to rise wildly. Buzz. A piercing buzzing sound echoed throughout the hall. Holy crap! What's going on? Why is it so bright? My gold-plated eyes. People around covered their eyes. The brightness was even more stimulating than looking directly at welding. The Mediterranean-looking man dropped his thermos with a clatter, spilling goji berries all over the floor. His eyes widened as he stared at the violently trembling instrument, its display showing wildly fluctuating numbers. Genetic potential, A-S-S-S. SSS, error. Crack. With a crisp cracking sound, the specially made testing device, supposedly capable of withstanding the pressure of a war god-level aura, couldn't withstand the terrifying genetic potential and exploded. A plume of black smoke rose, carrying the smell of burnt plastic. The entire hall was deathly silent. Wang Dachui awkwardly withdrew his hand, looked at the pile of smoking scrap metal, scratched his head, and gave an innocent and kind smile. Mr. Examiner, is this instrument not very good quality? How about we try a more durable one? Chapter 3 SSS rank. Martial law declared citywide. Cough, cough, cough. As the thick smoke dissipated, the Mediterranean-looking man, with his hair turned into curly curls by the smoke and his face streaked with black and white, looked just like a miner who had just crawled out of a coal mine. He stared blankly at the pile of sparking scrap metal in front of him, a basic genetic testing instrument worth 3 million. Even if a genius of a level emerged from the next city, this machine would only show a red light. How come it self-destructed on the spot when it came into this kid's hands? What exactly did you do? The uncle asked, pointing at Wang Dachui with trembling fingers. Wang Dachui innocently spread his hands, blinking his big eyes. Examiner, this really isn't my fault. I already said I came for the future of humanity. Maybe my patriotism was too strong and the machine felt the pressure? What the hell is this patriotic enthusiasm? The uncle almost choked on his breath. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from backstage. The person in charge of the preliminary selection site, a middle-aged man in a dark uniform with a dignified expression, strode over. He was Zhao Gang, the deputy director of the Jiangcheng Supernatural Abilities Bureau. What's going on? Has there been an attack? Where did the explosion come from? Zhao Gang's eyes flashed like lightning as he scanned the entire area, finally settling on the pile of scrap metal and Wang Dachui, who had a "I'm very well behaved" look on his face. When the middle-aged man with a receding hairline saw the leader arrive, he immediately stood at attention and saluted, his voice still trembling, reporting to Director Zhao. The instrument, exploded during the test for this candidate. It exploded? Zhao Gang frowned, stepped forward to examine the wreckage, and his eyes instantly became serious. As a battle-hardened veteran, he knew the structure of this device very well. Unless the instantaneous energy input exceeded 100 times the threshold, the courtship could not have burned out like this. He turned around and looked Wang Dachui up and down for the first time. Handsome. That was the first impression. Apart from that, there wasn't a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. He looked like an ordinary, handsome guy. Which family are you from? Or, have you awakened some hidden superpower? Zhao Gang asked in a deep voice. Wang Dachui puffed out his chest and raised his head, reporting to the leader. My name is Wang Dachui, I live in Building 2 of Fondo Garden, I have no sector faction, and no special abilities. My only special talents are being handsome and patriotic. Zhao Gang's lips twitched. What the hell is this, flip-flop garden? Bring the black box here. Zhao Gang waved to his assistant behind him. The assistant was horrified. Director, the black box is a military-grade portable detection device, usually only used to detect the energy fluctuations of war god-level powerhouses, used in the preliminary selection. Stop talking nonsense. Go now. Zhao Gang's intuition told him that this seemingly unreliable young man might not be as simple as he appeared. Soon, a black metal briefcase was brought up. Upon opening, you'll find a futuristic-looking silver metal sphere inside, with several probes floating around it. Kid, this is military-grade equipment. It can withstand the full impact of a planetary-level expert. Zhao Gang pointed at the silver ball. Put your hand on it. If there's no reaction this time, I'll arrest you for vandalism. Upon hearing that someone was to be arrested, Wang Dachui quickly reached out his hand. Don't do that, boss, I'll test it right away. All eyes were on him again. This time, Wang Dachui took a deep breath and silently prayed, System, don't explode. Keep it low-key, just turn on a light. However, the system clearly doesn't understand the meaning of being low-key. The instant Wang Dachui's palm touched the silver ball, there was no buzzing, no vibration. The world seemed to freeze for a second. Then roar. A dragon's roar, seemingly from the ancient primordial era, exploded directly in everyone's minds. The silver sphere instantly transformed into a small golden sun, its light no longer dazzling, but gentle, sacred, and filled with an aura that inspired worship. The golden light did not spread outwards, but instead condensed into a lifelike phantom of a five-clawed golden dragon, hovering above Wang Dachui's head for a long time. At the same time, the display screen on the metal box frantically refreshed the data stream, finally settling on a line of bright red, still flashing text. Gene sequence, 001 Primal Divinity. Rating, SSS Flawless. Status, perfect human premarch theoretically compatible with all supernatural genes. Snap. The communicator in Zhao Gang's hand fell to the ground. He was stunned, frozen in place as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit 2 eggs. SSS level? Humanity, the perfect premarch? Each of these words was like a heavy hammer blow, slamming into his worldview. The current highest record is held by the S-class Thor in Kyoto, but even he has genetic defects. The perfect premarch only existed in the crazy ideas of scientists 100 years ago. It was the ultimate direction of human evolution and the theoretical body of a god. Quickly! Connect me to the capital. Zhao Gang suddenly snapped out of his daze and lunged at the communicator on the ground like a madman, his fingers trembling as he entered the wrong password several times. At this moment, forget about manners and dignity. He only knew one thing: he had struck gold. He had struck gold, a national treasure powerful enough to change the fate of the nation. The call connected, and an impatient voice came from the other end. Zhao Gang? What's the matter that you're in such a panic? Didn't I say not to keep the line busy unless it's at the highest level of combat readiness? Zhao Gang took a deep breath, lowered his voice, and roared in an almost howling tone. Commander! Forget about being on high alert. I've discovered alive, perfect premarch. SSS rank. I repeat, SSS rank. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the phone. Then came the sound of a chair overturning, followed by a loud shout. Zhao Gang! If you dare joke about something like this, I'll kill you. I dare to pledge my life. The data is right before my eyes. That golden dragon phantom hasn't even dissipated yet. Keep a close watch on him. Seal off the area. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Anyone who dares to come within 5 meters of him will be killed on sight. I'll go too. No, let the dragon group go. I'll go ask the Grand Elder right now. Beep beep, the phone call ended. Zhao Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, turned around, and looked at Wang Dachui, who still had an innocent look on his face, with an extremely complicated expression. That look in his eyes was like looking at a ferocious beast in sheep's clothing, or like looking at a beautiful woman who wasn't wearing clothes. Cough cough. In short, it was full of fanaticism. Boss? Wang Dachui felt uneasy under her gaze and weakly raised his hand. This time it didn't explode, right? Did I pass? Can I be assigned a wife now? Zhao Gang took a deep breath, suddenly stood at attention, and gave Wang Dachui a standard military salute. Comrade Wang Dachui. Please calm down. I'll have a wife. I'll have a house. I'll have everything. Before Wang Dachui could react, the sky outside suddenly darkened. Rumble. The roar of the huge propellers grew louder as they approached, making the glass of the sports center vibrate. The crowd stirred and rushed to the windows. Holy crap! That's a Z-20 attack helicopter? 1, 2. My God, a whole formation. Look down there. Armored vehicles. SWAT teams. Who the hell is this big shot? In less than 10 minutes, several dark figures descended from the sky via ropes at the entrance of the sports center. Dressed in exoskeletons and wielding heavy laser guns, their movements were perfectly synchronized, instantly taking control of every corner of the scene. The dark muzzle of the gun was not pointed at Wang Dachui, but rather turned away from him, forming an impenetrable steel protective circle. The lead special operations captain strode up to Zhao Gang, flashed his badge, Dragon Group Special Operations Team, ordered to take over the scene. Where is the target? Zhao Gang pointed to Wang Dachui, who was surrounded in the middle and looked completely bewildered. The captain walked up to Wang Dachui. His face, hidden behind a tactical mask, was expressionless, but his tone was unusually respectful. Mr. Wang, for your safety, please come with us. Your existence is now classified as a top state secret. Chapter 4: The Commander's Shock. This young man has high awareness. Wang Dachui looked at the room full of special forces soldiers, then at the armed helicopter hovering outside the window, and swallowed hard. I just wanted to ask a question. Will this kind of pick up and drop off service become standard in the future? The captain paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "This is just the starting price, as long as you're willing." Under the stunned gaze of thousands of onlookers, the poor boy who was previously ridiculed for being good-looking but useless was escorted onto a helicopter by a group of fully armed special forces soldiers. The hall remained completely silent until the helicopter disappeared into the distance. After a long while, a little girl murmured to herself, "Who just said he was a good-for-nothing? This entourage, he looks like a prince who has fallen on hard times." The capital city, the Supreme Academy of Sciences, underground core conference room. The security level here is SSS level. Even a fly that flies in will be cut into nano-sized protein powder by the laser mesh. At this moment, Wang Dachui was sitting in a specially made soft chair in the center of the conference room, holding a cup of specially supplied De Hong Pao tea, looking around in a daze. He was surrounded by a whole circle of elderly people with white hair. Any one of these people would be a textbook figure, a titan in physics, biology, or genetics. But now, their eyes were gleaming with greed. Some held magnifying glasses, others held holographic scanners, and they were groping Wang Dachui all over, making sounds of admiration. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This bone density is practically comparable to that of a diamond. This cell activity is at least several hundred times that of an ordinary person. What does that mean? It means that even if he only has one breath left, he can be full of energy again after just one night's sleep. Look at these telomeres. My God, they're ridiculously long. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid could live to be at least 500 years old. Wang Dachui shrank his neck, feeling like he was a piece of fine pork belly being picked out at the market. Grandpas and grandmas, could you please stop touching me? It's a little itchy. Just then, the heavy doors of the conference room slowly opened. An elderly man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and looking quite spry, walked in. He wasn't followed by any guards, but the moment he appeared, the previously noisy conference room fell silent. All the academicians stopped what they were doing and bowed respectfully, saying, "Elder Long." Elder Long, a top-tier figure on Earth, the most awesome existence. He walked straight up to Wang Dachui, his eyes, which seemed to see right through people, sized him up, and then he gave him a kind smile. "Young man, don't be nervous. I've come here specifically to see the prodigy of our nation." Although Wang Dachui is usually carefree, he instinctively stood up straight in front of this true big shot. "Greetings, Commander. My name is Wang Dachui. I'm not nervous at all. In fact, I even have a bit of an urge to sacrifice myself for my country." "Ha ha ha." Old Long laughed heartily, patted Wang Dachui on the shoulder. Sit down, and talk. There aren't many young people these days as enlightened as you." Old Master Long sat opposite him, his expression becoming slightly more serious. "Xiao Wang, do you know what your test report means? The perfect human prototype. Simply put, you are the ultimate answer to human evolution. Your genes contain all known and unknown supernatural potentials. You know the current situation. The black tide is pressing in on the front lines, and we desperately need top-tier combat power. And you are the key that can unlock the future." Wang Dachui knew perfectly well that the system had already told him. But he still put on an expression that said, "I'm shocked, but I remain loyal. Sir, I don't understand genetic science. I only know that the rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Since I have this ability, I absolutely cannot hide it." At this point, Wang Dachui suddenly paused, his eyes becoming somewhat shy and hesitant to speak. "But, Chief, I have a request, but I don't know if I should say it." The surrounding academicians felt a chill. Making a request at a time like this? If someone makes outrageous demands for power and influence, their image will suffer greatly. Old Master Long, however, remained smiling and said, "Speak freely. As long as it doesn't violate principles, the country will try its best to accommodate you." Wang Dachui took a deep breath, as if he had made a great decision. "Sir, as you know, I'm still single. If I want to pass on these excellent genes, it's not enough for me to do it all by myself. I heard that the Spark project guarantees job placement. Well, my requirements aren't high. She doesn't need to be too pretty, as long as she can create that soul resonance with me. Also, I'm not very capable and can't earn much money. After the child is born, will the government help raise him/her? The cost of formula, diapers, tutoring, kids these days are really money shredding machines." The room fell silent. The academicians exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions strange. They thought this kid would ask for a general's rank or billions in research funding. But, that's it? He just wants a wife? And he wants the government to support his kids? Old Long was stunned for a moment, then burst into an even more hearty laugh, laughing so hard that tears almost came out. Ha ha ha. Good. What a generous request. I love your straightforwardness. With a wave of his hand, Boss Long declared with boundless pride, Comrade Wang Dachui, I hereby formally approve your request. First, regarding partners. The government will use its highest level big data to screen the world's most outstanding female awakening individuals for you. Not only do they have to be beautiful, but they also have a high genetic match. Whoever you fancy, as long as they agree, the government will immediately arrange your wedding. If they don't agree, we'll work on them until they do. Secondly, regarding children. If you have one, the state will support it. If you have a whole litter, the state will support the whole litter. Infant formula? Special supply. Education? One-on-one tutoring by academicians. Resources? As much as you want. As long as you dare to give birth, the country will spare no effort to raise you. In the end, Old Long gripped Wang Dachui's hand tightly, his eyes burning with fervor. Xiao Wang, this isn't a personal benefit for you, it's an investment in the future of the nation. Your task is arduous, to create a divine family for China in the shortest possible time. Wang Dachui was moved to tears. Although half of it was acting, the other half was that he genuinely felt that this gigolo was too good to pass up. Rest assured, sir. For the sake of China, I, Wang Dachui, will now offer my kidneys, no, my body to the nation. I will dedicate myself to the cause until my dying breath. All right. Elder Long turned to his assistant behind him, his tone instantly becoming decisive. Pass on my orders. Initiate the God-making project. Immediately retrieve the data of all female awakened individuals of S rank and above and perform genetic matching. Within half an hour, I want to see the list of the first candidate on Comrade Wang Dachui's bedside, no, on his desk. Wang Dachui was overjoyed to see this. Brother Tonzi wasn't lying. This isn't just being handed over to the state, it's clearly become a Class 1 protected animal. Chapter 5 First Match. Beijing, the third basement level of the Supreme Academy of Sciences. The Tianji Big Data Center. A huge circular screen occupied an entire wall, with countless blue data streams rapidly scrolling across it like a waterfall. This place brings together the genetic database of China's 1.4 billion people, as well as the files of known extraordinary individuals from around the world. Wang Dachui was sitting on a leather sofa, holding a specially supplied cigar. Although he didn't smoke, he felt very sophisticated holding it, and in front of him was a large plate of freshly air-freighted Australian lobsters. As he peeled the shrimp, he kept glancing at the red pop-up windows appearing on the screen, muttering incoherently. Hey system, I've been filtering for half an hour, and all I get are red crosses? I just want to find a wife, is that so hard? Standing next to him, in charge of the operating system, was a female PhD student wearing thick-rimmed glasses, named Su Chanqian. She pushed up her glasses, looked at the data on the screen, her brows furrowed, and her eyes held a hint of horror as if she were looking at a monster. Comrade Wang Dachui, it's not just difficult, it's extremely difficult. Su Chanqian pointed to a photo that had just flashed on the screen. It was of a popular A-list female celebrity, who was also an A-level awakened. Look at this one, her genetic potential is a grade, and her physical fitness is 10 times that of an ordinary person. However, the system simulation results show that if she gets pregnant with your child, the success rate of conception is only 0.01%, while the maternal mortality rate is as high as 99%. Ha! Wang Dachui dropped the shrimp claw from his hand. Mortality rate? What do you mean? Childbirth can cause death? Su Chanqian sighed and pulled up a gene helix diagram. Your genes are too domineering. It's not just powerful, it's practically a higher dimensional level of life. The gene chains of ordinary women, even those of low-level awakened beings, are as fragile as a paper dam trying to hold back a flood in front of your divine genes. Once conception occurs, the embryo will frantically absorb the mother's life force the moment it is formed. If the mother's body is not strong enough, there is only one outcome: bang. Genetic collapse, and the body explodes and dies. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui felt a tightness in his crotch, and his previously lustful thoughts instantly cooled down. Then am I destined to grow old alone? This isn't about having many children and being blessed, this is about killing my wife to prove my enlightenment. Su Qianqian shook her head, her fingers flying across the keyboard. No, there is still hope. We need to find an S-rank or higher expert. Only the genetic lock of an S-rank expert can withstand your violent genetic information. A global search for S-level female awakened individuals is underway. Screening criteria: age 18-35, unmarried, genetically active. The data stream on the screen suddenly stopped. The once densely packed photo wall vanished instantly, leaving only a solitary file card, which slowly zoomed in and froze in the center of the screen. At that moment, the noisy control room suddenly fell silent. Wang Dachui looked up, and his breath hitched slightly. The woman in the photo is extremely beautiful. It's not the vulgar beauty of internet celebrities, but a heroic beauty with a chilling, murderous aura. She has short, silver-white hair, exquisite features like an ice sculpture, and rare ice-blue eyes that seem to exude a chilling aura even through the screen. She was dressed in a dark blue, tight-fitting combat suit, holding a broken ice crystal longsword in her hand, with a backdrop of swirling snow and mountains of monster corpses. Next to the file card were only a few lines of text, but every word carried immense weight. Codename: Cold Front Ice Phoenix. Rank: S-Class Ice-Type Ability. Affiliation: Commander of the 7th Legion of the Great Wall Guard of China. Status: Near death. 98% of the genetic chain has collapsed. Location: Intensive Care Unit, Beijing 301 Special Grade Sanatorium. It was her. Su Qianqian covered her mouth, her eyes instantly reddening. Wang Dachui was a little confused. Is she very famous? The assistant to the old man, who had been silent all along, a senior colonel with 2 bars and 3 stars on his shoulders, finally spoke up in a hoarse voice. Famous? Kid, if it weren't for her, the winter beast tide from the Antarctic rift half a month ago would have already breached the defenses and flooded your rundown rented house. To cover the retreat of the main force, she charged into the beast horde alone, detonated her primordial core, and forcibly froze 3 fifth-tier beast kings. Although she held the line, her genetic chain was completely shattered. Right now, she's like a porcelain doll covered in cracks, ready to shatter into dust at the slightest touch. Even the country's most advanced medical ward can only barely keep her alive until the very end. At this point, the colonel turned his head and looked at Wang Dachui with a complicated expression. She is a hero of China. We originally thought she was beyond saving and could only watch helplessly as this flower of the ice peak withered away. But Su Qianqian picked up the conversation, her eyes gleaming with fervent light. But your appearance is a miracle. Or perhaps it's fate. System simulations show that if Langfeng becomes pregnant with your child, your powerful genes, which possess infinite vitality and primal divinity, will nourish the mother during the embryo's development. This is like using reinforced concrete to build a thatched hut that is about to collapse. The new power can not only repair her broken genetic chain, but may even allow her to rise from the ashes and break through to the legendary SS level. System notification: excellent match detected. 99.9% match rate. Host is advised to take immediate action. This is a win-win situation for all. Staring at the frantically flashing red text on the system panel, Wang Dachui swallowed hard. Saving lives? Getting married? Having a baby for the country? These 3 things could actually be combined into one? Then what are we waiting for? Wang Dachui threw down the lobster in his hand, stood up, and said with a determined look in his eyes, "Let's go. To the hospital. I, Wang Dachui, am determined to marry this woman. I'm determined to save her life." The 301 Special Grade Sanatorium in Beijing, underground ICU. The atmosphere here was oppressive and suffocating. The corridors were filled with heavily armed soldiers, and every face was etched with sorrow. When Elder Long arrived with Wang Dachui and a group of experts, they could hear a heated argument inside before they even entered the room. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. An elderly military doctor in a white coat, his beard trembling with rage, pointed at Su Qianqian's nose and berated her. Comrade Langfeng is already on his deathbed. Instead of thinking about how to let her pass away peacefully, you actually want her to get pregnant at this time? This is a desecration of a hero. This is treating her like a breeding machine. I absolutely disagree. A young officer beside him, his eyes red, gripped his holster and stared intently at Wang Dachui. You? A pretty boy who got good genes by luck? You dare to mess with General Lang? Even if I have to take you to a military court and execute you, I won't let you tarnish my idol. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Several Dragon Group agents instantly stepped in front of Wang Dachui, raising their guns. Stop. Old Long shouted sharply, slamming his cane heavily on the ground. All the noise stopped abruptly. Old Long walked to the bedside and looked at the figure lying in the dark blue nutrient solution through the thick glass cover. The once formidable female warrior was now as pale as a sheet of paper, her body riddled with tubes, and the waveform on the electrocardiogram monitor was so weak it was almost a straight line. Old Long looked at the old military doctor, his voice heavy with sorrow. "If there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance of her surviving, are you willing to try?" The old military doctor was stunned, tears streaming down his face. Of course I want her to live. But this method, I've never heard of it before. Just because you haven't heard of him doesn't mean it's impossible." Old Long turned around and pointed at Wang Dachui. "You've all seen this kid's genetic report. He has a perfect pre-march. This is currently the only chance to reshape Lang Feng's life force at the genetic level. We are not blaspheming heroes, we are creating miracles." Then, Elder Long looked at the young officer, his gaze sharp and piercing. "As for whether he is worthy or not, it's not up to you or me to decide. We must respect Comrade Long Feng's own wishes. Wake her up. Give her a shot of adrenaline and let her make her own decision." 10 minutes later. As a vial of golden medicine was injected, Long Feng's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Though filled with weariness and death, they still shone with an indomitable, cold light. Over the communicator, Su Qianqian explained the situation in the most concise language. "That's it. General Long Feng, this is the only way out. This Comrade Wang Dachui is willing to cooperate. As long as you conceive successfully, you can live. But the price is that you will have a child for a stranger, and you will lose your fighting ability for the next year." The ward was deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the verdict from this female warrior. Lung Feng's gaze slowly shifted, finally piercing through the glass and landing on Wang Dachui, who was standing at the very front. Wang Dachui was also a little nervous at this moment, but he did not back down. Instead, he tried his best to appear sincere, reliable, and handsome. He nodded at Long Feng through the glass, even managing to force an encouraging smile. A faint but clear voice came through the communicator, carrying a unique chill, human pre-march. He does look quite convincing. Wang Dachui. Sister, please don't comment on looks at a time like this. I have a question, Lung Feng's voice rang out again. Go ahead, Wang Dachui said, leaning closer to the microphone. If I survive, will my strength be restored? A strong light suddenly flashed in Ling Feng's eyes. The frost dragon that injured me in Antarctica is not dead yet. I want to kill it with my own hands. Wang Dachui was stunned for a moment, then filled with awe. Was this the female war goddess? He was about to die, and instead of thinking about love and survival, he was thinking about going back for revenge. This personality is so damn exciting. Yes. Wang Dachui answered decisively, not only can it recover, it can also become stronger. Moreover, our child will be a prodigy in the future. When that time comes, you two can team up for a mixed doubles match and skin that dragon to make leather shoes. Put. In the hospital room, the woman who had always been as cold as ice actually laughed. That smile was like ice and snow melting away, so beautiful it made one's heart tremble. Okay. Lung Feng laboriously raised his hand and gently pressed it on the glass. What is this physical body compared to killing the enemy? Is giving birth just that? I, Lung Feng, have never been afraid of anyone in my life. Is giving birth harder than killing alien beasts? I agree to this marriage. Bring me the agreement, I'll sign it. Outside the door, the young officer was already in tears. He loosened his grip on his gun and bowed deeply to Wang Dachui. Brother Wang. I'm sorry. I acted impulsively just now. If I could save the general's life, I would gladly give birth to your child, let alone have one myself. Wang Dachui jumped back in fright. No. I have principles. You should keep your money to serve your country. With the consent form signed, the entire sanatorium instantly sprang into action. Quickly. Prepare the top-level operating room. Increase the nutrient solution concentration tenfold. Clear the area. Evacuate all unauthorized personnel. Wang Dachui was pushed by several nurses to get disinfected and change clothes. Just before entering, Su Qianqian handed him a small bottle, her expression somewhat strange. This is a highly concentrated supplement developed to increase the success rate. Although you're in good health, Lung Feng's current condition can't withstand any more stress, so we have to finish him off in one go. You know what I mean? Wang Dachui took the bottle, looked at the label that read, National Special Supply Dragon Essence and Tiger Might Pill Enhanced Version, and his lips twitched. Dr. Su, do all researchers use such unconventional methods? But, don't worry. Wang Dachui glanced back at the operating room door, took a deep breath, and his eyes became profound. This time, it's not just for the system mission. For a woman who would rather die than abandon her country, I, Wang Dachui, will do everything in my power. The operating room doors slowly closed. The red light on the door lit up, a sign that indicated operation in progress, but at this moment, it felt more like a beacon of hope for a new life. Outside the door, Old Man Long, leaning on his cane, stared at the red lamp and muttered to himself, the fate of China rests on this very night. Chapter 6, Arranged Marriage, Love Later? The Beijing 301 Special Grade Sanatorium, with 3 underground floors, is codenamed Cradle of Life. The cold doors of the intensive care unit slowly opened, and Wang Dachui took a deep breath and stepped inside. However, the scene that greeted him almost made him twist his ankle. The operating room I had imagined, filled with the smell of disinfectant and filled with cold instruments, was gone. Instead, there was a luxurious suite, decorated in an extremely warm and even festive style. The room was bathed in soft, warm light, with a thick Persian carpet on the floor and a faint scent of incense in the air. If Wang Dachui wasn't mistaken, this should be the legendary ambergris that can calm the nerves and enhance pleasure. Even more outrageous, the cold, metallic hospital bed had been replaced with an enormous double bed covered with bright red silk bedding. There were even 2 characters with labels still stuck on the headboard. This Wang Dachui's mouth twitched violently as he turned to look at Dr. Su Chanshan behind him. Dr. Su, you call this a top-tier operating room? This is clearly decorated to the standards of a 5-star hotel, cough cough, honeymoon suite, isn't it? Su Chanshan pushed up her thick glasses and explained in a serious tone. According to psychological research, a warm and romantic environment can help relieve tension between the couple trying to conceive and increase dopamine secretion, thereby increasing the success rate of conception. This is science, Comrade Wang Dachui. Please don't judge our rigorous scientific research with your worldly perspective. After saying that, she pointed to a pair of red candles on the bedside table. Those are nanophoton simulated candles that can release negative oxygen ions, don't blow them out. Wang Dachui was speechless. What kind of rigorous scientific research is this? You scientists really go to great lengths to get him to have a child. All right, groom, please enter. Su Chanshan gestured for them to leave, then quickly retreated with several assistants, thoughtfully closing the heavy soundproof door behind her before leaving. With a click, the door lock clicked shut. The room fell silent instantly, with only the faint light from the 2 electronic red candles remaining. Wang Dachui swallowed, feeling his palms getting a little sweaty. Although he is usually a master of witty banter and prides himself on being the most affectionate person in Jiangcheng, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous when it came to this crucial moment of real combat, especially one where he was carrying a national mission. He shuffled slowly to the bedside. The woman on the bed was wearing a loose white silk nightgown. Although her face was still as pale as paper, her sickly beauty was all the more breathtaking. Her short, silvery white hair was scattered on the red pillow, like moonlight spread on snow. Hearing footsteps, Lung Feng slowly opened his eyes. The murderous intent that had been in those icy blue eyes was long gone, replaced by a calm acceptance of life and death, and a hint of, barely concealed shyness. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze. Wang Dachui scratched his head, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. The environment here is not bad, huh? The renovation team provided by the government is quite skilled. Leng Feng looked at him, who was just trying to make conversation, and a very faint smile appeared on his lips. Is this your opening line? Although her voice was weak, it still carried a cool and magnetic quality unique to mature women. Wang Dachui chuckled twice, pulled up a chair and sat on the edge of the bed, looking at this female warrior he had only ever seen in the news. She is truly beautiful up close. It wasn't the kind of beauty that required piling on makeup, but rather a beauty that radiated from every pore. Even when she was on the verge of death, her aura remained so powerful that no one dared to act rashly. I'm a rough man, I don't know how to talk. Wang Dachui put away his joking face and his eyes became serious. General Lang, I know you must be feeling terrible right now. To survive and to get revenge, you have no choice but to submit to me, an ordinary person who is good for nothing except being handsome. Lung Feng tilted his head slightly, his gaze lingering on his face for a few seconds. You are very honest. However, you are not ordinary. She gently raised her hand, and a faint icy blue light flickered at her fingertips before instantly disappearing. My superpower core is shattered, but my perception remains. I can feel the power within you. It's a life force that is as warm as the sun and as immeasurable as an abyss. At this point, Lung Feng sighed, his eyes becoming somewhat unfocused. Actually, I don't feel wronged at all. On the battlefield, I am a soldier, and obeying orders is my duty. Now, lying here, I am still a soldier. If giving birth can allow me to return to the battlefield and continue the nation's legacy, then this is my new mission. And Yushi looked at Wang Dachui. You are my comrade in arms. Comrades in arms? Wang Dachui was stunned for a moment, then a warm feeling welled up in his heart. This word carries more weight and brings more peace of mind than words like husband or darling. She didn't treat him as a stud or a lifeline, but as a comrade in arms. Well said. Wang Dachui slapped his thigh. Since we're comrades, let's stop dawdling. To win this battle, even if it means breaking this bed, I, Wang Dachui, will not hesitate. Lung Feng. The atmosphere had just gotten a little emotional when this guy ruined it. Just then, there was a knocking sound at the door. Who is it? I'm busy. Wang Dachui shouted. The door opened a crack, and two staff members dressed in Zhongshan suits slipped in like thieves, carrying documents and ink pads. Excuse me, gentlemen. One of them, all smiles, quickly spread the documents out on the bedside table. Although it's urgent, we still have to follow the rules of the law in this society. This is the marriage registration form, this is the voluntary childbirth agreement, this is the prenuptial agreement. Please sign and leave your fingerprints. Our Civil Affairs Bureau will handle this as a special case. We've even brought our official seal. We'll issue the certificate on the spot. Wang Dachui stared in disbelief at the assembly line-like operation. No, is your Civil Affairs Bureau working overtime so late at night? Hey, for the Spark project, we're happy to work overtime, even all night. As the staff member spoke, he handed the red ink pad to Lang Feng, saying, General Lang, your hand is weak, let me help you hold it. Lang Feng was decisive without even glancing at the terms. He pressed his bright red fingerprint directly onto the paper. Seeing this, Wang Dachui didn't stand on ceremony and signed his name with a flourish. Snap. Snap. Two crisp sounds of stamping. As if by magic, the staff produced two brand new red booklets and respectfully handed them to Wang Dachui. Congratulations to you both. May you have a son soon. May you have 2 children in 3 years. May your 5 sons achieve great success. After saying that, the two slipped out like a gust of wind, locking the door behind them again. Holding the 2 red books that still smelled of ink, Wang Dachui felt like he was dreaming. So, they got married? Even though there was no wedding, no guests, and not even a ring. But from this moment on, Wang Dachui was a married man. And his wife was none other than the renowned ice-type goddess of war in China. I've completely secured this gigolo position. Wang Dachui solemnly tucked the marriage certificate into his pocket and turned to look at his bride on the bed. At this moment, a faint blush appeared on Ling Feng's pale face. She seemed to realize what was about to happen, and even she, who was always decisive and ruthless, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Chapter 7 No, it's about creating people for the country. Lung Feng turned his head away, not daring to look Wang Dachui in the eye. The doctor said that I am currently weak and cannot do anything too strenuous. You, be gentle. The last 3 words were almost drowned out by the sound of the air conditioner if Wang Dachui hadn't had good hearing. These words were like a shot in the arm, hitting Wang Dachui right where it hurts. Imagine a normally aloof and domineering female warrior lying in front of you, weakly saying, be gentle. Who could resist that? Don't worry. Wang Dachui took a deep breath and took out the small bottle Su Chanshan had given him from his pocket, National Special Supply, Dragon Essence and Tiger Might Pill Enhanced Version. Without thinking, he tilted his head back and downed the whole thing in one gulp. Since it's an enhanced version, its effects are definitely top-notch. As soon as the pill went down, a surge of heat exploded from his dantian and coursed wildly through his limbs and bones. Wang Dachui felt that in his current state, let alone creating a human, he could even kill 2 monsters in hand-to-hand combat. System notification: host is detected consuming a high-energy supplement. To ensure a high success rate, the system has automatically activated the assistance mode. The 100% success capsule item has taken effect. The probability of conception is now locked at 100%. The item God-level crowd control technology has been loaded. The host will automatically master skills such as human biomechanics and rhythm mastery. Hearing the notification in his mind, Wang Dachui felt much more at ease. Having a cheat code is awesome. He took off his coat, revealing a fairly sturdy shirt underneath, and slowly bent down. The flickering light of the two electronic red candles by the bedside cast the shadows of the two people on the wall, gradually overlapping. Cold, wife. Wang Dachui changed his address very naturally. Lung Feng's body trembled slightly, but he did not refute it. Instead, he closed his eyes, his long eyelashes trembling gently. Excuse me. Wang Dachui reached out and turned off the bedside light switch. The room was plunged into darkness, with only the faint starlight filtering in from the window and the barely audible sound of breathing. A detailed description of the great harmony of life, consisting of 30,000 words, is omitted here. Please fill in the blanks yourself. In the darkness, time seemed to lose its meaning. To scientists outside the field, this was a precise and meticulous gene repair surgery. For Lang Feng, this was a journey of redemption teetering on the edge of ice and fire. She felt a vast and warm power flowing into her weakened body, repairing the broken genetic chains, like spring rain nourishing parched earth. For Wang Dachui, this was a battle that was both painful and exhilarating. Happiness comes from those who know. The pain was because the physical abilities of an S-class powerhouse were truly extraordinary. Even when Lang Feng was in a weakened state, a subconscious contraction or roll almost strained Wang Dachui's back. Fortunately, he had the system's God-level control technology to support him, otherwise, this weakling would probably have really died on this bed. I don't know how much time passed until the first hint of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon. The room finally returned to calm. Wang Dachui lay sprawled on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling completely drained. It's not physical exhaustion, but rather a period of mental clarity following extreme mental fatigue. But he could feel that something strange was happening to his body. A sense of power he had never felt before was slowly growing within him. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission progress update, S-rank partner successfully conceived. Embryo implantation successful. Vitality level, SSS. Rewards being processed. Before Wang Dachui could even look at his reward, he suddenly heard a noise beside him. He turned around and was astonished to find that Lang Feng, who had previously struggled to even turn over, had actually sat up on his own. In the morning light, you could see that although her face was still somewhat pale, it was no longer that deathly gray, sickly look, but rather had a warm, jade-like luster. Most astonishingly, the air around her seemed to be slightly distorted, with tiny ice crystals automatically condensing. You're all better? Wang Dachui's eyes widened. Lang Feng looked down at his hands and clenched his fists tightly. Crack! A crisp sound rang out in the air, the sound of air being instantly frozen. She turned her head and looked at Wang Dachui, who looked completely exhausted, and for the first time, her icy blue eyes revealed genuine emotion. There was gratitude, surprise, and a touch of gentle tenderness. Not fully recovered yet, but the gene chain has stabilized. Lang Feng's voice was much stronger than before. She suddenly reached out and gently pulled the corner of the blanket up for Wang Dachui. Although the movement was a little stiff, it made Wang Dachui feel flattered. You've worked hard, she said. Wang Dachui grinned and struck what he thought was a very cool pose, even though his hairstyle looked like a bird's nest. Serving the people is no hardship. Looking at him like this, Lang Feng couldn't help but laugh again. That smile, like a gentle spring breeze, left Wang Dachui speechless. Just then, the heavy soundproof door was suddenly pushed open violently from the outside. Quick! Quick! We've detected it! We've detected it! Su Qianqian burst in like a madwoman, holding a tablet computer in her hand, followed by a group of experts who also had dark circles under their eyes but were excitedly shouting. Just now! The vital signs monitor went off the charts. A new life magnetic field has appeared. Its strength is simply outrageous. It's even more active than a nuclear reactor. It's done. It really is done. The group completely ignored the two people still in bed and pushed all sorts of instruments over to scan Lang Feng. Wang Dachui silently pulled the blanket up to cover his bare chest, huddled in the corner, and said with a resentful look, "Hey everyone, can you please respect the privacy of the person involved? You're not even dressed yet. I didn't see you come in this fast." Old Master Long, leaning on his cane, stood at the door with a smile, watching the jubilation that filled the room. He glanced at Wang Dachui, who was huddled in the corner of the bed, and gave him a thumbs up from a distance. His lips seemed to say, "Well done, kid." Wang Dachui sighed and buried his head in the pillow. Okay then. Although the process is a bit like mating, and the privacy is a bit like transparency. But looking at Lang Feng's revitalized face, and at this room full of scientists celebrating the future of humanity, he suddenly felt, this gigolo job was totally worth it. Moreover, it seems the system just notified me of a reward? Wang Dachui quietly opened the system panel. Congratulations, host, on completing the first stage of the beginner's mission. Reward, lifespan plus 10 years. Special reward triggered. Due to the first offspring being an SSS level divine embryo, the host is granted an additional reward. The father's status rises with his son talent is activated. Father's status rises with his sons. Before the child is born, the host will randomly acquire some of the child's innate abilities, which will increase as the fetus develops. Looking at this series of rewards, Wang Dachui laughed like a pig in his bed. I'm about to take off. I'm really about to take off. Wife. Wang Dachui suddenly poked his head out from under the covers and shouted at Lung Feng, who was being examined by doctors. The entire room fell silent, everyone turning to look at him. Lung Feng was also taken aback. What's wrong? Wang Dachui chuckled, his eyes gleaming. What do you think, should we strike while the iron is hot and discuss having a second child? Lung Feng. Su Qianxian. Elder Long. The next second, a pillow flew over with pinpoint accuracy, hitting Wang Dachui squarely in the face. Accompanied by Lang Feng's embarrassed and angry voice, "Get lost." Chapter 8. One shot, one kill. The first rays of morning sunlight shone through the specially made bulletproof glass onto the Persian carpet in the basement suite of the 301 sanatorium. Wang Dachui was woken up by hunger. He groggily opened his eyes and instinctively reached out to his side, only to find it empty. The female warrior Lang Feng, who had been sleeping beside him, was nowhere to be seen. Only a faint, cool fragrance remained on the pillow, and a wrinkle on the sheet proved the intensity of last night's battle. Where is he? You pulled up your pants and now you're denying everything? Wang Dachui muttered as he sat up, and just as he was about to stretch, a sharp soreness suddenly shot through his lower back. That was the heavy price paid last night to cooperate with the high-difficulty moves of the S-Class powerhouse. The physical abilities of an S-Class powerhouse are truly remarkable. Even in a weakened state, their tightness and muscle reflexes almost crushed Wang Dachui's mortal body. Alas, this is the price of sacrificing oneself for one's country. There is no land that is overcultivated, only oxen that die from exhaustion. The ancients were right. He helped himself out of bed, and found a note on the bedside table. The handwriting was sharp and ruthless, like it had been carved with a knife, exuding a fierce and ruthless air, completely different from the delicate handwriting of girls. I'm going for a physical exam. There's breakfast on the table. Last night, thank you for your hard work. Long Feng. Thank you for your hard work? Wang Dachui couldn't help but grin wildly as he looked at those 4 words. For a female warrior who was fearless in the face of death to say that it was hard work is not only an affirmation of his labor, but also the highest reward for his dignity as a man. It's no trouble at all, it's just serving the people. Wang Dachui was in a great mood. He casually picked up the milk on the table, took a swig, and then plopped down on the leather sofa, silently thinking, "System, stop pretending to be dead. Where's the reward? I exceeded the task requirements last night, didn't I? Ding. Good morning, host. Last night's battle data has been uploaded to the cloud. No, it's been archived. Congratulations, host, on completing the first stage of the beginner's mission. S-rank partner successfully conceives. Rewards being processed. 1. Lifespan plus 10 years already credited. As long as you don't do anything reckless, you can live longer than most people. 2. 500 points can be redeemed for various rare and unusual items in the shop. 3. New player gift pack to be opened. 4. Special talent, a son's wealth and status activated. Wang Dachui's gaze completely ignored lifespan and points, staring intently at the man who relied on his child for status. The name sounds like the kind of son-in-law who marries into a wealthy family, but in the system's eyes, it clearly has a deeper meaning. A father's status rises with his sons, a special quantum entanglement exists between the host and their offspring. Before the offspring's birth, the host will randomly and synchronously acquire one of the offspring's talents, currently the embryonic resonance version, which will strengthen as the fetus develops. Current status: the fetus in the mother's womb has been detected to have an extremely high life level, with a talent rating of SSS level ancient sacred body embryonic stage. Synchronization begins. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent, Ancient Sacred Body Sealed State Passive Version. The Desolate Ancient Holy Body? Wang Dachui, a seasoned online novel enthusiast, almost slid off the sofa when he saw these 4 words. Isn't this the legendary invincible physique that can tear apart a dragon with its bare hands, trample gods and demons underfoot, and whose single drop of blood can crush the eternal blue sky? So I got it already? Does that mean I can just go out, turn left, and wipe out that Antarctic monster's lair? Before he could finish fantasizing, a terrifying surge of heat suddenly exploded from his lower abdomen. This heat was milder than the dragon essence and tiger might pill I took last night, but it was more lingering and profound. It was like a gentle stream, seeping into every cell of Wang Dachui's body, frantically washing away the impurities within him. Ugh! Wang Dachui groaned, and then it seemed as if all the pores on his body opened up, and a dark, greasy grime was expelled from deep within his skin. There was no excruciating pain as I had imagined. Instead, it felt like the ultimate relief of finally being able to defecate after 10 years of constipation. A few minutes later, the heat subsided, and Wang Dachui felt light as a feather. His eyesight improved, his hearing became more acute, and even the air he breathed tasted sweeter than before. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power within him. Is this the divine body? Wang Dachui looked excitedly at the pure copper faucet in the bathroom. He had read in a novel that the protagonist would crush a faucet to test his power after awakening. Today, I'll also experience the thrill of tearing steel apart with my bare hands. He strode into the bathroom, gathered his strength in his dantian, shouted loudly, and suddenly gripped the copper pipe with his right hand, exerting a strong force. Break! 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The faucet didn't move an inch, not even a fingerprint was left. On the contrary, Wang Dachui's palm was sore from the excessive force that a piece of skin was scraped off. Ouch, damn it! Wang Dachui cried out in pain, shaking his hand. He stared blankly at the faucet with only a red mark on it. System! Are you kidding me? This is supposed to be the ancient sacred body? It can't even hold a copper pipe. Am I a fake sacred body? System prompt, please correct your attitude. You have obtained the sealed embryo resonance version. Your mortal body is simply incapable of bearing true divine power. To prevent you from exploding like a balloon, the system has forcibly activated the gene lock. Current unlock progress, 0.01%. Current effect, strength is constant at the human limit, meaning slightly stronger than an average person, but not by much, unable to initiate attacks. But to ensure the host's survival rate as a stallion, oh no, as the source of stamina, your defense, recovery, stamina, and certain indescribable abilities have been elevated to a superhuman level. Non-human level? Wang Dachui was stunned for a moment, then looked down at his palm that had just been bruised. The wound that was originally bleeding stopped bleeding, scabbed over, and fell off at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving no scar and the skin smooth and new, all in just 5 seconds. Holy crap? Wang Dachui was shocked. This was like Wolverine possessing him. He then tried to cut his finger with the eyebrow razor. The wound healed as soon as it broke, before any blood even oozed out. Got it. Wang Dachui slumped onto the toilet seat, utterly dejected. So I become an indestructible, tireless super tank with an attack power of only 5? What use is this iron rod to me? What good is this body to me? If I encounter bad guys in the future, am I just supposed to rush in and let them get tired of hacking me before I can fight back? System, host's understanding is perfect. It is recommended that the host have more children. The more children, the more positions, oh no, the more powers will be unlocked. Just as Wang Dachui and the system were exchanging barbs, the foul stench emanating from the marrow cleansing process finally began to spread in the bathroom. How to describe the taste? It's like a can of herring that's been exposed to the sun for 3 days in the summer, mixed with stinky tofu that's been fermenting for half a year, and then a little bit of sewer sludge. Ugh! Wang Dachui almost threw up himself, and quickly turned on the showerhead to rinse himself off. However, the smell was so penetrating that it drifted out through the ventilation ducts. The next second, a piercing alarm blared throughout the entire underground base. Woo woo woo! A panicked voice came over the loudspeaker, Level 1 alert! Level 1 alert! An unidentified biochemical gas leak has been detected in the VIP ward area. Suspected to be a high concentration of nerve agent. All personnel, put on gas masks immediately. Biological warfare unit, immediately seal off the area. Chapter 9 is all about being able to take a beating. The shower gel in Wang Dachui's hand fell to the ground with a thud. He was doomed. He was going to be exposed in front of the entire army. 20 minutes later, the door to the luxury suite opened. Su Chanxian led a group of experts dressed in full white biochemical protective suits and holding detection instruments as they rushed in, looking like a group of astronauts who had just landed on the moon. When they saw Wang Dachui, wrapped in a bath towel and sitting on the sofa eating an apple with an embarrassed expression, everyone was stunned. Where's the source of the poison? Where's the poison gas? Su Chanxian's voice came through the gas mask, sounding somewhat muffled. Wang Dachui scratched his head, revealing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Dr. Su, if I said that what happened just now was a normal phenomenon of the human body detoxifying, would you believe me? Su Chanxian suspiciously raised the vital signs detector in her hand and scanned it at Wang Dachui. Beep. Although the instrument did not explode, the data on the screen was jumping wildly like an electrocardiogram. Oh my god. Su Chanxian took off her gas mask and, ignoring the lingering odor in the room, rushed to Wang Dachui, grabbed his wrist, and started checking the data on his bracelet. What's going on with this cell activity? Your cell division rate last night was 500 times faster than normal? And your blood producing function. Wang Dachui, your blood is practically a highly concentrated nutrient solution. One drop of your blood could probably revive a withered cactus. Su Chanxian's eyes were filled with fervor, a look that made Wang Dachui's heart tremble. He felt as if she was about to pull out a scalpel and slice him up at any moment. Wait. Dr. Su. Don't get excited. Wang Dachui quickly covered his chest. Even though I've become stronger, I'm still a human being. Not some Tang monk's flesh. Where's my strength? Can I kill a bull with one punch now? Su Chanxian glanced at the strength test data and shook her head regretfully. Unfortunately, although your muscle fibers are extremely tough and cannot be broken no matter how you stretch them, your explosive power has not improved significantly. Simply put, your body is like a tire made of aerospace-grade rubber. It's extremely wear-resistant and durable, and it won't leak air no matter how many punctures it gets, but you expect it to output power like an engine? That's a pipe dream. Wang Dachui. Although I already knew, being sentenced by a scientist was still a bit heartbreaking. However, Su Chanxian's tone shifted, her eyes shining. This is a tremendous good thing for the country. Do you know what this means? It means you're incredibly hard to kill. It means we don't have to lock you in the safe anymore. Your survival skills have surpassed those of cockroaches. Oh no, they've surpassed those of tardigrades. Dr. Su, your way of praising people is really unique. Wang Dachui rolled his eyes. Just then, the door opened again. Lang Feng walked in after finishing her physical examination. She had changed into casual clothes today. The loose gray sportswear covered her originally sharp lines, but it still couldn't hide her heroic and dashing temperament. However, although her complexion had become much rosier, her eyes revealed an unprecedented hunger. Gurgle. A thunderous sound shattered the harmony, and everyone's eyes turned to the source of the sound, Lang Feng's stomach. This once ruthless and aloof female warrior blushed instantly, her face turning bright red to her ears. She clutched her stomach somewhat awkwardly, her voice barely audible. Is there any food left? I was so hungry during my physical exam, I felt like I could eat a whole cow. Su Chanxian slapped her thigh. Hunger is the right thing. It means the embryo is developing rapidly and absorbing energy from the mother. Quick! Notify the cafeteria. Bring up the high-energy alien beast meat prepared for the critically wounded. Bring up as much as you can. Also, prepare a copy for Comrade Wang Dachui. He just had his marrow cleansing and detoxification done, and now he's a bottomless pit. The following scene turned into a veritable eating spectacle. The dining table was piled high with plates the size of wash basins. Lang Feng ate with a whole roasted lamb leg in his left hand and a glass of high-energy nutrient solution in his right, devouring the food with gusto yet maintaining an air of elegance. Wang Dachui was not to be outdone. Although he did not have the combat power of the ancient sacred body, his appetite for the sacred body was truly impressive. Hiccup. Half an hour later, the two of them put down their chopsticks at the same time and slumped into their chairs. Wang Dachui looked at Lang Feng, whose complexion had clearly improved and whose skin was even glowing, and felt extremely smug. This is his masterpiece. Although his own combat strength is terrible, he can heal people. Wife, Wang Dachui leaned closer and asked in a cheeky tone, how are you feeling? Don't you feel like you're good again? Lang Feng felt the warm currents surging within his body, slowly repairing his meridians. He nodded, his gaze softening. It's truly amazing. Although his powers haven't fully recovered, I feel that his physical foundation is much stronger than before. This kid is extraordinary. At this point, she glanced at Wang Dachui, her gaze lingering for a moment on his much stronger arms. You've changed too. When you came in just now, I felt your aura was very heavy. Like a stone. Like a rock? Wang Dachui protested. Wife, I call this steadiness. It's as solid as a rock. Don't believe me? Let's practice. I feel like I have inexhaustible energy. Wang Dachui was actually itching to know. The system said his defense was invincible, and Su Chanxian said he was tough. He was eager to know just how tough he really was. Going to fight someone else's suicide, but sparring with your own wife is called fun. Lung Feng raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Although I can't use my powers right now, I can still take care of an ordinary person like you. Hey, don't look down on me. Wang Dachui stood up, striking a classic Bruce Lee pose. I'm now the embryonic version of the ancient sacred body. Come on, hit me. Hit me hard. Lang Feng looked at his smug expression and a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This is what you asked for. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lang Feng moved. Even without superpowers, the S-class war goddess's fighting spirit was ingrained in her bones. Her figure blurred, moving as fast as a blur. Wang Dachui felt a blur before his eyes and instinctively tried to raise his hand to block, but while his mind reacted, his body couldn't keep up. Bang! Lung Feng executed a beautiful over-the-shoulder throw, slamming Wang Dachui hard onto the thick carpet. The movement was fluid, clean, and efficient. Ouch! Wang Dachui fell to the ground and let out a scream. Lung Feng was startled and quickly squatted down. How are you? Did you fall too hard? I forgot to hold back. She was a little annoyed, wondering why she was taking an ordinary person so seriously. However, the next second, Wang Dachui jumped up as if nothing had happened. He touched his back, looking surprised. Huh? It doesn't hurt? If that fall had happened yesterday, he probably would have been bedridden for half a day. But now, apart from a slight jolt upon landing, I feel absolutely no pain. My bones don't hurt, my muscles aren't sore, and there aren't even any bruises. Holy crap! It really doesn't hurt. Wang Dachui exclaimed excitedly. Wife! Again! Kick me! Kick me with your feet! Lung Feng looked at him like he was an idiot. Do you have masochistic tendencies? No. I want to test my defensive limits. Wang Dachui patted his chest muscles. Come on, kick me here. Don't hold back. Lung Feng was an honest man, and seeing that he was really alright, he stopped being pretentious. Okay, then stand firm. Bang! A kick landed squarely on his chest. Wang Dachui staggered back 3 steps, unharmed. Again! Bang! A side kick landed on his thigh. Wang Dachui shook himself. He was fine. Let's go for it. Lung Feng's eyes narrowed, and he used about 20% of his strength, a force powerful enough to break a wooden stake. Bang! Wang Dachui was kicked flying onto the sofa, smashing a dent into the leather. Big hammer. Lung Feng rushed over anxiously. Wang Dachui climbed out of the sofa, rubbed his chest, and chuckled. It's a little numb, like I got bitten by a mosquito. Honey, haven't you eaten? Chapter 10: A Tea Party with the Special Forces? General Lei's special invitation. Lang Feng, looking at the unharmed Wang Dachui, was finally shocked. What is your body made of? Those kicks I just gave you would break several bones even for a special forces soldier. And you didn't even break the skin? You're not human, you're just a human punching bag? Hee hee, so what if I'm a human punching bag? I can take bullets for you in a pinch. Wang Dachui boasted smugly, and was about to press his advantage with a few more sarcastic remarks when the door to the VIP ward suddenly opened. The man who walked in was a burly old man dressed in training uniform. His hair and beard were all white, but he was in good spirits and walked with a vigorous stride. The 3 gold stars he carried on his shoulders shone brightly under the lights. Behind him followed Zhao Gang, who wore a wry smile. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Lung Feng instinctively saluted. General Lei? What brings you here? Lei Zhan. A legendary figure in the Chinese military, a leader of the practical school of thought, and also known for his love of talent and unconventional approach to things. Lei Zhan waved his hand, indicating to Lang Feng that there was no need for formalities. His hawk-like eyes bypassed Lang Feng and locked onto Wang Dachui. There was no malice in his eyes, only a kind of almost tangible scrutiny and inquiry. Is this the legendary SSS class perfect primordial body? Lei Zhan's voice was loud and clear, so loud that the glass in the room hummed slightly. To me, he's just a fair-skinned young man. Apart from being handsome, there's not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. Wang Dachui wasn't intimidated and asked with a grin, "Old comrade, are you praising me or insulting me? Being handsome is also a fighting force. Why rely on talent when you can make a living with your looks?" Ha 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 ha. Lei Zhan suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Interesting. This personality, not cowardly, is to my liking. Young man, I, Lei Zhan, am known for my love of talent, especially for outstanding young people like you who are one in a century. Would you be interested in coming to my Special Forces team for tea? Special Forces? Wang Dachui's eyes lit up. As a Chinese man, he had an innate yearning and admiration for the military profession, especially Special Forces. Okay, I'll go. He agreed without hesitation. Zhao Gang and Lang Feng exchanged a smile, both understanding General Lei Zhan's intentions. Inviting Wang Dachui for tea was a pretense. Their real purpose was to probe the background and capabilities of this astonishingly perfect primordial body. Zhao Gang and Lang Feng also went to watch the excitement, and on the way, they told Wang Dachui the real purpose of their trip. Military headquarters, Special Forces, training ground. 3 fully armed Special Forces soldiers walked towards Wang Dachui in tactical steps. They wore high-tech black masks, and their red electronic prosthetic eyes gleamed coldly in the sunlight. The leader, a burly man codenamed Iron Pillar, was a peak B-level martial artist who had come to spar with Wang Dachui on Lei Zhan's orders. His electronic prosthetic eye swept over Wang Dachui, and data instantly appeared. Combat strength assessment, 5, even weaker than a well-trained goose. Threat level, negligible. Wang Dachui's perfect prototype is a top national secret, so Lei Zhan didn't tell these Special Forces members. He only told them that he had discovered a promising talent and wanted them to test his abilities. So Taizhu looked at Lei Zhan with a puzzled expression. "General, this seems to be an ordinary person. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt him." Lei Zhan laughed and said, "You should be careful. He's not as simple as he seems." "Yes, sir." Soldiers take it as their duty to obey orders, and since the general had given the order, Taizhu no longer hesitated. However, seeing Wang Dachui's weak appearance, he was too embarrassed to make the first move. So he took off his mask, then assumed a fighting stance and said to Wang Dachui, "Comrade, you're a guest here, so I'll give you 3 moves first." Wang Dachui felt slighted, so he unleashed the strongest right hook of his life. "Give me back my pretty fist." Bang! A punch landed squarely on Taizhu's face. The scene fell silent for a second. Taizhu blinked and touched his face. "It doesn't hurt, it's even a little comfortable. It felt like a masseur gently pressing acupoints on my face." Wang Dachui. "Taizhu. Is that all the strength you have?" Taizhu exclaimed incredulously. "Are you trying to tickle me?" Wang Dachui awkwardly withdrew his hand. How about you hit me?" Taizhu looked at Lei Zhan, who nodded, indicating that there was no problem. "Roar!" Taizhu roared and charged forward like a tank. "Kid, I'll be gentle." Looking at the fist the size of a sandbag, Wang Dachui instinctively wanted to crouch down and cover his head in defense. But then he suddenly remembered that Lang Feng was watching from behind the glass. A man should never lose face in front of his wife. "Damn it, let's fight." Wang Dachui closed his eyes, puffed out his chest, and shouted, "Come on. Hit me here. If you kill me, I'll admit defeat." Bang! A dull, loud thud. Taizhu's heavy punch landed squarely on Wang Dachui's chest. "Ah!" A scream as loud as a pig being slaughtered echoed across the training ground. Wang Dachui arched his back like a shrimp, his face contorted, tears and snot gushing out. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! It's broken! My ribs are definitely broken. My internal organs are shattered. Help!" He clutched his chest and rolled wildly on the ground, his cry so pitiful that Zhao Gang on stage couldn't help but cover his face. Old Lei, wasn't he too ruthless? After all, he hasn't received any training. However, Taizhu, the person involved, was stunned. He looked at his fist, then at Wang Dachui rolling on the ground. The feeling of that punch just now was wrong. It was like hitting an extremely tough solid rubber. Not only was most of the force absorbed, but the recoil even made his wrist go numb. "Stop pretending." Lei Zhan's sharp eyes saw through it immediately. "Get up. Let me see your injuries." Wang Dachui sobbed as he lifted his clothes. I had expected to see a dark purple bruise, or even a collapsed sternum. But his chest was completely clean, without even a red mark. "Ha! Wang Dachui was stunned and touched his chest. The excruciating pain he had just felt was real, like being hit by a giant iron hammer. But now, apart from a slight numbness, it seems, it doesn't hurt anymore? I'm fine. Wang Dachui blinked, suddenly feeling like he was alright again. He got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and made a provocative gesture at the bewildered Taizhu. That's it? Didn't you eat? Are you trying to tickle me? You're asking for it. Taizhu roared, unleashing a sweeping whip kick. Bang! Wang Dachui flew out again, screamed again, and then got up as if nothing had happened. This time, the entire arena fell silent. What the hell is this monster? Crying and screaming for its parents while emerging completely unharmed? Chapter 11, Screaming in agony while simultaneously showing off. That's the self-cultivation of a tank. Watching Wang Dachui jumping around and provoking them, Lei Zhan's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Excellent! What a perfect pre-march! A sensitive pain receptor indicates a quick reaction, and an amazing defense system indicates a strong constitution. Since fists and kicks can't hurt you, then let's get serious. Fong, get on the knife. In the arena, the skinny instructor who was wielding a dagger stepped forward, a high-frequency vibrating dagger in his hand emitting a buzzing sound. This dagger can easily cut through the armor of a tank. Holy crap! A knife? Wang Dachui's arrogant demeanor vanished instantly, and he retreated in fear, crying out, "Grandpa! Dear Grandpa! This is unacceptable! People will die!" Wang Dachui was truly panicked this time. He turned around and tried to run, but he was no match for the Special Forces soldiers. The venomous Fong instantly closed in, a cold glint flashing in its eyes, and the dagger pierced straight for Wang Dachui's left arm. It's over. Wang Dachui had nowhere to escape and could only close his eyes and scream in agony. Thud! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was clearly audible. Blood splattered out instantly. Ah! Wang Dachui looked at the still bleeding hole in his arm and was on the verge of collapse. It's bleeding. Murder! I'm going to die. Wife, save me. However, the next second, the wound, which was bleeding profusely, stopped bleeding, scabbed over, and fell off at a speed visible to the naked eye, thanks to the intertwining of granulation tissue. It took less than 5 seconds in total. There wasn't even a scar left, only the bloodstains on the sleeve proved that I had indeed been injured. This venomous Fong was dumbfounded. Is that Wolverine? Just as Wang Dachui was about to continue howling, he suddenly realized that it didn't hurt anymore. He looked at his smooth, new arm, then at the blood on the ground. A surge of overwhelming joy at surviving a disaster welled up inside me. But he quickly suppressed his joy and put on a smug expression. Ahem. Is this the legendary high-frequency dagger? Why does it feel like a mosquito bite? Instructor Poison Fong, shouldn't you sharpen that knife? Lei Zhan, who was on stage, saw everything clearly and slammed his fist on the table in excitement. It's not that the skin is hardening, it's that the cells are active. It's super fast regeneration. A promising talent. An exceptionally promising talent. Since you're not afraid of knives, then let's try firearms. Artillery. Rifles. This shout terrified Wang Dachui. A burly instructor named Huapao walked over, carrying a Gauss assault rifle. That's a gun. No. Sir. The gun will go off and someone will die. Wang Dachui was so scared that he immediately knelt down. I surrender. I'm a womanizer. Don't shoot. Lei Zhan held the microphone, his voice frighteningly calm. Artillery, don't aim for vital points. Spanking. There's plenty of flesh there, you won't die. What? Wang Dachui's eyes widened, and he covered his backside with both hands. Spanking? You old man, you're a pervert. I'd rather die than be humiliated. That's my engine. How can I have a son if it's destroyed? Enough talk. Get ready. Lei Zhan ordered. The artilleryman also looked puzzled. After so many years as a Special Forces soldier, this was the first time he had received such an order. He raised his rifle, switched to single fire mode, and aimed at Wang Dachui's protruding buttocks. Bear with it, it'll be quick. No. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Awah. Wang Dachui let out a scream that was not human, and his whole body bounced up 3 meters high from the ground like a spring. In that instant, he felt like half of his buttocks had exploded. It's burning hot. It's excruciatingly painful. I've been shot. My butt's all ripped open. I'm going to die. After landing, Wang Dachui clutched his butt and spun around wildly, his dance moves extremely seductive. Clang! A deformed bullet fell out of his trouser leg. Huapa walked over, forcibly restrained the erratic Wang Dachui, and tore open his pants to take a look. On her white buttocks, there was a red, swollen bullet hole, with a little blood flowing out. But in that short time, the bullet hole was already shrinking and healing. Reporting to the general. The bullet did not penetrate the bone. The muscle layer has expelled the bullet. The wound is healing, the artillery reported loudly. Good. Since we won't die. A hint of excitement flashed in Lei Zhan's eyes, then increased the dosage. Fire repeatedly. Holy crap? Again? Wang Dachui's face turned green when he heard the words rapid fire. That one shot was bad enough, but then they fired multiple shots? Help! Prisoners of war are being tortured. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The artillery did not hesitate, pulling the trigger and firing 3 bursts in quick succession. Bullets rained down on Wang Dachui's poor buttocks. Ah! 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 I'm jumping! I'm jumping! An extremely comical scene unfolded on the training field. A man with his pants torn, clutching his buttocks, started tap dancing amidst a hail of bullets. With each bullet that hits him, he lets out a pig-like scream, followed by the falling of a bullet. It hurts like hell. Old man, I'm not done with you yet. Don't shoot to the left. Switch to the other side. No. Don't shoot to either side. My pants. I'm not wearing underwear, you bastard. 1 magazine of bullets was used up. Wang Dachui collapsed to the ground, looking like a lump of mud. His pants were completely tattered, and his buttocks were covered in bruises and red spots, making him look utterly wretched. But there wasn't a single fatal wound. Those red spots are fading at an alarming rate, turning into a healthy skin tone. Lei Zhan put down the microphone, took a deep breath, and calmed his excited emotions. Perfect. This is the perfect meat shield. As long as you can't be killed, you can fight indefinitely. This kind of resilience is practically a perpetual motion machine on the battlefield. He strode out of the observation room and onto the training field. Looking at Wang Dachui, who was still twitching on the ground and groaning, Lei Zhan squatted down and smiled kindly. How are you? Can you still move? Wang Dachui struggled to lift his head, his face covered in snot and tears, but when he saw Lei Zhan's face, he couldn't help but want to put on an act. He tremblingly raised a middle finger, his voice weak but defiant. General Lei. General Lei. Your men's marksmanship isn't up to par either. It doesn't hurt when it hits my butt, it just wears out my pants a little. Ha 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 ha. Lei Zhan laughed, pulling him up and giving him a bear hug, not caring that he was dirty. Good lad. Tough as a rock. Brave enough. From today onwards, you, Wang Dachui, are my good brother, Lei Zhan. Zhao Gang. Get him the highest grade of nutrient solution. The very best. This ass needs a good treatment. Wang Dachui was so choked that his eyes rolled back, and finally he saw Long Feng running over. He instantly shed all pretense, like a wrong 300-pound child, burying his face in Lung Feng's arms. Wife. I can't take it anymore. My butt exploded. I want to go home. I want to sleep on my stomach for a month. And, tonight I want stir-fried pork kidneys. You are what you eat. Chapter 12 Pain and Pleasure. Having proven his worth once again, Wang Dachui is now enjoying emperor-like treatment. Open your mouth. Lung Feng, holding a peeled grape in his hand, expressionlessly offered it to Wang Dachui's lips. Although her movements were still a bit stiff, and her eyes even carried a hint of murderous intent as if to say, I want to flick this grape down your throat, she was indeed feeding Wang Dachui fruit. Wang Dachui swallowed the grapes whole with a clear conscience, chewing them until the juices spilled out, a sly grin on his face. Wife, these grapes are a bit sour. Next time, ask the logistics department to change the variety to Xinjiang Mon It. A vein throbbed on Long Feng's forehead. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to smash the fruit platter over Long Feng's face. Wang Dachui, your wound's already healed on the training field, without even leaving a scar. How long are you going to keep pretending to be crippled? Ouch. Wang Dachui immediately clutched his chest and let out a weak groan. Honey, you don't know, although the wound has healed, it has left an indelible shadow in my heart. That's PTSD. Post-traumatic stress disorder. I need love and care. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Su Chanxian walked in carrying a thick stack of documents. Upon seeing this scene, she rolled her eyes. All right, stop acting. Your mental fortitude is stronger than a dinosaur's right now. I heard you asked General Lei for 3 tons of high-energy alien meat as compensation for your emotional distress. You seem to be in great spirits. Wang Dachui chuckled, sat up from the bed, and stretched vigorously. Isn't that for our son? I'm relying on my son to gain status, and before the baby is delivered, I want to save up some money for the family. Su Chanxian placed the documents on the table, her expression turning serious. Speaking of children, I have 2 things to report. The first piece of good news is that your blood sample has been analyzed. The results show that your self-healing ability doesn't come from your own body, but from. She pointed to Lang Feng's slightly protruding belly. It comes from the child's protective mechanism. In other words, as long as you are by the child's side, or as long as the child still needs you as his father, it is very difficult for you to be beaten to death. The second thing. Su Chanxian's tone became heavier as she turned on the holographic projection screen on the wall, is bad news, frontline battle reports. On the screen was a horrific scene. On the Antarctic ice sheet, the once snow-white world has been covered by black slime. Countless ferocious and bizarre-looking beasts, like a black tide, are frantically assaulting humanity's steel defenses. Flames soared into the sky, and the beams of laser cannons intertwined into a net, but they still could not stop the endless tide of beasts. The Kuroshio current has erupted. Su Chanxian pointed to a red warning line on the map. This is the 3rd line of defense. It was breached early yesterday morning. The human alliance is now retreating to the 4th line of defense, which is the Australian continent. At this rate, the war will reach the interior in 3 months at most. The atmosphere in the ward froze instantly. Wang Dachui, who had been grinning, also lost his smile. Lung Feng suddenly stood up, her eyes flashing with astonishing fighting spirit, but the next second, she clutched her stomach and bent over in pain. Wife! Wang Dachui quickly helped her up. Lung Feng gripped Wang Dachui's arm tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, his voice trembling. That's my defense zone, my soldiers are still there. I want to go back, let me go back. Are you going back to your death? Su Qianshan shouted. Your superpower core hasn't been fully rebuilt yet. If you go to the battlefield, any high-level alien beast could kill you. At that time, not only you, but also the child in your womb, and humanity's only hope for a perfect pre-march, will all be doomed. Lung Feng stiffened, slumped back into his chair, his eyes red-rimmed. As a soldier, watching her comrades fight desperately on the front lines while she could only be waited on and cared for to keep her pregnant was more unbearable than death. Seeing his wife's pained expression, Wang Dachui felt a pang of guilt. Although he was usually a bit of a rascal, he knew that at times like these, a man had to step up. He knelt down, took Lang Feng's cold hand in his, and said earnestly, Wife, listen to me. Sharpening your axe won't delay your work. You're not running away now, you're building up your strength. Think about it, what is our son? He has an ancient sacred body. He's a god-level embryo. When he's born, he'll be a nuclear weapon-level combat force. If you give birth to him now and raise him well, not only will he avenge you, but you can also wipe out those beasts. We're not giving birth, we're building the ultimate weapon. This mission is 10,000 times more important than going to the front lines. Wang Dachui's twisted logic, though absurd to the point, upon closer examination, is surprisingly reasonable. Lung Feng looked at him, took a deep breath, and the panic in his eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a resolute expression. Fine. I'll just give birth to him without worry. If this kid can't beat the black tide back in the future, I'll personally spank his ass. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 9 months have passed. These 9 months were a period of profound disaster for the outside world. As defenses retreated further, human living space was compressed, and pessimism spread globally. But for everyone at the 301 sanatorium, it was a bittersweet 9 months. The pain was because the little darling inside Lang Feng's belly was eating way too much. As his due date approached, Lang Feng's appetite was beyond terrifying, it was practically a bottomless pit. Every day, they must consume 10 tons of high-energy alien beast meat, plus various rare and precious medicinal soups. Even Wang Dachui, who was just there to eat, was fed until his face was flushed. Although his combat power was still locked, he gained 20 pounds, all of which was lean meat. I'm happy because this child's performance is becoming increasingly extraordinary. The 6th month of pregnancy. Wang Dachui was giving his child prenatal education by reciting the 3-character classic. Just as he recited at the beginning of life, People are inherently good. A sudden surge of thought came from his stomach, projecting 2 words directly into Wang Dachui's mind: immature. Wang Dachui was shocked and switched to the art of war. As a result, a pleasant feeling came from my stomach, and I could even feel him tapping his feet to the rhythm. 8th month of pregnancy. Lung Feng was taking a walk in the yard when a mutated mosquito, oblivious to its own danger, flew over and tried to bite him. Before the bodyguards could make a move, a golden light suddenly shone from Lung Feng's stomach. Sizzle! The mosquito was instantly vaporized by the golden light, leaving not even ashes behind. Since then, mosquitoes have disappeared and rats have moved away from the entire sanatorium within a 500-meter radius. Chapter 13: Bridging Life. Finally, the due date arrived. Lightning flashed and thunder roared outside the window. A torrential rain was engulfing the capital. As if even heaven and earth sensed something, the thick, dark clouds hung low, and golden lightning flickered within them. Outside the delivery room, Wang Dachui was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. The corridor was full of people. Elder Long has arrived, Zhao Gang has arrived, and Su Chanxian and all the experts in the hospital are on high alert. Even the few war gods who had never shown themselves were hiding in the shadows, protecting the little life that was about to be born. Why is there still no movement? It's been 3 hours since they went in. Wang Dachui grabbed his hair, his palms sweating profusely. He's not afraid of anything else now, except that the child is too strong and might hurt his mother. Don't rush. S-level experts have extraordinary physiques, so it's normal for their labor to be a little slower. Although Su Chanxian offered words of comfort, the data panel in her hand was creaking under her grip, and the values on it were jumping wildly, clearly indicating that the situation was not as optimistic as she had described. Sudden. Beep beep beep. A piercing red alarm sounded from inside the delivery room. Su Chanxian's expression changed drastically. She pushed open the door and rushed to the observation window. What's going on? From inside came the midwife's terrified screams. It's terrible. Not enough energy. Not enough at all. We've already delivered all 300 tons of high-energy nutrient solution we had stored, but it's like a drop of water falling into the desert. It dried up instantly. The fetus is instinctively consuming the mother's life force. General Long's vital signs are rapidly declining. What? Wang Dachui's mind went blank for a moment. He pushed aside the guards who were trying to stop him and rushed to the glass window. Inside the delivery room, Lung Feng, who had originally had a rosy complexion, was now visibly losing weight. Her hair turned white rapidly from the roots, her once plump skin began to lose its luster, and she looked like a withered tree whose life had been drained away. At her protruding lower abdomen, a golden vortex was spinning wildly, greedily plundering all the energy around it. Damn it! This is the ancient sacred body. Su Chanxian collapsed to the ground in despair. I miscalculated the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth. The ancient sacred body is a legendary divine body, and its birth requires a massive amount of spiritual energy from heaven and Earth. But the Earth today is in the Dharma ending age, and there is no spiritual energy at all. In order to be born, it instinctively activated its predatory mode. If it doesn't replenish its energy soon, Lung Feng will be drained dry in less than 5 minutes. Energy? You want energy, right? Elder Long's eyes turned red as he roared, bring all the exotic beast cores from the national treasury. Now. It's too late. Su Chanxian cried out, the crystal core conversion takes time. General Long won't last until then. Wang Dachui looked at the woman inside, who was rapidly dying in order to give birth to his child. Seeing her hands, still tightly protecting her stomach even in her unconscious state, his heart felt as if it were being torn apart. System. Wang Dachui roared inwardly, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say that many children bring many blessings? This is more like having many children and losing your spouse. Give me an explanation. Ding. Urgent alert. Due to an extreme lack of spiritual energy in the environment, the SSS-level divine embryo has entered a state of famine and rampage. Current solution. 1. Forced termination of pregnancy, fetal death, maternal survival rate 50%. 2. Seeking alternative energy sources for human sacrifice. Alternative energy? Where can we find alternative energy? The host has been detected as a perfect prototype, and a bloodline connection has been established with the fetus through the father-son noble talent. The host's life essence, vital energy, lifespan, and potential can serve as the highest level alternative energy source. Activate Life Bridge? Warning, this will consume a large amount of the host's life force, potentially leading to a decline in the host's strength, a reduction in lifespan, or even instant death. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui did not hesitate for even a second. He looked at the woman in the glass window, her hair completely white, on her deathbed, the once invincible warrior who had become so vulnerable for him. Open the door. Wang Dachui slammed his fist into the bulletproof glass. Although he didn't shatter it, the vibrations made the glass vibrate loudly. I have a way. Let me in. What's the point of you going in? That'll just lead to energy depletion. Su Qianqian shouted. I'm his father. I'm the biggest power source. Wang Dachui turned around, his eyes no longer holding his usual playful smile, but only a moving determination. Since this kid wants to smoke, then let him smoke mine. Want to drain my wife dry? Ask me if I'll allow it first. System. Activate life bridge. Give him my life. With a roar in his heart, an invisible chain of rules instantly snapped within Wang Dachui's body. Ding. Warning. Life bridging procedure initiated. Energy transfer channel being constructed, host perfect pre-March fetus ancient sacred body. Warning, the transfer process will be extremely painful and irreversible. The host's life force will be lost at a rate of 1% per second. Please be prepared. Enough talk. Open. Wang Dachui shoved Su Qianqian, who was blocking his way, and rushed into the quarantine zone. At this moment, Lung Feng had fallen into a deep coma. His head was full of white hair, his once firm skin had become dry, and his breathing was so weak that it was almost inaudible. The golden vortex in her abdomen was still spinning wildly, like a bottomless pit. Unable to absorb energy, it had begun to devour the life force of her internal organs. Honey, hang in there. Your portable power bank is here. With red eyes, Wang Dachui grabbed Lung Feng's thin, bony hand. Boom! The moment the two hands touched, a terrifying suction force erupted. If the previous suction power was like a water pump, then the current suction power is simply like an industrial-grade turbocharger pump. The golden vortex that had been lurking in Lung Feng's abdomen seemed to have smelled an unparalleled delicacy, and instantly shifted its target, rushing madly towards Wang Dachui along the two's connected arms. Ugh! Wang Dachui suddenly tilted his head back and let out a muffled groan. He felt as if his soul was being gripped tightly by a giant hand and then pulled outwards. The blood, qi, and even some essence deep within the bone marrow boiled in that instant and then poured out like a river bursting its banks. Beep beep, the vital signs monitor, which had been continuously alarming, suddenly changed its tune. The data from Lungfeng began to bottom out and rebound. The previously depleted vitality stopped losing and even began to slowly recover. On the other side, the data cable representing Wang Dachui plummeted straight down like a drop tower. This is insane. This is practically suicide. Outside the glass window, Su Qianqian stared at the alarming data on the screen, covered her mouth, and tears welled up in her eyes. Wang Dachui. You're going to die. At this rate of loss, you won't last more than 2 minutes. 2 minutes? Wang Dachui heard it, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. He could feel his skin rapidly losing its luster, his once strong muscles were shriveling up, and his jet black hair was beginning to turn gray. That is a sign that the source of life has been extracted. Chapter 14. My father's life is harder than diamonds. Ouch. It hurts so damn much. This is 10,000 times more painful than having 100 technicians massage your feet at the same time. System. Wang Dachui weakly complained in his mind, didn't you say I was the perfect pre-march? Can you give me some support? If I get drained of my life force, your system will be finished too. Ding. Host's life is under mortal threat. Perfect pre-march passive talent eternal life is forcibly activated. Your cells are dividing like crazy. Your bone marrow is working at full capacity to produce blood. The next second, a miracle happened. Wang Dachui's previously shriveled skin actually swelled up a little again. On one side is rampant plunder, and on the other is rampant regeneration. His body became a cruel battlefield. In this tug of war, Wang Dachui was in so much pain that he wanted to die, but he stubbornly endured it. Time passed second by second. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. The experts outside were all dumbfounded. This is not scientific. According to calculations, the total amount of energy he transferred is equivalent to the combined crystal cores of 3 fifth-tier beast kings. Why hasn't he turned into a dried corpse yet? Is this the perfect human prototype? It's practically a humanoid nuclear reactor. Old Master Long stared intently at the figure inside the delivery room, gripping his cane tightly. Good lad, well done. You are worthy of being a descendant of China. Finally. 10 minutes later. The greedy golden vortex seemed to have finally eaten its fill. The rotation slowed down, and the originally ferocious plundering turned into a gentle rhythm. Ding! Energy fully replenished. The embryo of the ancient sacred body has stabilized. It is about to be born. Wang Dachui felt his body lighten as the suction force disappeared. At this moment, he looked like a salted fish that had been exposed to the sun in the desert for 3 days. He had lost a lot of weight, his eyes were sunken, his hair was gray, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. He slid down the edge of the bed and sat on the floor. But looking at Lung Feng's steady heartbeat on the monitor, he grinned, revealing his chapped lips. He. My life is harder than diamonds. Wow! A loud cry finally broke the silence of the delivery room. The cry, carrying a newfound joy and an extremely vigorous vitality, pierced through the walls and echoed throughout the entire sanatorium. The thunderclouds outside the window dispersed, and a rainbow of light shone through the clouds, precisely illuminating the windowsill of the delivery room. It's born! It's born! The midwife's excited voice rang out, but it quickly turned into a gasp. Oh my God! He's so heavy! I can't lift him. Can't lift it? Su Chanxian rushed into the delivery room and saw the midwife with a flushed face trying to lift the newborn baby off the bed, but the baby seemed to be rooted to the bed. Get out of the way. Let me handle this. A powerful female master who was protecting the child stepped forward, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, and steadily picked up the child. Good heavens, the female grandmaster exclaimed in shock. This kid weighs at least 100 pounds. Did he grow a lump of iron? The crowd gathered around. Inside the swaddling clothes, a beautifully sculpted baby boy was staring wide-eyed at the world with curiosity. He neither cried nor made a fuss. His skin was crystal clear, with a faint shimmering light. The most outrageous thing is that this kid has a golden mark between his eyebrows, which looks like a closed vertical eye. This is the ancient sacred body? Su Chanxian reached out her hand, trembling, wanting to touch his face. Suddenly, the baby opened its mouth and bit Su Chanxian's finger. Ouch! Su Chanxian winced and pulled her hand away. When she looked down, she saw a row of neat little teeth marks on her finger. Teeth already grown right after birth? And that bite force, my fingers are specially reinforced. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of the arrival of a new life. Wang Dachui, who was sitting on the ground, finally caught his breath. He held onto the edge of the bed, stood up shakily, and leaned closer to take a look. This is my child? Looking at the little guy who looked 7/10 like himself, Wang Dachui felt an indescribable sense of blood connection welling up inside him. Although this kid almost drained him dry just now, looking at this little thing now, Wang Dachui felt that it would be worth it even if he sucked it one more time. It seemed to sense her father's presence. The baby turned its head and looked at Wang Dachui. His previously indifferent gaze instantly softened, and he stretched out his chubby little hand, waving it at Wang Dachui while making ee sounds. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your firstborn son has been born safely. Name, unnamed. Please name me, host. Physical constitution, SSS level. Ancient sacred body currently in a state of congenital hunger due to Earth's environmental limitations. Special status, self-sealing. Self-sealing? Wang Dachui was taken aback. What does that mean? System explanation, because Earth's spiritual energy is too thin to sustain the daily needs of the ancient sacred body. To prevent it from draining your life force, this child will be in a long-term sleep-sealed state. In short, 2 hours of charging provides 5 minutes of talk time. To keep him awake and active for an extended period, the host must feed him with high-energy substances such as the crystal core of a beast king or the core of an ancient relic. Wang Dachui. Okay. They originally thought that having a nuclear weapon would allow them to easily conquer the world, but instead, they gave birth to a money-devouring beast. Dad still has to go to work to earn money for baby formula. Just then, Leng Feng's fingers twitched slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Although she had lost half of her vitality, making her look somewhat old, and with half of her hair turned white, her eyes remained bright. Child, she called out weakly. The female master quickly brought the child to her. Looking at the little guy who had almost killed her, Lang Feng felt no resentment in her eyes, only tenderness. She struggled to raise her hand and touched the child's face. A miraculous scene unfolded. Sensing her mother's weakness, the golden lines between the child's brows suddenly lit up, and the child spontaneously exhaled an extremely pure innate essence, which was then fed back to Leng Feng. Although it was only a wisp, it instantly turned a few strands of Leng Feng's white hair black and made his complexion much rosier. He's a filial child. Old Master Long walked in, looked at the scene, and nodded with satisfaction. This child was born extraordinary and will surely become the guardian of our China. Hey, Big Hammer, have you decided on a name yet? Everyone looked at Wang Dachui. This man, who looks as frail as an old man at this moment, is the greatest contributor today. Wang Dachui looked at the rainbow outside the window, then at the child in his arms, and pondered for a moment. This child's birth was so spectacular, with lightning strikes and energy absorption. Since he shoulders the heavy responsibility of guarding the nation's borders and quelling the black tide, then let's call him Wang Zhentian. Suppress all the heavens, protect my China. Wang Zhentian. Elder Long muttered twice, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. What a great name. So imposing. However, Wang Dachui changed the subject, a sly smile appearing on his face. Although his formal name is imposing, this kid can eat too much. He almost drained his father dry. Let's call him Rice Bucket, it'll be easy to feed him. Chapter 15 The Gold-Devouring Divine Beast. The entire audience burst into laughter. Leng Feng weakly raised his hand, wanting to slap Wang Dachui, but he was too weak to do so. He could only glare at him reproachfully. That sounds awful, calling me Xiao Tian. Alright, my wife's word is law. Wang Dachui chuckled, just about to go tease his son again. But then the boy yawned, and his wide-open eyes suddenly became glazed over. Immediately afterwards, a faint golden light enveloped his entire body, and he actually fell asleep instantly. Su Chanxian glanced at the data, entered deep hibernation mode. This is the body's self-protection mechanism. It seems that he won't be awake for more than 10 minutes a day until he finds enough high-energy food. Wang Dachui breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. If this kid needed to eat 24 hours a day, he would really have to sell a kidney. Alright, let the mother and baby rest. Old Master Long waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave, leaving only Wang Dachui behind. The room quieted down. Wang Dachui sat on the edge of the bed, looking at his sleeping wife and children. He felt physically exhausted, but his heart was full. Just then, the system panel popped up again. Ding! Production settlement complete. Although the process was thrilling, the result was perfect. Reward distribution. 1. The host's life essence is damaged, triggering the destruction and reconstruction mechanism. The perfect primordial's genetic lock is loosened. 2. Gain the passive skill, Fatherly Majesty. When you fight for your child, all attributes are increased by 50%. 3. Obtain a special item, Multiverse Treasure Hunting Instrument Beginner. Note, now that you've given birth to a money-devouring beast, let's go treasure hunting. This item can detect high-energy reactions within a 500-kilometer radius. Wang Dachui looked at the treasure hunting device and gave a wry smile. Well, now I'm officially an employee. But he looked out the window at the gloomy sky in the distance, which was in the direction of the southern front. I'll take this job so that these two can get a good night's sleep. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away, on the coastline of the Australian continent. This is humanity's fourth line of defense against the black tide, and also the most brutal meat grinder. A Chinese commander, covered in blood, stood atop a ruined fortress, gazing in despair at the enormous black shadow that slowly rose from the sea like a mountain. That was the king of the black tide, the sixth-tier sea beast Leviathan. Behind it, however, was an endless tide of beasts. It's over. The commander gripped the broken sword in his hand tightly. The fourth line of defense can't be held. Just then, his communicator suddenly rang. From inside came the excited voice of the Beijing Command Center. Hold on. Old Zhang. You must hold on. The God-making plan has succeeded. Just now, our divine child was born. Elder Long has given the order. Hold out at all costs for 3 months. By the divine child the resources and time to grow. The commander was taken aback. Son of God? Has that legendary hope truly arrived? He glanced back at the exhausted soldiers behind him, who had been resigned to their fate. He took a deep breath and roared with his last ounce of strength, brothers, get the hell up. We have an heir. Our family has produced a god. To buy that child time, even if we all die today, we cannot let these beasts take a single step across the way. Kill On the desperate defensive line, the cries of a baby reignited the flames of war. The third day postpartum. 301 Special Grade Sanatorium, Wangdachui's private ward. If the delivery room was terrifying 3 days ago, the scene now has become a horrific postpartum recovery. Of course, the object of the repair was not Leng Feng, nor the divine infant who weighed 100 pounds at birth, but Wang Dachui himself. The mirror, where is my mirror? Wang Dachui lay on the hospital bed, his voice trembling as he reached out his hand. Su Chanqian sighed and handed him a small round mirror, her eyes filled with sympathy. Actually, it's not that bad. Medical aesthetics is very advanced now. With a few more facelifts, it can still be salvaged. When Wang Dachui looked in the mirror, he almost had a heart attack on the spot. Who is that middle-aged man in the mirror with a sallow complexion, sunken eyes, and graying temples? The handsome face that used to drive rich women crazy now looks like it's been pleasured by dozens of rich women for 3 days and 3 nights, exuding a sense of emptiness and weariness. Especially her once thick black hair, now half of it is gray, and her hairline has receded dangerously by 1 centimeter. My once glorious good looks. Wang Dachui wailed, clutching the mirror to his chest. System. Is this what you called destruction before reconstruction? I feel like I'm prematurely aging. System prompt, host, please remain calm. This is a normal phenomenon caused by the overdraft of your life essence. The so-called destruction before reconstruction refers to the forced opening of a crack in your genetic lock. With sufficient replenishment of life energy, your appearance will not only recover, but you may even become more handsome and masculine than before. Right now, you're simply in a state of depletion. Power outage? I think it's beyond repair. Wang Dachui rolled his eyes, grabbed a bowl of century-old ginseng soup worth 100,000 federal dollars from the table, and gulped it down like water. Just then, a loud crashing sound came from the next room, as if the house was being demolished. Then came the intensive care nurse's tearful cry, "It's terrible. Dr. Su. The young master has woken up again. Baby bottles. Quickly, bring us special alloy baby bottles. He's already chewed up 3 ordinary glass baby bottles." Hearing this commotion, Wang Dachui and Su Chanqian exchanged a glance and sighed at the same time. Let's go see that gold-devouring beast. Wang Dachui got out of bed, supporting his back. The adjacent premium nursery now has a security level higher than a nuclear weapons depot. In the center of the room stands a crib made of a special alloy, with railings as thick as an arm. Our protagonist little Wang Jintian, only 3 days old, is sitting inside, his chubby little hands gripping the thick railings, bending them like he's breaking a cookie, while making dissatisfied whimpering noises. Hungry, hungry. Although he was only 3 days old, this kid's intelligence and ability to express himself were already equivalent to that of a 3-year-old. Moreover, he grew very quickly. When he was born, he was a 100-pound lump of iron. Now, 3 days later, although his weight hasn't changed much, he has grown significantly taller and looks like a chubby baby who is over 1 year old. They're here. They're here. Oh my god. Su Chanqian rushed in, holding a titanium alloy can the size of a fire extinguisher, which contained a highly concentrated extract of alien beast crystal cores commonly known as nuclear energy milk powder. When Zayas Henshin saw the baby bottle, the golden vertical lines in his eyes lit up instantly. He snatched the heavy alloy can, picked it up, and started gulping it down his throat. Glug glug. The way he drank milk didn't look like a baby, but more like a Liangshan hero drinking wine. In less than 2 minutes, he drank a whole can of high-energy liquid, enough to kill a sea-level awakened, by exploding. Burp. Zayas Henshin let out a burp with a milky aroma, casually tossed the empty can aside, making a dent on the ground, then rolled his eyes and went back to sleep. Is that all? Wang Dachui stood outside the glass window, looking at his son who had fallen asleep again, his heart bleeding. Dr. Su, how much does this can of milk powder cost? Chapter 16. Who can afford this baby formula cost? Su Chanqian pushed up her glasses, her hands trembling as she looked at the bill in her hand. This jar is specially made. The main ingredient is the crystal core of a 4th-tier beast king, and the auxiliary ingredients are more than a dozen kinds of rare and precious materials. The cost price is about 5 million. He wakes up 4 times a day now, and he drinks a can each time. That means his daily food expenses are 20 million. And Su Chanqian raised her head, her eyes filled with despair. As his body develops, this consumption rate is increasing by 20% every day. Wang Dachui's vision went black, and he grabbed the wall for support. 20 million a day? 600 million a month? This isn't raising children, it's raising an entire aircraft carrier battle group. Even with the government's backing, if this kind of spending continues, the national treasury will be emptied. What's worse, Su Chanxian added, is that we don't have enough stock. We've already plundered all the beast cores around the capital. Although there are a lot of cores at the front, the transport lines have been cut off by the black tide, making it very difficult to get them over. At the current rate of consumption, our inventory can only last for a week at most. If we run out of food in a week. She pointed to the little guy inside who was unconsciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy even when he was asleep. He will then enter a state of famine rampage again, indiscriminately devouring the life force around him. The first to be affected will be General Long Feng, who has not yet recovered, and you, his weak old father. Wang Dachui shivered. He never wanted to experience that feeling of being drained again in his life. No. We can't just sit around and do nothing. Wang Dachui gritted his teeth, turned around and went back to his ward, locking the door behind him. System. Bring me that treasure hunting device. I'm going to collect scraps to support my son. Ding. Item extraction in progress. With a flash of light, an old-fashioned flip phone that looked like it had been phased out long ago appeared in Wang Dachui's hand. It has a simple, old-fashioned design, and even some paint chips. The screen is a green pixel screen. That's it? Wang Dachui shook it disdainfully. The multiverse treasure hunting device? It looks like an old-fashioned mobile phone to me. System prompt: appearances can be deceiving, and treasures cannot be measured in bushels. This is a product of a higher dimension. Please inject a wisp of your will to activate it. Wang Dachui held the phone with a mixture of belief and doubt, concentrating his attention. Buzz. The old phone suddenly vibrated, and the green screen lit up, displaying an interface that looked like a radar. The green dot in the center represents Wang Dachui himself. Immediately afterwards, the radar began scanning. Ripples spread outwards in concentric circles. Beep, beep, beep. The sound was monotonous and dull. After scanning for a long time, the screen remained empty. There's nothing here? Wang Dachui was about to curse. Sudden. Beep, 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 beep. A rapid alarm sounded. At the edge of the screen, about 30 kilometers from the center, a blindingly bright red dot suddenly appeared. The red dot was not only bright, but also flashing wildly, and there was even a thoughtful little note next to it. Target type: high energy minerals, ancient relics. Energy level: 4 stars. Estimated value: enough to completely stuff the ancient sacred body, covering half a month's food expenses. Distance: 28.5 kilometers, western suburbs of Beijing, former Imperial Museum restricted area. 4-star energy? Enough for half a month? Wang Dachui's eyes lit up. You should know that the milk powder that cost 5 million was only rated as 1-star junk food by the system. If we could bring back this 4-star treasure, it would be worth at least several hundred million in expenses, right? The old museum of Western Beijing? Wang Dachui frowned as he looked at the address. That place is the western suburbs of Beijing, a famous folding zone. 5 years ago, due to the opening of the first micro-dimensional rift, the entire area was shrouded in a strange magnetic field and turned into a forbidden zone. Although the crack eventually closed, the magnetic field there remained chaotic, causing electronic devices to malfunction when entered, and even attracting mutated plants and animals. Therefore, the original Royal Museum was abandoned, and most of the artifacts were moved, but it is said that there are still some large items in the underground warehouse that could not be taken away. So it was a restricted area that was sealed off. No wonder there were good things that hadn't been discovered. Wang Dachui stroked his chin. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to go into the restricted area even if he had 10 times the courage. But now. He glanced at his aged face in the mirror, then thought of the hungry, money-devouring baby next door, and his wife who almost died giving birth. Damn it, let's go all out. For the sake of baby formula, I'd go to any lengths, even the underworld, to scrape a layer of dirt off the ground, let alone forbidden zones. Wang Dachui took a deep breath and pressed the call button by the bedside. Hello? Is this Director Zhao? Yes, it's me, Wang Dachui. I've almost fully recovered and want to go out and stretch my muscles. Lend me some men? Not too many, just give me a top-tier special forces team. Yes, the kind that carries heavy weapons. Where are we going? Wang Dachui glanced at the gloomy sky outside the window, a meaningful smile playing on his lips, to go on a shopping spree for our country's divine son. 1 hour later. The 301 Sanatorium helipad. Wang Dachui changed into a black special operations uniform. Although his face looks a bit old, once he puts on this outfit, coupled with that doting fatherly aura of risking his life for his child, he does have a bit of a tough guy vibe. Of course, if you ignore the old-fashioned flip phone hanging on his belt. 10 fully armed soldiers stood in neat rows in front of him. This is the elite Night Owl squad that Zhao Gang assigned to him. The captain is a taciturn, burly man codenamed Black Iron, a C-rank peak strength type awakener. Advisor Wang. Black Iron saluted, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He didn't understand why the higher-ups would send their elite squad to accompany this national treasure-level stud to the abandoned restricted area. Are they going on vacation? No need to be nervous. Wang Dachui waved his hand, inspecting the team like an old leader. Our mission this time is very simple. Target, the restricted area of the old museum in western Beijing. Mission nature, scavenging, no, searching for national-level cultural relics. Follow my orders in all actions. If you see anything valuable, cough cough, if you see anything glowing, tell me immediately. Black Iron's lips twitched slightly. Advisor Wang, that's an electromagnetic disturbance zone, where there might be residual mutated creatures. For your safety, you'd better stay in the armored vehicle. Stay in the car? Wang Dachui shook his head and patted his chest, which was thin but still firm. No. I have to go myself. Because only his broken phone could detect the exact location of the treasure. Furthermore, the system just issued a temporary task. Temporary mission, a loving father's first hunt. Objective, obtain the extraterrestrial core fragment located in the museum's underground storage. Reward, gene lock unlocking progress plus 1%, host's appearance restored to youth, ancient sacred body affinity increased. Upon seeing the words appearance restoration, Wang Dachui's motivation surged to its maximum. With a wave of his hand, he jumped into the modified heavy-duty off-road vehicle. Let's go. Target, museum. For the sake of baby formula money, let's go. The convoy roared out of the heavily guarded sanatorium and sped toward the abandoned restricted area shrouded in mist. And at the window of the ward, Lang Feng, who had just woken up, wore a coat and quietly watched the departing convoy. Although she was still in her postpartum period, her senses remained sharp. She could sense the resolute aura emanating from Wang Dachui. Silly boy Lang Feng touched his sleeping son's face and said softly, "Your dad may be unreliable sometimes, but he is a real man. If you ever dare to be disobedient to him in the future, I'll break your legs." The town of Tian, seemingly sensing the murderous aura, shrank his neck, turned over, and continued to snore loudly. Only a single, crystal-clear drop of saliva dribbled from the corner of his mouth. The saliva dripped onto the alloy bedboard, making a sizzling sound and corroding a small hole in the alloy. This is the ancient sacred body. Even a single drop of saliva contains terrifying energy. Chapter 17. This is what you call high-tech? It's not as good as my old-fashioned phone. On the western outskirts of Beijing, at the edge of the restricted area of the former Imperial Museum. The once bustling streets have long been covered by rampant mutated vegetation, the cement pavement is cracked, and vines that sprout from the cracks wrap around abandoned cars and streetlights like pythons. A thick gray fog enveloped the entire area, reducing visibility to less than 50 meters, and the air was filled with a strange smell of rust and rotting leaves. This is a folded zone, where the magnetic field is 100 times more chaotic than the outside world. Screech with a piercing screech of brakes, the heavy armored convoy came to a stop outside the cordon. Everyone disembark. Activate electromagnetic shielding mode. Check weapons and equipment. At the command of Black Iron, the leader of the Night Owl squad, 10 fully armed Special Forces members jumped off the vehicle in perfect unison and quickly established a defensive formation with the vehicle at the center. Wang Dachui also pushed open the car door and jumped out. Although the Special Operations uniform looked cool, he was a bit weak. When he landed, his legs went a little weak, but he managed to grab onto the armored vehicle next to him and strike a pose that looked like he was deep in thought, thus saving face. Advisor Wang, the core restricted area is just ahead. Black Iron walked to his side, glanced at the tactical terminal on his wrist that was jumping around wildly, and frowned. The magnetic field interference here is stronger than predicted. Our thermal imagers and sonar detectors are severely limited, with an effective range of less than 100 meters. Drones can't even take off, they crash as soon as they take off. This place is very eerie. Wang Dachui glanced at the expensive-looking tactical watch on the Black Iron watch face. The screen was currently filled with static. He then pulled out his peeling green flip phone from his pocket. Buzz, the flip phone opened, and the pixelated green screen lit up. The radar dot in the center was clear and stable, and it even thoughtfully drew an arrow pointing to the huge palace-like building hidden in the mist ahead. High tech? Wang Dachui curled his lip. That's all? He held up his old-fashioned mobile phone and said confidently, "Follow me. My device is interference resistant." Black Iron and his teammates looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this a joke? That kind of antique from 100 years ago can resist magnetic field interference? Consultant Wang, which research institute produced this equipment? Black Iron couldn't help but ask. Myriad Realms, cough cough, bought it on Pinduoduo, 9.9 yuan including shipping. Wang Dachui made up a bunch of nonsense, then waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense, time is money, my son is waiting for his milk. Let's go. The group advanced in tactical formation. Although Wang Dachui was protected while walking in the middle, he exuded the aura of a leader, holding a flip phone in his hand and stopping from time to time to adjust his direction. Turn left, go around that big willow tree in front, Wang Dachui suddenly shouted. Why? A team member asked, puzzled. Isn't walking in a straight line faster? Although the willow tree looked rather large, with a diameter of 3 meters and drooping branches resembling black hair, no signs of life were detected. The phone said so, Wang Dachui said, pointing to the red skull icon marked on the screen where the willow tree was. System notes, mutant ghost willow tier 3 plant-type beast, skilled in disguise, enjoys feeding on human blood. Although the team members had their doubts, they still obeyed orders and took a detour. Just a few dozen meters after the group had rounded the willow tree. Sudden squeak. A startled mutated hare darted out of the grass and crashed into the large willow tree in a panic. Just as the hare approached the tree trunk, the previously still black willow branches suddenly came to life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of willow branches instantly transformed into sharp spears, piercing the wild rabbit in an instant and sucking it dry into a skin in the blink of an eye. Gulp. The team member who had just questioned the decision swallowed hard, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. If they had walked in a straight line, even if they were wearing exoskeletons, being attacked by so many willow branches at the same time would have left them severely injured, if not dead. Incredible. Black Iron stared in astonishment at the broken phone in Wang Dachui's hand. Advisor Wang, your device can actually detect biological camouflage? Wang Dachui smiled mysteriously, hung his phone on his waist. Basic operation, don't be ridiculous. I told you, follow me, and you'll get what you deserve. After this incident, the Night Owl Squad's attitude towards this gigolo completely changed. This isn't some mascot here to gain prestige, it's clearly a powerful figure with built-in X-ray vision. The team continued its advance. The closer you get to the main building of the museum, the thicker the fog becomes, and the higher the level of the mutated creatures. But with Wang Dachui's precise navigation, they avoided most of the troublesome monsters. Those they couldn't avoid were quickly dealt with by the Night Owl Squad's powerful firepower. Finally, the magnificent antique-style building appeared before everyone's eyes. The former Royal Museum. Once a landmark of Beijing, it now has mottled walls, shattered glazed tiles scattered all over the ground, and its gate wide open, like a giant mouth ready to devour people. Beep beep beep. The phone's radar suddenly emitted a rapid alarm sound. The red dot on the screen is right in front of us, and it's underground. Hint, the target is located in the treasure vault on the 3rd underground level. Warning, a high-energy creature, a watchdog-level threat, is lurking at the entrance. We're here. Wang Dachui stopped and pointed to a huge, collapsed pit in the center of the museum's main hall. The thing is down there. But he glanced at the size of the red dot on his phone, then at Black Iron and the others. There's a big guy guarding the gate. Energy reaction, peak 4th rank, or even close to 5th rank. Tier 5? Black Iron's expression changed, and he gripped the Gauss rifle in his hand tightly. This is already a Lord-level beast. The heavy weapons we brought might not be enough. It's all right. Wang Dachui patted his chest, which, though shrunken, possessed remarkable resilience, a ruthless glint in his eyes. You guys are responsible for suppressing fire. If we don't break through their defenses, I'll be its bait. I'll gag it. This old man is really going all out for the sake of money for baby formula. Just as everyone was about to enter the hall. Roar. A deep roar came from the underground pit. Immediately afterwards, a huge claw climbed up the edge of the pit. The claws were covered in black scales, and each nail was like a 2-meter-long scimitar, gleaming with a metallic luster. A giant lizard, over 10 meters long, slowly crawled up. Its back was covered with clusters of purple crystals, its eyes were bloodshot, and corrosive saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth. It's a crystal-backed dragon. Black Iron roared. Spread out. All personnel in combat formation. Prepare armor-piercing rounds. Wang Dachui looked at the giant beast. Although his legs were trembling a little, a line of text displayed on his phone screen instantly filled him with courage. A companion mineral discovered, amethyst from the back of the crystal-backed earthworm, also a raw material for high-energy infant formula. Value, 3.5 stars. That's milk powder. That's all walking milk powder. Wang Dachui's eyes turned red, even redder than Dilon's eyes. Don't break the crystal on your back. That's my son's livelihood. Smash it on the head. Smash it on the head until it's dead. With a roar from Wang Dachui and the baffling words, "Don't attack the crystal," the battle erupted instantly. Chapter 18 Father's love is as solid as a mountain. For baby formula, I'll fight you to the death. Day. The old museum hall was instantly filled with blue flames. The Night Owl squad lived up to its reputation as Zhao Gang's trump card. There was no need for any unnecessary words, and the 10 members dispersed instantly. Having secured advantageous positions such as the second-floor corridor and behind the stone pillars, they unleashed a barrage of fire from their Gauss rifles and miniature armor-piercing rocket launchers at the crystal dragon that emerged from the ground. Roar! The crystal-back earth dragon let out a painful roar. But that's all. Those depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds that could easily penetrate light armored vehicles only produced a series of dazzling sparks and left shallow white marks when they hit its black-scaled skin. Occasionally, a few rockets would hit, but they were blocked by the energy shield refracted by the clusters of purple crystals on its back. Captain! This guy's skin is too thick, a team member shouted. Conventional firepower can't penetrate it. Its scales are harder than alloy steel. Attack its eyes and abdomen. Black Iron calmly commanded, his heavy sniper cannon charging. 4th and 5th, use freeze rounds to immobilize it. The rest of you, cover me. However, this peak 4th tier beast clearly possesses considerable intelligence. It seemed to sense that the human with the heavy sniper rifle posed the greatest threat to it. It suddenly swung its 5-meter-long tail. Boom! A load-bearing stone pillar in the center of the hall was snapped in half, and huge rubble crashed down on the location of the Black Iron like cannonballs. Dodge! Black Iron had no choice but to abandon charging up and rolled awkwardly to the side. Just then, the crystal dragon's large mouth, filled with fangs, suddenly opened wide. A nauseating, sour stench filled the air. Deep in its throat, green acid was rapidly gathering, a powerful acid breath capable of instantly corroding tanks. Oh no! It's an area of effect attack. Scatter! All the team members' expressions changed drastically. In this relatively enclosed hall, even those wearing exoskeleton armor would suffer severe burns if hit by acid spray. However, at this critical moment, a black figure, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar, defied the barrage of fire and charged headlong into the giant beast. Shut up! You spendthrift! Don't you dare spew nonsense! That's my money! It was Wang Dachui who rushed out. It's not that he's not afraid of death, it's that he's genuinely heartbroken. The system just notified us, the acid from the crystal dragon is extremely corrosive. If sprayed, it may also corrode the amethyst on its back, leading to a decrease in the quality of the milk powder. Is the quality of milk powder declining? That's 4-star milk powder. Losing even one costs millions. How can we tolerate this? Advisor Wang? Come back. Are you crazy? Black Iron shouted in terror. But Wang Dachui could no longer hear. At that moment, all he could see was the amethyst covering his back. To everyone's utter astonishment, this seemingly thin and withered man suddenly leaped up, like a cannonball, and precisely, crashed into the wide-open mouth of the crystal-backed earth dragon. To be precise, I blocked its mouth with my body. Ugh! The crystal dragon was also stunned by this sudden action. It has lived for so many years and has seen things run away and things fight, but it has never seen anything that willingly puts food in its mouth. Since it's been delivered right to our doorstep, we won't stand on ceremony. Crack! The earth dragon's jaws, powerful enough to crush steel plates, snapped shut. In that instant, the members of the Night Owl squad felt a chill in their hearts. It's over. That national treasure with a perfect original form was just swallowed whole like that? The mission failed? However, the expected sounds of blood splattering and bones shattering did not come. Instead, a muffled, angry roar, as if someone had something stuck in their throat, rang out. Bite? You dare to bite me? My bones are certified by the system. I'll crush you, you bastard. Although the Earth Dragon's mouth was closed, it was not completely shut. Wang Dachui was like an indestructible steel bar, lodged in its mouth. He braced his upper jaw with his hands and pushed off his lower jaw with his feet, forming a starfish shape, forcefully holding open that enormous mouth. The strong acid breath that was about to gush out exploded directly in the throat because the mouth could not close and the pressure created by the jet was too great. Gurgle. A large amount of acid flowed back into the earthworm's esophagus and stomach. Awah! The crystal dragon instantly let out a shrill scream, the pain of choking on its own saliva and burning its internal organs. It shook its head frantically, trying to spit out the foreign object in its mouth. Bang! 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 Wang Dachui was swung around like a rag doll, slamming hard against the ground, walls, and stone pillars time and time again. Each impact sent a tremor through the entire hall. Advisor Wang. Black Iron's eyes were red-rimmed. With that kind of impact force, even a sea-level enhanced awakener would be smashed into mincemeat. But Wang Dachui's voice trembled with pain, yet it remained strong. Leave me alone. I'm not in pain. Quick! Strike while the iron is hot and kill it. Don't hit his back. Hit his stomach. That's soft there. Black Iron shuddered, instantly realizing what was happening. Consultant Wang was risking his life to create an opportunity for them. All personnel, listen up. Concentrate fire on the abdomen. Don't let Advisor Wang's sacrifice be in vain. Kill. The 10 Special Forces soldiers unleashed unprecedented combat power. Taking advantage of the moment when the Earth Dragon frantically shook its head and exposed its soft belly, all the firepower was unleashed. Armor-piercing shells, high-explosive mines, miniature missiles. Boom 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 boom. Its abdomen, now free from the protection of shields and scales, was instantly torn apart. Blue blood gushed out like a fountain. The crystal dragon let out a final, mournful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The dust settled. A deathly silence fell over the hall. Only the Earth Dragon's still twitching corpse was oozing foul-smelling blood. Quick! Save them! Black Iron threw down his gun and was the first to rush towards the dragon's head. The team members rushed over like madmen, some carrying first aid kits and others carrying stretchers. They struggled to pry open the earthworm's already stiff lower jaw. A figure was curled up in a mouth filled with acid and blood, motionless. His combat uniform was corroded and torn to shreds, revealing intact skin underneath. Advisor Wang? Advisor Wang, wake up! Black Iron's voice trembled as he reached out his hand, trying to check his breathing. Just then, the figure suddenly moved. Wang Dachui suddenly opened his eyes. Although his face was covered in the saliva of the earthworm, his eyes were frighteningly bright. He sprang to his feet with a somersault, then staggered again because his legs were weak. He grabbed Black Iron's hand and asked anxiously, Quick, look. Did you guys damage the crystal on his back when you were firing randomly? Black Iron. Team members. Everyone stared at the man who had just escaped from the jaws of death, been thrown around hundreds of times, and even been bathed in strong acid, yet hadn't even broken a skin, and fell into deep thought. Is this the perfect pre-march? Is this some kind of perfect transformer? For a fleeting moment, they even felt a little sorry for the Earth Dragon. It had broken several of its teeth. No. Nothing's wrong, Black Iron stammered. We followed your orders strictly and only hit the stomach. That's good. That's good. Wang Dachui breathed a sigh of relief, a kind smile like that of an old farmer celebrating a bountiful harvest spreading across his face. Completely disregarding the filth on his body, he pulled out a tactical knife and climbed onto the Earth Dragon's back like a squirrel eyeing a nut. System. Quickly. Appraise it. How many points can these crystals be exchanged for? Enough to feed my son for a few days? System notification, a 4th-tier purple essence crystal has been detected. Quality, top grade. Quantity, 18 pieces. Estimated value, enough for the ancient sacred body to fully awaken and maintain high-intensity activity for 3 days. Alternatively, you can directly exchange for 5,000 system points. Only 3 days? Wang Dachui curled his lip, skillfully prying open the crystal while complaining, this son is a real money shredding machine. But then I thought, 3 days isn't bad. This is a 4th-tier beast king. If you bought it elsewhere, this bag of crystals would be worth at least tens of millions. I'm rich. I'm rich. Wang Dachui hummed a little tune as he stuffed the pieces of crystal that emitted a purple halo into his backpack. His greedy demeanor was completely different from the heroic image of sacrificing himself to block the gun he had just portrayed. The members of the Night Owl squad stood below, watching this scene with extremely mixed feelings. "Captain," a team member whispered, "I have a feeling that when Consultant Wang rushed up just now, it really was just to protect those crystals?" Black Iron took a deep breath, his gaze profound. "No. That's for the children. You've never been a father, you don't understand. A father will do anything to earn food for his child. This is what it means for a father's love to be as solid as a mountain." If Wang Dachui heard this, he would probably be so moved that he would send Heidi a red envelope. That's right. It's fatherly love. It's definitely not because he knew he wouldn't die that he dared to act recklessly. Half an hour later, all the valuable materials on the Earth Dragon had been looted. Wang Dachui, carrying a bulging bag, clapped his hands contentedly. "All right, the appetizers are finished." He pulled out his chipped flip phone again and glanced at the screen. The flashing red dot was still there, and it was even brighter. The Earth Dragon is just a gatekeeper. Wang Dachui pointed to the depths of the huge underground pit, where there was a bronze giant door that had been cracked open by the battle just now. The real good stuff is inside. The system said it's a fragment of a star core. Although I don't know what it is, the name sounds very expensive. Black Iron's expression hardened as he rechecked the ammunition. "Advisor Wang, the underground signals are completely blocked. Once we're inside, we'll really have to rely on you." "Don't worry." Wang Dachui tightened the backpack straps, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes. "I have a feeling. This time, I'll not only earn enough to cover the cost of baby formula. Maybe, it can even turn this old body of mine back into the #1 handsome man in Jiangcheng who captivated countless young women. Let's go. Let's run a dungeon." The group filed in and disappeared into the dark underground passage. Behind them, the crystal dragon, its eyes wide open in death, seemed to still be telling a tragic story. Never mess with a man who's desperate to earn money for his child's milk powder. Especially when that man is particularly aroused. Chapter 19, The Return of Beauty. "This isn't just a stone, it's my youth." The underground passage was deeper than I had imagined. The air was filled with an old, musty smell, mixed with the smell of ozone produced when a high-voltage current flows through a conductor. The further down you go, the more bizarre the surrounding architecture becomes. At first, the walls were made of blue bricks and stone in the style of the Qing dynasty. But as you walk along, the walls turn into some kind of unknown silver-gray metallic material, covered with flowing blue light paths, which looks hundreds of years more advanced than current technology. This really is an old museum?" Black Iron looked at the futuristic walls around him, and the beam of his tactical flashlight was absorbed by them. "There is no record of such a facility being located here in the documents. I already said it's a restricted area." Wang Dachui walked in front, using the faint green light from his flip phone screen to illuminate the area, and said without turning his head, "Aren't these so-called restricted areas just places to hide those good things that can't be shown to the public?" Beep beep beep. The phone's radar suddenly emitted a long, urgent beep, and the red dot on the screen almost overlapped with the green dot in the center. "We're here." Wang Dachui stopped in his tracks. Before him stood a giant, 10-meter-high metal gate. There was no keyhole or handle on the door. Instead, a dull gray crystal ball was embedded in the center, surrounded by a complex spiral relief of genes. "Consultant Wang, this door looks like some kind of biometric lock." A team member skilled in demolition stepped forward, attached several sensors, looked at the data, and shook his head. "No way. This is a monolithically cast, high-interaction material, 10,000 times harder than diamond. Our explosives can't even produce a white spot on it. Unless there is a key, or you can use facial recognition." Wang Dachui continued, walking straight towards the door. Although he didn't understand strong interaction, he heard the system notification. "The gate to the Pioneer Ruins has been detected. Certification requirements, perfect human prototype genome sequence. Enable?" As expected, they left a back door for me. Wang Dachui's lips curled up slightly, although his wrinkled face made him look a bit like a Shar-Pei when he smiled. He stretched out his hand, which had just been washed by the earthworm's saliva and still smelled slightly sour, and placed it on the gray crystal ball in the middle of the door. Buzz! The crystal ball lit up instantly. It wasn't just ordinary brightness, it shimmered with a red light, like breathing. A synthesized mechanical voice echoed in the empty corridor. "Gene sequence alignment in progress. Subject to testing, carbon-based males. Sequence fit, 99.99%. Identity confirmed, authorized user number 001. Welcome home, Commander. Crack 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 rumble. The metal round door, silent for countless years, emitted the rumbling sound of gears meshing from within. Immediately afterwards, the round door, like a giant pupil, slowly contracted and opened outwards. A dense, almost liquefied spiritual energy, accompanied by a blinding blue light, surged out from behind the door. Cough cough cough. Such pure oxygen, no, it's spiritual energy. Black Iron and the others were pushed back a few steps by the shockwave. After taking a breath, they felt as if all the pores on their bodies opened up, and their fatigue was swept away. This concentration is at least 1,000 times that of the outside world. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 3 years outside. But Wang Dachui had no time to care about cultivation at all. His gaze was fixed on the center of the hall. It was a circular altar. Above the altar, a fist-sized, irregularly shaped crystal floated. Its entire body is a deep starry blue, and its interior seems to contain a miniature universe, where countless tiny stars rotate, are born and die. Even from dozens of meters away, Wang Dachui could feel the terrifying energy contained within. Target confirmed, extraterrestrial core fragment high purity. Energy level, enough to feed the ancient sacred body, with some energy to spare. Estimated value, incalculable if it had to be sold, it could buy half of the capital city. Mine, all mine. Wang Dachui's eyes turned into the shape of. Like a lecherous wolf seeing a stunning beauty, he rubbed his hands together and walked step by step toward the altar. Son, your dad's found you a meal ticket. Now our family's financial situation is much better. He reached out with trembling hands and grabbed at the fragment of the star core. Advisor Wang, be careful. There might be a trap. Black Iron shouted. But Wang Dachui couldn't care less about that now. His fingers touched the star core fragment. In that instant, there were no traps, no explosions. Only a warm, vast, and vibrant energy surged wildly from his fingertips into his withered and aging body. High energy life essence injection detected. The host's life essence is being repaired. The deficit has been resolved. Gene lock unlocking progress plus 1%, plus 2%. Ah! Wang Dachui tilted his head back and let out a long, exhilarating roar. This feeling is 1,000,000 times better than drinking an ice-cold Coke on a hot summer day. Under the horrified gazes of the Night Owl Squad, Wang Dachui's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His previously hunched back straightened, and his bones crackled and popped. His withered, sallow skin quickly became full, rosy, and lustrous, as if it had been inflated. The most striking thing is his hair. The originally gray and sparse hair turned black and thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the hairline stubbornly regained its lost ground. Just 10 seconds. The middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s and had a weathered face was gone. Instead, there was a tall, handsome man with striking features, fair skin that would make any woman jealous, an absolutely stunningly handsome man. Wang Dachui lowered his head, looked at his hands that had regained their elasticity, and then touched his smooth face. He took out the small round mirror and looked at himself. The person in the mirror was strikingly handsome, even more so than before, with an added air of mysterious ethereal beauty. Ha 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 ha. Wang Dachui burst into laughter, winking at his reflection in the mirror. They're back. They're all back. This isn't just a stone, it's my youth. He turned to the dumbfounded Black Iron and the others, striking a flamboyant pose. How about it? Are you blinded by my good looks? Black Iron swallowed hard. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was indeed kind of handsome. Advisor Wang. Advisor Wang? Have you become young again? What do you mean by rejuvenating? This is called restoring factory settings. In high spirits, Wang Dachui casually stuffed the star core fragment into his specially made anti-radiation backpack. Alright, got the stuff, looks restored, time to call it a day and go home to breastfeed. However, the moment the star core fragment left the altar. Beep! Just then, an antique rosewood drawer suddenly popped out from under the altar. Inside lay a jade slip, entirely emerald green and emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Bonus item detected, Shinnon's Elixir Scripture Fragment. Contents includes ancient pill formulas such as body tempering fluid, spirit gathering pill, and dragon power great restoration pill, as well as the accompanying spiritual power fire control technique. System evaluation. In this era of scarce spiritual energy, those who only know how to fight are brutes, those who know how to refine pills are true masters. We suggest you take him back with you. After all, your eldest son is a money-devouring beast. It's too wasteful to just let him eat the crystal cores raw. Refining them into pills will double their effects. Moreover, this is the best betrothal gift for a highly intelligent woman. Alchemy? Wang Dachui was taken aback. Isn't that something from cultivation novels? Aren't we in a high martial arts world? System prompt: the great Tao leads to the same destination. So-called biopharmaceuticals, at their ultimate evolution, are alchemy. This jade slip can transform a top biologist into a revered alchemy master. Looking at the jade slip, Wang Dachui recalled the image of Su Chanxian, the female PhD student with glasses who spent all her time fiddling with test tubes in the laboratory. Wait, system. Wang Dachui suddenly thought of something and frowned slightly. It's possible to give this betrothal gift, but there's a major drawback. I remember you said when we first became a couple that ordinary women couldn't handle my perfect genes, only women with S-level physiques could. Although Su Chanxian's brain is S-level, her body is a complete F-level weakling. If I were to do that with her, wouldn't she just explode on the spot? System notification: host, you are overthinking this. The rules have been updated. Given that the host has successfully given birth to their first SSS-level offspring and completed the life bridge transformation, the first layer of the host's genetic lock has been unlocked. This not only means your strength has increased, but also that your control over your own genes has reached a level of microscopic mastery. Your genes are no longer a raging flood, but a gentle, controllable rain. As long as the other party reaches S-level in a certain aspect such as intelligence, which is sufficient to bear the spirituality of the genes, physical constitution is no longer a hard requirement. In short, because you have already been blessed, you are now free from all taboos. I see. Wang Dachui suddenly realized, stroking his chin. So, I'm now a perfect man who can control himself perfectly? Then I'm relieved. For my son to be able to eat hot pills, and for the sake of our family's financial situation, it's only right that I, Wang Dachui, sacrifice my looks a little and guide Dr. Su onto the path of cultivation, no, onto the path of ancient martial arts alchemy. He chuckled and unceremoniously stuffed the jade slip into his backpack as well. That's a wrap. Wang Dachui turned around and snapped his fingers at Hei Tai and the others who were still in a daze. Stop watching, or you'll have to pay. Got the stuff, time to go home and breastfeed. Black Iron and the others looked at the incredibly handsome man before them, then at the empty altar. Despite their many questions, they stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Advisor Wang. The group quickly evacuated. Chapter 20: Dr. Su, shall we create an alchemy furnace? 301 Sanatorium, top-class nursery. Wow! A deafening cry shook the special bulletproof glass, causing it to vibrate. There was no sadness in those cries, only overwhelming anger and hunger. Oh, my ancestors! Don't cry. Your father is already on his way. At this moment, Su Chanxian was completely unlike her usual aloof female PhD student image. Her hair was disheveled, and she was holding various testing instruments, pacing around anxiously. Inside the crib, Zaya's henshin was kicking the severely deformed alloy railing with both hands and feet. He was hungry, very hungry. The fourth-tier Beast King milk powder I drank before was like drinking water, it didn't fill me up at all. The golden vertical line between his eyebrows began to flash a dangerous red light, and he unconsciously devoured the free electrons in the surrounding air, causing the lights in the room to flicker, like a scene from a ghost movie. Energy alert! Young Master is about to enter Berserk Plunder mode. Quickly! Evacuate ordinary medical staff. Activate the highest level of protective shield. Su Chanxian shouted loudly. Just then. Bang! The door to the nursery was violently pushed open. A strikingly handsome figure with a commanding presence rushed in. Son! Dad's here! Wang Dachui threw the heavy anti-radiation backpack onto the table, unzipped it, and revealed the star core fragment inside that emitted a faint blue light. For star rations. All you can eat. The town of Tian, who was still wailing, twitched his nose. The crying stopped abruptly the next second. His large, teary eyes were fixed on the star core, and glistening saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Iya! He stretched out his chubby little hand and grabbed at the air. Whoosh! The fist-sized fragment of the star core flew into his hand automatically. Then, to Su Chanxian's horrified gaze, the boy actually took a bite of the star core, which was as hard as a diamond, as if he were eating an apple. Crunch crunch! The crisp chewing sound echoed in the quiet room. The star core, containing terrifying energy, was swallowed by him in just a few bites. Burp. Zaya's henshin let out a burp. This time, it wasn't just an ordinary burp. A visible golden energy wave spread outwards from him instantly. Watch out for the shockwave. Su Chanxian instinctively protected her head. However, this energy wave was not destructive. On the contrary, it is as warm as a spring breeze and contains the pure essence of life. When the light swept over Wang Dachui, it made him feel even lighter from his recent recovery, and his skin even seemed to glow. When the light swept over Su Chanxian, it relieved her fatigue from working overtime for several days in a row, and even nourished her nerves that had been overworked for many years. Most remarkably, when this energy wave penetrated the wall and swept across Ling Feng, who was in the next ward recovering from childbirth. On the hospital bed, Lung Feng's previously pale face instantly turned rosy. Crack! It felt as if something inside her body shattered. That was the sound of the genetic chains breaking. The S-rank aura surged instantly, and a chilling coldness froze the air in the entire ward, yet it could be controlled and released at will in an instant. System notification: the ancient sacred body has finished consuming, triggering the feedback effect. Lung Feng breaks through the bottleneck. He advances to the level of a half-step Grandmaster SS rank. Hosts all attributes increased by 10%. Appearance fixed. Good lad. I haven't spoiled you for nothing. Wang Dachui was overjoyed as he felt the power within him. This isn't raising a son, it's clearly raising a super spirit gathering array that works for the whole family. After eating and drinking to its heart's content, Tian, the little boy, patted its round belly with satisfaction. With a flash of golden light, it entered deep sleep mode once again. Phew! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis is over. Su Chanxian slumped into a chair, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, and looked at Wang Dachui, who was lying next to the crib with a loving father's smile. It has to be said that Wang Dachui, after regaining his good looks, is indeed very lethal. Even Su Chanxian, a believer in science, couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat when she looked at that face. Advisor Wang, thank you so much this time. Su Chanxian tidied her hair and regained her composure. This star core has an extremely high energy density, which should be enough for the young master to digest for a month. But, what about next month? There probably isn't another treasure of this level on Earth. Moreover, eating raw materials directly results in a very low utilization rate. Only about 30% is absorbed, and the rest is wasted. Waste? Wang Dachui turned around, took out the emerald green jade slip from the inner pocket of his backpack, and tossed it in his hand. Dr. Su is right. Eating raw food is indeed too barbaric and does not conform to the standards of our advanced martial arts civilization. So, I have brought a solution. Su Chanxian looked at the jade slip with a puzzled expression. What is this? An antique? No, this is the end of science. Wang Dachui smiled mysteriously and handed the jade slip to Su Chanxian. Dr. Su, your current bio-extraction technology, while advanced, is too rigid. Try using your mental power to read the contents of this thing? Su Chanxian accepted the jade slip with some skepticism. As an S-rank intelligence awakener, her mental strength was already formidable. The moment her mental strength touched the jade slip, boom! A massive flow of information instantly flooded into her mind. Those weren't dry data, but rather a series of profound images: flames rising, plants turning to liquid, dragons and tigers merging, and the elixir completing its 9 transformations. That's the ancient art of alchemy. It is the supreme method of refining the essence of all things by utilizing the rules of heaven and earth. This is... Su Chanxian suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with shock and desire. Body tempering fluid? 99% purification rate? Spirit gathering pill? It can increase the energy utilization rate of alien beast crystal cores to 100%? If the theories above are true, then our current biopharmaceutical technology is practically like cavemen doing barbecue. Looking at Su Chanxian, who was trembling with excitement, Wang Dachui heard the familiar system notification in his mind as promised. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your eldest son's martial arts training is on track. The second phase of core tasks is now being released. Scholars are poor, warriors are rich. To properly cultivate the ancient sacred body, your family must have someone who owns a pharmacy. Mission objective: to father a second child alchemy support type. Recommended candidate: Su Chanxian S-level intelligence awakener, potential grandmaster of alchemy. Task reward: unlock the Shinnong herb's talent and obtain the source of all fire seed. Wang Dachui listened to the system's instructions and looked at the female PhD student in front of him who had fallen into a state of frenzy. He sighed inwardly, but a wicked smile crept onto his lips. For the sake of my son's milk powder, for the sake of my wife's medicine. Dr. Su, I'm sorry, I have no choice but to drag you into this mess. He stepped forward, leaned closer to Su Chanshan, and said in a magnetic voice, Dr. Su, theory alone is not enough. The path of alchemy emphasizes the balance of yin and yang, as well as the inheritance of innate talent. Would you like to personally refine the legendary 9-turn golden elixir? Would you like to cooperate with me to create a little genius with a natural talent for alchemy? Su Chanshan's mind was filled with pill formulas at this moment, and she subconsciously asked, a built-in pill refining furnace? Is that a biological mutation? How is it made? Wang Dachui blinked and pointed to the delivery room next door. The process is similar to the one next door. We need to find a quiet time late at night to delve into the mysteries of life. Su Chanshan froze for 3 seconds. Then, her intelligent and pretty face suddenly turned as red as a ripe tomato. She looked at Wang Dachui's handsome face, then at the jade slip containing the alchemical text in her hand. Surprisingly, he didn't refuse immediately. Chapter 21, Is the End of Science Metaphysics? The female PhD's worldview shattered. Sanatorium 301, 2 underground floors, S-level comprehensive laboratory. This place was originally a cutting-edge research facility for studying the genes of alien beasts and new alloys, but now, the atmosphere has become very bizarre. The air no longer smelled of disinfectant, but was filled with a strange smell that was a mixture of herbal fragrance and burnt feathers. No. Not at all. Su Chanshan was wearing a white lab coat and holographic goggles, her hair a mess. She held the emerald green jade slip in her hand, muttering incantations, her eyes burning with a fanaticism like a madwoman. According to the theory of quantum entanglement, spiritual energy should be some kind of high-dimensional energy wave. But what the heck is this divine consciousness controlling fire? Using thought to control temperature? This doesn't conform to the second law of thermodynamics. In the nearby rest area, Wang Dachui was sitting with his legs crossed, eating sunflower seeds while watching the female PhD student who was on the verge of a breakdown. Dr. Su, stop getting hung up on the laws. Wang Dachui spat out a sunflower seed shell, looking inscrutable. Newton must be turning in his grave long ago. In this era of spiritual revival, metaphysics is the primary productive force. Su Chanshan turned her head sharply and stared intently at Wang Dachui. I don't believe it. Matter is conserved. So-called alchemy is essentially a complex chemical reaction and energy exchange. If the old methods don't work, it's because the tools are too outdated. I refuse to believe that I can't refine a small bottle of quenching fluid using the most advanced centrifuges and nuclear reactors. After saying that, Su Chanshan rushed towards the experimental table like a gambler. On the table were several mutated spiritual herbs that had just been brought back from the front lines: the fiery grass and the frost flower. This is the main ingredient for refining the entry-level elixir, body-tempering liquid. Start the high-pressure extractor. Temperature setting, 800 degrees. Rotation speed, 12,000 revolutions per minute. Su Chanshan's fingers flew across the control panel. Wang Dachui stared at the buzzing, sophisticated instrument and asked the system in his mind, System, is what she's doing going to work? System notification, theoretically speaking, this is suicidal. The reason why spiritual herbs are called spiritual herbs is because they contain volatile spiritual energy. Ancient alchemy methods used gentle alchemical fire to soothe and fuse this spiritual energy. She used a centrifuge to forcefully spin it? That's like throwing gunpowder and detonators into a washing machine and churning them. Host is advised to take protective measures. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. It's done. The extracts are starting to blend. Su Chanshan looked at the red and blue liquids colliding violently in the reactor, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. However, the next second. Beep beep beep. The piercing alarm instantly resounded throughout the laboratory. Warning! Energy reaction out of control. Critical threshold exceeded 300%. The reactor is about to overload. What? Su Chanshan's face turned deathly pale. She stared blankly at the machine that was trembling violently and emitting black smoke. Is this a spiritual energy conflict? The speed of this energy burst is completely beyond the calculation range of existing physical models. Run! What are you standing there for? A figure darted over like a cheetah. Boom! Before Su Chanshan could react, the multi-million-dollar reactor exploded less than 2 meters in front of her. A terrifying shockwave, mixed with scalding liquid and metal fragments, sprayed outwards like a shotgun. It's over. Su Chanxian closed her eyes in despair. At such close range, even if she were an awakened, her face would be ruined. However, the expected excruciating pain did not come. She felt herself being tightly enveloped in a broad, warm embrace. A faint scent of men's shower gel wafted into her nose. Bang 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 bang. The dull thud of the fragments hitting flesh exploded in her ears like firecrackers. A few seconds later, the aftershocks of the explosion subsided. The laboratory was a mess, with still burning flames and smoking wreckage of instruments everywhere. Su Chanxian opened her eyes with trembling hands. What came into view was Wang Dachui's enlarged handsome face. Although a few strands of his hair were singed and his face was covered in soot, his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Cough cough. Wang Dachui loosened his embrace, patted the still burning pieces of clothing on his back, and said through gritted teeth, "Dr. Su, this isn't medicine making, it's bomb making. Luckily, I have thick skin, otherwise we would have turned into a hot pot with 2 separate broths today." Su Chanxian stared at him blankly. My gaze went over his shoulder and saw that the special operations uniform on his back had been blown to smithereens, and his exposed skin was covered with red marks, with some pieces of metal stuck in it. Although the wound is healing at a visible speed, squeezing out the debris, the damage suffered in that brief moment was absolutely real. Are you all right?" Su Chanxian's voice was trembling with tears. She always thought Wang Dachui was just a lucky stud, a gigolo who only knew how to live off women. But this is the second time. The first time, he was almost drained of his life to save Lang Feng. This time, he shielded her from the explosion with his own body. This man usually seems frivolous, but when it really matters, he's incredibly reliable. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Wang Dachui casually pulled a piece of broken glass off his arm, and the wound closed up without even drawing blood. He struck what he thought was a cool pose, flicking his slightly burnt bangs, sacrificing oneself for science. How glorious. "But Dr. Su, could we try a gentler method next time? For example, an ancient method?" Su Chanxian looked at the reactor vessel that had been blown to pieces and finally lowered her proud head. Although her scientific views did not shatter at this moment, a large crack appeared. "You are right. Machines have no soul and cannot perceive subtle changes in spiritual energy. To refine a true elixir, one must use divine sense to guide it and true fire to temper it." At this point, she sat down on the ground, somewhat dejectedly, "But I don't have any kindling. The jade slip says that alchemists need to refine rare and exotic flames of heaven and earth, or cultivate the samadhi true flame. I am an intelligence type awakener, not a fire type." "Who said there isn't?" Wang Dachui squatted down in front of her, his eyes burning. "The system said, cough cough, I have a premonition. If only the two of us, well, let's do some deep collaboration. The child born will definitely carry a spark within him. When the time comes, let our son be your lighter. You just keep refining it, how about that?" Su Chanxian blushed, remembering Wang Dachui's earlier suggestion. But this time, she didn't immediately refute it. Looking at the man before her, who was covered in dust but still exuded a sense of security, she thought of the alluring realm described in the alchemical jade slip. A complex mix of ambition and affection quietly took root in her heart. Cooperation isn't out of the question. Su Chanxian pushed up her glasses, concealing the panic in her eyes, and regained some of the rigor of a scientist. "However, I need to conduct an experiment first." "What kind of experiment?" Wang Dachui asked curiously. "Let's see if your genes can really make up for my shortcomings." Su Chanxian stood up and dusted off her white coat. "Tonight, come to my private apartment. Bring your medical report." Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. "All right. Don't worry, Dr. Su, all my indicators are absolutely amazing." Just as the atmosphere between the two was becoming increasingly ambiguous, and they were preparing to further discuss life sciences, there was a knock on the laboratory door. Zhao Gang stood anxiously at the door. "Advisor Wang." "Dr. Su. Something's happened. The rare medicinal herbs we just applied for to refine the body-tempering fluid have been intercepted." "Intercepting? Who's so bold as to do that?" Wang Dachui frowned. "This is stealing his son's milk powder and his wife's experimental materials. They're from the special expert group." Zhao Gang's face was grim. "Their son Yaoshi, a descendant of the reclusive family, Medicine King Valley. He said that Dr. Su doesn't understand alchemy, and giving you the medicinal herbs is a waste." He wants to take the herbs away and refine his ancestral lesser rejuvenation pill. Wang Dachui sneered, straightened up, and his previous carefree demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by a domineering protectiveness. Medicine King Valley? You dare to steal from me, Wang Dachui? Come on. Take me to meet this old geezer. Let him know what a real, dimensional reduction attack is. Chapter 22 Provocation from Ancient Martial Arts Families. 301 Sanatorium, Specially Appointed Experts Building, Conference Room Number 1. Before even entering, Wang Dachui heard an arrogant and grating voice coming from inside. Nonsense. What a waste. What precious medicinal herbs are fiery grass and frostflower? How could they be given to a young girl who studies Western medicine to be centrifuged? You are committing a crime. You are desecrating the Tao of alchemy left by our ancestors. Zhao Gang pushed open the conference room door, his face grim. Wang Dachui and Su Chanxian followed closely behind. Several people were sitting in the conference room, led by an elderly man wearing a gray tang suit and sporting a goatee. He twirled 2 walnuts in his hand, his eyes looking down on everyone, exuding the air of a reclusive sage. On the table in front of him were several exquisite jade boxes, containing the medicinal herbs that Su Chanxian had applied for. Old son, Zhao Gang said, suppressing his anger, Dr. Su is the chief expert of the National Academy of Sciences. This batch of medicinal materials was allocated to her for her gene enhancement fluid experiments. It's not in accordance with regulations for you to directly withhold it, is it? The pharmacist, known as Elder Son, snorted coldly without even raising his eyelids. Rules? In the world of medicinal herbs, the word of Medicine King Valley is the rule. Director Zhao, it's not that I'm not giving you face. It's just that this girl is too insensible. Last time she wasted 3 dragon blood grasses and produced a bunch of black, waste liquid. If we give it to her again this time, this batch of spiritual herbs will be ruined again. The battle at the front is intense, and elixirs are in short supply. I must personally refine these medicinal materials into lesser rejuvenation pills to supply the front lines. Su Chanxian trembled with anger and stepped forward. Pharmacist's son. Scientific experiments always have a failure rate. Besides, I have found a new extraction method, and this time we will definitely succeed. Furthermore, I've also tested your so-called lesser rejuvenation pill from Medicine King Valley. The effective ingredient extraction rate is only 20%, the rest is all heavy metals and impurities. Long-term use will lead to heavy metal poisoning. Insolence. Pharmacist's son slammed his hand on the table, his aura as a B-level ancient martial artist instantly erupting, making Su Chanxian gasp for breath. You little brat, how dare you slander the elixirs of my Medicine King Valley? I have been refining elixirs for 50 years and have saved countless lives. How could your so-called test tubes and beakers compare? Wow, what a show of official power. Just as Su Chanxian was about to lose her balance under the pressure, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. Wang Dachui stepped out from behind her, looking at Pharmacist's son as if he were watching a monkey show. Is this the successor of some Medicine King Valley? He looks like a fortune teller under a bridge. Pharmacist's son's gaze sharpened as he looked at Wang Dachui. Although he had never met Wang Dachui, he had heard that a national treasure who lives off his wife had recently appeared in the sanatorium. So you're that consultant Wang who climbed the ranks by having children? A hint of disdain flashed in Pharmacist's son's eyes. This is an academic discussion on alchemy. What are you doing, an outsider, interrupting? Get out. An amateur? Wang Dachui laughed, pulled out a chair, sat down with an air of authority, and casually picked up a grape from the table and tossed it into his mouth. I didn't want to get involved in your messy affairs. But... He pointed to the jade boxes. These medicinal herbs are supplements to my son's food rations for tomorrow. If you touch my son's food, then this has something to do with me. And another thing, Wang Dachui's eyes suddenly sharpened. You said Dr. Su doesn't understand alchemy. Do you? Why don't you show it to me? Let me see what your Medicine King Valley's miraculous medicines actually look like. Pharmacist's son was amused by Wang Dachui's shameless behavior. Fine. They won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Today I'll open your eyes, you frogs in a well. He carefully took out a small sandalwood bottle from his pocket and poured out a pill the size of a longan, dark red in color and emitting a strong medicinal smell. Look closely. This is the superior grade lesser rejuvenation pill that I just refined yesterday. This pill can instantly restore 30% of a C-level martial artist's health and vitality. It is a life-saving miracle drug. This one would be worth $1 million on the black market. Several staff members who were unfamiliar with the medicine looked on with envy. Even Su Chanshan frowned. Although she had tested the ingredients and found them to be of poor quality, she had to admit that the effects of this anciently refined elixir were indeed stronger than those of current gene-enhancing drugs in a short period of time. Wang Dachui looked at the dark, round ball and silently said to himself, "System, get to work. Identify this thing." Ding! Identification successful. Target, inferior quality lesser rejuvenation pill produced by Medicine King Valley. Ingredients, 30% residue of fireweed, 20% flour, 15% cinnabar for color enhancement, 10% lead mercury compound, 25% unidentified animal bone powder. Efficacy, after ingestion, it can stimulate adrenaline secretion, creating a false impression of restored blood and energy. Side effects include diarrhea for 3 days. Long-term use may lead to decreased intelligence and hair loss. System evaluation, this is just a lump of toxic dough laced with stimulants. Even a dog wouldn't eat it. Upon seeing the system's evaluation, Wang Dachui almost burst out laughing. Good heavens, flour with cinnabar? Is this also a medicinal pill? This is a total rip-off. What are you laughing at? Pharmacist's son shouted angrily when he saw Wang Dachui trying to suppress a laugh. Are you stunned by the fragrance of this elixir? Wang Dachui waved his hand, stood up, walked to Pharmacist's son, picked up the pill, smelled it under his nose, and then threw it back on the table with a look of disgust. Plop. The pill rolled twice and fell to the ground. You! Pharmacist's son roared in fury, how dare you? All right, stop acting. Wang Dachui interrupted him, his tone full of pity. Old man, you call this a top-grade elixir? The roots and stems of the firegrass weren't completely removed, were they? I can smell an earthy odor. Did you add cinnabar to make the color look better? Did you add flour to help it take shape? And the heat control, TSK, you were a beat too slow when switching from a gentle to a strong heat, causing the medicine to burn. What did you use to cover it up? Bone powder? With each word Wang Dachui spoke, Pharmacist's son's face paled a little more. By the end, Pharmacist's son's hands were trembling as he stared at Wang Dachui as if he were looking at a ghost. How did you know? These are the secrets of Medicine King Valley, and also some unspoken rules in the alchemy process. There's no way an outsider could know such details. Wang Dachui ignored him and continued, this stuff, it really does give you a boost of energy. Of course, with so much cinnabar and stimulants, even a pig would be energetic after eating it. But what about the side effects? Diarrhea is a minor issue, but heavy metal poisoning can be fatal. You're giving these poison pills to the soldiers on the front lines? Do you want them to die even faster? In the last sentence, Wang Dachui's voice suddenly rose, carrying an imposing aura. That was the perfect Primarcha's instinctive aversion to this inferior genetic product. Pharmacist's son was speechless and broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to refute, but every point Wang Dachui made hit his sore spot precisely. You're talking nonsense. You're an amateur, what right do you have to give advice? Enraged, Pharmacist's son suddenly reached out to snatch back the medicinal herbs from the table, shouting, since you look down on my Medicine King Valley, I'll take these herbs with me. Go play in the mud yourselves. Smack! A hand slammed down on his wrist. Wang Dachui's eyes were icy. Want to leave? Sure. Leave the medicinal herbs behind. They are national resources, not the private property of your Medicine King Valley. Pharmacist's son tried to pull his hand away, but found that Wang Dachui's hand was as still as an iron clamp. He then remembered that this seemingly pretty boy actually possessed superhuman strength capable of withstanding the bites of an earth dragon. Fine. Pharmacist's son was furious. Here are the medicinal herbs. I want to see what this little brat can concoct without the pill formulas from Medicine King Valley. Don't blame me if the oven explodes. Wang Dachui let go of his hand and wiped it with disdain. You don't need to bother with that. Open your eyes and look. He took out the emerald green jade slip of the Shinong Danjing from his pocket and waved it in front of Pharmacist's son. Let me show you what the real, ancient alchemy is. The moment he saw the jade slip, Pharmacist's son's eyes widened in shock. As an alchemist, he could clearly sense the ancient and pure energy emanating from the jade slip. That was an aura countless times more profound than the inheritance of Medicine King Valley. That his Pharmacist's son's voice trembled, his greed evident in his words. This is a book of celestial scripture that you will never understand in your lifetime. Wang Dachui shoved the jade slip into Su Chanshan's hand, put his arm around her shoulder, and turned to leave. Dr. Su, let's go back to the lab. Let's refine a Real spirit gathering liquid tonight and let some people know what a dimensional reduction attack really means. Holding the jade slip in her hand, Su Chanqian looked at the domineering man beside her, and her heart suddenly raced to 120. Wang Dachui looks incredibly cool at this moment. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Pharmacist's son slumped into his chair, his face turning pale and ashen. He had a premonition. The monopoly of Medicine King Valley in the world of alchemy was probably about to change. Chapter 23 Full Moon Banquet Part 1 Big Shots Gather. What kind of gifts do they give? Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Many significant events occurred at the 301 Sanatorium during this month. First, there was the all-night overtime work that Wang Dachui and Su Chanqian did in the lab that night. Although no one knew exactly what happened, when Su Chanqian came out the next day with dark circles under her eyes, she was holding a bottle of emerald green liquid that exuded amazing spiritual energy spirit-gathering liquid. Tests have shown that this potion is 10 times more effective than a beast core of the same size, and has no side effects. This achievement directly elevated Su Chanqian's status at the Academy of Sciences to godlike status, and also caused the boastful pharmacist's son to stay indoors for several days. Secondly, the highlight of today is the full moon celebration for Wang Jintian, the first divine child in China. Although the fighting on the front lines is intense, the nation's top leadership unanimously believes that in this darkest hour, a joyous occasion is needed to dispel the gloom and boost morale among the military and the people. Therefore, although the full moon banquet was not broadcast live to the public, the guests invited were of an exceptionally high standard. The largest banquet hall in the sanatorium was brightly decorated and exuded a vibrant atmosphere. The waiters who served tea and water were all awakened beings of rank C or above. The security personnel at the entrance were two fully armed half-step grandmasters. This is way too exaggerated. Wang Dachui, dressed in a well-tailored black Zhongshan suit with a large red flower pinned to his chest, stood at the reception desk, looking at the thick gift list in his hand, his lips curling into a wild smile. Director Zhao, how could I possibly accept this? Wang Dachui looked at Zhao Gang, who had just entered the room, said sorry, but his hand honestly accepted the gift box that Zhao Gang handed over. Zhao Gang laughed heartily and patted Wang Dachui on the shoulder. Advisor Wang, this isn't just a personal gift from me, it's the sentiment of all the brothers in our Special Abilities Bureau. 500 Tier 3 Beast Cores. 10 Tier 4 Beast King Cores. Plus a case of specially made high-energy baby bottles. The brothers said that the godchild is our hope for the future, and we must not let him go hungry. Thank my brothers for me. Wang Dachui was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. These aren't just crystal cores, they're practically my son's food supply for the next month. What a huge saving. Immediately afterwards, representatives from the Academy of Sciences arrived. Today, Su Chanqian changed out of her white lab coat and wore a light purple evening gown, which made her look intellectual and elegant. Of course, if you ignore the cyberpunk-style metal box she was carrying. This is the Cub Guardian miniature exoskeleton, the latest development by the Academy of Sciences. Su Chanqian pushed up her glasses. It has a built-in energy shield that can withstand a full-force attack from a grandmaster. Even if the young master falls while learning to walk, he can make a dent in the floor without feeling any pain himself. Wang Dachui gave a thumbs up. It's all thanks to the child's godmother for being so thoughtful. Su Chanqian blushed, glared at him, and quickly walked inside. As time went on, one after another, powerful figures who could cause an earthquake with a stomp of their feet arrived at the scene. Generals in the military, heads of reclusive families, and high-ranking officials in various provinces. The gifts they gave were never less than 10 million. Longevity locks made of millennia-old warm jade, diapers woven from mutated silkworm silk, teething toys polished from dragon bones. Wang Dachui felt that the gifts he received today could buy half the earth. Oh, isn't this pharmacist's son? Just then, an incongruous figure appeared at the doorway. It was none other than the Medicine King Valley successor, pharmacist's son, who had been humiliated last time. He still didn't look too good today, but he still came despite his fear. After all, this was a banquet personally organized by Elder Long. If Medicine King Valley dared not to attend, they would be asking for trouble. Hoof. Pharmacist's son snorted coldly, reluctantly took out a mahogany box, and slammed it heavily on the gift-receiving table. Medicine King Valley presents a 500-year-old blood ginseng. May the divine child enjoy good health. The surrounding guests all gasped. A 500-year-old blood ginseng? This is a miraculous medicine that can bring the dead back to life and heal flesh and bones. Although Medicine King Valley was forced to back down this time, their actions were indeed quite significant. Wang Dachui accepted the box with a smile, even opening it on the spot to smell it. It's definitely good stuff. This time, there's no flour mixed in, right? Pharmacist's son was so angry that his beard trembled, and he almost lost his temper on the spot. You. Just kidding, Mr. Sun, don't mind me. Wang Dachui waved his hand. Please come in, Mr. Sun, and we'll seat you at, the children's table. After infuriating Pharmacist's son to the point of near death, the banquet officially began. The lights suddenly dimmed, and a spotlight shone on the center of the stage. Amidst the intense anticipation of the crowd, Lung Feng, carrying today's protagonist Wang Jintian, slowly walked onto the stage. Today, Lung Feng was wearing a red cheongsam. She was tall and slender, exuding a heroic spirit while also possessing the gentle beauty of a new mother. The aura of an SS level being contained within his body still made people afraid to look directly at him. In her arms, the legendary divine child was fast asleep. The little girl, dressed in a red bib and with a bunch of longevity locks around her neck, was sleeping soundly, with glistening drool hanging from her lips. Even with thunderous applause around him, he showed no sign of waking up. This. The guests below the stage looked at each other in bewilderment, and whispers began to spread. This is the divine child? Why has he been sleeping the whole time? I heard the birth was quite dramatic, but now that it's a month old, it looks a bit dull? Could it be that the foundation has been damaged? After all, in the Dharma ending age, it is common for people to have inherent deficiencies. Sigh, it would be such a pity if that were the case. The offspring of the perfect pre-march and an S-class war god, and he's actually a sleepyhead? Sitting in the corner, Pharmacist's son finally found an opportunity to fight back. He picked up his wineglass and said in a sarcastic tone, "You may not know this, but according to ancient texts, this so-called ancient sacred body is a physique that can devour the heavens and earth. But in today's world where spiritual energy is scarce, this kind of physique is a burden. I think this child isn't sleeping rather, his spirit is exhausted, and he is forced into hibernation to save his life. To put it bluntly, he's just a useless body that never grows up." His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was an awakened being with sharp ears and eyes, and they heard it clearly. The previously enthusiastic atmosphere instantly cooled down. Many people's gazes toward the stage shifted from envy to regret, and even a hint of doubt. If the prodigy nurtured by the state with all its resources turns out to be a vegetable who will never wake up, wouldn't that be the biggest joke? Wang Dachui stood on the stage, listening to the discussions below, especially the jarring words "useless body" from Pharmacist's son. He wasn't angry. Instead, he sneered inwardly. Waste body? You bunch of ordinary mortals don't know anything. My son is leveling up while AFK. Moreover, he deliberately didn't feed his son breakfast today, just to wait for this moment. System, Wang Dachui silently told himself, are you ready? System notification, host, rest assured. A large amount of high-energy reaction detected in the surrounding area treasures, weapons, and crystal cores carried by the guests. The young master's hunger is awakening. Time to awaken, 3, 2, 1. Wang Dachui stepped forward, took the microphone, and looked around the room. Those eyes, now regaining their youthful handsomeness, shone with confidence. Everyone. Thank you all for coming to my son's 1-month celebration. I just heard someone say that my son is a sleepyhead and a useless person? His gaze was like a sword, piercing straight at Pharmacist's son. The pharmacist felt a chill run down his spine, but still stubbornly said, isn't that right? I saw him sleeping like a dead pig on the stage, completely devoid of any spirit. He. Wang Dachui laughed. Since everyone has doubts, let us follow the rules set by our ancestors. I won't explain, let's get straight to the point: the baby's first birthday celebration. With a wave of his hand, several staff members carried in a huge mahogany table. It was filled with various items symbolizing the future: a calligraphy brush representing literature, a gold ingot representing wealth, an official seal representing power, and a chip representing technology. And a jade pendant emitting a strange green light, which Sun the pharmacist deliberately threw up to enhance the fun but actually to cause trouble. Son. Wang Dachui snuggled into Lung Feng's arms, gently pinched Xiao Jintian's nose, and whispered, don't sleep. Dinner is ready. See that stuff on that table? Anyone who dares to call you trash, you just rob them. The words had barely left his mouth. Wang Jintian, who was still fast asleep, suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. His left eye was like the sun, and his right eye was like the moon. The golden vertical line between his eyebrows burst forth with dazzling light. A terrifying aura from ancient times instantly enveloped the entire banquet hall. Chapter 24 Full Moon Banquet Part 2 The First Birthday Ceremony? No, it's about grasping the fate of the nation. Inside the banquet hall, the air felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. That terrifying aura from the ancient times surged outwards like a tsunami from the center of the baby's first birthday celebration platform. The guests who had been whispering and even waiting to see the joke all changed their expressions drastically. Even the weaker sea-level awakeners felt their knees go weak and had an urge to prostrate themselves in worship. What kind of aura is this? What a terrifying sense of oppression. I'm a peak B rank, yet I feel like I can't breathe. Is this really coming from a 1-month-old baby? What happened to the supposedly weak body? Pharmacist's son, who was at the center of the storm, was the first to be affected. He felt like he was being targeted by an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. In those golden eyes, there was no trace of the innocence of an infant, only an indifference that regarded all things as straw dogs, and a longing for food? Yeah. A majestic, childlike voice rang out from the town. His chubby little hand made a grasping motion in the air, and the green jade pendant engraved with intricate runes, which was originally placed at the far end of the table, the one that Pharmacist's son had put there, began to tremble uncontrollably. Not good. Pharmacist's son's expression changed. The jade pendant contained a trace of his spiritual power. He originally intended to punish the child slightly when he touched it, to embarrass him, make him cry, and thus confirm the rumor that the divine child has a bad temperament. But to his utter surprise, the child didn't try to catch it, but instead, wanted to destroy it. Break! Although the town could not speak, a domineering thought resounded in the minds of everyone present. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out from the golden vertical line between Zayas Henshin's eyebrows, striking the jade pendant precisely. Crack! A crisp popping sound. That priceless, top-grade spirit jade instantly shattered into powder. Puff! As if struck by lightning, Pharmacist's son was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a pillar, spitting out a jet of blood. His mental power was forcibly erased, and the backlash made him feel like there was a blender spinning in his brain. My jade! My divine sense! Pharmacist's son screamed, clutching his head, pointing in terror at the infant on the platform, a monster. This is a monster. Shut up! The old man, who had been silent all along, suddenly slammed his cane down, and an aura of the guardian deity of China instantly suppressed the entire scene. Being outmatched in skill, you resort to underhanded tactics? Pharmacist's son, do you think I'm blind? Should I have the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities investigate what's hidden in that jade pendant? Pharmacist's son fell silent instantly, his face turned pale, and he huddled in the corner, trembling. He knew that he had really messed up today. At this moment, Xiao Tian on the stage ignored the fly that he had casually swatted away. He seemed very interested in the powder left after the jade pendant shattered. He sniffed it, and the remaining spiritual energy was inhaled into his stomach. Then, his critical gaze began to sweep across the long table. A calligraphy brush? Disdainful. Too literary, boring. Gold ingots? I wouldn't even look at them, they're just common stuff. An official seal? He paused briefly, but then looked away. Too small, not impressive enough. Chips? Ignore them completely. Current technology is too outdated, I don't even care about them. The guests below the stage held their breath, all wondering what the divine child, who had displayed divine power at just 1 month old, would choose. Is it literature? Martial arts? Or wealth and status? However, after looking around at the things on the table, Tian from the small town revealed an extremely human-like expression of disgust. It seems to be saying, is that all? Isn't there anything worth looking at? Wang Dachui stood aside, watching his son's expression, and felt incredibly happy. Good lad, you've got high standards. You can't even appreciate all these good things? So what exactly do you want? Just then, the sky over the town shook. He didn't climb onto anything on the table. Instead, he turned around and faced Elder Long, who was standing at the very front of the stage and had the highest status in the entire audience. He stretched out his 2 chubby little hands towards Elder Long, and said urgently, want. Everyone was stunned. Is this a request for a hug from the Dragon King? Old Master Long was also taken aback, then revealed a kind smile and took a few steps forward. Good child, do you want Grandpa to hold you? But Xiao Tian did not rush into Long Lao's arms. His gaze was fixed on Elder Long's waist. There hung a plain-looking, even somewhat worn, old-fashioned pistol. That was the sidearm that old Long had carried with him since the war-torn years. It was a symbol of the spirit of the Chinese military over the past few decades and a treasure that Old Long never parted with. You want this? Old Long asked with some surprise as he unfastened his sidearm and placed it on the table. In that instant, the sky above the small town brightened. That kind of brilliance is the brilliance of seeing an unparalleled treasure. He used both hands and feet, and with a speed completely unbecoming of a 1-month-old baby, he scrambled over and grabbed the heavy pistol in his arms. Buzz! The moment his little hand touched the gun, a thick, crimson light, carrying the scent of gunpowder and blood, suddenly erupted from his body. That wasn't the light of spiritual energy. That is, the radiance of the nation's destiny. It's a resonance of the indomitable spirit of the military. To everyone's astonishment, Zayas, clutching the gun, staggered to his feet. That's right, it stood up right after the full moon. In the void behind him, a blurry Dharma image faintly appeared. That's not some god or Buddha. That was a phantom of a war god, clad in armor, holding a battle flag, standing tall amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Ah da! Xiao Tian raised the pistol, which was far too big for him, and shouted at the sky in a childish voice. This roar caused all the glass in the banquet hall to shatter once again. What's even more terrifying is that all the soldiers present, whether active duty or retired, whether generals or soldiers, felt their blood boiling wildly at that moment. It was an impulse to follow this baby, to fight on the battlefield, and to die on the battlefield. A born commander. He's a born leader. An old general was so excited that his beard was trembling. He suddenly stood up and gave the baby on the stage a perfect military salute. He is calling us. He is telling us that he was born to fight. Old Long looked at the little guy who was holding his sidearm and looking very imposing, and his eyes welled up with tears. He reached out his trembling hand and patted Zayas' head. Good. 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 I chose not gold and silver, not official seals, but this gun for killing enemies. Pharmacist's son, open your dog eyes and take a look. Is this a useless body? These are the backbone of our Chinese nation. They are the future war gods who will protect our country. The audience erupted in thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. Countless people stared at the divine child on the stage, their eyes filled with fervor. The morale, which had been low due to the defeat at the front, was completely ignited at this moment. With such a son, how can China not prosper? The full moon celebration ended in an almost carnival-like atmosphere. Although Zayas only remained awake for 5 minutes after showing off before falling asleep again due to exhaustion, this brief 5-minute appearance was enough to cement his legendary status. Late at night. Wang Dachui's room at the 301 sanatorium. Wang Dachui was lounging on the sofa, counting the gifts he had received that day. We're rich. We're rich. These crystal cores should be enough for our son to eat for a month, right? These medicinal herbs are enough for my wife to recover. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your eldest son's full moon celebration was a success. Achievement, effective parenting. Although you didn't do anything, it was all thanks to your son's own efforts. Reward settlement. 1. Family reputation greatly increased. Luck binding deepened. 2. The eldest son unlocks a new talent, military spirit, which can boost the morale of one's own side and suppress the strength of the enemy on the battlefield. 3. The host gains a special skill, divine vision, allowing the ability to see through the weaknesses of all things, including but not limited to the flaws of enemies, impurities in elixirs, and even a woman's secrets. The vision of God? Wang Dachui's eyes lit up. This was a real treasure. Not only can it be used for fighting, but it can also be used, cough cough, to assist in alchemy. He was happily studying his new skill when there was a knock on the door. Su Chanshan, dressed in loose-fitting home clothes and wearing black-rimmed glasses, stood somewhat awkwardly at the door, holding a thick stack of data reports. Dr. Su? Is something wrong so late? Wang Dachui sat up straight. Su Chanshan entered the room, closed the door, and blushed slightly. Advisor Wang. You saw the young master's performance today. His growth rate is too fast, and the energy expenditure is too great. I've looked at today's gift list. Although there are a lot of crystal cores, their utilization rate is still very low if they are not refined into pills. Moreover, although Medicine King Valley suffered a setback today, they control 80% of the country's pill distribution channels. If we cannot mass-produce pills ourselves, we will still be held hostage in the future. At this point, Su Chanshan took a deep breath, raised her head, and looked at Wang Dachui through her glasses. Her eyes became firm, and she also looked a little shy. So, I think our second child plan is actually the human alchemy furnace plan. Shouldn't we put it on the agenda? Wang Dachui was stunned for a moment. Then, looking at the female PhD student in front of him who was willing to sacrifice herself for scientific research in the country, a wicked smile appeared on his lips. He activated the god's vision he had just acquired. In his field of vision, Su Chanqian's various data were clearly visible. Target, Su Chanqian. State, nervous, expectant, hormones surging. Weaknesses, earlobes, back of the neck. Current inner monologue, why isn't this guy making a move yet? Do I have to force my way in? Wang Dachui was overjoyed. Well, so this is what Dr. Su is like. He stood up, walked to Su Chanqian, and gently took off her glasses. Dr. Su, since it's for the sake of science, let's not waste any more time. The moon is beautiful tonight. How about we explore the origins of life? Su Chanqian's face instantly turned bright red, but she didn't back away. Instead, she gently closed her eyes and said, be gentle. Chapter 25 Medicine Shortage. Second child plan put on the agenda. Early morning, 301 Sanatorium. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, falling onto the slightly disheveled bed. Wang Dachui opened his eyes, supported his lower back and sat up, feeling as if his body had been working non-stop in the gym for 3 days and 3 nights. He glanced at the empty pillow beside him, where the faint herbal scent unique to Su Chanqian still lingered. Is this the thirst for knowledge of a female PhD student? This is terrifying. They actually dragged me around all night verifying the great harmony of life data. If it weren't for my passive ability of endless life, I'd probably be in the ICU by now. Wang Dachui sighed, feeling utterly exhausted, but also secretly delighted. The two-child policy has taken a substantial step forward. He got dressed and went to the laboratory next door. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Chanqian looking worried in front of a sophisticated analyzer. Her beautiful hair was messy and her dark circles were even more pronounced than his. The ground beside her was piled with discarded medicinal residue, the product of failed alchemy attempts. Awake? Su Chanqian didn't turn her head, her voice a little hoarse. Advisor Wang, no, Dachui. We're in trouble. What's wrong? Wang Dachui walked over and poured her a cup of hot water. Didn't last night go quite smoothly? Su Chanqian blushed and glared at him. I meant alchemy. Not that. She pointed to the data screen next to her, her expression grave. Zayas Henshin's appetite is too big. The crystal cores collected at the full moon banquet, at his current rate of consumption, will only last for half a month at most. I wanted to refine them into spirit-gathering liquid to improve their utilization rate, but the failure rate is too high. Although my spiritual power is strong, I lack the spark to precisely control the fusion of the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs. Only 1 out of 10 batches can be successfully combined. If this continues, we will go bankrupt. Wang Dachui felt a pang of heartache as he looked at the charred dregs of the medicine. What should we do? We can't let the child go hungry, can we? Su Chanqian adjusted her glasses and suddenly pulled up a pyramid-shaped chart. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. In order to calculate the energy requirements of the town, I have reorganized the current global martial arts combat power system. You must understand what level our enemies and our children are at. Wang Dachui immediately sat up straight. He had always been somewhat unclear about the hierarchy in this world. Martial arts combat power system level classification. Su Chanqian pointed to the bottom of the pyramid. This is the awakened stage, which is what we commonly refer to as F rank to a rank. F, E, and D levels are the initial awakened ones, several times stronger than ordinary people, capable of breaking bricks with their bare hands, but they are cannon fodder. C, B, and A ranks represent the core strength. For example, Black Iron Captain of the Night Owl Squad is at the peak of C rank, and with the help of an exoskeleton, he can contend with low-level alien beasts. Once you reach a rank, you're basically a special forces king, capable of dodging bullets with your bare hands. Su Chanqian moved her finger upwards, pointing to the upper middle level of the pyramid, where a red S was marked. Breaking through to a level means reaching the extraordinary stage, which is S-level King Realm. This is currently humanity's high-end combat force, also known as Guardian Envoys. General Long Phone was at this level. He possesses a superpower capable of mass destruction, and can defend a city single-handedly. The corresponding beast is the 4th-tier Beast King. Above that is SS-level half-step Grandmaster. After receiving support from her son, General Ling Feng has reached this level. The energy within her body has begun to liquefy, allowing her to glide briefly through the air or use elemental power to gain leverage in the air, but she still needs to rely on transportation for long-distance raids. In terms of defense, although it can activate an energy shield to resist heavy weapons, if the physical body is to withstand missiles head-on, it will still be seriously injured or even killed. The corresponding beast is of the 5th rank. Su Qianqian's finger stopped at the top of the pyramid, where the golden SSS was written. This is SSS level Grandmaster realm. That is what we often call the god of war who protects the nation. Currently, there are no more than 5 Grandmasters in China. Only by reaching this level can one truly break free from gravity, fly beyond the sound barrier with one's physical body, and achieve the level of a true nuclear deterrent. Corresponding to this is a 6th-tier alien beast king. Wang Dachui nodded. What about our son? Su Qianqian took a deep breath, her finger pointing past the top of the pyramid to a blank area. The ancient sacred body is an existence that transcends dimensions. He is only a month old, but his physical strength is already equivalent to the peak of a level, and his energy reserves are comparable to S level. Once he comes of age, his starting point will be SSS level, or even a fanatical light flashed in Su Qianqian's eyes. It might even be possible to reach that legendary planetary level divine realm. To traverse the starry sky with one's physical body and crush stars with a single hand. His Wang Dachui gasped. So I gave birth to a future god? But Su Qianqian changed the subject, throwing cold water on the idea. The resources needed to raise a god are astronomical. Moreover, it is only theoretically possible to become a god, and it is affected by many factors, including luck. Therefore, we must improve the utilization rate of resources. If existing technology can't do it, then neither can I, a half-baked alchemist. We need a natural-born alchemy genius. Su Qianqian turned around, staring intently at Wang Dachui, her eyes resolute. Big Hammer, the system is right. We need a second child. And it must be a child who inherits your perfect genes and my superintelligence, and undergoes a benign mutation, possessing an affinity for fire or wood. Only a child like this can become a born alchemy master and fill his brother's bottomless appetite. Looking at Su Qianqian's sacrificing herself for science expression, Wang Dachui felt both touched and amused. Dr. Su, I, Wang, admire your awareness. However, when it comes to having children, we can't just work on it in the lab by ourselves. Well, according to research by relevant experts, specific environmental stimuli are needed to cultivate a genius in alchemy. Wang Dachui was spouting nonsense with a straight face. Environment? Su Qianqian was taken aback. Yes. Wang Dachui stood up, walked to the window, and pointed to the rolling mountains outside the capital. I've heard that there's a semi-abandoned herb garden in the western suburbs of the capital? That place used to be the country's largest cultivation base for spiritual plants. Due to the revival of spiritual energy, the plants grew wildly and it turned into a primeval forest. The place is rich in spiritual energy and the essence of plants is abundant, making it an excellent sacred place for nurturing wood-type alchemy bloodlines. He turned his head, extended his hand to Su Qianqian, and gave her a charming smile. Dr. Su no, Qianqian. You've been exhausted these past few days. How about we go there, for a vacation? Gather some herbs? And maybe, find some inspiration? Su Qianqian's heart raced again as she looked at Wang Dachui's outstretched hand. Although she is an S-level genius in terms of IQ, she is a complete novice when it comes to emotional intelligence and romance. This wasn't an invitation from Wang Dachui to gather herbs, it was clearly a date. And it was in a remote, deserted place, with a lone man and woman. Ahem. Su Qianqian pushed up her glasses, trying to hide the blush on her face, and said in a serious tone. If the goal is to find the 7-leaf fire lotus, the main ingredient for refining the spirit-gathering liquid, then the 100 Herbs Garden is indeed the most likely place to find it. Moreover, environmental factors can indeed affect gene expression in fertilized eggs. From a scientific point of view, this proposal is reasonable. She reached out and gently placed her hand in Wang Dachui's palm. His fingertips were slightly cool, yet trembled slightly. So, when do we set off? Wang Dachui gripped the hand tightly, feeling the female PhD's rare gentleness, and mentally gave the system a thumbs up. The world of gods is absolutely right. Su Qianqian's current mental state is as follows: expectation level 99%, nervousness level 80%, wanting to be pushed down, cough cough, I won't read that out. There's no time like the present, Wang Dachui said with a wicked grin, pulling Su Qianqian into his arms. Pack your things, let's leave now. For my son's milk powder, for the future of the country. Let's go, fieldwork. Su Qianqian. Although it sounds strange, why do I still feel a little bit of anticipation? Chapter 26 Night in the Herb Garden. The forbidden area of Baikaiwan in the western suburbs of Beijing. As night fell, a huge full moon hung on the treetops. This place was once the largest plant cultivation base in the country, but now, nourished by the revival of spiritual energy, it has been completely transformed into a bizarre and wondrous primeval forest. Unlike the eerie and terrifying atmosphere of the old museum, the night view of Baikaiwan has a strange and beautiful quality. Giant, glowing mushrooms dotted the grass like streetlights, their vines covered with tiny, fluorescent flowers, and the air was filled with the rich, fresh scent of grass and trees. This is so beautiful. Su Qianqian was wearing a tight-fitting tactical adventure suit, a suggestion strongly recommended by Wang Dachui, for ease of movement and, of course, to show off her figure. Looking at the scene before her, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As a science-oriented woman who spends all her time in the lab, she rarely has the opportunity to witness such natural wonders. It's beautiful, but it takes a lot of mosquito repellent. Wang Dachui walked ahead, holding a machete in his hand, casually chopping away the vines blocking his way. In fact, he didn't need to lift a finger. As the perfect prototype of humanity, he has a natural affinity for these mutated plants. The man-eating flowers and strangler vines that were originally bearing their fangs and claws, wanting to attack the intruders, seemed to have seen the child of the forest the moment they sensed Wang Dachui's aura. They all shyly retracted their branches and even made way for him. Dr. Su, stay close. Wang Dachui turned around and held out his hand. The terrain here is complicated, don't get lost. Su Qianqian hesitated for a moment, but still reached out her hand. Wang Dachui's hands are broad and warm, radiating a reassuring warmth. In this secluded forest, a lone man and woman walk hand in hand, and an ambiguous atmosphere quietly spreads between them. Beep beep beep. The old-fashioned mobile phone on Wang Dachui's waist proved its worth once again. On the screen, a red dot was flashing, less than 500 meters away from them. Found it. Wang Dachui's eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice. It's in the geothermal valley ahead. A 4-star spiritual herb, the 7-leaf fire lotus. That's the main ingredient for refining the spirit-gathering liquid, and it's also the money for our son's milk powder. The two quickened their pace and passed through a dense forest. Ahead, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a steaming hot spring valley in the center, where a fiery red lotus flower grew on a protruding black rock. It has 7 leaves, each like a burning flame, and the lotus seed pod at the top emits an alluring fragrance. It really is a 7-leaf fire lotus. Su Qianqian excitedly gripped Wang Dachui's hand tightly. And it's a top-grade variety that's over 100 years old. The medicinal power of just this one plant is enough to refine a perfect-grade spirit-gathering liquid. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Wang Dachui was about to step forward. Hiss. A chilling hissing sound suddenly rang out. The surface of the hot spring suddenly exploded, and a red lightning bolt shot out from the water, coiling around the black rock and protecting the fire lotus. It was a giant snake, 10 meters long and as thick as a water bucket. Its entire body was crimson red, and its scales radiated high temperature as if they were branding irons. A pair of vertical pupils on its triangular snake head exuded a cold-killing intent. System identification: Peak Tier 3 Exotic Beast Crimson Fire Serpent. Characteristics: highly toxic, requires high temperatures, scales are as hard as iron. Combat strength assessment: equivalent to a peak B-level human martial artist. Host's current attack power rating, E level. Recommendation: avoid direct confrontation, use strategy. Ah! Su Qianqian screamed in fright and instinctively hid behind Wang Dachui. She is an intelligence-type awakener. Although she has strong mental power, she has almost zero practical combat experience. Faced with this ferocious beast, she instinctively felt fear. The crimson fire serpent was clearly enraged. It had guarded this fire lotus for decades, and it was about to mature and devour it to advance its level. How dare these two humans try to steal it? Hiss! It opened its blood-red maw, spewing out a foul-smelling poisonous mist, and its body shot towards Su Qianqian like a spring. Watch out! Wang Dachui's eyes sharpened. If it's a contest of strength, he definitely can't win. But if it's a matter of who's tougher, oomph! You beast! How dare you scare my wife? Instead of retreating, Wang Dachui advanced, roared, gripped the machete tightly, pointed the blade at the snake's mouth, and at the same time extended his left arm as bait. Big hammer! Don't go! It's poisonous! Su Chanqian shouted in terror. But it was too late. The crimson fire serpent was incredibly fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. Without even glancing at the knife, it bit down on Wang Dachui's outstretched left arm. Those two fangs, each 10 centimeters long and powerful enough to pierce through steel plates, snapped shut. Bang! A sharp, teeth-grinding sound. It felt like biting into a solid titanium alloy steel pillar. The crimson fire serpent's eyes widened suddenly, its vertical pupils filled with disbelief and confusion. Its indestructible fangs didn't even pierce through? Not only did it fail to penetrate, but it almost broke off due to excessive force. He didn't expect that, did you? Wang Dachui grimaced in pain. Although his defenses weren't broken, it was really painful, like his hand had been caught in a door. But the fierce glint in his eyes intensified. My skin is so tough, even a Gatling gun can't penetrate it. Taking advantage of the moment when the fire snake was stunned, Wang Dachui activated his newly acquired skill, God's Vision. In the field of vision, the crimson fire serpent's entire body was covered with hard red lines, except for one spot deep in its open mouth, where the upper jaw connects to the brain, there was a dazzling red dot, a fatal spot. Die! Wang Dachui gripped the machete tightly in his right hand, and with all his remaining strength, he stabbed it into the snake's mouth, heading straight for the red dot. Put! The soft interior of the mouth was completely undefended. The blade pierced through the upper jaw and went straight into the brain. Hiss-ow! The crimson fire serpent let out an extremely shrill scream. It thrashed its body wildly, trying to shake off the human who was as hard as a rock. The enormous snake tail swept across, shattering the surrounding rocks. Wang Dachui was flung around like a rag doll, but he clung tightly to the knife handle, hanging on the snake's head, no matter how much it thrashed and thrashed him. Trying to get rid of me? No way! Dr. Su! Get out of the way! A few minutes later, the crimson fire serpent finally stopped moving. Its brain was shattered, and its massive body lay limp on the ground, utterly dead. Huff, huff! Wang Dachui crawled out of the snake's mouth, covered in foul-smelling snake saliva, his hair a mess, and his clothes tattered. Although he looked disheveled, he wasn't even scratched, except for 2 faint white marks on his left arm. He shook his head, looked at the huge snake carcass, and patted his chest with lingering fear. Damn, that scared me to death. Luckily it's stupid, it just had to bite my hardest spot. If it had wrapped its tail around me and strangled me, I would have really been done for today. He turned around, looked at Su Chanqian, who was terrified and covering her mouth while crying, and struck what he thought was a cool pose. Done. You mere worm, how dare you block my way? I'll break its teeth. Big hammer. Su Chanqian rushed over like a madwoman, not caring about the dirt, and grabbed Wang Dachui's left arm to check it repeatedly. You're not injured? You're really not injured? My god, that's the bite force of a third-tier beast. Wang Dachui chuckled, enjoying the beauty's concern. I've said it before, I am the perfect pre-march. Although I don't hit very hard, I can take a beating. As long as you don't mind me being a human punching bag. Looking at his carefree smile, Su Chanqian's fear and tension instantly transformed into endless tenderness. This man, despite lacking formidable martial prowess, dared to fight the alien beast in such a near self-destructive manner for her sake. This feeling of being protected. I don't mind. Su Chanqian raised her head, her intelligent eyes now glistening with tears. With her glasses off, she was breathtakingly beautiful. She looked at Wang Dachui, took a deep breath, as if she had made some major scientific decision. You are not a punching bag. You are the strongest shield. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui's heart raced. The atmosphere is perfectly created. He looked up at the moon in the sky, and then at the 7-leafed fire lotus swaying in the night beside him. The medicine was ready, the person was ready, and the snake was dead. Isn't this exactly the perfect gestation environment the system was talking about? Ahem, Chanqian. Wang Dachui lowered his head and whispered in Su Chanqian's ear, the snake is dead, and the fire lotus has been obtained. The current environment is full of spiritual energy, and the moonlight is alluring. How about we rehearse our second child plan? Su Chanqian froze, and the blush on her face instantly spread to the base of her neck. She didn't push Wang Dachui away, but instead lowered her head even further, her voice barely audible. This is the wilderness. The wild is the best place, Wang Dachui said with a wicked grin. Absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the children born will definitely be smarter. Moreover, all the wild animals around here have been scared away by that snake, so it's absolutely safe. Su Chanqian raised her head and looked into Wang Dachui's burning gaze. She bit her lip and finally relented. Then, let's finish this quickly. Don't get bitten by mosquitoes. Overjoyed, Wang Dachui scooped Su Chanshan up in his arms and carried her to the flat, clean rock beside him. Rest assured. You know my speed, cough cough, my quality. Under the moonlight, two figures overlapped. The seven-leaf fire lotus beside it seemed to sense some kind of life rhythm, blooming with an even more dazzling red light, illuminating the surroundings in a beautiful way. Chapter 27. The elixir is complete. This is no ordinary medicine, it's a work of art. 3 o'clock in the morning. 301 Sanatorium, S-level comprehensive laboratory. The door was pushed open, and two figures, looking slightly disheveled but in high spirits, rushed in. Wang Dachui's tactical uniform had several holes in it, while Su Chanshan's hair was still covered with a few blades of grass, and she was tightly clutching the seven-leaf fire lotus that was radiating a fiery aura. Quick! While the fire lotus has just been picked and its spiritual energy is still at its peak, start the furnace immediately. Su Chanshan carefully placed the fire lotus on the lab table, then turned around and turned the entire lab's ventilation system to its maximum. This time, we won't use centrifuges or reaction vessels. Use the spiritual guidance technique that you taught me. Wang Dachui leaned against the doorframe, watching Su Chanshan's decisive and efficient demeanor, and couldn't help but tease her. Dr. Su, you were so physically exhausted in the herb garden just now, cough cough, are you sure your body can handle it? Don't you need to rest? Su Chanshan blushed, remembering the crazy time she had just spent on the rocks in the wild, and her calves were still cramping a little. But she pushed up her glasses, her eyes instantly turning fervent and resolute. Science, no, alchemy, there is no rest before it. Moreover, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but after that with you, I feel like my mental strength has increased dramatically. Now I feel like I can calculate pi to 10,000 decimal places. Wang Dachui chuckled, of course. The essence of the perfect original is comparable to a complete tonic soup. Alright, since you're interested, I'll gladly oblige. Wang Dachui walked to the other side of the lab table. What do you need me to do? I'll borrow your breath for a bit. Su Chanshan took a deep breath, picked up the jade slip of the Shinnong Danjing Shinnong's elixir classic, and, following the instructions inside, formed a clumsy yet rhythmic hand seal. You are the perfect primordial body, and your blood and energy are the purest yang fire in the world. I don't have the Samadhi true fire, but I can borrow your life force to simulate human fire and use it to refine this seven-leaf fire lotus. Got it, a human-shaped lighter, right? Wang Dachui stretched out his right hand and hovered it above the experimental table. Come on, don't be shy, suck me in. Su Chanshan didn't stand on ceremony. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently placed them on Wang Dachui's wrist pulse point. Rise, she shouted softly, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. Buzz. The air in the laboratory suddenly trembled. Wang Dachui felt his blood and qi surge like a rushing river, flowing wildly down his arm into Su Chanshan's body. Guided by her, it transformed into an invisible heat wave that enveloped the seven-leaf fire lotus. Sizzle sizzle. There was no open flame, but the seven-leaf fire lotus began to wither and liquefy rapidly. The red liquid is suspended in the air, removing impurities and continuously purifying. Immediately afterwards, Su Chanshan grabbed the dozens of auxiliary medicines that had been prepared in advance. Bone powder from exotic beasts, century-old ginseng, spiritual spring water. Under the control of mental power, these materials, like rivers flowing into the sea, precisely merged into that red droplet. Merge. Condense for me. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Su Chanshan's forehead, and her face turned somewhat pale. This is an extremely mentally taxing operation. Each interaction of the medicinal properties required her to fine-tune them with her mental energy. The slightest mistake would result in the furnace exploding. Stay calm. Wang Dachui felt her trembling and said in a deep voice, Don't be afraid, I'm here. What's a little bit of consumption? I'll give you more if you need more. With a thought, he activated his innate talent for continuous life, sending an even more abundant life essence to stabilize the volatile liquid like a stabilizing needle. With strong support, Su Chanshan's spirits lifted. She felt as if she had entered a wonderful state. In her perception, the liquid medicine was no longer inanimate, but rather a series of vibrant musical notes. She is composing a symphony of life. Boom! 1 hour later. With a muffled explosion, the sound of the pill being completed, a dazzling emerald green beam of light shot up from the experimental table, even piercing through the laboratory ceiling. An indescribable fragrance instantly filled the entire third basement level. That is the essence of plants, the condensation of life. Just one whiff is enough to make your pores open up and all your fatigue disappear. It's done? Su Chanshan trembled as she withdrew her hand, her body went limp, and she collapsed into Wang Dachui's arms. But her eyes were fixed on the center of the lab table. There, a fist-sized ball of turquoise liquid floated. It is crystal clear, without any impurities, and seems to have clouds flowing inside, emitting a charming halo. Wang Dachui hugged Su Chanshan, casually picked up a specially made jade bottle, and poured the liquid into it. System verification in progress. Target: Perfect Grade Spirit Gathering Liquid Enhanced Version. Quality: SSS Grade Flawless. Efficacy: contains a vast amount of gentle spiritual energy, with a 100% absorption rate. One bottle is equivalent to 100 4th-tier crystal cores. Comment: this has transcended the realm of medicine. It's a work of art in the art of alchemy. Show it to that old man from Medicine King Valley, and he'll be drooling with envy. Perfect level. Wang Dachui looked at the system's evaluation and couldn't help but kiss the jade bottle. Honey, you're amazing. This isn't medicine, it's our son's food supply, it's a money printing machine. Su Chanshan leaned against him, looking at the beautiful liquid in the bottle, and tears welled up in her eyes. It wasn't because I was sad, but because I was overjoyed that I cried. I did it. Using scientific methods to analyze alchemy, and using data to control the timing and intensity. Big hammer, we did it. We've ushered in a new era. She suddenly turned around, hugged Wang Dachui's neck, and her usually serious face was now filled with excitement and wildness. This is more addictive than publishing any SCI paper. Big hammer, thank you. Looking at the excited female PhD student in his arms, feeling her burning body temperature, Wang Dachui smirked. Words of thanks won't do. I didn't perform well in the 100 Herbs garden just now because the environment was too simple. Now, shouldn't we proceed with the next scientific experiment? For example, verifying the effect of perfect grade spirit gathering liquid on improving conception rates? Su Chanshan was stunned for a moment. She looked around at the high-tech laboratory, then at the newly created work of art in her hand. At this moment, her dopamine levels have reached their peak. In this place that witnessed miracles, doing things you love seems more meaningful? Su Chanshan bit her lip, took off her glasses, and tossed them aside. In that instant, the seal was broken. She tiptoed and kissed Wang Dachui's lips, her voice trembling slightly yet incredibly bold. Then what are you waiting for? Lock the door. Tonight, I will be your test subject. Wang Dachui was overjoyed. Understood. Chapter 28 Second Shot, Soul Possession? This time it's twins? The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the hole in the S-class laboratory ceiling left by the previous furnace explosion, casting dappled patterns onto the resting chaise lounge beside the lab bench. When Wang Dachui opened his eyes, he felt as if his tendons had been pulled out and his skin had been peeled off, and that he had been refined in Laozi's alchemy furnace for 49 days. Hiss. He sat up, supporting his aching back, and glanced at Su Chanshan, who was still fast asleep beside him. This usually decisive and efficient female PhD student was now curled up in bed like a lazy kitten. Her face looked exceptionally gentle after she took off her glasses, and a satisfied smile lingered on her lips. However tiring it may be, the results should be remarkable. With a thought, Wang Dachui summoned the system panel. Ding! Congratulations, host. High-frequency, high-quality life harmony movement detected. Second Child Plan Shinong Herb's Quest Progress Update. Congratulations! Your S-level intelligence partner Su Chanshan has successfully conceived. This conception triggered a perfect grade spirit gathering liquid environment bonus. It also triggered a divine vision weakness critical hit bonus. An abnormal life magnetic field detected. Scanning the embryo. Warning. 2 life fluctuations detected. Congratulations, host. Second attempt at soul possession. It's twins. Holy crap? Wang Dachui almost rolled off the couch, his eyes wide open. Twins? Or even a boy and a girl? My marksmanship. I'm practically a reincarnation of a sharpshooter. The system notification indicates that the message is still being displayed. Embryo A male, inherits part of the perfect original's bloodline plus the mother's superior intelligence. Predicted talent, born with dual fire and wood spiritual roots supreme alchemy master. Comes with an innate unique flame, the myriad beast spiritual flame. Evaluation, the perfect alchemy tool, no, an alchemy genius. We won't have to worry about medicine at home anymore. Embryo be female, inherits the father's divine vision plus the mother's precise calculations. Predicted talent, innate mental spiritual root master of weapon refining formation. Comes with the innate supernatural ability, analytical eye. Comment, this girl can take anything apart and put it back together. We'll have a weapons and equipment for the house from now on. Reward settlement. 1. Obtain the divine level mental power cultivation method, refining the God technique. From now on, your mental power can materialize, killing without leaving a trace. 2. Unlock the Shinnong herbalism talent. Your affinity for plants reaches max level, even roadside weeds can be transformed into medicinal herbs. 3. Receive the Many Children, Many Blessings gift pack, 2,000 points, 1 pregnancy support pill recipe. Wang Dachui grinned from ear to ear as he looked at the series of rewards. A son who practices alchemy, and a daughter who practices weapon crafting. Add to that the eldest son who's in charge of fighting, and this is a complete cultivation industry chain. In future battles, the eldest son will charge ahead, the second son will feed him medicine from behind, and the third daughter will repair equipment on the side. Just imagining the scene is unbeatable. Big Hammer, you're awake? Su Qianqian woke up groggily, pushed the door open beside her but couldn't find her glasses, so she could only squint and watch Wang Dachui grinning foolishly. What are you laughing at? You're acting like an idiot. Wang Dachui put away the system panel, bent down, kissed Su Qianqian on the forehead, and said mysteriously, Qianqian, I have good news for you. Our experiment was a success. Moreover, the data has doubled. Doubled? Su Qianqian was taken aback. As a scientist, she was very sensitive to data. You mean, twins? She subconsciously touched her flat stomach. Although she couldn't feel anything yet, a strange maternal instinct made her heart race. That's right. A man and a woman, a perfect match. Wang Dachui proudly patted his chest. How about that? I told you my genes are invincible, right? Su Qianqian froze for a few seconds, then suddenly screamed and pulled the blanket over her head. Oh my god. 2. Does that mean I'll have to raise 2 money-devouring beasts from now on? Is the lab's funding sufficient? After calming Su Qianqian down, who was anxious about funding, Wang Dachui leaned against the wall and walked out of the laboratory. Although I'm mentally excited, I'm actually a bit weak. He planned to go back to his room to catch up on some sleep and take the opportunity to study the newly acquired refining God technique. However, as soon as I stepped out of the underground passage and into the lobby on the first floor, a bone-chilling cold swept over me. Although it's autumn in Beijing now, the chill in the air is definitely not normal. It feels like it's blowing directly from the Antarctic ice sheet. Wang Dachui shuddered and looked up. On the sofa in the lobby sat a woman dressed in a white martial arts uniform. She held a steaming cup of tea in her hand, her long hair casually tied back, looking lazy and carefree. But within a 3-meter radius around her, a thin layer of frost had formed on the ground. Wife. Wang Dachui's heart skipped a beat. This is a cold front. Moreover, judging from this aura, it is clearly the SS level after the realm has been stabilized, the aura of a half-step grandmaster. Lung Feng slowly put down his teacup, raised his eyelids, and quietly looked at Wang Dachui with his icy blue eyes. His gaze swept over his slightly unsteady steps and the scent of medicine mixed with women's perfume emanating from him. You're back? The voice was cold and indifferent, revealing neither joy nor anger. Wang Dachui instinctively stood at attention, his mind racing. Honey, why are you up so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Last night the alchemy was too complicated. Dr. Su and I worked through the night, overtime, to overcome the technical difficulties. Overtime? Lung Feng's lips curled into a smile that wasn't quite a smile. It must have been quite a struggle to add that much. So tired that you need to hold onto the wall to walk? Wang Dachui. This is so awkward. In the face of the inside of an S-class powerhouse, lying is simply inviting humiliation. Wife, let me explain. Wang Dachui decided to confess and be lenient. He steeled himself, walked up to Long Feng, squatted down, and held her cold hand. I'm doing all this for our son. You know, Xiaotian's appetite is so big that most families simply can't afford to feed him. Dr. Su is the only one who can refine perfect grade pills. In order to make her work for our family wholeheartedly, no, in order to raise an even better descendant to assist Xiaotian, I have no choice but to sacrifice the individual for the greater good. Wang Dachui spoke these words with tears streaming down his face, yet with a righteous and awe-inspiring spirit. If you ignore the faint hickey on his neck, it's quite touching. As Lung Feng watched him act silly, the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipated. Actually, she already knew. She guessed it when Wang Dachui didn't come home all night. In fact, she tacitly approved of it. As a mother, she knew better than anyone the terrifying depletion of her eldest son's ancient sacred body. Relying solely on government subsidies is insufficient. Wang Dachui must establish his own family's power base. In this apocalyptic world, having more powerful brothers and sisters means having a greater chance of survival on the battlefield. Alright, stop acting. Lun Feng pulled his hand away and flicked Wang Dachui on the forehead. He got the benefit but is still acting innocent. Dr. Su is a good woman and a rare talent. Since that's how it is, let's not let her down. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui was overjoyed. This means, the first wife has given her approval? Is the harem now harmonious? Wife. You are so understanding. You are the epitome of a virtuous wife and loving mother. Stop flattering me. Lang Feng stood up, her imposing aura instantly vanishing, and she reverted to being an ordinary, beautiful woman. I don't care how many women you have. What I care about is whether these children can become the backbone of China in the future. At this point, she glanced at Wang Dachui, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. I heard that you were willing to withstand an explosion with your own body to save her? It seems you're recovering quite well. Since you still have the energy to work overtime, then practicing with me shouldn't be a problem, right? Wang Dachui's expression changed. Wife, no. I was really drained last night. Enough nonsense. Lung Feng walked towards the door without turning his head, just broke through to the half-step grandmaster level. My hands are itching. If you can withstand 10 of my moves, I'll forgive your strong perfume smell. If we can't hold on. Wang Dachui gritted his teeth as he watched Lung Feng's dashing figure disappear into the distance. Let's give it our all. System. Add the refining god technique I just received to my account. I want to challenge opponents of higher levels. Chapter 29 Devastating news from the front lines. Lung Feng requests to join the fight. That night's sparring session ended with Wang Dachui suffering a bruised and swollen face, but he successfully kept his hospital bed. Although the process was brutal, he was completely dominated by Lung Feng, who had just broken through to SS level. But Wang Dachui was pleasantly surprised to find that, with the spiritual perception brought by the refining god technique and the thick skin and flesh of the perfect primordial body, he was actually able to barely keep up with Lang Feng's pace. This gave him a new understanding of his own abilities. Although he could not hit people very hard, he could take hits with great ease. Over the next few days, the 301 sanatorium entered a rare period of warmth and tranquility. Xiao Tian ate and slept all day long, and his height grew to about 2 years old. He was already running around and destroying things in the house. Su Chanqian plunged into the laboratory, using Wang Dachui's specially supplied genes and her newly acquired inspiration to frantically tackle the technical challenges related to having a second child. Wang Dachui and Lang Feng, on the other hand, settled into a life of taking care of their child together. However, in this apocalyptic world, peace is always fleeting. The tranquility was broken by an urgent, top-secret battle report from the front lines. At dusk, the setting sun was like blood. The atmosphere in the sanatorium's operations room was heavy. Old Master Long sat in the head seat, his face ashen. Zhao Gang stood in front of the large screen, reporting the situation with a serious expression. The fourth line of defense, namely the Australian mainland defense zone, has collapsed. Zhao Gang pressed the remote control, and a despairing drone aerial video appeared on the big screen. In the scene, the once impregnable Great Wall of Steel has now been reduced to ruins. Countless black beasts surged into the inland like a tidal wave, turning cities into rubble wherever they went. The resistance of human armies seemed so insignificant in the face of the beast tide. In the very center of the image, there is a terrifying black shadow that is 1,000 meters tall. It resembles a giant, upright walking sea monster, covered in blue scales, and each wave of its tentacles can trigger a small earthquake. 6th tier beast king codenamed Abyss Lord. Zhao Gang's voice trembled. It suddenly landed on the seabed early yesterday morning. The 3 Grandmaster level experts stationed their joined forces to intercept it. The result, 1 died and 2 were seriously injured. Hearing this, everyone in the conference room felt a chill run down their spines. But Zhao Gang changed the subject, pulling up an enlarged satellite image. The one who sacrificed himself was Elder Zhang, the fiery martial god. In his last moments, he did not choose to run away, but instead rushed into the Beast King's arms and detonated his own Yuan core. This attack, though costly, was remarkably effective. Zhao Gang pointed to the huge wound on the Beast King's chest on the screen, where blood that looked like magma was still flowing. Old Zhang sacrificed his life to completely shatter the Beast King's void shield and destroy its regeneration core shell. Although it is still powerful, it has lost its invincible defense. Its core has been exposed. Then why not take the opportunity to kill it? Someone asked urgently. Zhao Gang gave a wry smile. We can't kill it. Its flesh is too tough and extremely resilient. If you cut it with an ordinary alloy weapon, the wound will heal in a second. The remaining 2 grandmasters are severely injured and unable to launch a fatal blow. The current situation is a stalemate, but as the Beast King slowly recovers, the defensive line will eventually break. I'll go. A cold voice interrupted Zhao Gang. In the corner, Lung Feng slowly stood up. Upon hearing the words fiery martial god, the teacup in her hand was crushed into powder with a snap. The scalding hot tea flowed over her fingertips, instantly freezing into ice crystals by the cold air. Old Zhang Lingfeng murmured to himself, tears welling up in his eyes. When I first joined the army, he was the one who taught me how to kill alien beasts. He was my master. She raised her head, her icy blue eyes burning with the flames of revenge, yet also revealing a calm analysis. Now that its regeneration core has been exposed, things are much easier. My extreme cold ability has the characteristics of freezing and necrosis. As long as I can pierce that wound, I can freeze its blood and prevent it from regenerating. I'm the most suitable. Nonsense. Elder Long slammed his hand on the table. You just gave birth a month ago. Although your cultivation level has recovered and you're still a half-step grandmaster, that's still the 6th rank. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Elder Lung Feng interrupted him, precisely because it's a 6th-tier weapon, if it regains its shield, will truly have no chance. This is the only chance Master risked his life for. Moreover, she glanced at her hands. I am stronger now than before. I am confident. As soon as she finished speaking, her white loungewear was instantly shattered by a chilling blast of air, revealing the dark blue combat uniform she was already fully dressed in underneath. That was the armor she wore on the battlefield. After saying that, she turned and walked out, her back view desolate yet resolute. I'm going to pack my gear. My flight's tonight. Stop. A loud shout came from the doorway. Wang Dachui stood blocking the conference room door, arms crossed, looking at Lung Feng with a furrowed brow. The man, who is usually all smiles, had no smile on his face at this moment. Get out of my way. Lung Feng looked at him coldly. Wang Dachui, don't try to play dirty with me at a time like this. This is war. You know it's war too? Wang Dachui not only didn't back down, but stepped forward, staring intently into her eyes. You know that's a 6th-tier beast king? Even a grandmaster self-destructed. Are you going to be sent to your death? Our son is only a month old. He hasn't even called me mom yet. And you're going to go and die? This is not only irresponsible to yourself, but also to Xiaotian and to me. So what? Leng Feng suddenly erupted in anger, pointing at the ruins on the screen. If I don't go, the defense line will completely collapse. When the war reaches the capital, Xiaotian will die just the same. It's better to die on the front lines than to sit and wait to die. Get out of my way. Or don't blame me for getting physical. Boom. A terrifying burst of icy energy erupted from her body, instantly lowering the temperature of the entire conference room to freezing point, and causing all the water glasses on the table to shatter. Faced with the sudden onslaught of Lung Feng, Wang Dachui did not back down. System notification: host is detected engaging in a family defense war. Passive skill Fatherly Majesty has been activated. All attributes are temporarily increased by 50%. Passive skill Ancient Sacred Body Sealed State fully activated in defensive mode. The active skill God's Vision is now available. With all 3 trump cards revealed at the same time, Wang Dachui's aura was also boosted by a significant increase. Although it was not as sharp as Leng Feng's, it was as solid and imposing as a mountain. Come on. Shoot here. You're so arrogant and ignorant. Long Feng's eyes turned cold. Although she didn't want to hurt him, she had to make him back down. Since you want to be tortured, I'll grant your wish. First move. Freeze 10,000 miles. Leng Feng raised his hand and waved it, and countless ice spikes appeared out of thin air, shooting towards Wang Dachui like a rainstorm. Golden light flashed in Wang Dachui's pupils as he instantly saw through the trajectory of the ice spike. Left side, right side, tough it out. He crossed his arms to protect his head, and relying on his thick-skinned, resilient body, he braved the icy rain and charged forward. Jingle bells! The ice spike struck him, leaving only white marks but not penetrating his defenses. Second move. Seeing that the ranged attack was ineffective, Lung Feng flashed forward and struck him in the chest with a palm. God's vision prediction. Wang Dachui assumed a defensive stance half a second in advance. Although his blood and chi surged from the shock, he did not retreat an inch. The ninth move. Lung Feng grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Was this still the same man who only knew how to live off women? Are his bones made of alloy? Why can't it be defeated? Even though she held back 70% of her power, even a Pika rank should have collapsed by now. Last move. Lung Feng was getting anxious. Seeing that this man was as stubborn as a mule, she decided to teach him a real lesson and let him know what it meant to be arrogant. Wang Dachui. Catch! She let out a delicate shout and unleashed 40% of her strength, delivering a sweeping whip kick. As the leg swept out, the air seemed to be compressed to its limit, producing a sharp, explosive sound. Boom! Half of the conference room wall collapsed directly from the force of the leg blast, and the hard alloy floor cracked inch by inch, with huge cracks instantly spreading to Wang Dachui's feet. The power of this blow was enough to break the load-bearing pillar of a building. Ah! Wang Dachui roared, and instead of defending against this earth-shattering blow, he opened his arms as if to embrace the kick. He mobilized all his strength, gathering all his energy and blood in his chest, and combined it with the restorative power of endless life to advance instead of retreat, deliberately colliding with it. He took the gamble. I bet Lung Feng wouldn't actually kill him. I'm betting she'll hold back at the last minute. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and dust billowed up. The main building of the sanatorium shook violently, as if a minor earthquake had occurred. When the dust settles. The conference room had been reduced to ruins, with a large hole in the roof through which moonlight streamed in. Wang Dachui was covered in blood, his clothes were tattered rags, and his feet were deeply embedded in the broken floor, up to his knees. His chest was dented, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked horribly gruesome. But he remained standing. He caught the kick with his chest, his hands tightly gripping Lung Feng's calf like a stubborn koala. In that final moment, Lung Feng did indeed retract his potentially lethal sharp energy, leaving only pure thrust. Even so, this power is enough to pulverize an ordinary A-level martial artist. 10 moves. Wang Dachui grinned, revealing a bloodied smile. Wife. I didn't back down. You lost. Looking at the man covered in wounds, who was stuck in the ground and couldn't be pulled out, Lung Feng's fighting spirit turned into endless heartache and helplessness. She slowly withdrew her leg, the supernatural power dissipated, and gently wiped the blood from the corner of Wang Dachui's mouth. Madman, she cursed, her voice trembling. A bet's a bet. Lung Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tears in his eyes, and his voice regained its calmness. I'll stay for another month. But, Hammer, you need to understand. I will go in a month, no matter what. By then, the Beast King's injuries may be in the stage where his old strength has been exhausted and his new strength has not yet been generated. It will be the last window of opportunity. She raised her head and looked intently at Wang Dachui. Since you've kept me here, you have to take responsibility. As you can see, although its shield is broken, its skin is still very thick. My current weapon can't even pierce its core. I need a knife. A peerless divine weapon that can sever its tentacles, pierce its scales, and withstand all my chilling energy to freeze its regeneration. If you can't get me a weapon like this within a month, I'll take Xiaotian with me to the front lines. Let's see who can stop us then. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui not only didn't panic, but his eyes lit up. As long as it's not about going to your death right now, everything is negotiable. And, weapons? Isn't this the major that my newly pregnant second daughter in reserve is supposed to have? As for the materials, he remembered the strange and unusual exchange lists in the system shop. Although there's no solution yet, for my wife's sake, I'll create the conditions even if there aren't any. Deal. Wang Dachui slapped his thigh, his leg still in the ground, his spirit soaring. It's just a knife, isn't it? Don't worry, honey. In a month, I'll get you a peerless weapon that can slice that octopus monster into sashimi. That knife will be the key for you to slay the Beast King and avenge your master. If I can't do it, I, Wang Dachui, will never be a gigolo in my life. Chapter 30 Weapon Forging? I may be an amateur, but I'm an expert in many ways. 301 Sanatorium, Underground Warehouse. This place was originally used to store discarded medical equipment and logistical supplies, but it has now been temporarily requisitioned by Wang Dachui and renamed Divine Weapon Forging Studio. Although the name sounds impressive, the equipment inside is so shabby it makes you want to cry. A few acetylene spray guns salvaged from a construction site, a pile of unidentified metal scraps smuggled from an old museum, and several centrifuges discarded by Su Qianqian. This constituted all of Wang Dachui's possessions. Well, Wang Dachui sat amidst a pile of scrap metal, holding a machete whose blade had been worn down to the point of being serrated, looking so worried that his hair was about to fall out. The boast was indeed made. Within a month, I need to forge a divine weapon for my wife that can kill a 6th-tier beast king. But, how do we build it? Looking at the pile of scrap metal in front of him, Wang Dachui felt like crying but had no tears. Although he possesses the perfect primordial body and the divine vision to see through weaknesses, he truly doesn't understand weapon crafting. The previous Shinong Danjing was about alchemy, which had nothing to do with blacksmithing. He can't just throw metal into the medicine furnace to boil, can he? System, are there any quick learning weapon forging manuals? The kind that allow you to conjure nuclear bombs with just one glance? System notification, yes, it's available in the store for 100,000 points. Host's current points balance, 250. You idiot, are you insulting me? Wang Dachui's lips twitched, and he threw the scrap metal in his hand to the ground. This is too difficult. Do I really have to smash a knife out of my fist? Just then, the warehouse door was pushed open. Su Qianqian, wearing a loose maternity dress and flat shoes, walked in groggily with a cup of warm milk in her hand. Since being diagnosed with twins, this once energetic female PhD student, who was like a perpetual motion machine, has suddenly become a sleepyhead. All I do every day is eat and sleep, and I even yawn while walking, as if I'm trying to make up for all the sleep I've had in my life. Big hammer. Su Qianqian rubbed her sleepy eyes, her voice soft and languid. Why are you hiding here? Sister Lang Feng was just asking about your progress. She said if you dare to lie to her, she'll hang you on a flagpole to dry. Wang Dachui quickly went up to her, helped the family's precious pet sit down, and said with a fawning expression, Qianqian, why did you come down? The ground is cold, it's not good for the baby. I'm just brainstorming ideas. You know, artistic creation requires inspiration, especially for such a powerful weapon that concerns the fate of the nation. I need to come up with a big one. Su Qianqian yawned, leaned on Wang Dachui's shoulder, her eyes somewhat vacant, as if she could fall asleep at any moment. Ideas? I'm also thinking about ideas, but it's forced upon me. I've been having strange dreams lately. My dream was filled with all sorts of lines I couldn't understand, like the 3 talents formation, spirit gathering patterns, and even diagrams of artifact structures. Those blueprints are swirling around in my head, giving me a headache. Do you think I'm under too much research pressure? Am I hallucinating? Wait. Wang Dachui keenly caught the key words, and his eyes instantly sharpened. Formation? Weapon embryo? Isn't that a term from the cultivation world? How could Su Qianqian, who studies modern science, dream about these things? This isn't scientific. But it's very mysterious. A thought struck him, and he quietly activated God's vision. His gaze fell on Su Qianqian's belly, which, although not yet showing, was pregnant with 2 little lives. His gaze penetrated through clothing and skin, and he saw 2 small orbs of light emitting different glows. The red ball of light on the left, the second sun in reserve, is doing somersaults like someone with ADHD, surrounded by a faint glow of fire, appearing to have excess energy. The golden orb on the right, the second daughter's reserve, appeared unusually quiet. She sat cross-legged. Indeed, the embryo could actually sit cross-legged, and golden ripples emanated from her body. These ripples traveled along the umbilical cord, rushing straight to Su Qianqian's cerebral cortex. System notification, abnormal brainwave interference detected. Source, female embryo number 2 currently awakening her talent for weapon crafting array formations. Analysis, your daughter thinks current technology is too outdated and that her mother's knowledge is insufficient. She's giving her mother online lessons through a dream, teaching her ancient weapon forging diagrams. Comment, this girl is destined to be a worrywart. She started working even before she was born. Holy crap! Wang Dachui almost jumped up. Is this the start of prenatal education? And it's reverse prenatal education? He started teaching his mother how to build amazing gadgets even before he was born? This girl is even more competitive than her brother. She's practically the queen of involution from the womb. Qianqian. Wake up. Quick. Draw what you dreamed about. Wang Dachui excitedly grabbed a pen and paper and shoved them into Su Chanxian's hand, his eyes burning with the fervor of a miner who had just discovered a gold mine. Draw it? Su Chanxian drowsily held the pen, her head nodding. But I'm so sleepy. I want to go back to bed. Don't sleep. For science. For our family. And especially for our daughter's good intentions. While massaging her shoulders to refresh her, Wang Dachui patiently guided her. Just draw it based on your feelings. Draw the clearest, most powerful picture from your dream. If you draw it, I'll buy you a whole set of limited edition test tubes. Plus 100 pounds of strawberries. Under Wang Dachui's coercion and enticement, Su Chanxian forced herself to keep her eyes open, and the pen in her hand began to move across the paper. At first, the lines were a bit messy. But as time went on, her eyes gradually became vacant, as if she had entered a mysterious substitute state. The pen in my hand moved faster and faster, swish swish swish. Half an hour later, a design drawing so complex it made one's scalp crawl appeared on the paper. Those were neither traditional cold weapon blueprints nor modern mechanical blueprints. Rather, it is a perfect structure that combines fluid dynamics and rune arrays. This is a knife. The blade is long and slender with a slight curve. The back of the blade is covered with dense grooves, which are either blood grooves used to guide energy or some kind of spirit guiding array. At the hilt, there is an ingenious energy-gathering ring, which seems to be for embedding some kind of high-energy core. After Su Chanxian finished the last stroke, she let go of the pen, which fell to the ground. She then collapsed into Wang Dachui's arms and fell asleep instantly. Phew, so tired, remember to buy strawberries. Wang Dachui carefully carried her to the cot next to him, covered her with a blanket, and then picked up the blueprint as if it were a treasure. System verification. Drawing title, Cold Abyss First Draft. Rank, top grade profound level theoretically capable of bearing grandmaster level power, or even higher. Designer, your unborn genius daughter written by her mother. Key challenge, a material is needed that can conduct SS level extreme cold energy while also possessing extremely high toughness not easily broken as the main material. Ordinary meteorite iron becomes brittle upon freezing and is simply unsuitable. It is recommended to find a divine material that is extremely extremely cold, and has extremely high hardness. Wang Dachui looked at the blueprints, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, but then dimming again. The blueprints are here, they were given to me by my daughter. But what about the materials? The material properties required here are too demanding. It must be extremely cold and extremely hard. He turned the junk he had on hand upside down. It was all ordinary alloys, completely useless. Are we going to go to Antarctica to dig for icebergs? No, the iceberg isn't hard enough. What can we do? Even a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Wang Dachui was pacing around the warehouse with the blueprints in his hand. Just then, a strange click-clack sound came from a corner of the warehouse. The sound was crisp and pleasant, like chewing on cartilage, or like chewing metal. Chapter 31, Turning Trash into Treasure. Is the sun's vomit a divine resource? In the shadows of a corner of the warehouse, a chubby little boy with a longevity lock around his neck was squatting next to a pile of discarded alloy steel plates. He held a piece of high-strength armor plate bigger than his face in his two chubby little hands, opened his mouth, and revealed a set of clean, neat and extremely sharp baby teeth. Snap! A crisp sound. He bit off a large chunk of the armor plate that even armor-piercing bullets couldn't penetrate, just like biting into a cookie. Gag-gaga. Zaya's henshin puffed out his cheeks, eating with relish, and occasionally letting out satisfied humming sounds. Idiot! Wang Dachui screamed, threw down the blueprints, and rushed over. Spit it out. You can't eat that stuff. It's a lead alloy. You'll get heavy metal poisoning. Although he knew the kid had the ancient sacred body, this scene was still too much for an old father to bear. Hearing his father's roar, Zaya's henshin stopped chewing. He turned his head and looked at Wang Dachui with a surprised expression, then swallowed the iron slag in his mouth in a very perfunctory manner. Gulp! Wang Dachui rushed over, picked up his son, and tried to pry open his mouth. Son, are you starving? Our family may be poor, but we're not so poor that you have to eat iron. Come on, Daddy will take you to drink milk. Xiao Tian pushed Wang Dachui's hand away with disgust, his face turning red, as if he was brewing something. Suddenly, the golden vertical line between his eyebrows flashed brightly. Immediately afterwards, a rumbling sound like muffled thunder came from his round little belly. Gurgle. Wang Dachui was startled. What's wrong? Is it indigestion? I told you you shouldn't eat random things. Xiao Tian ignored him, but instead took a deep breath and slightly opened her mouth. Burp! A tremendous burp was released. With that burp, he spat out a dark, gooey thing from his mouth. Thud! The thing landed on the concrete floor with a dull thud. This Wang Dachui was stunned. He looked down and saw a black stone that was only the size of a fist and had an irregular shape. It is jet black, yet its surface is extremely smooth, as if it had been forged through countless trials. The strangest thing is that the air around the stone froze the moment it hit the ground. Sizzle, sizzle. Centered on the stone, a thick layer of black frost quickly covered the cement ground within a 2-meter radius, and even the scrap iron next to it was frozen brittle, making a crackling sound. It's so cold. Wang Dachui shivered. Even with his perfect physique, he felt a bone-chilling cold. This chill was even more potent than the venom of the crimson fire serpent encountered in the 100 Herbs Garden, carrying an aura of annihilation that seemed capable of freezing the soul. What is this? Su Chanxian, who was fast asleep on the cot, was also awakened by the cold. She wrapped the blanket tighter around herself and walked over in a daze. She glanced at the black stone on the ground, and her sleepy eyes widened instantly. Quick! Get me a portable analyzer. Su Chanxian was no longer sleepy. Her professional instincts instantly put her into work mode. She put on the holographic glasses and carefully brought the probe close to the black stone. Deep the probe had just touched the surface of the stone. Bang! The analyzer's probe exploded. Overload? Su Chanxian exclaimed. How is this possible? This analyzer can detect the core temperature of a nuclear reactor. She refused to believe it and switched to an even more advanced one. This time, the device lasted for 3 seconds, and a string of red gibberish appeared on the screen. Warning! Extremely high density of dark matter energy detected. Hardness, unable to be measured, exceeds the upper limit of the Mohs hardness scale. Temperature, absolute zero critical point. Attributes, extreme heat, extreme cold, extreme darkness. Su Chanxian took off her glasses, looked at the stones on the ground, then at Shoujian Tian, who was looking completely innocent and sucking his fingers, and asked in a trembling voice, Dachui, what is this that your son spat out? This is practically the core material that forms after a star collapses after it dies. This element simply does not exist on Earth. Wang Dachui was stunned, but he had a system. He quietly activated God's vision and looked at the stone. System authentication successful. Target, star core refined gold associated or residue. Source, the extraterrestrial core your eldest son previously swallowed was actually a fruit with a shell. He absorbed the energy essence inside, but his current teeth couldn't digest the hard outer shell, so after tempering it in his stomach with the primordial fire of the ancient sacred body for several days, he vomited it out. Attribute, this hard shell has been wandering in the depths of the universe for many years, absorbing countless extremely cold rays and dark matter, making it a top-tier divine material with a cold and attribute. Review, although it sounds like your son's vomit, its value is enough to make even the most skilled weapon refiners in the cultivation world fight tooth and nail. This is the perfect main material for forging the Frost Abyss divine weapon. After reading the introduction, Wang Dachui looked at the black stone on the ground, and his expression became extremely interesting. Disdain mingled with surprise, and surprise tinged with awe. Good heavens! So I not only gave birth to a money-devouring beast, but also a fully automatic high-energy mineral purification machine? What you ingest is a star core, and what you spit out is divine material. This digestive system is just ridiculously absurd. It's outrageously absurd. Wang Dachui squatted down, enduring the cold air, and picked up the piece of star core gold. Despite being ice cold, he laughed like a 300-pound child. Qian. We don't need to go to Antarctica to dig for icebergs anymore. He picked up the stone and shouted excitedly, I have the materials. This is the cold iron refined gold you wanted. No, it's 100 times better than that. This is star core refined gold, personally refined and exclusively sponsored by our son. Su Chanxian looked at the dark, unappealing object in Wang Dachui's hand. Although her rational mind told her it was disgusting, scientific data told her it was indeed priceless. Really, it works? Of course it works. Wang Dachui waved his hand. Our son is a treasure trove, even his spit-out saliva smells good. He turned around, picked up Xiaodian, who was still searching for iron to eat, and gave him a big kiss on his chubby cheek. Good son. Well done. Dad will treat you to extra food tonight. Plenty of 4th-tier crystal cores. Xiaotian wiped the drool off his face with disgust. pointed at the black stone in Wang Dachui's hand, and made two noises as if to say, "That piece of junk is too hard and hurts your teeth. You can have it." "All right." Wang Dachui handed his son to Su Chanshan to hold, then took the piece of star core gold and walked to the pile of simple equipment. His eyes sharpened, and his aura changed accordingly. He transformed from a goofy dad into a craftsman about to create miracles through violent aesthetics. "We have the blueprints. We have the materials." Next, Wang Dachui looked at the already chipped machete in his hand and casually threw it away. Chapter 32: The Forge Opens. Using one's own body as a hammer, blood forges a divine weapon. He clenched his fist. Golden light flowed across his fist, and the power of the perfect pre-march was pushed to its limit at this moment. "No furnace? Then I'll use these fists to smash it out." Start. Inside the underground warehouse, the temperature is rising rapidly. Several high-power centrifuges were temporarily converted by Su Chanshan into magnetic confinement generators, and they were now emitting a humming sound as if they were overwhelmed. At the center of several machines, the fist-sized piece of star core gold floated in mid-air, locked in place by a ring of high-energy laser beams visible to the naked eye. The temperature has reached 3,000 degrees. Su Chanshan wore heavy goggles, staring at the control panel, her forehead covered in sweat. Sledgehammer. This is the limit. The melting point of this material is ridiculously high. Even with laser bombardment, it can only be barely softened, not liquefied for casting. Without advanced fire-making equipment or a hydraulic press with a capacity of tens of thousands of tons, we simply wouldn't be able to shape it. A hydraulic press? Wang Dachui glanced at the small, rusty stamping machine in the corner and shook his head. That thing isn't even enough to tickle this stone. He took off his tactical vest, revealing his well-defined muscles that gleamed with a faint golden light. After this period of recovery and training, his physique is now perfect, with every muscle containing explosive power. Although its attack power rating is still not high, in terms of toughness and survivability, it is the pinnacle of human capabilities. If we don't have a hammer, we'll use this. Wang Dachui raised his right fist. Golden light flowed across that fist. It was the protective aura activated by the perfect primal body after being stimulated by external forces. "Are you crazy?" Su Chanshan exclaimed. "That's 3,000 degrees Celsius. And this material is harder than diamond. Do you still want your hand?" "Wife, oh no, Chanshan." Wang Dachui turned around, giving her his signature confident smile, though inwardly he was panicking. "Do you know what blood refinement is?" Ancient texts say that when a divine weapon is born, it must be sacrificed with blood. Using someone else's blood is an evil practice. Using your own blood is sincerity. And he glanced at the stubborn black rock. "I refuse to believe that there is anything in this world tougher than my life." After saying that, Wang Dachui no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, focused his energy in his dantian, and his blood and chi surged like a river, all converging on his right fist. Perfect pre-march defense mode full activation. Endless life ready to work. Get the hell out of here. Boom. Wang Dachui threw a punch, creating a gust of wind, and slammed it hard onto the floating, dark red star core gold. Clang. A deafening sound, like the roar of a bell, sent dust flying throughout the underground warehouse. Su Chanshan had to cover her ears, feeling like her eardrums were about to perforate. The seemingly indestructible star core gold was actually slightly deformed and dented by this punch. But the price was sizzle. On Wang Dachui's fist, the skin and flesh instantly charred and exploded, and blood splattered. The intense heat instantly burned away his skin, and the recoil shattered his finger bones. Ah! Wang Dachui let out a scream. This time it really hurt. But the next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The blood spurting from his wound did not drip onto the ground, but was instantly drawn into the piece of star core gold as if attracted by a magnet. The originally pitch-black metal surface was instantly adorned with eerie, blood-red patterns. At the same time, Wang Dachui's perfect primordial talent was operating wildly within his body. A flash of golden light, and his bloodied and mangled hand began to heal in the blink of an eye. Bone fragments reform, dead skin peels off, new flesh grows. 2 seconds. In just 2 seconds, a perfectly intact hand was restored. That's it? Su Chanshan was stunned. This resilience is even more terrifying than the mutated earthworms in Chernobyl. Is this even human? Hee, I told you it was nothing. Wang Dachui shook his hand. Although it really hurt, he knew he had taken the right path when he saw the bloodstain on the metal. This stubborn rock only responds to hard things, not soft ones. And it craves his blood. Since you like to drink, then I'll feed you until you're full today. Again. Clang. 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 The sound of blacksmithing echoed like a dense drumbeat in the underground warehouse. Wang Dachui was like a tireless piledriver. With one punch, skin would tear open and blood would gush out. 2 seconds to recover, completely healed. Then another punch. This was an extremely brutal yet incredibly thrilling forging process. Every punch is a physical act of defying the rules. Every punch embodies Wang Dachui's will as a father. 100 punches, 500 punches, 1,000 punches. As time went by, the star core gold, which was originally only the size of a fist, began to expand and extend after absorbing a large amount of Wang Dachui's blood and energy. It was no longer an inanimate object, but seemed to have a life of its own. With the force of Wang Dachui's fist, it gradually lengthened and thinned, transforming into the prototype of a knife. The blade is long and slightly curved, entirely black, yet covered with dark, vein-like patterns. A chilling aura and a violent killing intent began to spread throughout the warehouse. Just one last step. Wang Dachui looked at the nearly completed blade blank, now covered in blood. Although the wound was healing, the excruciating pain, like being cut 1,000 times, soaked his entire body in cold sweat and made him as pale as a sheet. Even a perfect premarch couldn't keep up with the rate of blood production, but the light in his eyes was brighter than ever before. Qian. Throw the energy gathering ring in. Wang Dachui roared. Su Qian, who had been waiting in the wings, threw a ring carved from a high-energy crystal core toward the hilt of the knife with tears in her eyes and trembling hands. Give me the one. Wang Dachui used the last of his strength, clasped his fists together like a giant hammer, and slammed them hard onto the joint between the hilt and the blade. Boom! A blinding beam of red and black light instantly broke through the magnetic confinement field, even piercing through the thick concrete top of the warehouse, and shot straight into the sky. The entire 301 sanatorium was alarmed. What's going on? An enemy attack? What terrifying killing intent! Is a grandmaster breaking through to the next level? Inside the underground warehouse, the smoke and dust had dissipated, and all the instruments had been overloaded and burned out. Wang Dachui lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Looking at the large hole in the ceiling, he grinned and said, This commotion is quite loud. Now my wife should be satisfied, right? Not far from him, in midair, a tang sword, its body entirely dark blue, its blade gleaming with blood-red light, and surrounded by black mist, was silently suspended. It emitted a buzzing, trembling sound, like a ferocious beast that had just awakened, announcing its arrival to the world. Divine Weapon, complete. Chapter 33 Divine Weapon descends from the sky. This sword is a bit too powerful? In the ruins of the underground warehouse. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the true form of the divine weapon that had been floating in mid-air was revealed. This is a tang sword. The blade is about 3.5 feet long, and its entire body is a deep, dark blue, as if it were carved from 10,000 years of ice. But beneath that icy blue blade, there were strange, dark, blood-red patterns, the essence of Wang Dachui's perfect original form. At the hilt, the energy-gathering ring, carved from a high-energy crystal core, is slowly rotating, releasing a visible black ripple with each rotation. It's so cold. Su Qian hugged her arms. Even though they were more than 10 meters apart, she still felt like her blood was freezing. The remaining metal frames around them were instantly covered with a thick layer of black frost. This is Han Yuan? Wang Dachui got up from the ground. Although he was in excruciating pain, his eyes were filled with fanaticism as he looked at the knife. This isn't a knife, it's a perfect work of art. And he did it himself with his fists. Come here, let Daddy give you a hug. Wang Dachui stretched out his right hand, which was covered in blood scabs, and tried to grasp the knife handle. Buzz! Just as his hand was about to touch the hilt of the knife, the tang sword, which had been still, suddenly emitted a sharp, trembling sound. A sudden surge of resistance erupted. Whoosh! A flash of cold light. The tang sword moved on its own. Like a slippery fish, it instantly evaded Wang Dachui's hand, transforming into a streak of blue light and frantically darting around in this cramped underground space. Sizzle! Sizzle! Whether it was a solid concrete wall or a thick alloy steel plate, they were as fragile as tofu in front of this stream of light. In just a few seconds, the underground warehouse was riddled with holes and could collapse at any moment. Holy crap! It's trying to run away? Wang Dachui exclaimed in shock. This thing's become sentient? Big hammer. Stop it. Su Chanqian shouted. According to the energy readings, a preliminary weapon spirit has emerged within this knife. Because it was forged from star core debris, it inherited the star core's pride and doesn't want to be controlled by mortals. Arrogant? You dare to complain about what I created? Wang Dachui was furious. He activated divine vision, predicted the trajectory of the blade, roared, and leaped high into the air, rushing towards the streak of light. Get down here. However, the knife seemed to have eyes. With a nimble turn in the air, it not only dodged Wang Dachui's pounce, but also arrogantly lashed Wang Dachui's buttocks with the back of its knife. Snap! A crisp sound. Wang Dachui let out a miserable scream and fell face first into the dirt. Although I was protected by the holy body and not injured, this insult was extremely strong. Buzz buzz buzz, the Tang sword hovered in mid-air, its blade trembling slightly, emitting a frequency similar to mockery. Then, it turned its blade tip towards the huge hole blasted out above its head, as if it were about to soar into the sky to find the stars and the sea it longed for. It's over, we're going to fly away. Su Chanqian watched the scene in despair. If this divine weapon, which we've put so much effort into creating, were to simply fly away, it would be a huge joke. Just then, in the corner of the warehouse, in the stroller that everyone had forgotten, Xiao Tian, who was happily drinking from a bottle, suddenly stopped what he was doing. It's noisy. The buzzing of the mosquitoes flying around everywhere was giving him a headache. Moreover, that mosquito had a smell that he found very familiar. It was the smell of his saliva. Eek! The town sky frowned impatiently. He put down the baby bottle, leaned halfway out of the stroller, and stared coldly at the Tang sword in mid-air that was about to escape. Although he didn't speak, everyone present, including the knife, felt a terrifying pressure from the depths of their souls in an instant. That is an absolute suppression of the inferior by the superior, and of the created by the created. Mental power from the ancient sacred body, get down here. In mid-air, the once invincible divine weapon, Han Yuan, which even dared to slap Wang Dachui's butt, froze in place as if it had been frozen in place the moment that golden gaze swept over. Then it began to tremble violently. It wasn't because of arrogance, but because of fear. It recognized that aura. This terrifying creature swallowed it and then burned it with divine fire for days and nights, melting its proud star core shell. That fear of being dominated has been etched into the very essence of its materials. Clang! There was no need for the town resident to lift a finger. The knife, like a kite with a broken string, lost all lift and fell straight down, crashing onto the concrete with a crisp sound. Then, it glided along the ground in an extremely humane way, all the way to the stroller. It concealed all its chill and all its sharpness. Like an ordinary fire poker, it lay quietly at the foot of the town, trembling. Quiet. A deathly silence. Su Chanqian opened her mouth wide, and her glasses slipped down to the tip of her nose. Wang Dachui lay on the ground, rubbing his buttocks, watching this scene with his eyes twitching wildly. This. You're convinced now? Wang Dachui got up, walked to the stroller, and tentatively kicked the knife. The soldier who dared to spank him just moments ago is now as docile as a dead dog, not daring to move an inch. Xiao Tian glanced at his father, then at the knife on the ground. He stretched out his chubby little hand and grabbed the knife from a distance. Snap! He gripped the blade like he was breaking off a sugar cane, as if wanting to taste if the flavor had changed. No, no, no! Son! Have some mercy! Wang Dachui was terrified and quickly snatched the knife away. If his son were to bite into it again, this divine weapon would turn into scrap metal, and who would he cry to then? The little boy, whose toy had been taken away, was a bit annoyed. He pouted, picked up his milk bottle again, gave his dad a "you're so stingy" look, and then continued drinking his milk. Wang Dachui held the now docile Han Yuan sword in his hand, feeling the fawning and submissive emotion emanating from its blade. He sighed, his feelings complicated. Why? I spent half my life creating you, and you won't even look at me. My son just glared at you, and you're already groveling to him? These days, even a knife is so snobbish? Despite his complaints, Wang Dachui looked at the peerless divine weapon in his hand, which emitted a faint blue light and had completely recognized its master, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. No matter what. The knife has been forged, and judging by its power, it will definitely be powerful. After all, it was made from our son's vomit. Honey, you'll definitely love this gift. Chapter 34 Farewell. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the agreed deadline arrived. Beijing, 301 Sanatorium, Helipad. The autumn wind was bleak, swirling up a few fallen leaves and adding a touch of chill to the already somber atmosphere. A Kunpeng-class heavy fighter jet, painted with a dark gray stealth coating, is quietly parked at the end of the runway. Its engine was already warmed up, emitting a deep roar, and the air around the nozzles was slightly distorted, like a steel behemoth poised to pounce. Lung Feng stood in front of the fighter jet, conducting final equipment checks. She never got to see that legendary divine weapon. She looked back towards the depths of the sanatorium, towards the underground warehouse. There was a deathly silence there at that moment. But just last night, a terrifying roar came from there, which even caused a slight tremor in the ground, as if a monster was churning the earth underground. Lang Feng even wanted to rush in to save people, but she remembered Wang Dachui's death order that not even the Heavenly King himself is allowed to come in, and the terrifying aura that vaguely emanated from inside, which made her heart tremble. In the end, she held back. What if the weapon forging inside reaches a crucial stage, and I rashly rush in, disrupting the rhythm? The commotion was so loud, but now there's not a sound at all. A sense of foreboding flashed through Longfeng's mind. Could it be that the oven exploded? Or perhaps, in order to forge that knife, General, time has come. Lieutenant Li stood to the side, glanced at his watch, then at the unknown direction, and hesitated. Should we wait for Advisor Wang? The commotion last night was so big, maybe. Lung Feng shook his head, forcibly suppressing the panic in his heart, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. She lowered her head and stroked the old alloy battle knife at her waist, which had been with her for 5 years. Although the blade was well maintained, there were still tiny nicks visible on it. Against a 6th-tier beast king, this blade might not even be enough to tickle him. No need to wait any longer. Lung Feng's voice was cold and clear, drifting away with the autumn wind. Forging weapons is inherently defying the heavens. The commotion last night most likely meant it failed. As long as everyone is alright, that's good. We cannot delay the battle on the front lines by waiting for a knife that may not even exist. She changed back into her dark blue Special Operations uniform today. The tight-fitting armor outlined her slender yet powerful physique, and the specially made alloy knee and arm guards were covered with scratches from the baptism of war. Her short, silver-white hair danced in the wind, and the tenderness she once showed when caring for a child was gone from her icy blue eyes. In its place was a chilling, murderous intent. She is a mother and a wife. But at this moment, she is also the Ice Phoenix of China, an SS-level female war goddess who strikes fear into the hearts of all beasts. Even without divine weapons, she would use this body to knock out one of the Beast King's teeth. Lung Feng took one last, deep look in the direction of the sanatorium's premium nursery. Although separated by thick walls and hundreds of meters, she could almost hear the deafening snores of the town through the bond between mother and child. That kid, he's so carefree, yet he's sleeping so soundly. A faint smile appeared on Lang Feng's lips, a tenderness that he only showed when he thought of his child. It's good that she's asleep, so she won't cry and whine. I'm most afraid of that. She took a deep breath, looked away, resolutely turned around, and stepped onto the boarding stairs. Set off. Just as the hatch was about to close and the engine roar reached its peak. Wait. Wife. Spare her, no, stop right there. The knife is coming. The knife is coming. A piercing scream, accompanied by the rumbling of a wheelchair rolling wildly, came from afar, even drowning out the roar of the fighter jets. Lung Feng suddenly stopped and looked back in disbelief. Wang Dachui was sitting in an electric wheelchair, being pushed by Zhao Gang, and was speeding towards them. The wheels of the wheelchair were almost sparking. The most outrageous thing is Wang Dachui's appearance at this time. His upper body was wrapped in white bandages, making him look like a newly unearthed mummy, with only his eyes and mouth showing. His left hand was in a cast and hung around his neck, while his right hand held up an 4-drip bottle. On his lap was a long, rectangular black wooden box. Big hammer? Lung Feng was stunned, and then his eyes instantly reddened. He's not dead. He's here. He really arrived at the last minute. She rushed down the boarding stairs to meet her. What happened to you? The explosion last night. Wang Dachui maneuvered his wheelchair with a graceful drift, stopping in front of Lung Feng, and let out a weak groan, cough cough. Wife, you have no idea. Last night was a calamity. Forging weapons, that's a feat defying the heavens. To forge this knife for you, I battled that stubborn iron for 3 days and 3 nights. I feel completely drained right now, and only my wife's kisses can keep me going. Zhao Gang, who was pushing the wheelchair, twitched his lips violently and turned his head to the side, afraid that he would not be able to help but expose this guy. Wang Dachui insisted that the nurse wrap the bandage around his neck before he left the house, saying it was to create a tragic feeling. Looking at Wang Dachui's clumsy acting, Lang Feng's original sense of tragic heroism, a hero goes forth never to return, instantly dissipated by half. She was both annoyed and amused, but more than anything, she felt an indescribable sense of peace and gratitude. She knew that this man was using this joking way to tell her, he did it, he didn't break his promise. Alright, stop pretending. Lang Feng reached out and lightly flicked Wang Dachui's arm, which was in a cast. Ouch. 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 Wife, are you trying to murder your husband? Wang Dachui cried out dramatically. Stop being so cheeky. Lang Feng rolled his eyes at him, his gaze fixed on the box he was holding in his arms. The box looked ordinary, even somewhat like a container for an arrow, but as she got closer, Lang Feng's keen senses told her that it contained a power that made her heart pound. That power was cold and violent, yet it also carried a strange sense of familiarity, as if it resonated with her bloodline. This is the knife I wanted? Lang Feng's voice trembled slightly. Wang Dachui's playful smile vanished, and his expression turned serious. Although he was still in a wheelchair, he stood up straight, as if he were performing some kind of sacred handover ceremony. That's right. Wife, I have fulfilled my mission. For this knife, our son contributed his food and saliva, our daughter contributed her brains, and he paused, his eyes deep, I contributed my blood. As he spoke, he solemnly opened the lid of the wooden box. Buzz. The moment the lid was opened, a visible stream of black, chilling air poured out like a flood. The surrounding temperature dropped by tens of degrees in an instant. On the concrete ground of the helipad, a thick layer of black ice instantly formed around the wooden box and spread wildly in all directions. Even the engines of distant fighter jets were nearly extinguished by the chilling aura, their flames flickering. Chapter 35, Carrying the Hopes of the Whole Family to Kill People. What a domineering chill! Zhao Gang exclaimed, forced to use all his internal energy to resist the extreme cold. At the heart of the chill, a slender tang sword lay quietly on black velvet. The blade is 3 feet and 3 inches long, and its entire body is a deep, dark blue, as if it were carved from a single piece of ancient ice from the deep sea. But beneath the dark blue blade, there were faint, pulsating, dark red lines, like veins. That was Wang Dachui's perfect original essence blood, which had been completely integrated into the blade, giving this cold weapon life. At the hilt, the energy-gathering ring emitted a faint black light, like the eye of a sleeping demon. Lang Feng looked at the knife, and her breathing became rapid. As an ice-type ability user, she could clearly feel the knife calling to her. That deep resonance within her soul made every cell in her body rejoice. Does it have a name? Lang Feng reached out his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly. Yes. Wang Dachui looked at the knife, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, mainly because he was afraid it would fly up and slap his butt again, but then he revealed a proud smile. These blueprints were designed by our unborn daughter herself, and she even named them. Call me Han Yuan. Besides my son and me, I guess only you can handle it. Honey, want to give it a try? Lang Feng nodded, took a deep breath, and gripped the cold hilt of the knife. Boom! Just as she gripped the hilt of the knife, the Tang sword, which had been quiet, suddenly let out a high-pitched dragon roar. A terrifying suction force emanated from the hilt of the sword, frantically devouring the ice-type supernatural power within Lang Feng's body. If it were an ordinary martial artist, this would drain them dry. But who is Lang Feng? She's a half-step grandmaster who just broke through to SS level. The energy within her is like a vast ocean. Trying to intimidate me? A glint flashed in Lang Feng's eyes, and he sneered, You, behave yourself. Her extreme cold power was fully unleashed, instantly turning the tables. The violent energy flowed from her arm into the blade, fiercely suppressing the unruly spirit within it. Woo! The Tang sword let out a trembling sound of submission. Immediately afterwards, the dark red blood patterns on the blade lit up, perfectly blending with Lang Feng's aura. Cut! Lang Feng, suddenly inspired, held the knife in one hand and waved it in the air at a man-made test target mountain that was 20 meters high in the distance. There were no fancy moves, nor any earth-shattering explosions. Only a thin, bluish-black blade of light, as thin as a cicada's wing, silently slashed through the void. 1 second later. Crack! The solid granite rockery was neatly split in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, without even a single stone chip falling off. Immediately afterwards. Sizzle sizzle. The entire artificial mountain, centered on the cut, was instantly covered by black solid ice, turning into a huge ice sculpture. Even the air around the artificial hill was frozen, creating a vacuum zone. Gulp. Zhao Gang swallowed hard. This power. If this knife were to strike a person, no, even a tank, it would slice through like tofu, right? Moreover, the accompanying absolute zero freezing effect is simply insane. What a fine knife! Lung Feng stroked the blade with obvious delight. She could sense that this knife was not only sharp, but more importantly, it could amplify her supernatural abilities. With this knife in hand, her combat power increased by at least 50%. Now, she should be able to fight against that 6th-tier beast king. The bloodlust within this blade. Lang Feng's fingers traced the dark red lines, and a warm sensation came from his fingertips, as if he were holding Wang Dachui's hand. She turned her head and looked at Wang Dachui, who was still pretending to be dead in his wheelchair, her eyes softening. She knew that this man had truly risked his life for this knife. Each of these blood streaks represents his hard work and dedication. Han Yuan Lang Feng murmured the name softly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes, like standing on the edge of an abyss, like walking on thin ice. A good name, my daughter has good taste. Wang Dachui immediately chimed in, giving a thumbs up, that's right. Don't even know whose child she is. A single slash chills 14 provinces. My wife is mighty. Lang Feng sheathed his sword and hung Han Yuan at his waist. She walked up to Wang Dachui, squatted down, and positioned herself at eye level with him. At this moment, she was no longer the decisive general, but simply a wife about to embark on a long journey. Big hammer. She reached out and gently stroked the bandage on Wang Dachui's face. Although she knew it was fake, she still didn't want to expose it. I'm leaving. I'm leaving the house, in your hands now. Xiao Tian is too naughty. Keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't tear down the sanatorium. Shanxian, she's a researcher, and sometimes she forgets to eat. Please take good care of her. And the baby in your belly, you need to choose a nice name. Hearing these words, which sounded like a deathbed confession, Wang Dachui felt a sudden pang of sadness. He ripped off the cast from his neck, gripped Lun Feng's hands tightly, and looked at him with unprecedented seriousness. Wife, listen to me. Don't worry about me at home. I'll earn the money for baby formula, I'll take care of the child, and I'll hold up the sky if it falls. You have only one mission this time. Kill that octopus monster that dared to bully us. Then Wang Dachui leaned close to Lang Feng's ear, his voice becoming deep and domineering. Come back to me unharmed. If even one hair is missing, I'll take my son and storm their lair. Lang Feng looked at him, his eyes slightly red. She suddenly leaned forward and kissed Wang Dachui's lips fiercely. This was a kiss tinged with the smell of gunpowder, the smell of ice and snow, and endless longing. After a long while, their lips parted. Lang Feng whispered in his ear, wait for me to come back. If I can come back alive this time, I'll give you a fourth child. And, you're allowed to be on top. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui's previous sadness vanished instantly, and his eyes gleamed with a bright green light. Really? Honey, you can't lie to me. There are no jokes in the military. You said you'd let me on top? You said it yourself. For the sake of this promise, you have to come back to me unharmed. Lang Feng chuckled, stood up, and resumed his dashing appearance. It depends on your performance. After saying that, she didn't look back and strode towards the fighter jet. His back was resolute, his steps firm. The frost abyss belt around his waist reflected a chilling light in the setting sun. Salute! Zhao Gang shouted. All the soldiers present, including the Dragon Group agents on guard at a distance, saluted the figure from behind. Boom! The fighter jet's engine roared, and its blue exhaust streaked across the sky. It was a spark of hope, and also a sort of revenge. Wang Dachui sat in his wheelchair, watching the fighter jet disappear into the clouds. The playful smile on his face slowly disappeared. He reached up and ripped off the cumbersome bandage on his face, revealing a young, handsome face that was now filled with solemnity. Zhao Gang, Wang Dachui said calmly. Here. Zhao Gang stood at attention instinctively. Connect that big screen to me. I want to watch the live broadcast from the front lines. Go tell Shanxian to take good care of Xiaotian and make sure he is always fully charged. At crucial moments, I might need to borrow that kid's strength. If my wife were to lose even a single hair, even if it means tearing a hole in the sky, I'll let those beasts know that there are some people they can't mess with. Chapter 36 Live from the front lines, intense battle. Australia, the fourth line of defense. This place was once a wall of size forged by human technology and steel, but now it has become a giant meat grinder. The sky was obscured by thick black smoke, and the sun could not be seen. On the ground, there were burning armor wrecks and the corpses of strange beasts everywhere. Blue beast blood and red blood mingled together, forming eerie rivers. Buzz, buzz. On a crumbling watchtower, war correspondent Xiao Zhang was trembling as he adjusted a holographic camera. His face was covered in dust and blood, and the empty sleeve of his left arm fluttered in the wind. It had been lost in a sneak attack half an hour earlier. Dear viewers, this is Zhang Wei, our special correspondent on the scene. This may be my last time streaming for everyone. The main structure of the fourth line of defense has completely collapsed. Our troops are engaged in final urban warfare, trying to buy even a minute of evacuation time for the rear. As the camera panned across the globe, billions of viewers worldwide witnessed that despairing scene on their screens. On the sea, towering waves surged. A terrifying black shadow, 1,000 meters tall and seemingly connecting the sky and the sea, is slowly moving toward the shore. It is not a living being in the conventional sense, but more like a mobile fortress built from countless piles of rotting flesh and blood. Countless thick tentacles, as thick as skyscrapers, waved in the air. Each slap could unleash a tsunami hundreds of meters high, or race human settlements on the shore to the ground. 6th tier Beast King Abyss Lord. These blood-red characters are like a heavy hammer, striking the heart of every human being. At this moment, the global online comments section fell silent, then erupted in desperate cries. It's all over, it's all over. How can we fight this? Even a nuclear bomb can't kill it. Is this the end of the world? Where is our Grandmaster? Where is our national war god? Why is no one stepping forward to do anything about it? Stop shouting upstairs. Didn't you see the announcement? To stop this monster from landing, Fiery Martial God Elder Zhang has already self-destructed. The other two Grandmasters are also seriously injured and unconscious. We're out of cards. What about the remaining two? Doesn't China have 5 Grandmasters? We're stuck. One of us has to stay in the capital to prevent a raid. The other is suppressing an even bigger gates of hell in a top-secret western region. If he leaves, the consequences will be far worse. We're truly, completely out of ammunition and supplies. Wah, I don't want to die. Mom. Despair spread like a plague. On the battlefield, the situation was even more critical. Roar. The Abyss Lord let out a deep roar, seemingly annoyed by the resistance of these ants before him. Its huge pores suddenly opened, spewing out countless black toxic fumes with strong corrosive properties. At the same time, 3 enormous tentacles rose high, carrying an aura of annihilation, and smashed towards the only remaining human command fortress. Fire! 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 The commander on the fortress roared in despair, but the guns and cannons in the soldiers' hands were no match for those enormous tentacles. At this critical moment, boom! A deafening sonic boom suddenly echoed from the horizon. A streak of dark gray light, moving at a terrifying speed of more than 5 times the speed of sound, forcefully tore through the dark clouds in the sky and fell straight to the battlefield like a meteor. What's that? A missile? No. That's our Kunping fighter jet. During its high-speed dive, the fighter jet did not slow down. Instead, it activated its afterburner. At an altitude of less than 500 meters from the tentacle, the hatch suddenly sprang open. A dark blue figure jumped from a height of 10,000 meters without a parachute. Are they crazy? Audiences around the world exclaimed in shock. But the next second, they shut their mouths. As the figure fell, an extremely cold aura suddenly erupted from its body. The moisture in the air was instantly frozen, forming crystal-clear ice slides beneath her feet. Stepping on ice crystals like a Valkyrie surfing through the air, she wielded a long sword that emitted a faint blue light, and slammed into the giant tentacle that was slamming down. Cut! A clear, cold shout, recorded by a war correspondent, resounded across the globe. Whoosh! A blue-black blade of light, hundreds of meters long, instantly ripped through the gray sky. There was no earth-shattering collision as expected, only a very slight hiss sound. The enormous tentacle, powerful enough to smash an aircraft carrier, was severed in two the instant it touched the blade's edge, as easily as a hot knife through butter. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and before the blood could even spurt out, it was instantly frozen into black ice. Boom! The severed tentacle crashed into the sea, creating huge waves. The blue figure, using the recoil, performed an elegant somersault and landed steadily on top of the collapsing command fortress. The strong wind dispersed the smoke of battle, revealing the woman's true face. He wore a dark blue battle armor, had short silver hair, and held a tang sword called Han Yuan in his hand, which exuded a chilling aura. She stood atop the ruins, small yet as majestic as a mountain. The live stream chat exploded at that moment. Holy crap! Who is this? He's so handsome. Severing the Beast King's tentacle with a single strike? This combat power, is he a newly promoted Grandmaster? Wait, that face, I remember it. It's Long Feng. Codename Ice Phoenix. The former number 1 S-class fighter. Wait a minute, didn't the news say she just gave birth a month ago? Shouldn't she still be in her postpartum confinement period? Oh my god. Is this for real? Going to war right after giving birth? Is she crazy? Sobbing, even though they're so handsome, why do I feel like crying for no reason? Is this what Chinese soldiers are like? At the same time. Beijing, 301 Sanatorium. Wang Dachui stared intently at the familiar figure on the screen, the remote control in his hand already crushed into pieces. He looked at Lung Feng's slightly trembling hand holding the knife, a consequence of postpartum weakness and the exhaustion caused by overexertion. Idiot. Wang Dachui cursed through gritted teeth, his eyes red. I told you to go chop people up, not to show off. Jumping down from that height, aren't you afraid of breaking the knife? Although he was cursing, he immediately turned to Su Chanshan beside him. Chanshan. How is Xiao Tian doing? Su Chanshan held a tablet computer in her hands, her fingers flying across the keyboard. The young master is still asleep, but he seems to have sensed his mother's presence, and the power of his bloodline is boiling. Based on the data analysis from the last full moon celebration, this is his military spirit talent activating automatically. As long as you guide it properly, you can use your bloodline connection to remotely project this military spirit power over there. Okay. Wang Dachui took a deep breath and looked at the screen again. He knew that Lung Feng had used the sharpness of Han Yuan and the momentum of its fall to catch the Beast King off guard with that strike. But what follows is the real battle. Chapter 37: A Blade of Frost chills across 14 provinces. On the battlefield, the Abyss Lord, whose tentacle had been severed, was utterly enraged. Its enormous body began to writhe violently, and the surrounding seawater instantly boiled. Roar! This roar, carrying a terrifying mental shockwave, shattered all the glass within a 10-mile radius. It no longer ignores this insignificant human being. The remaining dozens of tentacles, along with the constantly opening and closing fell-powered eyes on its body, locked onto Lang Feng at the top of the fortress. Humans, insects. A mysterious and difficult-to-understand mental fluctuation spread throughout the entire area. Die. Tentacles rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. Lung Feng took a deep breath and gripped the cold abyss tightly in his hand. She felt the warm blood of her husband and son emanating from the blade. His body, which had been somewhat exhausted, suddenly surged with strength again. Come on. A cold smile appeared on Lung Feng's lips. Today, it's either you or me who dies. For the sake of the family I have. I'll fight you to the death. The enormous tentacle that had been severed by Lung Feng slammed heavily onto the sea, creating waves hundreds of meters high. However, in the Abyss Lord's roar, besides anger, there was for the first time a hint of undisguised terror. Roar? It stared intently at its broken wound. Logically speaking, with the terrifying vitality of a 6th-tier Beast King, such a physical limb loss should only require a small amount of energy to grow back within seconds. But now, no blood is gushing from the cut, because it has been sealed tightly by a layer of eerie black ice. This layer of black ice not only froze its flesh and blood, but it also seemed to be alive, spreading wildly through its blood vessels and causing its cells to die instantly wherever it passed. Regeneration ability has failed. Is this the erosion of dark matter? At the top of the fortress, Lung Feng looked at the Beast King's unhealable wound, tightened his grip on Han Yuan's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This knife is not only sharp, but also the nemesis of this immortal monster. Since that's the case, Lung Feng took a deep breath, facing the dozens of tentacles that were crashing down from above like dark clouds. The Beast King's frantic counterattack launched out of pain and fear. She didn't back down. Instead, she took the initiative to meet him. I'll chop you into mincemeat for your father and grandfather. With the full force of an SS-level half-step grandmaster, combined with the sharpness of Han Yuan, she transformed into a streak of blue light and rushed into the tentacle jungle. Second strike. Glacier enters the dream. Swish. 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 In the live global broadcast, all viewers could see was a streak of blue-black light refracting wildly among the dense tentacles. Each refraction was accompanied by a crisp tearing sound. 1 second. 3 tentacles broke off. 3 seconds. 10 tentacles broke off. 10 seconds later. The Abyss Lord's once overwhelming and despair-inducing tentacles were actually cut into dozens of broken limbs of varying lengths, writhing in pain. Dozens of enormous tentacle corpses floated on the sea, all frozen in black ice, emanating a chilling aura. The entire battlefield has been transformed into a world of ice and snow. The once turbulent sea was completely frozen within a 10-mile radius of the Beast King. The brilliance of that strike was truly so great that it chilled 14 provinces with a single stroke. In the live stream, the chat was completely overloaded, and the server even crashed for a moment due to overload. When the screen returned to normal, all that remained were exclamation marks and holy crap. Is this special effects? Tell me this is a movie shoot. Just finished postpartum confinement? This is considered weakness? Then what am I, an ordinary person? A paramecium? That knife. Look at that knife. It comes with its own black smoke effect, and it kills anyone it hits. This is way too overpowered. I even criticized her for putting on a show before. Cold goddess, I was wrong. I'll go send you rockets right now. Wah, there's hope. We're saved. Meanwhile, at the Beijing 301 sanatorium, Wang Dachui jumped up excitedly as he watched his wife dominating the battlefield on the screen. See that? Qian Qian. Wang Dachui pointed at the screen, spitting as he spoke, that's my wife. I hammered that knife. My son vomited up the materials. My daughter drew the blueprints. This is the strength of our Wang family. This time, our whole family is in the C position. Su Qianqian held a notebook in her hand, rapidly recording data, the reflection on her glasses flashing, data collection complete. The energy conductivity of the cold abyss is as high as 99.9%, the energy gathering ring is working normally, and the armor-piercing properties of the star core gold have been perfectly activated. This knife is rated, at least as a near-divine weapon. However, Su Qianqian frowned, looking at Leng Feng's slightly pale face on the screen. This kind of high-intensity burst is too much of a burden on the user. Sister Leng Feng has just recovered and her physical reserves are insufficient. If the battle cannot be ended within 3 minutes, she may be exhausted. Wang Dachui's smile vanished instantly. He stared at the figure on the screen who, although gaining the upper hand, was clearly breathing rapidly. The Beast King is, after all, a 6th-tier beast. The remaining tentacles and severed limbs were still writhing wildly, trying to regenerate. Its main body remained a massive fortress of flesh and blood. And, it hasn't even unleashed its ultimate move yet. Wife, don't linger. Wang Dachui clenched his fists, his palms sweating profusely. That's enough, hurry up and find an opportunity to strike its core. It was as if I could hear Wang Dachui's inner thoughts. On the battlefield, Leng Feng did not let his superior position go to his head. She hovered in midair, her feet resting on ice crystals, her gaze coldly fixed on the massive wound on the Abyss Lord's chest, a wound inflicted by Elder Zhang's self-destruction, which was now attempting to heal. There, a huge heart, or rather, an energy core, radiating a dark purple light, was beating violently. Found you. Leng Feng gripped the knife with both hands, the tips pointing downwards. She poured the last bit of her supernatural power into the cold abyss without reservation. The energy-gathering ring on the blade spun wildly, emitting a shriek as if it could no longer bear the strain. This cut. Sending you to your death. Ultimate technique, absolute zero judgment. Leng Feng transformed into a blue meteorite, carrying an indomitable momentum, and pierced straight into the Beast King's heart. However, just then, the Beast King, who had been constantly attacked and seemed to be on the verge of death, its enormous, single eye, devoid of eyelids, suddenly shifted. A glint of cunning and mockery flashed in its eye. Humans, do you think you've won? Buzz, an invisible yet terrifying mental shockwave erupted from its body without warning. This is not a physical attack. This is a 6th-order being crushing a lower-order being's soul. Leng Feng, who was in mid-air, suddenly froze. It's like a bird flying at top speed suddenly crashing into an invisible wall. Put. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes instantly becoming unfocused. The knife in his hand went astray. What was supposed to be a fatal blow was deflected 3 inches from the core due to the momentary lapse in concentration. But at this moment, the Beast King's remaining broken tentacles stretched out like venomous snakes and lashed out fiercely at Leng Feng, who was now defenseless. Chapter 38 Despair descends. It can't be killed? That deep, heart-stopping bang was like the death knell tolling in the ears of every human being. Bang! This is an overwhelming force. Compared to the Abyss Lord's severed but still enormous tentacle remnant, resembling a broken mountain peak, Lang Feng's tiny body was like a leaf in a raging storm, or a badminton shuttlecock being smashed by a racket. She traced a tragic arc in the air, moving so fast that it even created a sonic boom cloud. Boom! 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 She crashed through 3 reinforced concrete defensive towers in succession. The solid walls were as fragile as paper in front of her. Finally, she crashed into the depths of the ruins, kicking up clouds of dust, her fate unknown. Wife. Inside the Beijing 301 sanatorium, Wang Dachui suddenly stood up from his wheelchair. This time, he forgot about pretending, forgot about the numbness in his legs, and even forgot about breathing. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he stared intently at the billowing smoke on the screen. That's his wife. The mother of his newborn baby. On the battlefield. The Abyss Lord did not rush to finish off the enemy. It let out a triumphant roar, a sound like the grinding of rusty gears, harsh and full of malicious mockery. Its enormous single eye turned, scanning the land it had trampled, and then it made a move that chilled all of humanity. Sizzle! It swung its 2 other broken tentacles, which were wriggling with difficulty, and actually managed to grab the piece of rotten flesh on its chest that had been frozen by the cold abyss and could not regenerate. What is it going to do? Harm itself? The answer was revealed the next second. Rip! With a tooth-grinding tearing sound, large chunks of flesh covered by black ice were ripped off by itself, exposing the purple energy core completely to the air filled with radioactive dust. Purple blood gushed out like a waterfall, staining the sea below purple. But then, immediately afterward, countless dark red granulations writhed wildly at the wound, like countless tiny venomous snakes intertwining. Without the suppression of dark matter from the frost abyss, the sixth-order creature's terrifying regenerative ability, which defied the laws of physics, was on full display. The bleeding stopped in an instant. 2 breaths later, tissue regeneration occurs. 3 breaths later, a scab forms. In just 3 breaths, the enormous wound that was potentially fatal, and which everyone thought was the dawn of victory, actually healed. Even the newly grown scales are thicker and harder than before. Despair? You insects! A malevolent mental wave swept across the globe instantly, traveling through the air and via network signals. My physical body is immortal. As long as the abyss exists, I can regenerate infinitely. What you call divine weapons are nothing more than toys for me to use for gua sha. The chat room, which had been buzzing with excitement because of Lang Feng's strike, completely disappeared at this moment. Instead, there was a deathly silence. Then came the collapse. This can't be real. How do you even play this? A heart that can regenerate? Is this even a living thing? This is practically divine. It's over, it's all over. That last stab was our last hope. Where is the cold goddess? Is she still alive? That impact force would have shattered even an Iron Man. Stop watching, turn off the live stream, I can't bear to see what's coming next. Despair spread like a plague, faster and colder than the Kuroshio current. Even the deadly damage inflicted by divine weapons can be countered by self-harm. Does this monster have any weaknesses? How can we fight this war? Does humanity really have a future? Just then, a faint but unusually clear sound came from the ruins. Splash! That was the sound of gravel sliding down. A hand, covered in blood and with its armor and arm guards shattered, struggled to push away a several-ton concrete slab that was pressing down on him. Lung Feng stood up unsteadily. Her current state is extremely tragic. The dark blue SS-class armor on his body was mostly broken, and his exposed skin was covered with wounds. The left arm was unnaturally twisted, clearly indicating a comminuted fracture. Blood streamed down her forehead, obscuring half of her eye and turning the world before her eyes a blood red. With each breath she took, she was accompanied by excruciating pain as if her lungs were rupturing, and blood and foam mixed with fragments of internal organs kept spilling from the corners of her mouth. But her right hand still gripped Han Yuan tightly. As if sensing its master's peril, the sword's blood-red pattern shone brightly, even emitting a mournful buzzing sound as it frantically devoured the surrounding free energy, feeding it back to Lung Feng and keeping her alive until her last breath. It's not, cough cough, it's not over yet. Lung Feng used his knife to prop himself up on the ground, struggling to keep from falling. She raised her head, and in her intact left eye, there was still a fierce look, like a wolf's, without a trace of fear. As long as I can still stand, you're not getting past me. Behind me is my home, is my child. Madness. A hint of impatience flashed in the Abyss Lord's single, enormous eye. It cannot comprehend this emotion called protection. In the world of the abyss, the law of the jungle prevails. It doesn't want to play anymore. It will utterly crush this ant that dared to harm it and dared to challenge divine power. Buzz. Its enormous eyeball suddenly stopped moving, its pupil shrinking to the size of a pinhead, locking onto the teetering Langfeng. The surrounding space began to distort, and the light was swallowed up. Countless purple arcs of electricity converged in front of the eyeball, forming a black singularity. This is its original divine power, and also its trump card as a 6th-tier beast king, Abyss-Gaze Soul Annihilation. Oh no! It's about to unleash a powerful attack. Inside the 301 sanatorium, Su Chanshan watched as the energy reading on the instrument skyrocketed. The value had exceeded the existing upper limit of measurement and turned into gibberish. She screamed, her voice distorted with fear. This is a pure mental attack. It can directly annihilate the soul. Sister Langfeng is in no condition to withstand it. Even a grandmaster at full strength would instantly become an idiot. Run! Sister Langfeng! Run! But the sound couldn't reach the battlefield. Moreover, even if the message reaches him, Langfeng won't be able to escape. The immense mental pressure had locked onto her, making it difficult for her to even move a finger. Wang Dachui's heart felt as if it were being squeezed by a pair of pliers, and the feeling of powerlessness almost suffocated him. He looked at the figure on the screen who never backed down, even in the face of death. That's his wife. She is the mother of his child. She is the woman he swore to protect for the rest of his life. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Why am I so weak? Why can I only watch from here? System! Is there any way? I'll give you any number of points. I'd even give my life for it. Wang Dachui roared wildly in his mind, his eyes cracked, and tears of blood streamed down his face. System notification, calm down. A distant solution won't solve your immediate problem. Transferring items redeemed with points takes time, there's no time to do it now. The only one capable of instantly traversing space to intervene, the only one capable of mentally contending with a 6th-tier beast emperor, is Bloodline Resonance. Wang Dachui was suddenly startled. Bloodline Resonance? He turned his head sharply and looked at the crib not far away. There, in the small town, the sky was still fast asleep, but he seemed to sense something. His brows were furrowed, and the golden vertical line between his eyebrows was throbbing wildly, flashing a dangerous red light. That's the bond between mother and child. That was the instinctive sense of the ancient sacred body when its loved ones were in danger. Chapter 39. Who dares to touch my mother? Son! Wake up! Wang Dachui rushed over like a madman, grabbed the crib railing, and even crushed it with his force. He roared at his sleeping son with the most piercing, desperate cry of his life, "Your mother is going to be beaten to death. You little brat! Can you still sleep? Wake up! That's your mother who gave birth to you and raised you." Perhaps the roar was so piercing that it pierced through the dream. Perhaps it was the deep-seated throbbing in their blood that finally broke through the shackles of self-imposed confinement. In the crib, the chubby little boy, who used to sleep soundly and would drink his milk even if the sky were to fall, suddenly had his eyelids twitch violently. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! An invisible storm exploded in the nursery. All the instrument glass shattered instantly, and Su Chanshan was thrown away by the blast wave, crashing heavily into the wall. Wang Dachui was also shaken and staggered back a few steps, but he clung tightly to the railing. He saw it. The golden eyes of the small town had lost their former adorable and gluttonous look. Instead, there is an unparalleled majesty that makes one want to kneel in worship. His gaze was haughty, like a god king in the heavens looking down at the ants on the ground. That was the fury of the ancient sacred body. That's the protectiveness of a born supreme being. Yeah. This childish voice is no longer innocent. It was like a dragon's roar, piercing through the roof, through the clouds, and even through the barriers of space. Translation: Who dares to touch my mother? The Australian battlefield. The Abyss Lord's purple death ray had been fully charged, and the black singularity had expanded to its limit, about to burst forth and completely erase Langfeng from this world. Langfeng closed his eyes, preparing to burn his last bit of life essence for a final gamble. Even if it meant self-destruction, he would still break one of its teeth. At this critical moment, a dull thud suddenly echoed across the battlefield. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to strike directly into the depths of everyone's soul, making everyone's heart skip a beat. Immediately afterwards, the wind stopped. The waves stopped. Even the purple death ray that was about to be launched froze under this inexplicable pressure. For the first time, genuine fear was revealed in the Abyss Lord's enormous single eye. It raised its head in alarm, looking at the void behind Lung Feng. There, an aura that even made this sixth-tier Beast King tremble was descending. Crack! The space behind Lung Feng shattered like a mirror. A colossal, 1,000-foot-tall golden-armored phantom slowly emerged. The phantom's face was obscured by golden light, and only the outline of a baby could be vaguely discerned. But the aura emanating from him was more ancient than this world and more domineering than this abyss. He was like a war god from ancient times, traversing time and space just to protect that injured woman. Talent activated, military spirit descends guardian version. Effect, suppresses enemies' all attributes by 30%. Locks friendly morale to max. Immune to all mind control. Additional effect, supreme pressure kneel. That is Lang Feng turned around in astonishment, looking at the familiar phantom, and tears instantly welled up in his eyes. That's her child. The enormous phantom slowly lowered its head, extended a finger made of pure golden light, and gently touched her brow. The movements were as gentle as if caressing a rare treasure. A warm current instantly flowed through my entire body. The pain disappeared. The fatigue disappeared. The fractured arm was reset with a series of cracking sounds, and the dried-up superpowers surged forth like a river. Instead, there is boundless power. Immediately afterwards, the phantom raised its head and looked at the Abyss Lord opposite it. His eyes instantly turned cold and cruel. He opened his enormous palm and clenched it tightly against the Abyss Lord's ready-to-launch sphere of deathlight. Pop! The death ray sphere, powerful enough to destroy a city, was popped like a bubble. Meanwhile, in the capital city, thousands of miles away, Wang Dachui watched the breathtaking scene on the screen, then slumped to the ground, wiped the cold sweat from his face, and grinned. His smile was ferocious, yet exhilarating. Octopus monster, you're finished. This round is a father-son game. The Australian battlefield was deathly silent. The purple death ray sphere, which was originally powerful enough to turn the surrounding area into scorched earth, was easily crushed by the giant golden hand, turning into countless purple light spots and dissipating like a popped soap bubble. The Abyss Lord was stunned. For the first time, a blank expression appeared in its huge, single eye. This is its original divine power, a spiritual destructive attack containing the laws of the abyss, which even human grandmasters dare not take head-on. But now, it's gone? Buzz. Before it could react, the 1,000-foot-tall golden-armored phantom standing behind Lung Feng slowly moved. He lowered his head, his golden eyes, as bright as the sun and moon, coldly gazing at the Abyss Lord beneath his feet. That look wasn't directed at an opponent, but at a clueless bug. A spiritual shock from the ancient sacred body, kneel. No sound came out. But this domineering and unparalleled will directly bombarded the Abyss Lord's mind. Crack! The Abyss Lord's massive, mountain-like body suddenly stiffened. That was suppression from a higher level of life. But it was, after all, a sixth-tier Beast King, a battle-hardened abyssal creature, and by no means powerless. Roar! It let out a defiant roar, stubbornly resisting the oppressive force. It did not kneel completely, but only slightly bent its knees, its tentacles lashing wildly at the sea surface, trying to break free of its restraints. Blood tears streamed from its single eye as it stared intently at the phantom in the air. Is this the power of divinity? What a pity, she's too inexperienced. If it were in its complete form, I might have fled. But now, it's merely a projection, and it expects me to submit? Break! The Abyss Lord burned his own primordial blood, and his body was engulfed in raging purple flames, showing faint signs of breaking free from the suppression. The global livestream was in an uproar. I didn't see that wrong, did I? The Beast King, was he almost defeated just now? Who is that golden giant? Is it a god? The sheer power and pressure are terrifying. I feel like bowing down even through the screen. Although I can't see his face clearly, what he's wearing looks like a belly band? And that gold lock, it looks familiar. Are you crazy, upstairs? That's battle armor. Invincible battle armor. What kind of belly band is that? Whoever it is, they're too strong. So satisfying. Give them a good beating. Beijing, 301 Sanatorium. Wow. Inside the nursery, the once majestic town sky suddenly let out a painful cry. His face turned bright red, and blood began to seep from the golden vertical line between his eyebrows. Its small body trembled violently, as if bearing a weight of millions of pounds. Chapter 40. For the sake of the country, I want to build an army. Oh no! We've overdrawn our energy. Su Chanqian looked at the alarm device, her face pale. The young master is less than 3 months old. His body simply cannot withstand this level of energy output. Stop. If this continues, his ancient sacred body's essence will collapse. Wang Dachui's heart was bleeding. He looked at his son struggling in pain, and then at his wife on the screen, whose life hung by a thread. This is a dead end. Either the son becomes useless, or the wife dies. Hold on, son, just one more second. Wang Dachui's eyes were filled with tears. This was the cruelest decision a father could make. On the battlefield, he got a second of stunned silence, which his son had fought desperately for. Lang Feng didn't waste the opportunity. She knew this was her last chance. Han Yuan, take my life. A resolute glint flashed in Lang Feng's eyes as he directly unlocked the genetic lock, allowing the demonic blade to frantically drain her life force. Her originally jet-black eyebrows instantly turned snow white, and her skin lost its luster. I'd trade 10 years of my life for a single, devastating blow. Cut. A sharp, dark blue blade of light cleaved through the battlefield shrouded in purple flames. There are no flashy special effects, only extreme speed. Put. The blade's edge pierced precisely into the Abyss Lord's energy core, which had just healed and whose defenses had not yet returned to their peak. Awah! The Abyss Lord let out a heart-wrenching scream. The core was damaged, and the purple flames were extinguished instantly. It glanced in horror at the golden-armored phantom in the sky that was rapidly dissipating and becoming transparent, and then at the woman who seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, looking like a demon. It was afraid. It's not that I'm afraid of their strength, but I'm afraid of this group of lunatics. One dares to overdraw on their own potential, the other dares to burn through their lifespan. If the fight continues, even if it wins, it will pay a heavy price, and may even perish here. As a scout, its mission is to investigate, not to be sent to its death. Madmen, you bunch of madmen. We'll settle this score when the mother nest arrives. Boom! The Abyss Lord decisively self-destructed half of its body, turning into a thick cloud of black mist. Using the shockwave from the explosion, it instantly disappeared into the deep sea. It escaped. With the disappearance of the Beast King, the oppressive aura that enveloped the heavens and earth also dissipated. The golden-armored phantom in the sky shattered instantly, like a candle flickering in the wind. Wah! In the nursery of the capital city, Zaya's henchman spat out a mouthful of golden blood, tilted his head to the side, and fell completely silent. His skin turned ashen, and the once mystical golden vertical lines faded to almost invisible. Vital signs, extremely weak. Xiao Tian. Wang Dachui rushed over like a madman and picked up his son. The child's body was ice cold, with only a faint heartbeat proving that he was still alive. System warning: the ancient sacred body's essence is 90% depleted. It has entered a deep state of suspended animation to protect itself. Without divine-level rare treasures or a high-level wood life talent to nurture it, it may never awaken. On the battlefield. As the Beast King fled, the Frost Abyss in Lung Feng's hand clattered to the ground. She fell backward and landed in the rubble. His silver hair was disheveled in the wind, making him look particularly forlorn. She won. But she also lost. The cheers in the livestream hadn't even had a chance to start before they were cut short by this horrific scene. Everyone could see it. This is not a victory. This is a mere existence bought with the lives of 2 generations. Wang Dachui slumped to the ground, holding his cold son in his arms, his eyes fixed on his wife lying on the screen. This moment. He neither cried nor laughed. He simply felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Is this the consequence of leading a team with only one core player? Wang Dachui muttered to himself. Su Chanqian walked over tremblingly, checking the data of the town, tears streaming down her face. Big hammer. Xiao Tian did it to save sister Lung Feng. What should we do? Current medical methods can't save the ancient sacred body whose essence has been damaged. Wang Dachui slowly raised his head. In those eyes that used to always carry a frivolous smile, now burned an unprecedented, almost obsessive flame. Who says they can't be saved? As long as I'm still alive, this family will never fall apart. Qian. Wang Dachui's voice was hoarse, but unusually firm. You saw it too. Having only one capable son is simply not enough. This kid is fierce, but he has no sustain, no healer, and no support. He's useless after one burst of damage. Our family has a serious imbalance in academic performance. Su Chanxian was stunned. Big hammer, you. Wang Dachui stood up, his back ramrod straight despite holding his unconscious son in his arms. He wasn't going to the battlefield to die. He was going to fulfill his mission as patriarch. Chanxian, the best way to save Xiaotian is to find a wood type or life type talent to nurture him. Logically speaking, I should be searching the world for a powerful wood type woman to have my fourth child. But it's too late. The octopus monster just ran away, and Xiaotian and Lengfeng could die at any moment. Where am I supposed to find a wood type powerhouse who's willing to have a baby right now? Distant water can't quench immediate thirst. I can only take a gamble and give birth to these two little ones in your belly to solve the immediate problem. Once we pull them back from the brink of death, I'll slowly find a fourth-ranked wood elemental cultivator to help them recuperate. Wang Dachui pointed at Su Chanxian's stomach, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. It's up to you now. A second child. We must have a second child right now. Isn't that the supreme alchemist in your belly? Doesn't it have a companion flame? Just give birth to him, let him refine pills. Save his brother. Save his mother. Moreover, Wang Dachui looked out the window, towards the direction of the National Academy of Sciences, which was also the location of countless untapped resources. Two are not enough. I want to have a fourth child. I want a nanny with the talent of life healing. I want to have a fifth child. A formation master who can repair the rules of heaven and earth. I want to create an army. A perfectly equipped team that can tank, heal, and deal damage. Su Chanxian, listen to my command. Wang Dachui shouted. Su Chanxian instinctively stood at attention. Here. Starting today, the lab is closed. All vacations are cancelled. We only have one mission. Shorten my timeline for the second child plan by half. I want to hear my second child cry within a month, no, within half a month. Even if it empties the national treasury, even if it drains my old bones dry, we must live. Looking at the man in front of him, who seemed to be on steroids, whose words were still a bit frivolous, he had become the backbone of the entire family. Su Chanxian wiped away her tears and nodded heavily. Yes. For this family. I'll fight. The smoke of battle still lingers on the live stream screen. Meanwhile, at the 301 Sanatorium, a brand new battle concerning the harmony of life and the revival of families has begun. Looking at his unconscious son, Wang Dachui gritted his teeth and said, "Son, you should get some sleep first. When you wake up, Dad will line up a whole row of your younger brothers and sisters for you. When the time comes, our whole family will gang up on it." Chapter 41. A nationwide silence of mourning? Don't rush to eat the feast. 3 days after that epic battle in Australia ended, a black rain, carrying a fishy smell, poured down relentlessly. Experts on television were spitting as they explained that this was the energy residue left behind by the abyss octopus monster when it escaped, commonly known as dandruff from a high-level being like a god. Flags are being flown at half-mast all over the world. The internet is flooded with black and white photos and candle emojis, creating an atmosphere as if humanity is about to collectively concede defeat tomorrow, and the entire village is preparing chopsticks for a feast. Beijing, 301 Sanatorium. This place, which Wang Dachui once used as a 5-star resort for free meals and drinks, is now as deserted as a haunted house. 5 underground floors, the core life support room. Wang Dachui sat on a small stool in the corner, holding an unlit cigarette in his hand. Although he doesn't smoke, in TV dramas, the male lead always has to hold one at this point to appear profound, staring blankly at the 2 huge crystal coffins in the center of the room. His current appearance is unshaven, with sunken eyes, completely different from the spirited gigolo he was 3 days ago. He looks like a homeless man who just returned from studying under a bridge. The crystal coffin on the left contains his wife, Lung Feng. The female warrior who once kicked down a building with one kick and unleashed her cold air at the slightest provocation is now as quiet as a sleeping beauty. However, the sleeping beauty's face was as pale as if she had just been painted white, and the line on the heart monitor was as lazy as Wang Dachui used to be when he was slacking off at work, only beating once every few hours. That strike crippled the Beast King and also depleted her own health bar. The one on the right is even more outrageous. His son was lying inside, in the small town. To be precise, it was a stone statue that looked like his son. This kid completely siliconized himself in order to save his mother. Looking at that dusty, stone-like face, Wang Dachui felt a pang of pain in his heart. Goodness gracious, he's already learned performance art after only 3 months? That petrification seal was brilliant. It turned me into a relic, so I won't need to buy any more figurines now. Mr. Wang. A voice speaking broken Chinese interrupted Wang Dachui's emo moment. Wang Dachui looked up and saw an elderly foreign man in a white coat with a name tag that read International Chief Medical Officer standing in front of him with a serious expression. Several domestic experts followed behind him, all with their heads down, like elementary school students who had done something wrong. Spit it out, Wang Dachui said irritably. The foreign old man pushed up his glasses, his eyes revealing irrational coldness that said, "I'm doing this for your own good. According to our professional assessment, General Long has a brain death probability of over 99%, and the divine child, oh no, the stone, has zero life fluctuations. Earth's resources are very scarce right now. Maintaining these 2 stellar-class life support pods consumes enough energy each day to equip an entire division." So what? Wang Dachui slowly stood up, his legs a little numb, but his eyes were fierce. So, after discussions and recommendations at the International Joint Conference. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. We recommend discontinuing life support. Let them depart with dignity. We will give them the highest level state funeral. Wang Dachui was about to roll up his sleeves and start cursing. Snap. A crisp sound. An official document was slammed into the old foreign man's face, leaving him completely stunned. The door was violently pushed open. Old Long, leaning on his cane, walked in, surrounded by Zhao Gang and a group of generals. Although the old man was old, his murderous aura was even stronger than Lang Feng's at this moment, and he walked with a gust of wind. Bullshit. Old Long pointed at the foreign expert's nose, spitting as he spoke, showing no mercy whatsoever. This is China. Not your calculating chamber of commerce. Dignity? Dignity is only about being alive. Death is just a show for the living. The foreign old man covered his face, looking aggrieved, but Elder Long, resources. Resources my ass. Old Master Long slammed his cane on the ground, cracking the marble floor. Pass on my order. Open the national treasury. Even if it means wiping out all the crystal cores in the country, even if it means the entire army has to eat one less bite of food, the power to these 2 life support pods must not be cut off. Even if it means losing a division a day, or even an army a day, the country can afford to support it. As long as these old bones of mine are still here, anyone who dares to pull the plug will be skinned alive. Looking at Elder Long's excited back, Wang Dachui felt a lump in his throat and almost couldn't hold back his tears. This is what you call handing it over to the country. This is what you call the strongest support. What is prestige? This is prestige. As long as the country exists, my family, Wang Dachui's family, will never fall apart. The foreign expert was severely reprimanded and slunk away. Old Long turned around and looked at Wang Dachui. His sharp eyes softened instantly, even showing a hint of guilt as an elder looking at a younger man. Dachui, don't listen to those foreign devils' nonsense. As long as there is a breath left, the country will never give up. But Old Master Long sighed, looking at the crystal coffin, his tone becoming heavy. Current technology has indeed reached a bottleneck. Medicine and energy can only prolong life, not revive the dying. We need a miracle. Medicine can't save us, science can't save us, but metaphysics can. A weak but firm voice came from the doorway. Su Chanxian, her belly already showing, was helped in by a nurse. Her face was pale, and her dark circles resembled those of a panda. She had clearly been working through several sleepless nights to save lives. She walked to Wang Dachui's side, took his cold hand, and then looked at Elder Long with bright eyes. Elder Long, it's not time to despair yet. Don't forget, our family has a cheat code. Hang? Old Long was taken aback. Su Chanxian pointed to her stomach, then to the crystal coffin, and activated her academic analysis mode, based on my latest big data analysis. The 5 elements generate each other, creating an endless cycle of life. This is the wisdom of our ancestors. Xiao Tian is of the metal element, which is too rigid and easily broken, turning him into a stubborn rock. Sister Lang Feng is of the ice element, which is extremely cold and will surely cause harm, freezing life force. To rebuild their essence, to turn stones back into flesh, and ice back into blood, besides slowly nurturing them with wood or life elemental methods, there is another way. At this point, Su Chanxian glanced at Wang Dachui, a hint of madness flashing in her eyes. Fire refines gold, wood generates fire. Almost simultaneously, the system in Wang Dachui's mind, which had been dormant for 3 whole days, finally decided to come back to life. And the first thing that pops up is that familiar, annoying notification sound with a hint of a salesperson's tone. Ding! Host detected to be in a state of extreme grief and anger, wanting to kill, hidden prerequisites met. Desperate mission triggered, defy fate. System analysis: this game seems like a complete collapse, but it can still be turned around. As long as you dare to gamble. Second solution. Lung Feng Han Yuan's backlash needs that 9 revolutions Nirvana pill to rebuild his meridians. This requires a top-tier Dan Dao exotic fire. Wang Zhentin petrified seal needs spirit reforging to break the stone shell. This requires top-tier refining metal energy. What a coincidence! These 2 conditions are currently being conceived in the womb of your second wife, Su Chanqian. The twins, one a fire-type alchemist and the other a metal-type weapon refiner, sense that their clan is doomed and are requesting to log in early to have someone else play for them. Damn it, Tongzi, are you kidding me? A few days ago you said only wood-type or life-type characters could save him, but now that Qianqian has figured it out, you have a new trick up your sleeve. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Wang Dachui cursed the system in his mind. He glanced at Su Qianqian's stomach. Sure enough, through his clothes, he could see 2 orbs of light, one red and one gold, flashing wildly, as if they were dancing inside his stomach. Those are his second and third sons. They were kicking their mother's belly, sending a clear signal, let me out. I need to fix my older brother's body. I need to start a fire for my aunt. However, the second and third babies were only a little over a month old in their mother's womb. How could they be born? The system, feeling somewhat embarrassed after being scolded by Wang Dachui, quickly tried to come up with a way to redeem itself. System prompt: to achieve premature birth without any damage, you must undergo desperate pregnancy preparation hell level difficulty. It is recommended to go to the Earthfire Furnace Forbidden Zone and use the Earth's core fire to stimulate fetal mutation. Simply put, go and warm yourself by the fire. Wang Dachui took a deep breath, and the dejection in his eyes vanished. He knew it. There's always a way out. The saying many children, many blessings is truly true. In critical moments, having a baby can save the day. He suddenly looked at Elder Long, a ferocious yet hopeful smile appearing on his face. Elder Long, don't rush to prepare the wreaths. Get me a plane, the fastest one. Also, I want a requisition that Forbidden Zone of the Earth Fire Furnace. What are you going to do? Old Long was taken aback. That place is thousands of degrees hot, enough to melt even steel. Wang Dachui scooped up Su Chanqian and strode out. As Wang Dachui passed by the foreign expert who was still peeking out of the door, hoping to see him make a fool of himself, he stopped, looked down at him, and grinned, revealing a set of big white teeth. I'm going to take my wife to the crater, to have our baby. Open your blue eyes and look carefully. We Chinese people, even if we turn into stone, can still spring out from the cracks in the rocks. Want to eat at our feast? You can forget about it. Unless I treat you. Watching Wang Dachui's frantic retreating figure, Elder Long not only didn't stop him, but instead waved his hand and roared at the generals behind him. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear what Advisor Wang said? Deploy Air Force escort. Notify the area around the Earthfire Furnace to be cleared. As long as the Divine Child can be saved, I'll take responsibility for everything, even if it means requisitioning a Forbidden Zone or blowing up the Earth's core. Chapter 42. Is this the delivery room you were talking about? This must be Laozi's alchemy furnace. Western Theater Command, codenamed Earthfire Furnace Restricted Area. This is the largest active volcanic cluster on Earth, also known as the Forbidden Zone of Life, the graveyard of fire elements. Due to the revival of spiritual energy, the underground magma not only showed no signs of cooling, but instead seemed to have been injected with stimulants, turning into the earthly fiend true fire filled with violent fire elements. Looking around, not a blade of grass grows for miles around. The ground has a charred, glassy texture, formed by the repeated melting and solidification of rocks. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur and deadly high-temperature toxic fumes. Normally, let alone a living person, even a passing iron bird would be scalded by the soaring heat wave and turned into a roasted bird if it didn't activate its energy shield. But today, this place, which would make even the king of hell suffer a severe beating, is bustling like a bustling vegetable market. Buzz. Accompanied by a deafening roar that could shatter eardrums, a dozen Suzaku-class fighter jets, painted with the latest heat-insulating coatings, escorted a specially modified heavy transport plane. It forcefully broke through the billowing smoke and hovered directly above the largest crater in an almost domineering manner. Under the belly of the transport plane hung a huge high-temperature resistant pod with several bright red characters written on it: China Express, give way to idlers. Hiss. With the sound of the air pressure valve releasing air, the gondola door slowly opened. A wave of heat, hot enough to instantly cook a steak, swept over them, instantly turning Wang Dachui's newly styled benevolent father hairstyle into that of a super saiyan. Even his eyebrows smelled burnt. Cough, cough, cough. This smell is too strong. It's like sulfur mixed with barbecue, and there's even a hint of cumin? While fanning himself, Wang Dachui carefully helped Su Chanshan out of the cabin. He looked a bit disheveled. To protect himself from the fire, he had to go shirtless, wearing only a pair of specially made fireproof shorts that revealed his muscular physique. She doesn't look like she's here to give birth, she looks more like a bodybuilding coach on vacation. Chanshan, slow down. It's too hot for your feet. Let's walk on the red carpet. With a wave of his hand, Wang Dachui had several soldiers wearing fully enclosed heat-insulating suits quickly lay down a specially made asbestos blanket. At this moment, Su Chanshan's belly was moving more and more. The red and gold lights flashed alternately, like a heavy metal rock disco had opened inside my belly. If a normal pregnant woman came to a place like this, she would probably go into dehydration and shock before she even got off the plane. Strangely, in this environment of several hundred degrees Celsius, Su Chanshan not only did not sweat, but instead groaned comfortably, her face showing a blissful expression as if she had just had a full body spa treatment. It's so warm. Su Chanshan squinted, like a cat basking in the winter sun, and even stretched. Big Hammer, listen, the two little ones in my belly really like it here. They're cheering, and sucking on the fire? When Wang Dachui looked down, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The air around Su Chanshan was strangely distorted. Those high-temperature fire toxins that are deadly to ordinary people, and the volatile fire elements floating in the air, actually flowed like rivers flowing into the sea. It formed a visible red vortex, which frantically burrowed into every pore of Su Chanshan's body. With each breath of heat she inhaled, Su Chanshan's belly shone a little brighter, and her complexion improved a little more. Good heavens, it's already eating at a buffet before it's even born? Wang Dachui's lips twitched as he looked at the air around him, which had clearly become a little cooler. This suction power is even stronger than a range hood. If this is born, will my family be able to save on heating bills? In winter, they can just sit in the living room and the whole family will be warm. System notification, excellent fire elemental aura detected. Your second son fire talent is very satisfied and has given you a thumbs up. Suggestion to the host, get closer. Go to the place with the most intense heat. He wants a good meal. Advisor Wang. Just then, the commander in charge of guarding the area, a burly man whose skin was blackened by the constant high temperatures, came running over in his heavy power armor. He saluted, his eyes behind the mask giving the family a strange look, as if they were two madmen. Your consultant Wang? The emergency rescue mission mentioned above is giving birth? The commander looked at Su Chanshan, who was heavily pregnant and looking quite content, and then at Wang Dachui, who was shirtless and wearing shorts. His worldview was about to collapse. The surface temperature here is a whopping 180 degrees Celsius. The air is thick with toxic heat. Are you sure this is a delivery room? This is an oven. Wang Dachui glanced at the churning red lava below, swallowed hard, then puffed out his chest, striking a pose of profound mystery that said, "You don't understand science. That's what you call professional. You don't understand, this is called high-temperature quenching, and it's also a scientific parenting method. As the saying goes, true gold fears no fire, and good children need to be tempered from a young age. Trained from a young age. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Is the VIP delivery room I requested ready?" The commander wiped the cold sweat from his mask even though there was air conditioning inside and pointed down. "As you requested, the altar is ready. It's on that isolated stone platform in the center of the lava lake. That's the place with the most concentrated fire element and the highest temperature in the entire restricted area. It's said that even if you throw a piece of steel down there, it will instantly turn into water. But, Advisor Wang, for safety's sake, shouldn't we?" "Safety? My wife is the biggest safety hazard." Wang Dachui interrupted him. "Clear the area immediately. Not a single mosquito is allowed in except for my wife and me. Turn your defensive shields up to the maximum to prevent the heat from escaping. Oh no, to prevent outsiders from disturbing us." The commander's lips twitched. No mosquitoes could survive here anyway. 5 minutes later, in the center of the lava lake, on an isolated stone platform. The scene here is like hell. All around, crimson magma churned and roared, occasionally bursting open with a huge bubble that spewed out a pillar of fire several meters high. The only foothold is that black, metallic-looking island in the middle. Wang Dachui, using a hoverboard, carefully placed Su Chanxian on the birthing bed made of millennia-old ice jade that had been prepared in the center of the isolated island. This kind of jade bed is priceless. Normally, even a piece the size of a fingernail can sell for an astronomical price. But now Wang Dachui is using it as a disposable birthing bed. It's just outrageously extravagant. Sizzle sizzle. As soon as the jade bed touched the ground, it emitted puffs of white smoke, but the moment Su Chanxian lay down, the two forces reached a delicate balance. At this moment, Su Chanxian's labor pains began. This time, it wasn't just an ordinary childbirth, it was an outburst of energy. Ah! Big hammer. It's so hot. My stomach is so hot. Su Chanxian grabbed Wang Dachui's hand, her nails almost digging into her flesh. The red light inside her belly grew stronger and stronger, and even through her skin, one could clearly see the outline of a tiny baby inside, its mouth open, greedily devouring the terrifying fire element around it. As he devoured, the surface of the entire lava lake dropped, and countless fiery red streams of light, like 1,000 birds paying homage to the phoenix, surged wildly into Su Chanxian's abdomen. System alert! Second child fire element is about to be born. Environmental testing, extremely high concentration of earth core fire element. Perfectly meets the conditions for desperate pregnancy preparation. Warning, the fetus has excess energy. This little guy is overfed. If not guided in time, he might set his mother on fire. Please immediately act as a human cooling tower, using your perfect original form to neutralize the excess fire poison. Damn it! Am I being used as a tool again? Looking at Su Chanxian, whose body was flushed red and seemed about to spontaneously combust at any moment, Wang Dachui bit his tongue without saying a word, spat out a mouthful of blood into his palm, and then hugged his wife, whose body was burning hot. Chanxian! Don't be afraid. Your big, sturdy husband is here. Although I can't put out fires, I'm tough. Let him suck my blood. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The moment Wang Dachui's skin touched Su Chanxian, it made a sound like roasting meat that made your teeth ache. A visible plume of white smoke rose from the point where the two people made contact. Pain. Excruciating pain. It's like holding a red-hot branding iron. But Wang Dachui gritted his teeth and held on tightly, his innate talent for life regeneration working wildly to absorb the rampaging fire poison from Su Chanxian's body. He then used the super-strong metabolic ability of the perfect primal body to forcibly digest and expel it. From a distance, Wang Dachui looked like a human-shaped chimney that was emitting smoke, and even flames were spewing from his head. Wow! Just when Wang Dachui felt he was almost cooked, and was even wondering how well cooked he was. A loud and domineering cry, accompanied by a towering pillar of fire more than 10 meters in diameter, exploded from the center of the lava lake. Rumble! The pillar of fire pierced through the clouds, turning the sky crimson, as if it had burned a hole in the firmament. The entire lava lake was boiling, with countless magma pools converging into the shape of a dragon, bowing towards the isolated island as if cheering for the arrival of the Flame King. It's born! It's born! Wang Dachui raised his head, his face covered in soot and dirt. His eyebrows were completely gone, and his face was blackened by soot, with only his teeth remaining white. In Su Chanxian's arms was a baby boy, his body completely red and his hair standing on end like flames. The little guy didn't cry or fuss when he was born. He grabbed a piece of red rock that had just flown out of the lava and hadn't cooled down yet with his two chubby little hands, and took a bite with a crunch and chewed it with a crunch. Congratulations, host! Your second child has been born. Name, unnamed suggested names, Wang Huahua or Wang Sanwei. Talent, SSS level Flame Emperor's heaven burning body comes with its own unique flame, the Myriad Beast Spirit Flame. Special quirk, likes to eat food that's piping hot, the hotter the better. Comment, this kid has a terrible temper. Never make him angry, or he might set the house on fire. Eating stones? You eat stones too? Wang Dachui looked at this scene in despair, his mentality breaking down. Does our family own a quarry? Why is everyone in the family at odds with stones? Doesn't anyone want to drink milk? Before he could finish complaining, Su Chanxian cried out in pain again, her face turning pale instantly. There's one more coming out. It's so heavy. It feels like I'm carrying a lead weight. It's making my back hurt. Chapter 43, Alchemy with the left hand, weapon crafting with the right. The whole family can do it. With the second cry, this time there was no towering pillar of fire, and the world seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a series of metallic clanging sounds with a peculiar rhythm rang out from all directions. Clang. Buzz. It wasn't just the rock walls surrounding the lava lake that were trembling. Even the specially designed transport plane hovering 1,000 meters in the air was vibrating wildly, with every rivet and every piece of skin on its fuselage making a creaking sound, as if it were about to disintegrate at any moment to pay homage to their queen. The soldiers on guard duty were horrified to discover that the alloy weapons in their hands were flying out of their grasp and hovering in mid-air. The gun barrels were all pointed neatly at the isolated stone platform below, slightly lowered, like subjects bowing to their king. Is this what you call status? It's even bigger than his brothers. Wang Dachui, holding his eldest son who was spitting fire rings in one arm, stared in disbelief at his second daughter emerging from Su Chanshan's belly. This is a beautifully sculpted, even somewhat aloof, little baby girl. Her skin was so white it glowed, but it wasn't a sickly white, rather, it was a cool, textured white. Upon closer inspection, a faint golden metallic luster could be seen flowing beneath her skin, as if she were a work of art sculpted from rare divine gold. Unlike her brother, she was not irritable. She was extremely quiet from birth, and even her cries were just a short, forceful wah before she fell silent. She slowly opened her eyes. There was no childlike innocence in them. Instead, countless precise data streams seemed to be flashing within them, cold, rational, and full of a thirst for exploration. She glanced at the flying metal ores and guns around her, her brow furrowing slightly, as if she found it too noisy. So she stretched out her chubby little hand and gently tapped it towards the air. Disperse. Although he didn't speak, a domineering aura instantly spread throughout the entire venue. Crack. The once incredibly hard metal ores and gun parts in the sky instantly disintegrated. They transformed into the purest metal powder, which, under the will of this little girl, rapidly reassembled and shaped in the air like flowing liquid metal. A few seconds later, a beautifully designed titanium alloy baby bottle, even with openwork patterns, floated lightly into her hand. Congratulations, host. 3 daughters have been born. Name, unnamed. Suggested name, Wang Tiechui, oh no, Wang Linger. Talent, SSS level Taiging gene body with innate supernatural power, divine refinement. Special ability, a natural master of machinery. Give her the materials, and she can build you a star destroyer by hand, let alone a Gundam. Personality analysis, extremely rational, tech-savvy, and obsessive-compulsive. Has a strong urge to disassemble and reassemble anything with an illogical structure. Amazing! Amazing! Wang Dachui looked at the 2 little monsters on his left and right, his eyes filled with tears of excitement. He's holding a mage who can control fire and refine pills in his left arm, and a mechanic who can handcraft weapons in his right arm. In addition, there's the eldest son in the family, a tough and capable soldier. This isn't just giving birth, it's creating a complete military-industrial chain. In future battles, the eldest son will charge into battle, the second son will throw fireballs to heal from behind, and the third daughter will repair equipment and build artillery emplacements in the middle. This setup is invincible. Dachua Su Chanshan leaned weakly against Wang Dachui's chest, looking at the 2 children with a tired but incredibly proud smile on her face. She reached out to touch the child, but was afraid of getting burned. It's a success, it's really a success. Fire overcomes metal, and metal generates water. The attributes of these 2 children can form a perfect 5-element cycle, saving Sister Lang Feng and Xiao Tian. That's right. Wang Dachui's eyes sharpened, and he picked up 1 child in each arm. The one in my left hand was as hot as a roasted sweet potato, and the one in my right hand was as heavy as a lead ball. But this weight was the sweetest burden in his heart. Let's go home. Let those foreign experts see what a Chinese miracle is. My team is fully assembled. Beijing, 301 Sanatorium. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive at this moment. The foreign expert was sitting in the conference room, legs crossed, a cup of coffee in his hand, glancing at his watch every now and then at the countdown timer, his face bearing that hypocritical regret and arrogant disdain. Elder Long, it's time. It's regrettable, but that madman taking a pregnant woman to the crater was practically suicide. According to my calculations, their chances of survival were 0. By now, even their ashes have probably fused with the lava. For the benefit of all mankind, and to stop wasting precious energy, please immediately sign the order to cut off the power to those 2 life support pods. You must understand, this is science, not emotion. Old Master Long sat in the main seat, his eyes closed, his hand gently stroking his cane. His expression was calm, but beneath that calm lay a volcano about to erupt. Although he wasn't sure himself, he chose to trust Wang Dachui. I believe in that man who always manages to create miracles and talks a lot of nonsense. Wait a little longer, Elder Long said calmly, his voice soft yet carrying an undeniable authority. What are we waiting for? This is simply a waste of taxpayers' money. The foreign expert was getting impatient and was about to stand up and yell. Boom! A loud bang suddenly came from above the sanatorium. It was a terrifying sonic boom cloud created by a fighter jet flying at extremely low altitude. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying heatwave enveloped the entire sanatorium, the central air conditioning in the conference room malfunctioned instantly, and the alarms screamed wildly. Everyone started sweating, feeling as if they had been thrown into a sauna in an instant. What's going on? An enemy attack? Or a fire? The foreign expert, his coffee spilled all over himself, stood up in a panic. Before anyone could react, the heavy blast door was violently kicked open from the outside. Bang! The two door panels flew off and embedded themselves in the opposite wall. Waste my ass! With a powerful roar, Wang Dachui, carrying two newborn babies, strode in like a war god returning from hell. Although half of his hair was singed, his eyebrows were gone, his body was covered in soot, and there was a hole in his shorts. But his arrogant and domineering attitude is even stronger than before. Who dares to cut off my family's electricity? Come on, we don't need the government's electricity anymore. Second brother. Perform a human nuclear fusion for your foreign grandpa. The red-haired baby boy in Wang Dachui's arms seemed to understand his father's words and also seemed to sense the malice emanating from the foreign old man. He narrowed his large, ruby-like eyes slightly, opened his toothless little mouth, and yawned. Whoosh! A ball of flame, which looked only the size of a fist but had an eerie purple color, spewed out from his mouth. The ball of fire landed lightly on the priceless mahogany table in the center of the conference room. There was no smoke. There was no combustion process involved. The long table vaporized within 0.01 seconds of coming into contact with the flame. Not even ashes were left. It was as if it had never existed. The terrifying heat spread instantly, causing the foreign expert's meticulously styled hair to become curly and scorched, and his eyebrows to completely disappear. Ah! My hair! The foreign expert was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, trembling, pointing at the baby as if he had seen a monster. What kind of monster is this? Monster? Wang Dachui sneered, putting the two children on the ground because the table was gone. This is my son. The future chief alchemist of China. And this? Wang Dachui pointed to the little girl next to him who was staring at the foreign expert's watch. This is my daughter. She'll be China's top arms dealer in the future. The third brother seemed very interested in the high-tech tactical watch that shimmered with blue light on the foreign expert's wrist. That's the latest energy monitoring device developed by the Western Alliance, touted as indestructible. She crawled over, stretched out her delicate white hand, and gently tapped the dial. Click. To everyone's disbelief, the watch, which was supposedly able to withstand a nuclear explosion, instantly disintegrated. Countless intricate parts floated in the air, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, instantly rearranging and recombining. In the blink of an eye, the watch transformed into a constantly spinning metal top. Gurgle. The foreign expert looked at the spinning top on the ground, then at his empty wrist, his eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. Is this a baby? These are clearly two gods. Wang Dachui ignored the group of terrified experts, turned to look at Elder Long, his eyes becoming incredibly gentle yet firm. Elder Long, I have not failed you. Help! I've brought it. Now, no one can stop me from saving my wife and kids, right? Looking at the chaotic yet hopeful scene in the room, Old Long suddenly stood up and laughed 3 times. Good. 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 Go. Hammer. Even if you create a huge hole in the sky, the country will bail you out. Chapter 44. The final verdict. Family reunion. The underground core life support room. This place, which was originally the quietest and coldest spot in the entire sanatorium, is now enveloped in a strangely lively atmosphere. Wang Dachui, holding the red-haired Emperor Yen baby in his left hand and the golden-haired mechanical girl baby in his right, stood proudly in front of the 2 crystal coffins like a general who had just returned from a victorious battle. Although Su Chanshan was weak after giving birth, as the chief engineer of this miraculous surgery, she insisted on coming along in a wheelchair. Holding a tablet in her hand, she stared intently at the various data points, her voice trembling slightly. Big Hammer, are you ready? In theory, the mutual restraint and generation of the 5 elements is feasible. However, in practice, the energy of the 2 children is too strong. If we are not careful, it may cause secondary damage to Sister Ling Feng and Xiao Tian. It's like carving a pattern on tofu, the precision has to be down to the micrometer level. Wang Dachui took a deep breath, glanced at his wife, whose face was as pale as paper, in the crystal coffin, and then at his eldest son, who had turned into a stone statue. His eyes instantly softened from their previous arrogance, even carrying a hint of pleading. Son, daughter. Wang Dachui lowered his head and whispered to the two little ones in his arms, do you see them? Lying in there are your aunt and your older brother. They became like this to protect this home. Dad knows you're all capable, but this time we're not competing to see who can cause the most destruction. We're competing to see who's more skillful and gentler, okay? The two little ones seemed to understand what their father was saying. The red-haired second brother blinked, and silently threw away the fire brick he had been holding as a snack. The blonde third brother also dropped his aloof demeanor and curiously examined the two big toys in front of him. Operation begins. Second brother, apply fire therapy. Save your aunt. With Wang Dachui's command, he carefully brought the red-haired Emperor Yen baby to Longfeng's crystal coffin. The little guy babbled and stretched out his chubby little hand, gently pressing it on the heavy coffin lid. A visible crimson ripple spread across his palm. The backlash of the frost abyss black ice, powerful enough to freeze souls and impervious even to nuclear bombs, squeaked like a mouse before a cat the moment it encountered this small hand. But the little guy didn't cause the same violent destruction as he did in the conference room. He seemed to remember his father's words about gentleness. So he opened his mouth and gently blew a breath. Phew! A wisp of flame, tinged with a faint purple gold hue myriad beast spirit fire life form like a sentient little snake, burrowed into the crystal coffin and into Lungfeng's body. The fire wasn't scalding, instead, it carried a warm, inviting vitality. It traveled along the withered and necrotic veins of the cold front, and wherever it passed, the ice melted and the dead flesh was reborn. Langfeng's originally ashen skin began to regain its luster at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even a few strands of his silver hair turned black again. Beep, beep, beep. The heart rate monitor next to me, which had been silent all along, suddenly started to beat. Then, it turned into a powerful rhythm. It works. It really works. Su Chanxian was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. This is top-notch fire therapy. It's more effective than any stimulant. Well done, son. I'll reward you with volcanic rock later. Wang Dachui was overjoyed, then turned to the other side, his expression becoming serious. The hardest part is coming up next, turning the stone back into a person. Third brother. It's your turn. Unpack your brother's box. Remember, that's your brother, not a Gundam. Don't take him apart. Wang Dachui carried his golden-haired little girl to the town sky, which had turned into a stone statue. The little girl looked at the dusty stone man with disdain. In her divine craftsmanship vision, her eldest brother at this moment was simply a jumble of gibberish, a chaotic mess, an insult to the word perfect. As a born perfectionist and a master of machines, she couldn't tolerate the existence of such imperfections. So she stretched out her fair and delicate finger and gently touched the center of Xayas Henshin's forehead. Ding! A crisp, pleasant metallic clang echoed in the life support room. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. There was no violent scene of flying debris. Instead, it's about deconstruction. That layer of stubborn stone that sealed the town sky, under the little girl's fingertips, looked as if it were pieced together from countless tiny Lego bricks. Whoosh! Countless tiny stone chips automatically peeled off, flew, and disappeared. Cracks began to appear on the originally rigid surface of the stone statue, which meant that life was reviving and the incorrect molecular structure was being forcibly corrected. This is not just about hatching, it's about helping the eldest brother rebuild his golden body. A few minutes later. Crack! The last piece of stone covering the town's sky fell off. Those eyes, which had been tightly closed for several days, suddenly opened. A burst of golden light erupted. Wah-ah! A heart-wrenching, powerful cry shattered all the glass instruments in the life support room. The first thing Xiaotian did upon waking wasn't to look for his parents, but to sit up abruptly, flailing his arms wildly in the air before finally clutching his flat stomach and letting out a desperate cry, "I'm starving. I'm starving to death." Almost simultaneously, the crystal coffin lid next to it was pushed open by a gentle force. Lun Feng sat up abruptly, took a deep breath, and seemed like a drowning person finally surfacing. The blue light in her eyes flashed and disappeared, replaced by a profound and restrained quality, as if she had undergone a rebirth. She looked around blankly. They saw Wang Dachui, whose face was covered in soot and whose hair looked like a chicken coop. I saw Su Chanqian sitting in a wheelchair, crying her eyes out. I saw my eldest son, who was wailing and crying because he was hungry. And then there were those two little ones she'd never seen before, yet who made her feel incredibly close to them. Although she had never met him before, the deep resonance in her blood made her understand everything in an instant. This is her home. These are all her family members. Wife. Wang Dachui could no longer hold back. He was still holding two children in his arms when he suddenly knelt down on the ground, buried his face in Lung Feng's legs, and burst into tears. You're finally awake. Wah! You scared me to death, Dad. No, I scared me to death, my husband. If you don't wake up soon, I'm really going to blow up the underworld. I've even prepared the explosives. Lang Feng looked at this man who was always so arrogant and domineering outside, but now he was crying like a 200-pound child, and his eyes were also wet. She gently touched Wang Dachui's singed hair. Although it felt a little prickly, her heart softened. She glanced at the twins who were staring at her curiously, even reaching out their little hands to touch her. A gentle smile, unlike any she had ever seen before, radiating maternal warmth, curved her lips. Silly boy. Why are you crying? Aren't you ashamed? I'm back now, aren't I? She felt the faint yet ever-flowing flame within her body, and the sharp golden energy permeating the air. It seems I won't have to take the blame for everything in our family anymore. Wang Dachui raised his head, his face streaked with tears and snot, the black ash washed away by the tears, making him look both comical and pitiful, but he smiled brightly. That's right. From now on, if we get into a fight, our whole family will join in. The eldest brother acts as the tank, absorbing damage. The second brother deals ranged damage with fire. The third brother repairs equipment and builds towers. You stay behind and finish off the enemies. I'll stay on the sidelines. Wang Dachui thought for a moment, then puffed out his chest. I'll cheer you guys on from the sidelines. And I'll also be in charge of logistics, like handing out water. Dream on. Lang Feng and Su Chanqian said in unison, exchanging a glance and seeing the smile in each other's eyes. From now on, you earn the money for the formula, you change the diapers, and you soothe the baby when he cries. No problem. I'll take care of it all. Wang Dachui agreed readily. At this moment, the small town of Tian finally discovered a new continent. He stopped crying, crawled to Wang Dachui's side, and looked at his two younger siblings who were a size smaller than him. He sniffed and noticed that the second brother smelled of barbecue, while the third brother smelled of steel. Eat, eat. He tentatively tried to take a bite of the second child. Smack. The third brother reacted quickly, shoving a metal baby bottle into his eldest brother's mouth. The older brother paused for a moment, then gulped it down. The family of 6 was finally reunited in this messy basement. As for the group of national leaders outside who were completely dumbfounded, Old Long was pulling Zhao Gang along, gesturing excitedly, quick. Write it down. Top secret file, the Wang family team is officially established. This is no family, this is clearly the future, Divine Reserve Force of China. As for that foreign expert, I heard he bought a standing ticket and fled back to China overnight, even losing one of his shoes in the process. Before leaving, he was still muttering in a daze, Chinese people are cheating. I'm reporting them. I'm going to report them to God. The end? How could that be? This is just the beginning. To support these 3 money-devouring beasts, and with even more prodigy kids on the way, Wang Dachui's arduous life as a stay-at-home dad has only just begun. Chapter 45: A breakfast that costs the price of a house? This is unbearable. Beijing, 301 Sanatorium, a top-tier detached villa area. This place was originally a retreat for national veterans with distinguished service, a place of beautiful scenery, birdsong, fragrant flowers, and strict security. But the atmosphere here completely changed a week after Wang Dachui and his family of 5 moved in. The sun was shining brightly in the early morning. But Wang Dachui, sporting dark circles under his eyes bigger than a panda's, sat at the head of the table, looking utterly hopeless, holding a long bill in his hands trembling as if he were playing a guitar. Big Hammer, what's wrong? Did your hand cramp? Lung Feng walked over, wearing loose loungewear and carrying a cup of hot milk. After a week of moxibustion therapy by her second son, her complexion has fully recovered, and her skin is even more delicate and rosy than before, radiating a maternal glow. Of course, that is, if you don't look at the cold abyss blade at her waist, ready to chop someone at any moment. Wife, take a look for yourself. Wang Dachui slammed the bill on the table, his tone indignant. This is our family's food expenses and spoilage costs for this week. The data above shows that this week, just from eating alone, we've spent the equivalent of a courtyard house within Beijing's Second Ring Road. How is this possible? Lung Feng frowned, picked up the bill, and fell silent. The bill details are as follows: eldest son Wang Jintian. Tier 4 beast meat, 5 tons. It's still growing and will get hungry quickly. High energy nutrient solution, 300 vials to be consumed as a beverage. Damage, 12 sets of alloy tableware accidentally chewed and swallowed, 1 bulletproof crib collapsed when the baby rolled over in bed. Second son Wang Yan, nickname Hua Hua. Fire type crystal cores, 50 eat as candy. Fireweed extract, 20 bottles for making formula. Damage, 3 sets of valuable mahogany furniture burned to ashes by burping and breathing fire, 2 nanny robots melted while being played with. Third daughter Wang Ling, nickname Linger. Rare metal ores, 500 kilograms including but not limited to titanium alloys, tungsten steel, and shape memory metals. Losses, 1 set of central air conditioning system disassembled for research, 1 set of security monitoring system. She was annoyed by the cameras staring at her, so she hacked them all. 1 of Director Zhao's service pistol stolen when Zhao came to visit, disassembled into parts and not yet put back together. Lung Feng looked at the bill, and for the first time, as a half-step grandmaster, she felt her scalp tingle. Didn't the government say it would fully reimburse? Reimbursement is reimbursement. Wang Dachui sighed and pointed out the window. At the entrance of the villa, Zhao Gang was squatting on the curb smoking, looking so worried that he was almost bald. Behind him was a truck carrying supplies, its tires all flat. Director Zhao just complained to me about being poor. Wang Dachui lowered his voice. He said that the National Treasury has enough low-level resources, but high-level resources, such as crystal cores of level 4 and above and rare metals, the inventory has already reached the alarm. Although the fighting on the front line has eased, the transportation lines have not been fully restored. And there are only 3 children. According to our plan, we're going to have a 4th and a 5th child. At this rate of consumption, let alone a country, even if we sold the entire planet Earth, it probably wouldn't be enough to feed these money-devouring beasts until they reach adulthood. Just then, a loud crash came from the restaurant. Wah! The eldest son cried, hungry. Whoosh! The second son's fire-breathing sound, annoying. Zzz. The sound of the third daughter's electric drill, demolish. Wang Dachui and Lung Feng exchanged a glance and sighed simultaneously. Let's go suppress those 3 ancestors first. The restaurant was a complete mess. The eldest brother, Wang Jintian, sat on a specially made reinforced dining chair, holding a whole roasted lamb, a mutated version, weighing 200 jin in his hand, eating with his mouth full of oil. But he was clearly not satisfied, staring longingly at the snacks in his younger brother's hand. The second brother, Wang Yan, held a bright red fire crystal in his hand, munching on it like an apple, occasionally spitting out a flame that burned a few holes in the tablecloth. The most outrageous one was the third son, Wang Ling. This little girl doesn't eat meat or stones. She's sitting on the ground, holding a microwave oven that she just took apart from the kitchen, and a screwdriver she got from somewhere in her hand. She's doing a hardcore disassembly. As she disassembled it, she also put the copper coils inside into her mouth, slurping them in like noodles. Shut up! That's copper wire. It's indigestible. Su Chanxian, wearing a bomb suit and holding a fire extinguisher, was frantically trying to maintain order. Hey Hammer! Come quick and do something about your daughter. She just tried to dismantle that nuclear battery. Wang Dachui rushed over, picked up the third child, and pried a piece of electrical wire out of her mouth. Linger! How many times have I told you? We are civilized people. We can't eat random things. Want to eat iron? Dad will buy you way-long spicy strips, iron rods to grind your teeth with. The third child stared blankly at his father, a glint of data flashing in his big eyes, then turned his head away in disdain, pointing a small finger at the second child beside him. Iya. Translation: he eats more expensive food than me. The second son was displeased upon hearing this and lashed out with anger. When the eldest brother saw that a fight had broken out, he excitedly slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Fight! Fight! Eat meat! Quiet down, everyone!" Lung Feng finally couldn't hold back any longer, unleashing his full SS-level aura. The temperature inside the restaurant instantly dropped to 0 degrees Celsius. The 3 little devils immediately became obedient. The eldest brother huddled up in a ball, clutching the lamb leg. The second brother swallowed the flames back, and the third brother silently screwed the removed screws back on. In this family, mom's physical cooling method is always the most effective family remedy. Wang Dachui wiped away his cold sweat, looking at the room full of mythical beasts, feeling utterly miserable. No, we have to find a way to make money. We not only need to make money, but also acquire territory and resources. Just then, the system in his mind, which had been dormant for a long time, seemed to sense the host's strong desire to make money and finally popped up a crisp notification sound. Ding! Host's family expenses have been detected to be excessive, posing a risk of bankruptcy. Family long-term quest begins, establishment and rise. Phase 1 settlement complete. Congratulations, host, on successfully passing the novice period and exceeding the mission requirements, the birth of 3 exceptionally talented children. Reward distribution. 1. Clan Territory Token Divine Level allows you to select an unclaimed piece of land or a restricted area and transform it into an absolutely safe clan territory. The spiritual energy concentration within the territory is increased by 500%, and it comes with a clan protecting array. 2. The family skill tree unlocked. As the family leader, you can unlock passive skills that are applicable to the entire family by consuming family contribution points such as full health recovery, full training acceleration, etc. 3. Points plus 50,000. This is the starting capital you need for baby formula. Upon seeing the words family territory order, Wang Dachui's eyes instantly turned green. This isn't a garrison, it's clearly the future Wang Jiabao. Once you have your own territory, you can demolish it however you want. Moreover, they can farm, mine, and raise exotic animals to achieve self-sufficiency. Wife. Qian. Wang Dachui slapped his thigh suddenly. Don't worry. I have a solution. Pack your things. Let's move. Moving? Where to? Long Feng and Su Chanxian were taken aback. This is the best villa in the capital. Wang Dachui smiled mysteriously, retrieved the ancient-looking token from the system space, and pointed to the high-risk area marked as Quasi-S level in red on the map. That is the ruins of the Heavenly Palace on the cloud top, deep in the Yenshan Mountains, 300 kilometers north of the capital. It is said that the area has an independent ecosystem, home to several Lord-level beasts at the early stage of the 5th tier, and is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, making it impossible to even capture images from satellites. Let's go there. Let's go and become kings of the mountain. Take these 3 little monsters, level that ruins, and turn it into our family amusement park. Chapter 46. Moving? No, we're going to become mountain kings. Heavenly Palace on the clouds? When Zhao Gang heard Wang Dachui's decision, the cigarette in his hand fell directly onto his crotch. Advisor Wang, you're not kidding, are you? Although the scenery there is beautiful, it's classified as a nearest level high-risk area. Ignoring the hole in his pants, Zhao Gang, sweating profusely, pointed to the area marked in red on the map and said, "That place used to be a royal summer palace. After the spiritual energy was revived, it became a nest for flying beasts because of its high altitude. According to the reconnaissance aircraft, at least one early-stage Tier 5 Lord-level beast, the Ironwing Eagle King, is entrenched there. It also commands a flock of Tier 4 raptors. Although your husband, General Lang, is an SS-level expert and certainly wouldn't be afraid of that Eagle King in a one-on-one fight, you have your family with you, including 3 babies. What if we get surrounded by a pack of beasts and something happens to us? After all, it's the middle of nowhere, and there won't be time for reinforcements." While directing his orderly to stuff tons of diapers, formula, and Su Chanxian's precious medical equipment into the container, Wang Dachui calmly patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder. "Director Zhao, fortune favors the bold. Look at my 3 kids, ordinary beast meat is no longer enough to satisfy their appetites. If they keep eating like this, the National Treasury's low-level inventory will be depleted. We have to source our supplies directly from the source. And..." Wang Dachui leaned closer to Zhao Gang and said mysteriously, "I have a secret weapon. As long as we can gain a foothold on that mountaintop, I have a way to turn it into an absolutely safe fortress. Even if a beast tide comes, it won't be able to break in. Just think of me as someone going there, to pioneer new land." Looking at Wang Dachui's nonchalant attitude and thinking about Lang Feng's terrifying fighting power, Zhao Gang could only sigh helplessly. "All right. With General Lang in charge, there shouldn't be any major trouble. But Advisor Wang, please be careful, don't really treat that place like your own backyard." Although he found it outrageous, considering that Lang Feng's SS-level strength was indeed enough to protect himself in front of a 5th-tier alien beast, Zhao Gang still gritted his teeth and reported it to his superiors. Elder Long's reply was swift, consisting of only 5 words: "Let him do whatever he wants." After all, for China today, as long as these 3 divine seedlings can be raised well, let alone occupying a mountain, the country would even find a way to send them the moon as their fiefdom. 3 days later, several heavy transport helicopters, carrying huge containers filled with daily necessities and baby supplies, roared towards the depths of the Yenshan Mountains, escorted by more than a dozen armed helicopters. As we ventured deeper into the mountains, the surrounding scenery began to change dramatically. The sparse vegetation has become exceptionally lush, with towering ancient trees coiling like dragons on the mountains. The clouds churned beneath our feet, and every now and then a few chilling roars echoed from the sea of clouds, making the helicopter windows buzz. Advisor Wang, we are about to enter the core area of the heavenly palace on the clouds. The magnetic interference is severe, and the instrument panel is malfunctioning. The driver sounded a little nervous. Through the window, you can see a towering mountain peak in front of you, like a sharp sword piercing the sky. The mountaintop was shrouded in thick clouds, with golden glazed tiles shimmering in the sunlight. Ruins were hidden among ancient trees, creating an atmosphere that was both sacred and eerie. Arrive! Wang Dachui stood at the cabin door and took a deep breath of the air, which was filled with rich spiritual energy but also mixed with the smell of blood. Lung Feng carried the second child, who was still playing with fire rings, on his back, while Su Chanshan held the third child, who was studying the structure of the helicopter cabin door. The child Wang Dachui was holding was a chubby little boy who looked to be 2 or 3 years old, with a chubby face and wearing specially made open crotch pants. This was none other than the eldest brother, Wang Zhentian. Although he has only been out of his mother's womb for a few months, this kid's growth rate is simply defying biology. System notification, explanation regarding the eldest son's overnight growth. Reason, after undergoing the petrification seal and the reforging by his siblings, the ancient sacred body underwent a benign mutation. The second brother's strange fire purified his blood and chi, and the third brother's golden chi reshaped his bones. Result, this is like replacing a bicycle with a nuclear-powered engine. To withstand this enormous new force, his physical body was forced to mature rapidly, developing into an infant. Side effects, aside from doubled appetite and increased hunger, there are no other side effects. The child's mental development remains at an infantile stage, only expressing hunger and fighting. Prepare for landing. The helicopter descended slowly and landed on a relatively flat plaza at the top of the mountain. This place used to be a huge training ground. Although the floor tiles are now broken and weeds are growing everywhere, you can still feel the grandeur of its former glory. Roar! As soon as they landed, before they could even stand up, a shrill roar came from the dense forest deep within the ruins. The voice was like a piercing cloud in a splitting rock, carrying boundless anger and oppressive power. Immediately afterwards, a strong wind arose, and sand and stones flew everywhere. A mutated golden eagle, as big as a small mountain, swooped down from the clouds. Its feathers are a metallic black gold color, and each feather is like a sharp iron sword. Its wingspan was 100 meters, blotting out the sky, and its pair of blood-red eyes stared intently at the intruders as if they were looking at a group of dead people. That is the overlord of this place, the 5th-tier early-stage alien beast, the Iron-Winged Eagle King. It has been entrenched here for decades and has devoured countless awakened ones, but it has never seen such an arrogant human dare to land directly at its doorstep. Early stage of the 5th rank? The escort team sent by Zhao Gang changed their expressions drastically, all raising their guns, and some even began preparing to launch portable missiles. Protect Advisor Wang. All fire. This beast is too fast. Don't move. Conserve your bullets. Those missiles are so expensive. Wang Dachui waved his hand, not only not dodging, but also looking down at the chubby little boy drooling at his feet, a fatherly smile on his face. Son, we've got a job to do. See that big bird? That's today's treat. Want some chicken wings? The extra spicy kind. Upon hearing the word eat, Xiao Tian, who had been in a daze with a somewhat unfocused look, suddenly widened his eyes like copper bells, which gleamed with a hungry, green light. He watched the large bird swooping down from the sky, and drool dripped from his mouth, staining the ground with a splattering sound and corroding a pit in the stone. Meat, a lot of meat. No need for Wang Dachui to teach me. The little boy's 2 chubby little legs took their first steps, and they ran with the momentum of 1,000 troops. Facing the 5th-tier beast king swooping down, he felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, it was as if he had seen a long-lost relative. Ha! Xiao Tian took a deep breath, and a golden light suddenly flashed around his small body. The golden armored phantom that had nearly cost him his life reappeared. This time, however, the phantom was not as exaggerated as 1,000 feet tall. It was only a little over 3 meters high, just enough to envelop his body, and it was very solid, as if it were made of solid gold. System battle analysis. Previously, if one's fundamental energy was damaged, forcibly unleashing its full potential would be suicidal. Currently, after undergoing the fire refining gold repair, the ancient sacred body is now version 2.0. Like a tank with a reinforced chassis, it's not only more durable but has also learned to control fuel consumption. Current status, no longer overdrawing life force, but instead consuming the body's stored high-calorie food, i.e., those tons of alien beast meat. As long as it's full, the phantoms can do whatever they want. Get out of here. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tian casually picked up a broken piece of white marble pillar weighing approximately 5 tons from the ground, and with the help of the golden armor phantom, swung his arm around like throwing a sandbag and hurled it fiercely into the sky. Boom! The stone pillar, trailing a golden flame, traced a perfect parabola in the air at an extreme speed, even generating a sonic boom cloud. Ironwing Eagle King was just laughing at the overestimation of these ants when he suddenly felt a chill on his forehead. The next second, excruciating pain struck. Bang! The stone pillar struck the Eagle King precisely on the forehead. The enormous impact made it sea stars, and its scream was only half finished before it was forced back into its throat. With a mournful cry, the once invincible 5th-tier Beast King plummeted straight down from the sky as if it had been hit by an anti-aircraft missile. Boom! It crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and creating a large crater. The Eagle King twitched twice, then kicked its legs and lay still. The entire room fell silent. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind. The escort team members were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped to the ground, and their guns involuntarily dropped to their sides. This is a baby only a few months old? Although he looks like a 3-year-old, his strength is even more outrageous than the Hulk's. That was a 5th-tier Beast King. And he just killed him with a brick? Well done. Wang Dachui rushed over and looked at his son, who was panting but hadn't fainted and was even hungrier than before. He nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this is the correct way to unlock the ancient sacred body. As long as you give it enough gas, the engine won't blow up. He shouted to Long Feng beside him. Wife! Light the fire. Second brother. Breath fire. Third brother, go see if you can pluck these bird feathers and make something out of them. Tonight we're having a whole sculpture feast. Congratulations on moving. Lun Feng shook her head helplessly, but looking at her energetic eldest son, her eyes were full of relief. She drew her sword, the blade flashing like snow, and deftly began the dissection. The cold abyss blade spirit was initially somewhat resistant to the rough work of cutting meat, but after sensing the eager look in Xiaojin Tian's eyes, it immediately became incredibly smooth, cutting bones as easily as cutting tofu. The second brother, Wang Yan, cooperated by spitting out a mouthful of purple flame, instantly igniting the huge grill, and even knew how to control the heat. The third brother, Wang Ling, stared at the Eagle King's feathers, which were as hard as iron, his eyes shining. She stretched out her little hand, and the stiff feathers automatically fell off, rearranged and recombined in the air, turning into exquisite, stainless steel tableware. Thus, the heavenly palace on the clouds was established, a place considered a forbidden zone for life by outsiders. The first day the Wang family moved in turned into a huge open-air barbecue party. The escort team's warriors never imagined that one day they would be eating roasted meat from a 5th-tier Beast King in the restricted area, while watching 3 toddlers perform superpowers. After a hearty meal and drinks, Wang Dachui stood at the highest point of the mountain, looking down at the sea of clouds in this land full of opportunities. He took out the clan territory token that was radiating golden light. System, get to work. With this place as the center, there is a radius of 50 li. Get me some land. Ding. Clan territory token activated. Dispelling the fog, reconstructing the Earth's veins, setting up the 9 heavens and 10 Earths protective clan array. Congratulations, host. The Wang family cloud peak base is officially established. As the system notification sounded, a golden light curtain, visible to the naked eye, spread out instantly from the mountaintop, enveloping the entire heavenly palace on the cloud top. The chaotic magnetic field was calmed down, and the violent spiritual energy became gentle and rich. The dilapidated ruins radiated new life in the light, withered trees came back to life, broken walls were reconnected, and the originally gloomy ruins were instantly transformed into a blessed land full of fairyland. Looking at this scene, Wang Dachui was filled with pride, as if he could see the future Wang family dynasty. From today onwards, this is our home. Wife, let's start planting tomorrow. No, I mean planting medicinal herbs. I think a lot of these wild herbs on the mountain are treasures. Shanshan, you can build your lab in that side hall over there. You can use the geothermal resources here as much as you like. Sons and daughters, you can play with the monsters in these mountains as you please, but remember, sustainable development, don't eat them to extinction. That's our family's food reserve. The three little ones nodded in unison, their faces beaming with the same excitement. Boss, eat meat. Second brother, barbecue. Third brother, demolish the house. Wang Dachui was speechless. Third brother, get out of here. Don't demolish your own house. Go demolish the monster's den on the next mountain. Chapter 47. Even the Beast King wants to move? The peaceful daily life in the Cloud Palace. Time passes unnoticed in the mountains, the year ends unnoticed as the cold fades. In the blink of an eye, 3 whole months have passed since Wang Dachui's family moved into the Cloud Palace in a grand procession. During these 3 months, the outside world fought fiercely for limited resources, while the Cloud Palace, a terrifying place once regarded by humans as a nearest level forbidden zone, experienced a violent ecological upheaval. At first, the original inhabitants here, those high-level beasts dwelling deep in the mountains and forests, were full of hostility towards these new two-legged neighbors. They tried to come as a group to attack, to drive out these arrogant humans. But after that 5th-tier peak Eagle King was transformed into a secret recipe Orland's roasted chicken wing. Then, the armored rhinoceros at the peak of the 4th tier on the next mountain was slapped into the rocks by a grumpy baby because it made too much noise when it passed by. Gradually, a terrifying legend spread throughout the area of the strange beasts, spanning 50 miles. A family of perverts lives on the mountaintop. Be especially careful of those 3 little devils who can only climb. The eldest will gnaw on any meat he sees, the second will burn any hole he sees, and the youngest will dismantle any metal he sees. Run. Move. Move as far away as possible. At dawn, the sea of clouds churned, and golden sunlight shone on the newly renovated glazed tiles of the main hall. Boom! A loud bang shattered the tranquility of the forest, startling countless birds into flight. A massive, Tier 3 saber-toothed tiger, as if struck head-on by a high-speed train, screamed as it flew backwards from the dense forest. It traced a tragic arc in the air, crashed into 3 ancient trees that were as thick as 2 people could hug, and finally rolled more than a dozen times on the ground, stopping right at Wang Dachui's feet, foaming at the mouth and convulsing all over. Immediately afterwards, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from the jungle. A chubby-faced little boy wearing only a red bib darted out of the woods. He looked to be about 4 or 5 years old, with a healthy bronze complexion and smooth muscle lines all over his body, like a miniature bodybuilding champion. He was also dragging a broken stone pillar, as thick as an adult's thigh, as easily as if he were dragging a toothpick. Dad! Meat! Breakfast! The little boy's voice was loud and clear, like a bell, and he didn't sound like a baby who was only a few months old. This was none other than the eldest brother, Wang Zhentian. During those 3 months, he had the highest angled coefficient in the family. The high-energy alien meat, combined with Su Chanshan's specially made enhanced growth hormone nutrient solution, caused his body to grow wildly, like an inflating balloon. Now, apart from his still relatively simple mindset, his core thoughts are hunger, eating, and fighting. In terms of appearance and strength, he is already a fierce little warrior. System notification, explanation regarding the rapid development of the divine children. Reason, the ancient sacred body, the flame emperor body, and the gung metal body are all top-tier physiques that break through the shackles of life. In an environment like the heavenly palace on Cloud Peak, where spiritual energy is abundant and high-level beast meat is plentiful, their bodies instinctively compress their vulnerable infancy to adapt to the high-intensity energy intake, directly entering a combat adaptation phase. Simply put, it's a beneficial ripening process caused by an excess of energy. Current status, the body has entered early childhood 3-5 years old, but the mind remains in infancy, simple and easily fooled, will drink milk or follow people for food. Wang Dachui was lying in a rocking chair, basking in the sun, holding a palm leaf fan in his hand. Looking at the saber-toothed tiger at his feet, he nodded in satisfaction. Good son. This tiger meat is chewy, perfect for breakfast. Looks like your morning exercise went well. Second brother. Wake up. Start a fire. They're here. A childish yet energetic response came from mid-air. A cute little boy wearing a red vest with hair standing on end like flames flew over from the rooftop with a whoosh, riding a futuristic-looking hoverboard that the third brother had modified from a discarded drone. He looked slightly younger than the eldest, about 3 years old, with delicate features, but there was a restlessness in his eyes, and even his breath seemed to carry sparks. Wang Yan, the second brother, performed a beautiful drift in the air and stopped above the saber-toothed tiger, snapping his fingers. Call. A fireball with an eerie purple hue landed precisely on the saber-toothed tiger. His control over the flames was so refined that they seemed to have a life of their own, instantly peeling away skin, removing hair, and lightly roasting the flames with fluid movements, clearly showing that he had been doing this for the past few months. Toast it a little until it's slightly charred, then it'll smell delicious. And you have to add cumin. Wang Yan sniffed, looking like a little adult, and even took out a spice bottle from who knows where and sprinkled some on it. Sizzle, sizzle. Just then, a sickeningly loud electric drill sound came from the side. A little girl with pigtails, wearing overalls and large goggles, was squatting among a pile of animal bones and ores. She was holding a uniquely shaped laser cutter and was intently creating something. This is the third son, Wang Ling. She was about 3 years old in size, but her eyes were the most mature and calm among the 3 siblings, even carrying a hint of a scientist's fervor. In the past few months, she has almost emptied the metal mines around the Cloud Palace. She has disassembled and reassembled the appliances in her house, and now she has even started to make biomechanical armor from the bones of alien beasts. Linger, stop playing with the bones. Are those for you to use or for us to eat? Wash your hands and eat. Su Chanxian carried a plate of stir-fried wild vegetables out of the kitchen. Looking at the 3 children who were growing well and had a good appetite, her eyes were full of love, but also a little worried about the dwindling resources. Wang Ling stood up, dusted off her hands, and pointed to the spine that had been removed from the saber-toothed tiger, saying, "Tiger bones are quite hard and resilient. They can be used to make a handle for a mace for Big Brother." The family of 6 sat around the huge stone table and began their simple and mundane breakfast. The tiger meat, roasted until it's juicy and glistening, is paired with refreshing wild vegetables and Su Chanxian's specially made energy drink. These days are carefree and joyful. Apart from Big Hammer, I have a question. Halfway through his meal, Lung Feng suddenly stopped eating, his brows furrowed, and his sharp eyes scanned the quiet surrounding forest. Have you noticed that there are fewer and fewer strange beasts around here lately? Wang Dachui was engrossed in gnawing on a tiger leg when he heard this, and paused for a moment before mumbling, "Really? Aren't there plenty? Didn't the boss just catch one?" In the past, when we ate breakfast, there were at least a dozen pairs of eyes watching us, looking for an opportunity to sneak up on us or take advantage of us. Leng Feng pointed to the empty forest, his tone serious, but now, there isn't even a rabbit's scent within a 10-mile radius. That saber-toothed tiger probably got lost and wandered in by mistake. And Su Chanxian also took out her portable data tablet, sighed, and brought up a resource distribution map. Yesterday I went to the back mountain to collect herbs and found that we had basically picked all the spiritual herbs of the 4th rank and above. What's left are just immature seedlings, and their medicinal effects are not even as good as the weeds at the foot of the mountain. The meat in Wang Dachui's hand suddenly didn't taste good anymore. He suddenly realized a serious problem. In the past few months, this family, relying on their strength, has been exploiting the resources of the Heavenly Palace and the Cloud Top in a way that is utterly wasteful. The eldest brother needs to eat high-level beast meat to grow stronger, and he eats a whole cow in one meal. The second child wanted to eat fire crystals to train his superpowers, and he almost gnawed the crater bear. The third son wanted to eat rare minerals to make inventions, and even wanted to pull out the steel bars in the foundation to taste their saltiness. Add to that the daily expenses of him and Leng Feng, 2 adults. How can this be considered ruling the mountain? This is like a locust swarm. At this rate, they'll eat the entire Yanshan mountain range, let alone the Heavenly Palace on the clouds. Dad, is there no more meat? The eldest brother, Wang Zhentian, keenly understood the keyword few. The bone in his hand was instantly crushed into powder, and a look of horror appeared on his face, as if the end of the world had come. No. I want to eat meat. Lots of meat. I don't want to eat grass. The second brother, Wang Yan, also frowned and stretched out his fingers to rub out a small flame. I've also dug out all the fire spirit stones nearby. The magma in the crater isn't hot enough anymore, and it feels cold even when I take a bath. The third sister, Wang Ling, was even more direct. She tapped the empty metal plate, producing a crisp sound. Resources are scarce, making it impossible to proceed with the next stage of mecha development. Recommendation: open source immediately, or launch a war of aggression. Looking at these 3 gold-devouring beasts, which were already quite large and had an astonishingly large appetite, Wang Dachui broke out in a cold sweat. I thought I could live off this mountain for the rest of my life, but after only 3 months, I'm about to run out of resources. If this continues, are we going to have to starve our whole family? No. Wang Dachui threw down the bone in his hand, stood up abruptly, and in the face of this immense sense of crisis, his intelligence once again prevailed. We can't just sit around and do nothing anymore. We must pursue sustainable development. We must be self-reliant and have enough to eat and wear. He looked down at the still fertile but long abandoned land below the mountain, a resolute glint in his eyes. I used to think the kids were too young and I couldn't bear to use it. I just wanted them to have a happy childhood. But now, looking at these kids who are as strong as calves, if they don't work, the family will be ruined by their eating. Children. Wang Dachui revealed a capitalist, no, a benevolent fatherly smile, with a hint of calculation in his eyes. After living off my parents for 3 months, I recovered, gained strength, and learned new skills. Shouldn't we help ease the burden on our families? The eldest, second, and third brothers exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. The hairs on the backs of their necks stood on end. Starting tomorrow. With a wave of his hand, Wang Dachui laid out the grand plan for the future development of the Wang family. Everyone needs to work. We're giving up hunting and changing professions. Farm. Raise livestock. Develop production. We must transform this heavenly palace on the clouds into a true paradise. Chapter 48. The whole family mobilized. This isn't farming, it's demolition. The next morning. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was cloudless. But for the 3 divine children of the heavenly palace on the clouds, today is a gloomy day. Because their carefree life of sponging off their parents has come to an end. Wang Dachui, wearing a faded tank top and with a towel draped around his neck, stood on the temporarily cleared wasteland in front of the main hall. He held a thick, 30-page draft of the Wang family's first agricultural production mobilization plan, which he had rushed to complete overnight, and his face beamed with the passion of a contractor, no, an entrepreneur. Standing in front of him were 3 child laborers forced to work. After 3 months of high-energy feeding, they have now completely out of infancy and are as strong as calves. The eldest brother, Wang Zhentian, was dressed in a specially made animal skin hunting outfit, revealing his bronze arms and legs, and his muscles were bulging all over. He was carrying an extra-large alloy hoe. It was modified overnight by the third brother after dismantling the landing gear of the transport helicopter. It weighed 300 pounds, but in his hands it was like a toothpick. The second brother, Wang Yan, had a fire crystal stick in his mouth, grinding it like a lollipop, and a large fire retardant spray bottle hanging around his neck, which was filled not with water, but with accelerant. He looked reluctant, yawning every now and then and spitting out a wisp of purple flame. The third sister, Wang Ling, wore a pair of windproof goggles larger than her face, and her body was covered with wrenches, screwdrivers, and various unknown metal parts. She was holding a pile of crumpled blueprints in her arms, staring intently at the wasteland in front of her, her eyes scanning data. Ahem, children. Gather around. Wang Dachui stood on a large rock, cleared his throat, and began his pre-battle pep talk. So that our family can eat 5th-tier Beast Kings every meal from now on. So that we can drink high-energy milk every day. So that our Wang family won't starve to death in this desolate wilderness. We must rely on ourselves to have enough to eat and wear. The task now is simple: weed, till the soil, and sow seeds. Good job, extra treat tonight. I'll have Auntie go to the next mountain and catch you a level 4 bear to make bear paws. Bad job, humph, vegetarian tonight. Boiled cabbage. Eat meat. Eat bear. Upon hearing that there was bear to eat, the eldest brother, Wang Zhentian, instantly turned his slightly dazed eyes into 2 searchlights, and drool dripped all over the ground. This simple incentive mechanism was a game changer for him. Roar. He roared, driven purely by instinct, without needing any technical guidance. He raised the alloy hoe, weighing several hundred pounds, high in his hand, and with a flash of golden light, slammed it down hard on the barren land in front of him, which was as hard as iron and covered with thorns. Boom! A deafening roar shook the earth. Dust flew everywhere, and gravel flew in all directions, just like a mortar shell exploding on the spot. When the smoke cleared, everyone took a closer look. Good heavens! He smashed a crater 3 meters in diameter and 2 meters deep into the ground. Forget about turning the soil over, this depth is enough to bury a person. Not only that, the huge shockwave also knocked 2 towering ancient trees next to it askew, scattering leaves all over the ground and startling a bunch of birds into flight. Stop! 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 Wang Dachui was terrified. He jumped off the rock, grabbed the boss around the waist, and dragged him backward. Son! That's tilling the soil. Do you understand tilling the soil? It's loosening the soil. I'm not asking you to blast fish. I'm not asking you to dig trenches. And I'm definitely not asking you to demolish structures. If you keep doing this, the mountain will collapse before the land is even planted. Our whole family will have to live in the basement. The eldest brother scratched his head with a wronged expression, but the soil is very hard. Too slow. Too rude. Wang Yan, the second brother, spat out the fire crystal rod in his mouth, his little face full of disdain for his older brother's brute force demolition. In his view, farming requires efficiency and an artistic perspective, that is, the art of fire. Weeds? Just burn them and they'll be clean. Watch me. The little guy took a deep breath, his face turned red, and his cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out. Call. A purple gold, myriad beast spirit fire, like a fire dragon unleashed from its cage, swept out with terrifying heat. The effect was indeed immediate. Those troublesome mutated thorns and weeds turned to ashes the moment they came into contact with the fire dragon, leaving not even a root, turning into the purest wood ash fertilizer. But the problem is, the fire is too intense. Not only the weeds, but even the soil in the ground was burned into glass like crystals, bright red. A burnt smell filled the air. Put out the fire. Put out the fire quickly. My soil. Su Chanxian, who was surveying data nearby, saw this scene and screamed in distress, almost dropping her tablet. That's spiritual soil for planting. Every inch of it is precious. I'm not telling you to make ceramics. How can you grow crops if you fire it into glass? The roots won't even be able to take hold. Lung Feng, who had been observing coldly, sighed helplessly and waved his Han Yuan sword. Brush. A chilling aura descended, barely managing to quell the out-of-control fire. But looking at that half-ruined, mirror-smooth glass field, Wang Dachui covered his face, feeling utterly exhausted. This isn't farming. This is clearly a demolition office entering the village, leaving nothing but barren land. These spendthrift brats. Childish. Just then, Wang Ling, the third brother who had been silent all along, uttered a cold comment that was full of intellectual superiority. She pushed up her goggles, glanced at her eldest brother who only knew how to use brute force, then at her second brother who only made things worse, and shook her head. His mature demeanor seemed to say, "This family will fall apart without me. This generation of men can't handle it." Without saying a word, she turned around and walked straight to the pile of broken metal. Those were the abandoned generator, old motorcycle engine, and several huge pressure cooker lids that she had her father dig out of the warehouse last night. Buzz. Divine refinement, activated. Under her tiny touch, the scrap metal seemed to come alive. It automatically disintegrated, deformed, and reassembled. A few minutes later, a crudely designed, even somewhat ugly cute, multifunctional iron lump appeared before everyone. This thing looks like an iron spider with wheels, with several rusty steel pipes twisted into the shape of a spiral plow, and a seater made from a large funnel is dragging behind it. The most outrageous thing is the driver's seat. It's actually a pressure cooker lid welded upside down, with a handle welded on the side. The third child climbed up, sat on the pressure cooker lid, and skillfully pulled the control lever made of scrap steel bars. Crackling. Rumble. The machine started moving. Despite making a noise that sounded like it was about to fall apart, this pile of scrap metal actually started to move. The plow made of twisted steel pipes became incredibly sharp, cutting through iron like mud, thanks to her metal-based superpower. The hard wasteland was easily turned over, with uniform depth, and even the clods of soil were automatically crushed. The funnel trailing behind automatically scattered seeds and covered them with a thin layer of soil. Wherever it passed, it left behind a neat and orderly ridge. Although it doesn't look very appealing, its efficiency is definitely equivalent to that of a dozen strong laborers. Holy crap! Wang Dachui stared at the scene with his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg, and his eyes nearly popped out. This is agricultural heavy metals? A wasteland version of an automatic seed planter? Is my daughter turning farming into cyberpunk? Ding! Detected that family member Wang Ling has invented a basic psychic tillage machine assembled version. Family tech tree lit up. Reward, 1 psionic mechanism blueprint, 500 clan contribution points. Evaluation, technology changes lives. Even scavenging junk can be turned into a marvel by a genius. We suggest you find her more high-quality junk. She might just give you a miracle. Seeing the system notification, Wang Dachui finally showed the relieved smile of an old father. All those meals I've eaten these past few months haven't been for nothing. They've come in handy now. As long as you don't give up, there will always be more solutions than problems. Alright. Now that the third brother has taken care of the core equipment, let's move on to assembly line operations. Wang Dachui regained his confidence as a contractor and began assigning tasks. Boss. Stop smashing the ground, go ahead and move those big rocks blocking the way. That's hard work, it's suitable for you. You get a piece of jerky as a reward for moving a rock. Alright. As soon as the eldest brother heard there was meat, he picked up the stone weighing several hundred pounds and ran off as if it were a game. Second brother. You're in charge of heating up those fire cloud fruit seeds that not only don't burn, but actually need high temperatures to germinate. Control the heat, don't overcook them. If you burn one, you'll lose a meal's worth of milk. TCH. I know. The second brother pouted, but obediently went to control the fire. Third brother. Drive carefully. Don't speed. Honey. Qian. We'll take care of logistics and planning. And we'll wipe the kids' sweat too. And so, in the morning light of the heavenly palace on the clouds, a unique and distinctive household contract responsibility system began in full swing. Although the process was still chaotic, for example, the eldest brother would often be carrying stones and couldn't help but want to take a bite to taste how salty they were. For example, the second child might occasionally sneeze and turn the seeds into popcorn, then secretly eat it to destroy the evidence. For example, the third brother was drifting on the edge of the field in that beat-up machine and almost went off a cliff. But looking at those newly cultivated spiritual fields, and at those crooked but vibrant ridges, I could see the vitality of life. Wang Dachui stood on the edge of the field, hands on his hips, feeling exceptionally at ease even though he was covered in mud. This is life. In these chaotic times, having food in hand brings peace of mind. There is ground beneath my feet, and people behind me. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Just as the family was working hard, Su Chanxian's portable radar suddenly sounded an urgent alarm. Big hammer. Something's up. Su Chanxian glanced at the screen, her expression changing slightly. She adjusted her glasses and said, "A high-energy reaction has been detected in the southeast corner of the ruins, beneath that collapsed side hall. It's not the aura of a strange beast. This frequency seems to be the fluctuation of some kind of sealed ancient formation." Wang Dachui raised an eyebrow, threw down the hoe in his hand, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Formation? Could it be a treasure trove left behind by the heavenly palace on the clouds? Or a legacy left by our predecessors? Men. That's a wrap. Time to go treasure hunting. Chapter 49: Breaking the Formation with Violence. Dad, this stone is strawberry flavored. The ruins of the heavenly palace on the cloud top, specifically the ruins of a side hall in the southeast corner. This place must have once been an extremely magnificent building, but now only ruins remain. Overgrown with weeds and strewn with rocks, it looked no different from its surroundings, even more desolate than other places. Sizzle, sizzle. The energy detector in Su Chanxian's hand, representing the highest technology in China, was now like a waterlogged radio, emitting a piercing electrical buzzing sound, and the waveform on the screen was a complete mess. Strange. I can clearly sense an anomaly in the magnetic field around here, but I just can't pinpoint its location. Su Chanxian frowned, tapping the instrument repeatedly. Is it broken? Chanxian, I've already told you that your high-tech gadgets don't always work. Wang Dachui, carrying a hoe, pulled out his badly painted green flip phone, the treasure hunting device, from his pocket with a smug look on his face. We still have to rely on our family's heirloom old-fashioned mobile phone. Smack. He deftly flipped open the flip cover with one hand. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. The magnetic field signal, which was like a dead fish in Su Chanxian's hands, had nowhere to hide in front of Wang Dachui's broken phone. On that pixelated green screen, a huge red dot was flashing wildly, its arrow pointing directly at the dilapidated stone wall covered in moss in front of it. System notification: hidden space ancient formation detected. Energy level: 5-star large item. Distance: 0.5 meters right in front of your face. Advice: don't be fooled, that's an illusion, the real treasure lies behind it all. See that? Wang Dachui waved his phone screen in front of Su Chanxian. A 5-star cargo. It's right behind this wall. Su Chanxian looked at the broken phone that seemed only good for playing Snake, then at the precision instrument in her hand that had crashed, and felt deeply discouraged. This isn't scientific. What's the working principle of this phone? Quantum entanglement or gravitational wave detection? That's called metaphysics. Wang Dachui chuckled and put away his phone. However, Wang Dachui stroked his chin. Although I know it's here, this wall looks pretty sturdy. How do I get in? By chanting Open Sesame? Since it's an array, it must have nodes. Just then, Wang Ling, the third brother who hadn't spoken until now, silently stepped forward. She put on tactical goggles, and in her divine machine refinement pupils, which gleamed with data flow, the stone wall that Wang Dachui's phone had pointed out instantly changed. It wasn't a stone at all, but layers of flowing, distorted data gibberish, like a tangled ball of yarn, completely blocking out the real world behind it. The phone is responsible for discovery, while she is responsible for deconstruction. Found it. The third child stretched out his fair little hand and pointed to a seemingly inconspicuous, moss-covered protruding stone in the lower left corner of the stone wall, and then pointed to a recessed crack in the upper right corner. The third brother suddenly stretched out his little hand, pointed to an inconspicuous protrusion in the lower left corner of the bronze door, and then pointed to a groove in the upper right corner. She turned her head to look at her second brother, and uttered a single word in her childish voice. Burn. The second brother, Wang Yan, understood immediately. Although they don't get along with their sister normally, the three siblings have a natural understanding when it comes to causing mischief. Call. He compressed a wisp of purple gold, myriad beast spirit fire, into a thin line and shot it precisely at the protrusion in the lower left corner that his sister had pointed out. Sizzle, sizzle. That protrusion was one of the energy nodes of the formation, but under the high temperature of the strange fire, it instantly melted into molten iron. Snap. The array of light, which had been flowing smoothly, suddenly experienced a slight lag. Smash it. The third brother looked at the eldest brother and pointed to the groove in the upper right corner. The eldest brother, Wang Zhentian, had been itching to get started for a long time. Okay. He swung the heavy hoe, weighing several hundred pounds, without any fancy moves or even using any special abilities. He relied purely on his brute strength to deliver a powerful blow to the groove. When? A loud bang. The groove was smashed and collapsed. Su Chanqian, who was frantically calculating formulas nearby, was startled and dropped her pen. What are you doing? That's the core of the formation. We can't force it. Before he could finish speaking. Boom! The ancient bronze door, which looked incredibly mysterious, let out a mournful cry of unbearable strain under the combined assault of the three children. The runes on the door flickered twice, and then went out. Then, the heavy door slowly opened inward, revealing a deep passage. Su Qianqian. She stared at the complex formula on the tablet, which she had only half finished calculating, and fell into deep self-doubt. Is this what they call overpowering all techniques with sheer force? Science sometimes seems utterly powerless in the face of violence. It's open. It's open. Wang Dachui laughed heartily and picked up his still-dazed wife, exclaiming, "See that? That's what you call professional. Our kids are all lock-picking experts." The group filed in. After passing through the passage, the view suddenly opened up before me. This was not a magnificent palace, but a dry, enormous stone chamber. The stone chamber was filled with neat rows of wooden shelves. Despite the passage of time, the shelves remained intact thanks to the protective array. Wow! The three children exclaimed in surprise at the same time. The shelves were filled with all sorts of bottles and jars, as well as stones that emitted a faint glow. Spirit stones. They're all spirit stones. Wang Dachui casually picked up a fist-sized, crystal-clear stone, and his eyes widened in amazement. System appraisal, mid-grade spirit stone. Contains pure spiritual energy suitable for cultivation, array formation, or as high-energy fuel. This room must be worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. This is money. Snap. Before Wang Dachui could finish his exclamation, a crisp sound came from behind him. Looking back, I saw that the eldest brother, Wang Zhentian, had already climbed onto a shelf, holding a red fire spirit stone in his hand, and taking a bite out of it like he was eating an apple. Crispy. Strawberry flavor. The eldest brother ate with great relish, and even handed a piece to the second brother. Little brother, eat. This one tastes like spicy strips. The second brother took the fire spirit stone, not minding that his eldest brother's saliva was on it, and stuffed it into his mouth. He swallowed it with a gulp, then let out a burp and exhaled a heart-shaped smoke ring. Those are spirit stones. Not snacks, for crying out loud. Su Chanqian rushed over in despair, wanting to stop them, but seeing the children eating with such happy and carefree expressions, her outstretched hand froze in mid-air. Never mind. Anyway, there's no normal person in this family. On the other shelf, the third brother, Wang Ling, did not eat the stones. She wasn't interested in food. She was squatting in a corner where several ancient-looking but rusty bronze tripods were piled up, along with some scattered metal fragments. Those were refining furnaces and discarded magical artifacts left behind by ancient cultivators. But in the third brother's eyes, this was simply paradise. Her big eyes sparkled with data, and her small hands touched the scrap metal as if caressing a lover's skin. Materials, so many materials. We can build. Dundum now. Big hammer. Come look at this. Lang Feng's voice came from the deepest part of the stone chamber. Wang Dachui quickly went over. At the far end of the stone chamber stood a stone platform. Instead of gold or silver treasures, the platform held several boxes sealed with jade and an ancient stone tablet. Wang Dachui approached the stone tablet. Although the characters on it were in ancient seal script, they were easy to read thanks to the system's translation. Yunding Medicinal Herbs Garden Memorandum. I am a celestial being from the Cloud Peak, and I use this place as my base to cultivate the spiritual plants of the world. A great calamity is imminent, so I have specially sealed away 1,000 top-grade spiritual seeds, to be given to those with the right destiny. Remember, treat sacred plants well, and they will thrive. Spirit seed? Wang Dachui opened one of the jade boxes. A strong sense of vitality wafted over us. Inside the box, hundreds of seeds of various colors were neatly arranged. Some burned like flames, some were as clear as ice crystals, and others resembled miniature stars. System identification: ancient elixir seed actively preserved. Includes vermilion fruit, marrow cleansing grass, dragon pattern ginseng, spirit gathering flower. Evaluation: congratulations, host. Your farming plan finally has core technological support. These seeds, once planted, won't grow cabbages, but a miraculous medicine that can evolve all of humanity. Wang Dachui held the jade box, his hands trembling. Compared to those spirit stones that children eat like candy, this is a truly priceless treasure. With these seeds, plus the tiller made by the third brother, the temperature control technology of the second brother, and the eldest brother's, well, the eldest brother's strength, the heavenly palace on the clouds will be completely transformed into an inexhaustible treasure trove of resources. We've struck it rich. We've really struck it rich this time. Wang Dachui turned around and looked at his 3 children playing happily in the stone chamber and his wife with a look of satisfaction on her face, feeling a surge of pride in his heart. Men! Stop just eating. Take all these seeds with you. Let's go back and plant them. From now on, our family's dinner table will not only have meat, but also fairy fruit. Just as the family was immersed in the joy of the harvest. The third brother, Wang Ling, suddenly looked up from the pile of scrap metal, holding a broken piece of metal in his hand, his brows furrowed slightly. Father! She called out in a childish voice. There's a signal on this. Signal? Wang Dachui was taken aback. The third brother handed the metal plate to Wang Dachui. A distress signal. From Underground. Chapter 50. Hello? Is this Director Zhao? I have a batch of local specialties I'd like to hand over. No, absolutely not. Su Qianqian held the portable quantum detector, which represented the highest level of technology in China, in her hand, her brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a mosquito. She kept adjusting the frequency, but the screen remained a chaotic jumble of static, accompanied by a piercing hissing sound. Big hammer, the magnetic field interference down here is too strong, it's practically a signal black hole. Su Qianqian pushed up her anti-radiation glasses, her tone frustrated. My detectors can't penetrate the energy field behind this bronze door at all, let alone pinpoint the exact location of the distress signal. If I force my way in, I'm afraid I'll trigger the self-destruct mechanism inside. I already told you your high-tech gadgets don't work. You can keep them for the kids to play with as game consoles. Wang Dachui continued to arrogantly pull out his green flip phone, the multiverse treasure hunter. At this point, we still have to rely on our family's heirloom old-fashioned mobile phone. Su Qianqian looked at the broken phone. Although she had witnessed its magic, every time she saw that this thing could easily outperform her laboratory equipment, she still felt a complicated sense of scientific collapse. Beep. Wang Dachui casually flipped open his phone with one hand. On the screen, there was an incredibly clear radar scan. Beep beep. Target detected. The phone emitted a slightly cheap-sounding electronic notification. On the screen, a green arrow clearly points to a passage behind the bronze door, and thoughtfully marks several red dots along the way, traps and mechanisms, and a flashing golden exclamation mark at the end, the source of distress. System note: don't linger at the door. The signal source below is showing declining vital signs, proceed immediately. Also, there's no self-destruct mechanism behind this door. The designer was a penniless bastard, he couldn't afford such an expensive system. See, all done. Wang Dachui proudly waved his phone. The system said, this is just a poor man's ruins, you can go in any time. Having confirmed that it was safe, Wang Dachui did not rush inside. He looked around at the mountain of spirit stones and the jade boxes filled with ancient spirit seeds in the stone chamber. Then he remembered the high-level beast pelts, bones, and teeth that his family had collected over the past 3 months from hunting, piled up in the corner of the side hall. The children devoured all the meat, leaving behind scraps that they disliked for their poor taste, which were considered top-tier strategic resources by outsiders. These things will only gather dust here at best, they can be used as toys for children. But for the national armies that are short of resources and are fighting desperately on the front lines, these are life-saving armor and sharp weapons. Finding a wife and having children cost the country a lot of money. Now it's time to give back to the country. Our Wang family are people who know how to repay kindness. As a highly conscious national treasure, he knows very well what he should be doing now. Men, stand still for 10 minutes. Wipe your mouths clean, Dad will make a call and get some people to come and move things. Wang Dachui took out the encrypted red satellite phone and dialed Zhao Gang's 24-hour hotline directly. The capital city, the Supernatural Abilities Bureau's Operations Command Center. Zhao Gang was overwhelmed with frustration as he stared at the wall covered with tactical maps. Although the front lines have been stabilized, the consumption of supplies is a bottomless pit, and the stockpiles of all the major bases are running low, especially high-level resources, which are practically priceless. Ring ring ring. The red phone, representing the highest priority, suddenly rang. Zhao Gang's heart tightened. Could something have happened to the heavenly palace on the cloud top? Although Wang Dachui has occupied that place, the surrounding beasts have been frequently rioting in the past 3 months. Could it be that even Leng Feng can't handle it? He grabbed the phone. This is Zhao Gang. Advisor Wang, what happened? Have we encountered a beast tide? The Air Force is on standby. A beast tide? Oh, it doesn't exist, there's not enough to eat. Wang Dachui's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone, with no sounds of fighting in the background. Instead, there were crisp crunching sounds, like some kind of large rodent gnawing on a rock, occasionally mixed with a few childish "it smells so good." Zhao Gang. I'm so anxious I'm practically blistering in my mouth, and you're having a tea party over there? Ahem, Director Zhao, let's get down to business. Wang Dachui's tone became slightly more serious. Well, I just dug up the cellar at home. No, I mean I just explored a ruin. I found some local specialties left by my former landlord. My place is small and I don't have a warehouse, so piling them up at my feet is too much of a nuisance. Could you send a few vehicles, no, a large transport convoy to pick it up? Consider it our Wang family's waste disposal to the state. Zhao Gang was taken aback. Local specialties? Scrap metal? Consultant Wang, you must be kidding me. The heavenly palace on the cloud top is nothing but strange beasts and rocks. What kind of scrap metal could possibly be worth using a transport fleet for? There's nothing good about it. Wang Dachui casually grabbed a handful of spirit stones and rubbed them in his hands like walnuts, making a rustling sound. It's just a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. Judging by their quality, it's probably enough to upgrade the entire superhuman unit by 1 level. There are also several thousand kilograms of ancient medicinal herb seeds. Dr. Su has identified them as things like vermilion fruit and marrow cleansing grass. If they are grown, they should be able to prolong life and improve health for ordinary people. Oh right, besides these, there are also the animal hides, bones, and teeth that our family has left over from hunting over the past 3 months. My 3 spendthrift kids only eat meat and complain that these things are too tough on their teeth. They've been piled up in the side hall and are almost getting moldy. They're mostly 3rd and 4th tier materials, and a little bit of 5th tier stuff too. Do you want them? If not, I'll burn them as firewood. Clatter. A crisp clattering sound came from the other end of the phone. It was the sound of Zhao Gang's thermos cup falling to the ground. Then came a deathly silence. The staff in the command center stopped what they were doing and stared in horror at their director. Then came Zhao Gang's voice cracking as he roared. How much? Tens of thousands of spirit stones? Ancient spirit seeds? And mountains of high-grade beast materials? Wang Dachui. You're not kidding? Are you sure you're not dreaming? Zhao Gang's hands were shaking. Spirit stones. Those are strategic energy sources. There are also Tier 5 beast materials. Those are the core materials for forging S-grade armor and weapons. They're extremely scarce on the front lines right now. Why would I lie to you? Didn't you hear that background noise? That's the eldest and second eldest eating spirit stones like candy. Crunch crunch, it breaks my heart. Wang Dachui glanced at his eldest brother, who was happily munching on a fire spirit stone the size of a wash basin, and sighed helplessly. Eat slowly. My goodness. Eat less. Zhao Gang was so heartbroken on the other end of the phone that he stomped his feet, wishing he could crawl over along the signal and pry the spirit stone out of the child's mouth. Those are strategic materials. Strategic materials. Leave some for me. Don't burn it. Absolutely don't burn it. I'll personally lead the team. Use the highest level Kunping transport fleet. We'll arrive in 15 minutes, no, within 10 minutes. Advisor Wang. Just stand there and don't move. Keep a close eye on the children, don't let them ruin anything again. 10 minutes later. Above the heavenly palace and the clouds, the roar of engines blotted out the sun. 12 heavy transport planes roared in, escorted by fighter jets. The spectacle was more exaggerated than a local war. Zhao Gang, leading a group of elderly academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences wearing white coats, with gray hair, and clearly national treasures, truly tumbled and crawled off the plane. When they rushed into the stone chamber and saw the mountain of spirit stones, several old academicians almost fainted on the spot. My God, this purity, this color, this is the output of a top-grade mineral vein. It's impossible to mine anything like this on Earth now. When they saw those spirit seeds radiating abundant vitality, the hands of the botanical giant holding the jade box trembled. When Zhao Gang saw the high-level animal materials piled up in the corner of the side hall, carelessly discarded like garbage, tears welled up in his eyes. What a waste, what a waste! These bones, ground into powder, can be made into high-grade strengthening agents. Zhao Gang gripped Wang Dachui's hand tightly, so excited he was incoherent, his eyes reddening. Advisor Wang, no, God of Wealth Wang. Your contribution has done the country a great favor. What else do you want? Just say it. As long as it's not illegal, and as long as it exists on Earth, the government will make it happen for you. Wang Dachui chuckled, pointed to the floorboards in the corner of the stone chamber that hadn't been pried open yet, and his eyes deepened. As for requirements, there aren't any for now. After all, we're serving the people. But we've almost finished cleaning up here, so we're planning to go deeper underground for a thorough cleaning. You can take what's up here, but if you find any more living people or good stuff down here, then it's mine. That's not unreasonable, is it? Zhao Gang glanced at the three kids behind Wang Dachui, who were excitedly rubbing their hands together. The eldest brother had just finished eating spirit stones and was burping with boundless energy. The second brother was fiddling with fireballs in his hands, and the third brother was drooling over Zhao Gang's sidearm. This family could pluck the beard of the king of hell even if they went to hell. All right. Zhao Gang wiped his sweat and saluted solemnly. Please feel free to do as you please. Be careful. We'll guard the gate for you upstairs. And we'll also transport these treasures back with us. All right. Ladies. Let's go. Wang Dachui waved his hand, full of vigor, kicked open the floor, and charged into the underground passage. Hurry. The signal is about to be lost. Saving lives is the priority. It will be too late if we delay. Chapter 51, 2,000 meters underground. Boom. As the smoke cleared, a deep, dark underground entrance was revealed, exuding a musty, metallic smell. Unlike the ancient stone steps above, the passage here was paved with an unknown black iron. Each iron brick was engraved with micron-sized, intricate spiritual patterns that shimmered with a faint blue light in the darkness. This style possesses both the mystery of cultivating immortality and the illusion of being inside a futuristic warship due to the extremely precise and regular spiritual patterns. Wow! The three children immediately surrounded them, their 6 big eyes sparkling with excitement. For them, this was not a dangerous, unknown ruin, but a new, large amusement park that had not yet been demolished. Big Hammer, the energy fluctuations down here are very unstable. Su Chanxian glanced at the rather useless detector in her hand, her expression somewhat grave. The depth reading is at least 2,000 meters. And the magnetic field here is very strange. She touched the black iron on the wall, a look of shock flashing in her eyes. This material isn't an alloy, it's extremely pure meteorite iron essence. And these glowing lines look like circuit boards, but they're flowing with a high concentration of spiritual particles. Could this be the legendary psionic technology? It seems that this Cloud Peak master is not only a cultivator, but also a tech geek from the MO family who is at the forefront of the times. Who cares what kind of otaku it is, as long as I can get in. Wang Dachui chuckled and jumped down first. His voice echoed from the darkness, "Wife, take the kids and follow. We're going on an adventure, not to die. Don't be nervous." Seeing her husband jump down without even activating his protective aura, relying solely on his physical body to withstand the high-speed descent and wind pressure, Lung Feng shook his head helplessly, but a reassuring smile flashed in his eyes. In her opinion, although her husband is usually not serious, he really did eat his way up during those 3 months at the Heavenly Palace. Although that body did not exhibit any supernatural abilities, its vitality was so strong that it resembled a ferocious beast in human skin. Even though she was a half-step grandmaster, she sometimes felt her heart pound with fear when she saw Wang Dachui's abnormal recovery ability. Although the underground environment is harsh, it's probably not strong enough to hurt that Iron Man. Meanwhile, Wang Dachui, who was in freefall, was secretly pleased with himself as he looked at the system panel that only he could see. Host status refreshed. Constitution, perfect primitive unlocked at Tier 2. Special status, ancient sacred body sealed state, embryo resonance version, growth type. Current combat strength assessment. Attack end, peak A level near S level. Thanks to his eldest son's rapid development over the past 3 months and the nourishment from a large amount of high-level beast meat, the genetic lock that had once locked his power at the limits of ordinary people has finally loosened. He is no longer a helpless gigolo, but a humanoid tyrannosaurus who can tear apart tigers and leopards and fight against mechs with sheer brute force. Defense recovery, far surpasses SS level rule-based cheat. This is his biggest trump card. As long as he isn't instantly blasted into dust, whether it's poisonous gas, radiation, or physical damage, it's just a process that promotes metabolism in the face of his everlasting body. This is in the bag. Wang Dachui felt the whistling wind in his ears. The feeling of controlling his power was simply amazing. My wife thought I was showing off, but actually I was testing the data. With a muffled thud, Wang Dachui landed steadily, leaving 2 shallow dents on the hard black iron floor, unharmed. Then, Lang Feng gripped the hilt of the cold abyss blade with one hand, picked up the eldest brother who was still gnawing on spirit stones with the other, and leaped into the air, his movements as light as a swallow. Although Su Qianxian is only an intelligence-type character with a combat power of 5, she is currently the most luxuriously equipped person in this family. Activate Nebula Protection Mode. She pressed a button on her waist. A faint golden light instantly flowed across the special protective suit on her body. It was the absolute defense system that the third brother, Wang Ling, had specially modified for her by taking 2 5th-tier beast cores because he thought his mother was too fragile. It can withstand impacts of up to 100 tons and filter 99.9% of radiation. In addition, having eaten high-level exotic beast meat every day for the past few months, Su Qianxian's physique has long been upgraded to the strength of a B-level martial artist, and she has long since transcended the category of a weak woman. She hugged the second and third children tightly, activated the spray device on the back of her protective suit, and transformed into a streak of light, following closely behind. 500 meters underground. This is a long corridor wide enough for 2 tanks to pass side by side. On both sides of the corridor stand 18 bronze statues, each 5 meters tall. These colossal figures wield giant axes and long spears, their faces are ferocious, and their bodies are covered with intricate patterns resembling gears and connecting rods, with a faint glimmer of spiritual light emanating from their joints. Beep. Invasion detected by a living being. Guardian formation activated. Level, Annihilation. A stiff, cold wave of spiritual energy, resembling a mechanical synthesized voice, echoed through the corridor. Immediately afterwards, the clicking sound of mechanisms turning filled the air. Suddenly, crimson flames ignited in the eye sockets of the 18 previously motionless bronze statues. Boom! 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 The heavy footsteps shook the ground. The 18 colossal statues had come to life. They raised their bronze weapons, each weighing several tons, and with a whooshing sound, formed an impenetrable killing formation, crushing towards Wang Dachui's family. Be careful! This is the pinnacle of the Mo family's mechanical puppetry and weapon crafting techniques. Although Su Qianxian had a shield, her professional habits made her analyze the data first. This power source isn't an electric motor, but a core array driven by high-grade spirit stones. Its explosive power is even more terrifying than a hydraulic press. It's equivalent to a heavy truck charging at full speed. Lang Feng's eyes sharpened, and he drew his sword, Han Yuan, half an inch from its sheath, ready to strike. Wait! Wang Dachui suddenly reached out to stop his wife, a look of anticipation on his face. Wife, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This kind of rough work can be left to those in charge of hard labor. He looked down and patted his eldest son, Wang Jintian's bottom. Son. See those big guys? They want to beat up your dad. The eldest brother, who was feeling a bit unhappy because he had run out of spirit stones, suddenly looked up upon hearing this. He glanced at the bronze colossi charging menacingly, frowned, and exhaled a heavy breath. Damn it! Hit him! The little guy threw away the spirit stone fragments in his hand and kicked off the ground with his 2 short legs. Thump! He stomped 2 large craters into the ground. His small body, like a golden cannonball, charged forward instead of retreating, heading straight for the puppet wielding the giant axe at the very front. The size difference is too stark. It was like an ant rushing towards an elephant. However, what happened the next second almost made Su Chanxian's jaw drop. Ha! The eldest brother let out a loud, childish shout, without using any skill whatsoever. It was just a pure, brutal, and unreasonable punch that slammed hard into the surface of the giant axe that was coming down. Chapter 52: The Mischievous Kids Who Treat Mechanical Devices Like Toys. When? A deafening clang of metal clashing. That giant axe, powerful enough to split an armored vehicle in 2, was actually bent by this chubby little fist. Immediately afterwards, the enormous impact force was transmitted through the axe handle to the entire body of the puppet. Crack! Bang! The 5-meter-tall bronze statue was as if it had been hit head-on by a high-speed train. Its upper body exploded, and countless bronze parts and shattered spirit stone fragments flew like rain. This is fun! The eldest brother's eyes lit up. He discovered that although this thing was inedible, it felt good to crack and was crunchy. He excitedly rushed into the group of puppets, like a mischievous child rushing into a ball pit. A punch to the left, a kick to the right. Bang! 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 The once imposing formation of the 18 bronze men was instantly transformed into a dismantling site at a scrap metal recycling station. Some puppets had their arms torn off, some had their heads kicked off, and the worst one was grabbed by the leader's leg and used as a flail to smash the other puppets. Less than a minute. The corridor fell silent. Bronze fragments littered the ground. The eldest brother stood atop the ruins, kicking a bronze head at his feet with a lingering satisfaction, then turned to Wang Dachui, his face pleading for praise. Dad! Ball! Kick! Wang Dachui, with his hands behind his back like a leader inspecting work, nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, that was a good game. It's just that you need to correct your habit of damaging public property. Oh well, it's just something I found, so I don't care. Su Chanxian looked at the mess on the ground and swallowed hard. This is the ancient sacred body? Basic procedure, don't be silly. Wang Dachui calmly waved his hand. Continue descending. 1,000 meters underground. This is no longer a long corridor, but a huge circular space. Before everyone could even get their bearings, thick green mist suddenly shot out from the surrounding walls. Sizzle, sizzle. When the mist came into contact with the black iron floor, it made a corrosive sound and emitted puffs of white smoke. Oh no! It's the soul-corroding smoke. Su Chanxian's face turned deathly pale, and she immediately covered her mouth and nose. This is an ancient poison formula. It contains potent neurotoxins and strong acid corrosiveness. The protective suit won't last more than 3 minutes. Retreat quickly. Lung Feng frowned as well. The frost abyss in his hand emitted a chilling aura, attempting to freeze the poisonous mist. However, the mist seemed to be alive, managing to bypass the chilling aura and penetrate every nook and cranny. Retreat what? Wang Dachui remained calm, even having the leisure to fix his hair. Chanxian, you have to believe in science, but you also have to believe in metaphysics. He turned to look at his second son, Wang Yan, in his arms. Huahua, it's your turn. This smoke smells too strong, Dad doesn't like it, throw it away. The second son was dozing off in Wang Dachui's arms, but he was a bit grumpy when he was woken up. He rubbed his red eyes, glanced at the green, disgusting-looking toxic fog around him, and curled his lip in disgust. Call. The little guy took a deep breath, his little chest puffing out high. Then, open your mouth and inhale. That's right, it's not breathing fire, it's sucking. The extremely toxic and corrosive smoke that had been spreading in all directions was now locked in place as if by a high-powered vacuum cleaner, forming a huge green vortex that rushed into the second brother's small mouth. Su Chanxian's eyes nearly popped out of her head. He ate it? That's highly poisonous. It contains high concentrations of cyanide and corrosive acid. The second brother inhaled the last bit of poisonous fog and snapped his fingers. The domineering, myriad beast spirit fire within his body instantly activated, using the poisonous gas as fuel to refine it in an instant. Immediately afterwards, he let out a burp. Belch. A white smoke ring with a faint minty flavor came out of his mouth. Toxicity? It was all burned away. All that's left is some water vapor. The second son smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the memory. It's a bit spicy, like wasabi, not tasty. After saying that, she snuggled back into Wang Dachui's arms and went back to sleep. With the crisis over, the air even felt noticeably fresher. Wang Dachui patted the dumbfounded Su Qianqian. Look, this is what you call an artificial air purifier. If there's formaldehyde in the house after renovation, just put the second child in and let him sleep there for one night. 1,500 meters underground. This is a transparent passage filled with mystery, with bottomless abysses on both sides. Warning. Unauthorized intrusion. Activate the final defense protocol, the inescapable net. As the alarm sounded, countless crimson beams of light suddenly illuminated the passageway from all sides, in front, behind, left, right, up, and down. These beams of light intertwined to form an impenetrable net, which was rapidly contracting and cutting through everything in its path. Laser? No. Su Qianqian exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the readings. The wavelength is wrong. This is a highly compressed fire-type spiritual energy ray. The fiery golden eye formation recorded in ancient books? My God, using an array to restrain spiritual energy and form a high-energy cutting net similar to a laser. This person from the Cloud Peak is definitely a physics genius. Whether he's a genius or a prodigy, as long as it's a program, there will be bugs. Wang Dachui stroked his chin. He put down his third son, Wang Ling, who was riding on his shoulders. Linger, do you see those glowing lines? Those are array circuits, and also code. Didn't you complain that the toys at home were too simple? Here, you can play with this. Could you change its color? The usually aloof third brother's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the intricate array beams. That's the look in a tech geek's eyes when they see a top-of-the-line graphics card. She stretched out her two small hands and made a grasping and tapping motion in the air. Although there was no keyboard, with her divine refinement, talent and metal-type ability, the control arrays and spiritual nodes hidden behind the walls were as if they were exposed to her. Sizzle, sizzle. The third child's little hands moved rapidly in the air, as if playing an invisible piano piece. Analyze, reconstruct, cover. The three words were uttered in a childish, babyish voice. The next second, the crimson beams of spiritual energy that were originally approaching with an aura of destruction suddenly stopped. Then, the color changed. From scarlet to vibrant neon colors: red, yellow, green, blue. The originally deadly cutting net suddenly began to flash, jump, and rotate in a dynamic rhythm. There was even a burst of electronic sound effects, like those from a disco DJ, coming from the corridor. Who was gazing upon the moon? What was originally a death tunnel was instantly transformed into a massive disco. Done. The third brother clapped his hands, looking like he thought, that's it? He climbed back onto Wang Dachui's neck and casually took apart a spirit stone activator that served as the erase core as a souvenir. Looking at the bizarre light show, Wang Dachui couldn't help but sway his hips a couple of times, then shrugged at his two wives behind him. TSK, 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 even the former owner of this heavenly palace on the clouds was no good. This security system is full of loopholes. It's not even as secure as the security door of the cheap rental apartment I used to live in. Let's go and see what treasures are hidden 2,000 meters underground. Chapter 53, I found a pretty auntie, dig her out for me. Passing through the beam of light, a large, silver-white iron gate, which was not locked or whose lock had been hacked by the third brother, slid open automatically. The group finally arrived at the core of the ruins, the underground control room. There is no gold or silver treasure here, nor any divine weapons. Only one enormous, still-functioning precision instrument occupied the center of the entire hall. This instrument is extremely complex, consisting of countless bronze gears, jade array plates, and spiritual energy channels. It looks like a giant celestial globe, or an ancient and mysterious psionic computer. At the core of the instrument stands a transparent life support capsule made of millennia-old ice. It was chillingly cold, yet it also exuded a sacred aura. Wang Dachui took out his phone, treasure hunting device. The golden exclamation mark on the screen was flashing wildly, with the arrow pointing directly at the life support pod. The signal source is inside. Wang Dachui stepped forward and wiped the frost off the surface of the life support capsule. Through the transparent ice, everyone could clearly see that there was a person frozen inside. It was a woman. She was wearing a dark green old-fashioned military uniform from decades ago. Although her eyes were closed and her face was as pale as paper, she still couldn't hide her heroic and intellectual beauty. She clutched a metal box that emitted a faint golden light tightly in her arms, as if it were something more important than her own life. She is. Upon seeing this woman, Su Qianxian, who had been following behind, suddenly covered her mouth and let out an incredulous gasp. She rushed forward, pressed her face against the ice, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. What? You know each other? Wang Dachui was taken aback. Su Qianxian turned her head, trembling, and pointed at the woman in the ice coffin, her voice hoarse with excitement. How could I not recognize you? She's the one whose name is on the first page of the textbook. Nailan Ruo. The youngest S-class dual-element awakener in China 20 years ago. She was not only a genius scientist who deciphered the codes of ancient civilizations and laid the foundation for modern psionic technology, but also a female warrior with terrifying combat power. She awakened an extremely rare S-rank mutated wood-type talent, the Divine Wood Body, whose vitality is so strong that she is known as the Immortal Rose. Back then, only she dared to physically confront the Beast King. 20 years ago, a spiritual vein turmoil occurred in the Heavenly Palace on the Cloud Peak, threatening to trigger a major earthquake in the capital at any moment. In order to find a way to suppress it, she relied on her superior skills in daring to enter the Forbidden Zone alone, and then vanished from the face of the earth. The country searched for her for 20 years. They even erected a cenotaph for her. I never expected that she would seal herself away here. Wang Dachui looked at the woman in the ice coffin, then at the box in her arms, and his eyes became solemn and respectful. To suppress the spiritual veins, he buried himself alive for 20 years? He's really tough, no wonder he's been able to hold on until now. However, Wang Dachui glanced at the message displayed on his phone, vitality signs, extremely weak, near death. He grinned and rolled up his sleeves. Now that you've run into the Wang family, it's time for you to wake up from your nap. Men. Time to get to work. Dig out this pretty auntie of yours. Dig it out? The third child, Wang Ling, scanned the area with her large, data-driven eyes, her little brows furrowing slightly, and uttered a few keywords in her childish voice. Battery. Array core. Cannot be removed. She pointed with her little finger to the complex network of glowing cables, resembling blood vessels, connected to the bottom of the life support pod, then pointed to the ground and made an explosion gesture. Tear it down. Bang. Everyone. Fly high. Fly high? Wang Dachui was taken aback, then realized, you mean this thing is connected to a bomb? It's not just the explosive charge. Su Qianxian understood what the third brother meant at this moment. She looked at the crazy psionic readings on the instrument and gasped. This is a psionic siphon matrix. This senior is using his own body as a filter to suppress the raging spiritual veins underground. For the past 20 years, she has been enduring the pain of spiritual pulses every moment. It's like she's using her own body to block a bullet. Su Qianxian's eyes instantly reddened as she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. This is Senior Nailan. To protect the capital, she actually. All right, Qianxian. Wang Dachui reached out and gently patted Su Qianxian's shoulder, interrupting her sadness. His tone was no longer as playful as usual, but rather carried a reassuring calmness. The heroine has suffered enough. Now that we're here, we can't let her endure this any longer. Instead of crying here, we should quickly find a way to rescue her and let her see our prosperous world. Su Qianxian wiped away her tears and nodded heavily, yes. Saving lives is the priority. Wang Dachui turned to look at his three mythical beasts, his eyes becoming exceptionally serious, and waved his hand. My men. Listen to my command. Third brother. This system is too old. Can you hack into it and disconnect the connection? Wang Ling confidently raised her chin and held up one finger, 10 seconds. All right. Second brother. This ice is too hard, it needs to melt, but we can't hurt the people inside. If your fire dares to singe even a single hair of that pretty auntie's, she won't have any milk to drink in the future. The second son, Wang Yan, pursed his lips. Although he thought it was a delicate and troublesome task, he obediently nodded for the sake of the milk powder. He stretched out his small hand, a wisp of purple gold flame emerging from his fingertip, and carefully placed it on the millennia-old ice. Boss. Wang Dachui finally looked at his eldest son, who was so bored he wanted to gnaw on the floor. Here. The leader immediately stood at attention upon hearing the roll call, spitting out his own saliva. See those chains? Once the third brother cuts the connection, you're in charge of pulling out those pipes. Remember, be quick, accurate, and ruthless. Alright. Let's pull up the radish. I love it. The eldest brother rubbed his hands excitedly. Operation begins. With Wang Dachui's command, the Wang family demolition team went online again. Sizzle sizzle. The third sister's hands moved rapidly in the air. Although she didn't know how to read much, her intuition about energy circuits made her more skilled at manipulating these ancient runes than at eating. Snap. The spiritual energy tube that was originally firmly attached to the bottom of the life support pod suddenly dimmed. Hey ha! The eldest brother, Wang Zhentin, who had been waiting for his turn, roared and, like in a tug of war, grabbed the metal pipe that was thicker than his thigh with both hands and pulled it backward with force. Collapse! Even a fourth-tier alien beast couldn't break the special alloy pipeline, but it was directly torn apart by the brute force of the ancient sacred body. At the same time, the second brother's strange fire melted the thick ice to the critical point, turning it into a pool of warm water that flowed down without burning the people inside. Splash! A hatch of the life support capsule slid open slowly. The woman, who had been asleep for 20 years, lost her support and her body slumped forward. Chapter 54 Unsealed. A national hero sleeping for 20 years. Careful! With quick reflexes, Su Chanqian rushed forward and caught her idol whom she had long admired. It feels cool to the touch and as light as a feather. Wang Dachui quickly pulled out a bottle of perfect-grade pills that Su Chanqian had refined earlier from his pocket, poured one out, and stuffed it into Nalan Ruo's mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, and a surge of immense vitality spread throughout her body. Cough cough. A few seconds later, a violent cough broke the silence underground. Nalan Ruo's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those were eyes as clear as a lake in late autumn, yet with a chill in them, the corners of which were slightly upturned, carrying a touch of innate heroism and pride. Although her face was sickly pale from her long slumber, and even her lips were bloodless, this did not diminish her beauty in the slightest. On the contrary, this fragile vulnerability contrasted sharply with the unwavering determination in her eyes, which had not faded even in her coma, giving her a breathtakingly broken beauty. She was wearing a dark green old-fashioned military uniform from decades ago. Although it was a bit worn, it was very neat, with every button fastened tightly, exuding the rigor and solemnity unique to that era. The moment she opened her eyes, her body tensed instinctively, her right hand clenching as if trying to grab some weapon. Has the beast tide receded? Her voice was hoarse and dry, like sandpaper rubbing, carrying a tragic grandeur that transcended time and space. Quickly, activate the self-destruct program, we can't let them obtain the spiritual vein. She struggled to stand up, but found herself powerless, and then looked around blankly. There was no smoke of gunpowder, no strange beasts, and no familiar comrades. Only a young girl wearing glasses, crying her eyes out, was holding her, and standing next to her was a man who was almost too handsome but didn't look very proper. The most outrageous thing was that there were 3 toddlers, who looked only 2 or 3 years old and were wearing only red bibs, lined up in a row, staring at her with wide eyes and looking at her curiously. The strongest of the boys was holding half of a broken alloy tube in his hand and putting it into his mouth, as if he wanted to taste it. This. Nalan Ruo was stunned, her brain went blank. Am I dead? Is this heaven? But why would there be children in heaven who like to eat iron? Put. Wang Dachui couldn't help but laugh out loud, walked forward, squatted down, and looked at this legendary heroine. Senior Nalan, this is not paradise. It's much more lively here than paradise. Welcome back to the human world. It is now the year 2090 in the new calendar, 20 years since the day you slept. 20 years? Nalan Ruo's pupils contracted sharply, as if struck by lightning. 20 years. What about the capital? Was it defended? What about my comrades? Long John? Zhao Gang? We held them. We held them all. Su Chanqian held her hand tightly and said excitedly. Because of your sacrifice, the spiritual vein riot of that year was suppressed, and the capital city was safe and sound. Long John is now the highest leader, Elder Long, while that little Zhao who followed you back then, Zhao Gang, because he discovered, cough cough, because he made a great contribution, is now the director of the National Supernatural Abilities Bureau. They've been looking for you for a full 20 years. Wang Dachui touched his nose and thought to himself that Zhao Gang's promotion was probably due not only to his strong abilities, but also to the fact that he discovered Zhao Gang, this national treasure. Upon hearing the words "we've held on," Nalan Rua's tense body finally relaxed, and 2 lines of clear tears slid down her cheeks. It's good that we held on, it's good that we held on. She muttered to herself, but then, as if remembering something, her expression suddenly changed drastically. No! Run! She shoved Su Chanshan away abruptly, her eyes wide with terror as she looked down into the dark hole beneath the life support capsule. I left the erase core. The underground fire elemental veins, no longer suppressed, are about to erupt. The energy accumulated over 20 years is enough to flatten the entire Yenshan mountain. Buzz! As if to confirm her words, the entire underground space suddenly began to shake violently. The black iron floor beneath their feet began to heat up, and red light emanated from the cracks in the floor. A terrifying aura of world destruction was brewing underground, like a volcano about to erupt. Warning! Warning! A bright red exclamation mark popped up on the third sister's goggles. She pointed to the ground and shouted urgently, "It's going to explode." 30 seconds. It's over, it's too late. Nalan Rua closed her eyes in despair. It's my fault, you all have to leave. I'll jump down and use my body to reseal it. As she spoke, she struggled to jump into the fire-lit cave. Why are you jumping? It's no big deal. A strong hand grabbed her by the back of her collar and lifted her back like a chick. Wang Dachui curled his lip, his face full of disdain. Senior, your tactic of sacrificing personal interests is outdated. Young people these days want to have it all. He shoved Nalan Rua into Su Chanshan's arms, then turned around, facing the soon-to-erupt spiritual vein opening, hands on his hips, and shouted to the 3 children who were watching the spectacle. Men! We've got a job to do. The underground heating pipe burst. That's our energy source. That's our money. Who gave permission for it to explode? Suppress it for me. Second brother. This fire fiend is your favorite flavor, go, suck it dry. Third brother. Rewrite the formation. Streamline this violent energy and turn it into a central air conditioning heating system. Boss. You're in charge of standing at the entrance. If it dares to spray out, you're in charge of stomping it back in. Understood. The 3 mischievous kids got excited the moment they heard their father give the order. Wang Yan, the second brother, was the first to rush forward. Facing the earthly fiend True Fire, which was powerful enough to melt steel, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he excitedly opened his mouth, and a domineering flame power burst out from his small body. Call! The raging, fiery energy seemed to have encountered its natural enemy, and was actually sucked into his stomach. Burp, it's a little hot, but delicious. The third sister, Wang Ling, jumped onto the control panel, placing her small hand on the core array plate. Although she didn't understand the complex principles, she naturally knew which wire should be connected to which wire. Chaos, sort it out, don't explode. As she manipulated it, the energy flow that was about to explode began to become orderly, and was transported to every corner of the heavenly palace on the cloud top through the new channels. The most straightforward and direct approach was taken by the leader. Wang Zhentian jumped directly onto the hole and stomped his little feet hard. Sit down. Boom. The unreasonable and terrifying weight and pressure of the ancient sacred body, combined with the golden blood energy, actually acted like a plug, forcefully suppressing the spiritual vein that was about to erupt. The ground shaking stopped. The red light dissipated. What was originally a world-destroying crisis was reduced to a simple heating pipe repair within a family in less than a minute thanks to the combined efforts of the 3 children. Nalan Rua stared blankly at the scene, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. What is this? Are all kids these days so twisted? Wang Dachui dusted off his hands, walked up to Nalan Rua, and flashed a bright smile. Senior, let's get to know each other again. My name is Wang Dachui, and I am the current owner of this cloud-top heavenly palace. Those 3 freaks, no, geniuses, are my son and daughter. You just said this spiritual vein can't be touched? It needs to be sealed? Wang Dachui pointed to the ground beneath his feet, which had become incredibly docile and even begun to automatically provide the entire base with abundant spiritual energy, and said with boundless pride. In the Wang family, nothing is off limits. Since I can't take this thing with me, then this place is completely mine from now on. Not only will I not seal it away, I will live on it and use it to raise my children and grow crops. As for you. Wang Dachui glanced at Nalan Rua, who, though weak, had regained the light in her eyes, and chuckled. Director Zhao is waiting up there. Let's go up and give him a big surprise. Oh, by the way, I should also hand over your status as a national hero. This is a great achievement, and I hope it will earn me some money for baby formula. Nalan Rual looked at the confident, even somewhat roguish man in front of her, and then at the three children who were high-fiving in celebration. She suddenly smiled, and in that instant, it was as if the ice and snow melted away, and spring flowers bloomed. Although the world has changed, to the point that she can no longer understand it. But it seems to have become more hopeful. Okay, she said softly. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Wang, to take me home. Chapter 55. Request to return to the team, all salute. When we returned to the surface from 2,000 meters underground, it was already broad daylight. That pale dawn had long since transformed into a brilliant sunrise, illuminating the entire ruins of the heavenly palace on the clouds. As soon as I stepped out of the hidden side hall exit, a noisy yet orderly commotion hit me. Watch out! This box contains 5th-tier animal hides, don't get it dirty. Group 2. Group 2. Is the loading of the spirit stones over there complete? The Kunping 3 transport plane is about to take off. Make way. Don't block the academician's path. The once desolate and quiet Cloud Palace Square has now been completely transformed into a huge and bustling military transit base. Dozens of heavy Kunping-class transport aircraft, painted in deep black, were already neatly parked on the cleared ground, like a group of giant beasts waiting to be fed. Countless fully armed special forces soldiers and researchers in white coats, like industrious worker ants, were carrying the junk that Wang Dachui had found in the side hall warehouse into the cabin. In the very center of the square, a middle-aged man with a gold star on his shoulder and dressed in a crisp general's uniform was anxiously pacing around with his hands behind his back, glancing at his tactical watch every now and then. It was Zhao Gang, who had already been promoted to director of the National Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. It's been 3 hours since we went down there, why haven't we come up yet? Zhao Gang wrung his hands anxiously. Although Brother Big Hammer is very skilled, this underground area is, after all, an unknown forbidden zone. What if we encounter some ancient trap? Who's talking about me? Old Zhao, your composure as the bureau chief isn't what it used to be. A lazy voice suddenly came from behind. Zhao Gang was startled and turned around abruptly. From the shadows of the side hall ruins, Wang Dachui strolled out leisurely, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. Lung Feng leisurely led the eldest brother by the hand, while the second and third brothers, like two loyal little bodyguards, obediently clung to Su Qianqian's clothes. They looked harmless, but in reality, they had just saved the world. Oh my god! You finally come out! Zhao Gang's serious, square face instantly relaxed, turning into a relieved and delighted expression. He jogged over, his demeanor completely devoid of any airs of a high-ranking leader. If you don't come out soon, I'm going to disobey orders and lead a team to blow up this underground palace and launch a full-scale attack. The energy fluctuations down here suddenly surged just now, scaring two of the alarms in the ground command center to go off. Wang Dachui calmly patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder and pointed to the bustling moving scene around them. Calm down. It's just a burst heating pipe. We've fixed it a bit, and you guys seem to be having a good time moving it. Mentioning this, Zhao Gang's eyes instantly lit up like two light bulbs, and his voice trembled with excitement. Big Hammer. You've done a tremendous service this time. Those old academicians just did a preliminary inventory, and the spirit stones and medicinal herbs in that side hall warehouse alone are enough to push forward the progress of our China's spiritual energy technology research and development by 50 years. Moreover, there were hundreds of high-grade spirit stones mixed in with that pile of mid-grade spirit stones. My god, that's a strategic resource. One of them could make an S-grade spirit energy engine. I've thought it all out. This time, we won't use any special grade metals, we'll give you cash directly. Just name your price. Even if the country has to empty its coffers, we'll make sure to replenish your funds. Seeing Zhao Gang's naive and unsophisticated look, Wang Dachui shrugged, his face full of disdain. Getting excited already? Old Zhao, you're the top leader of all the superhumans in the country now, can't you broaden your horizons a bit? This isn't spacious enough? Zhao Gang's eyes widened. This is a treasure trove that 10 kunpangs couldn't fit inside. You're not handing it over, you're making us come here to buy more goods. The skeletons of those few Tier 5 beast kings, each tens of meters long, that your family has hunted in the past few months alone have taken up the cabin space of 3 entire airplanes. TCH, those are just dead things left behind by the previous landlord, and some leftover bones. Wang Dachui suddenly dropped his playful grin, his expression becoming somewhat mysterious. He leaned closer to Zhao Gang, lowered his voice, and pointed behind him with his thumb. The real big stuff, I just dug it out of the ground. I think this is the biggest local specialty this time. There's something even more valuable? Zhao Gang was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Did you unearth a divine artifact? Or an ancient heirloom? Pretty much. Even more precious than a divine artifact. Wang Dachui turned to the side, making way for the figure he had been blocking behind him. Here, this living specimen senior, I will now formally hand it over to the state. Zhao Gang looked in the direction of the gaze with some confusion. It was a somewhat thin figure wearing Wang Dachui's camouflage jacket. She was sitting on a broken rock, greedily watching the sunrise in the east. Although his hair was somewhat disheveled and his face was frighteningly pale, the dark green old-fashioned military uniform under his camouflage jacket, along with his upright and pine-like posture, exuded a steely and ruthless aura that Zhao Gang found inexplicably familiar. So familiar that it sent shivers down his very soul's spine. That back view. The smile on Zhao Gang's face gradually froze, replaced by incredulous shock. His breathing became rapid, and his legs even began to tremble involuntarily. He walked over step by step, each step feeling as heavy as if he were stepping on his own 20 years of memories. That figure had appeared in his dreams countless times. That was his old company commander when he first joined the army, the guide on his path to awakening his superpowers, an insurmountable monument in his heart, and an undying faith in the hearts of that generation of superpowered warriors. Company commander? Zhao Gang's voice was so soft, as if he were afraid of shattering a dream. Upon hearing this title, Nalan Ruo, who had been watching the sunrise, trembled slightly. She slowly turned around, her eyes, as clear as autumn water, falling on the middle-aged man before her, whose temples were already streaked with gray and who carried the weight of a general on his shoulders. Although 20 years have passed and time has left its mark on his face, his headstrong spirit is still exactly the same as that of the greenhorn who used to follow her around calling her Sister Ruo. She examined it carefully for a moment, a relieved smile appearing on her pale face, her voice hoarse yet gentle. Little Zhao. I've grown taller and older. But I look more smart in this military uniform than before. This long-awaited little Zhao was like a thunderbolt, directly shattering Zhao Gang's psychological defenses and destroying all his dignity and composure as the director of the bureau. This tough bureau chief, known in the international supernatural community as the Iron-Faced King of Hell, who remained unfazed even when facing the Beast King, suddenly knelt down on the ground with a thud like a child who had been wronged and was finally seeing his parents. Company commander. It really is you. You're still alive. I knew you were still alive. Zhao Gang knelt and moved forward a few steps, tightly grasping Nalan Ruo's icy hands. Tears instantly streamed down his face as he cried his heart out, completely losing all composure. 20 years. We've been looking for you for 20 years. Everyone says you sacrificed yourself. I don't believe it. Team leader Long doesn't believe it either. We searched every inch of Yanshan Mountain but couldn't find you. Where have you been? Do you even know what our country has gone through these past 20 years? The soldiers and experts who were busy moving supplies around them were all stunned. The entire square fell silent instantly, with only the sound of the wind and Zhao Gang's sobs. When had they ever seen their own decisive and ruthless director Zhao like this? Then, who is that woman? A young soldier asked in a low voice, looking bewildered. An elderly academician pushed up his glasses, and the moment he saw Nalan Ruo's face clearly, the high-grade spirit stone in his hand fell to the ground with a thud, hitting his foot but forgetting the pain. He trembled as he removed his hat, bowed deeply, his voice choked with emotion, barely able to speak. Salute. Salute now. That's the Undying Rose. That's Nalan Ruo. That was the founder of our Huaxia psionic technology. She was the heroine who risked her life to protect the capital 20 years ago and quell that catastrophe. What? Upon hearing this name, all the soldiers present, whether they were moving things or on guard duty, immediately stood at attention as if by conditioned reflex. The name Nalan Ruo is a legendary figure printed in bold red letters in military academy textbooks. Hundreds of eyes, filled with supreme reverence and fervor, all turned to the woman sitting on the ruins. Salute! The deafening roar echoed through the sky, startling the birds flying through the mountains and forests. Hundreds of arms were raised in unison to pay the highest tribute to the returning hero. Looking at the young and resolute faces before her, and at Zhao Gang kneeling before her, weeping bitterly, Nalan Ruo's eyes also welled up with tears. She trembled as she tried to stand up, and Su Chanshan quickly stepped forward to support her. Under everyone's gaze, she straightened her spine. Although she was physically weak, her return salute was still as precise as a javelin, carrying an unyielding and indomitable spirit. Reporting to the director. Naylan Rua, former captain of the 1st Detachment of the Huaxia Special Ability Force, has returned to the team. Request to return to the homeland. At that moment, the morning light shone on her, as if she were draped in a sacred armor. Wang Dachui stood aside, watching this deeply moving scene, unusually refraining from making any jokes. He pulled a piece of dried animal meat from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, concealing the slight upturn of his lips. "Dad, why is that uncle crying like a snotty-nosed cat?" the eldest son, Wang Zhentian, asked curiously, still clutching a spirit stone he had just casually taken out of the box. "Because he found a treasure he had lost for a long time." Wang Dachui stroked his son's bald head, his tone unusually gentle. "Remember this, son. No matter how rich or powerful our family becomes in the future, there are some things we can't afford to lose." "What is it?" "Backbone." Wang Dachui pointed to Naylan Rua's tall and straight back, and then to the soldiers who were saluting. "All right, stop looking." Wang Dachui turned around, reverting to his shrewish businessman demeanor, and shouted at Zhao Gang, who was still wiping away tears. "Old Zhao, I'm entrusting this man to you. Remember to award me a first-class merit. Also, send a medical team over immediately. This is your national treasure, don't let them get hurt." Chapter 56 State Backing. From now on, the family name here will be Wang. As the last piece of 5th-tier beast bone was carefully moved into the cargo hold of the Kunping transport plane, this operation, which could be described as a national-level procurement, finally came to an end. A morning breeze blew by, stirring up the dust on the ground. Naylan Rua sat on a makeshift medical stretcher, while several top-notch military doctors accompanying her were anxiously treating the necrotic skin tissue on her body caused by prolonged freezing at low temperatures. Despite the excruciating pain, she didn't even flinch, her gaze remaining fixed on Wang Dachui, who was talking to Zhao Gang not far away. "Hey bro, the list's out, want to take a look?" Holding a thick military-grade tablet computer, Zhao Gang strode over to Wang Dachui, who was resting on an empty box, his expression excited. According to the statistics, the total value of the spirit stones and medicinal herbs in the side hall, plus the materials from the 5th-tier beast kings you've hunted over the past few months, is immeasurable. The exact numbers are all recorded here. Each entry has been cross-checked by 3 academicians, so there is absolutely no mistake. Wang Dachui didn't even glance at the tablet, he simply waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. "What's the point of checking? I didn't count all that junk. Since you're the ones who took stock, then it's up to you. Take away anything the country can use. Leaving it here is just taking up space." Zhao Gang's hands trembled slightly as he held the tablet. He knew very well what the numbers on the screen represented: wealth enough to buy half a second-tier city, and the cornerstone that would propel China's national power to new heights. Anyone, even a saint, would probably take a look at the rights confirmation, but Wang Dachui didn't even lift his eyelids. "Big Hammer, aren't you going to keep some for yourself?" Zhao Gang couldn't help but ask. "According to the rules of the Superpowered Individuals Guild, you can keep a portion of these things." "Don't talk to me about guild rules." Wang Dachui interrupted him. "I'm Chinese, my wife is a Chinese soldier, and my son will grow up in China. These things, if stored in the national treasury and transformed into aircraft carriers and mechs, are there to protect everyone. If they remain in my hands, they are just a pile of rotten rocks." "I understand this clearly." Zhao Gang took a deep breath, his eyes slightly red. He didn't say anything sentimental, but solemnly put away his tablet and gave Wang Dachui a standard military salute. "Brother Hammer, don't worry. The country will not let honest people suffer, nor will it let heroes be disheartened. The country will remember this kindness." All right, don't be so serious." Wang Dachui chuckled. "Just get some more money for baby formula later. 3 kids, it's expensive." As they were talking, Naylan Rua pushed aside the medical staff who were trying to lift her onto the plane and walked over with Su Chanxian's help. Although she was weak, her eyes were anxious as she looked around. Where is that box?" "Here I am, senior." Leng Feng took out a metal box that emitted a faint golden light from his backpack and handed it over. "I have been keeping this box ever since you came out of the ice coffin." Naylan Rua took the box, letting out a sigh of relief as if holding her own child. She gently stroked the patterns on the lid, a complex light flashing in her eyes. "Thankfully, it wasn't lost. This is the seed of fire that I risked my life to bring out from the deepest part of this ruin 20 years ago, the original seeds of the ancient spiritual plants, dragon tooth rice, and vermilion fruit." "What?" Upon hearing this, several senior academicians nearby almost knelt down on the spot. "Dragon tooth rice? That's a legendary substance that can fundamentally improve human health. The vermilion fruit? That's a rare and precious treasure that can potentially raise an awakener's level. Quick! Put it into the top secret box. This is priceless. It must be transported back to the Academy of Sciences in Beijing immediately. An academician was so excited that he reached out to take it. Wait a minute. Nalan Rua stepped aside to avoid the academician's hand and shook her head. They can't grow in the capital now. She looked up at the surging spiritual energy beneath the ruins. These two kinds of spiritual plants are extremely picky about their environment. They can only sprout in places with extremely high concentrations of spiritual energy and nourished by the aura of a true dragon. Back then, I brought them out with the intention of taking them back to the capital to cultivate them, but it resulted in the leakage of spiritual energy, which attracted a beast tide. In the current external environment, they would surely die if I took them out. At this point, Nalan Rua turned her head, took a deep look at Wang Dachui, and then looked at the ruins. Or rather, the ley line that Master Wang just repaired is their only home. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui raised an eyebrow. Although he had little interest in farming, he certainly took the words improve physical condition and level up to heart. His 3 money-devouring beasts were still growing if he could grow these things to feed his children. Alright, since we can only raise them here, I'll reluctantly take over. Wang Dachui didn't waste any time and took the box directly from Nalan Rua's hand. But senior, although I know how to farm, you'll have to write me an instruction manual on how to take care of this thing. Zhao Gang was about to say something when his encrypted satellite phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the special red number on the caller ID, Zhao Gang's expression instantly turned solemn. He immediately stood at attention and pressed the answer button. Greetings, Commander. An aged yet powerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Although it wasn't on speakerphone, all the high-level awakened individuals present could hear it clearly. It is Long Zhan, the current Supreme Guardian of China, Elder Long. Little Zhao, I've seen the situation on the ground via satellite. Old Long's voice carried an undisguised excitement. That girl Nalan, she suffered so much. We must bring her back safely. Yes. Mission accomplished. Zhao Gang roared. And Comrade Wang Dachui. Old Long paused, his tone filled with undisguised admiration. His spirit of selfless dedication is an example for all of us. Since he gave the country the best of everything, the country should not be stingy with it. Pass on my orders. Elder Long's voice suddenly turned serious, carrying a murderous aura of battle. Effective immediately, the ruins of the Heavenly Palace on the clouds and the surrounding area within a radius of 500 li shall be designated as a class of military restricted zone. The ownership and management rights of this area are fully granted to Comrade Wang Dachui and his family. Apart from Wang Dachui's invitation, no organization or individual, including the Superpower Bureau, is allowed to enter without permission. From now on, that place will be his private territory. Furthermore, tell him that dragon tooth rice and vermilion fruit are crucial to the nation's destiny, and they must be cultivated well. If anyone dares to covet them, the nation will be their strongest backing. Upon receiving this order, the entire audience stood in awe. As Wang Dachui listened to the voice on the phone, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He swallowed the jerky in his mouth and gave a thumbs up to the northern sky. Thanks, Elder Long. He doesn't need any grand words. These 4 simple words are a promise between men. Beep beep beep. The phone call ended. Zhao Gang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Wang Dachui. Did you hear that? Elder Long has directly granted you this land. From now on, the Cloud Palace will truly belong to the Wang family. Wang Dachui weighed the seed box in his hand, turned around and shouted to the 3 children. Did you hear that, guys? This hill belongs to us from now on. Third brother. Stop dismantling that landing gear. Come and get down to business. Since we're going to stay here long term and grow such delicate crops, we need to take better care of the environment. Bring out that spirit gathering array you were working on earlier and use it to fertilize our vegetable garden. Receive. Wang Ling, the 3rd brother, stood up from beside the transport plane's tires and dusted himself off. She walked to the center of the square, next to the entrance that led directly underground. The spirit stones are gone. The 3rd brother spread his little hands and looked at the warehouse that had already been emptied. However, she didn't care. Instead, she walked with her short legs to a crack in the earth's veins and gently stomped her little feet on it. Then, connect directly. Permissions confirmed. Owner, Wang Dachui. Energy, directly supplied from the Earth's veins. Objective, agricultural irrigation. Activate, basic spirit gathering array agricultural version. Following the third child's childish command, a faint buzzing sound rang out. There were no spectacular light effects, nor any overwhelming defensive shield. It was only that the spiritual energy in the surrounding air began to slowly converge on this ruin, making the air here more humid and fresh. In the originally dry cracks in the rocks, a few wild grasses have turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's it? Zhao Gang was somewhat stunned. Shouldn't we set up some kind of defensive formation? This is a desolate wilderness, what if there are any unruly beasts or… Wang Dachui waved his hand dismissively, but secretly he was delighted. Little did old Zhao know that back when his family first moved into this heavenly palace on the clouds, he had already set up the 9 heavens and 10 earths protective clan array that the system had rewarded him with. This grand formation is always in the highest level of concealment mode, remaining unseen and only activating instantly when a deadly threat to family members is detected. Such a deadly trump card cannot be revealed casually. So he pretended to be nonchalant and said, "It's fine, as long as I can grow vegetables." As for defense, he clenched his fist, making a cracking sound, then pointed to the eldest and second eldest brothers who were playing with transport plane parts beside him. "These mythical beasts in my house are the best defensive towers. If any fools dare to steal my vegetables, they can be used as teaching aids for the kids to practice on." Zhao Gang looked at the rudimentary base that was almost defenseless, then at the confident, freakish family, and shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, for this family, the best defense is offense. Alright, Lao Zhao, hurry up and take Senior Nalan back for treatment. Wang Dachui waved his hand. "We're still busy clearing land and planting crops, so we won't keep you for dinner." "Alright. I'll be waiting for your dragon tooth rice." Zhao Gang directed the troops to quickly board the plane. With the roar of engines, 10 Kunpeng transport planes took off, carrying the hero who had been asleep for 20 years, and the hope for the future of China, disappearing into the clouds. Watching the departing aircraft, Nalan Rua took one last look at the ruins below through the porthole. Without the clamor of the army, the place appeared somewhat empty and simple. The so-called Grand Formation was nothing more than a gathering of spiritual energy. It didn't even have a wall around it and was drafty on all sides. But for some reason, looking at the man standing on the ruins, holding his wife and children, Nalan Rua felt that it might be the safest and most hopeful place in the world. On the ground. After seeing the outsiders off, Wang Dachui stretched and looked at the territory that was entirely his own. Although it was still in ruins, he could already see thousands of acres of fertile land in the future. Men. Time to get to work. Second brother. Go burn down the weeds in this side hall. We're having roast whole lamb tonight. Third brother. Stop playing with stones and help your father plan where to plant dragon tooth rice and where to plant vermilion fruit. Boss. Stop fiddling with those landing gear screws. Go to the back hill and move some stones. We're going to build a new house. Wife. Wang Dachui turned around, put his arm around Su Chanxian, glanced at Lung Feng who was wiping his knife beside him, and chuckled. The country trusts us so much, we can't let them down. We have the land, we have the seeds, shouldn't we consider adding a few more laborers to this new home? Lung Feng paused, her knife momentarily gone, 2 blushes rising on her cool face. She glared at him fiercely. Let's get the land cultivated first. Whether we can even feed the current 3 is still a question. Su Chanxian blushed, pushed up her glasses, and muttered softly, "Actually, from an ecological perspective, establishing a complete family ecosystem does require a greater diversity of talent." Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? Shanxian has agreed. Chapter 57 Farming? This is practically serving your ancestors. As Zhao Gang led the main force and Nalan Rua in a grand retreat, the Cloud Palace, which had been bustling all day, finally returned to tranquility. Aside from the lingering smell of transport plane exhaust in the air, only the family of 5 remained, standing on a patch of overgrown wasteland beside the ruins, staring wide-eyed at the box containing the ancient spirit seed in their hands. That big hammer. Su Chanxian tied up her slightly messy long hair and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She looked at the land in front of her, which was rich in spiritual energy but had obviously been abandoned for hundreds of years, and said with some concern. Before leaving, Senior Nalan specifically instructed that dragon tooth rice and vermilion fruit are both ancient spiritual plants and are extremely precious. It has extremely high requirements for soil, temperature, and spiritual energy concentration. We have a spirit gathering array here, but shouldn't we let the soil mature first? Wang Dachui was squatting on the ground, holding the alloy hoe he had snatched from the boss. Hearing this, he turned around and chuckled, looking completely unconvinced. Shanxian, you've read too many books and become timid. What does nurturing the soil even mean? Our Wang family believes in miracles happening through sheer hard work. This land used to be where people from Yunding used to grow vegetables, so it has a good foundation. As long as we clean it up a bit, remove the weeds, and loosen the soil, it will definitely grow. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and shouted at the eldest brother, who was bored and wanting to gnaw on tree bark because he had run out of spirit stones to eat. Boss! Stop gnawing! Come and get to work! See this wasteland? Clear away all the tree roots and rocks. Good job, and you'll get double the roasted whole lamb tonight. Meat. Double the amount. Upon hearing that dinner would be doubled, Wang Zhentian instantly went into berserk mode. The kid charged into the wasteland like a human bulldozer. Those mutated shrubs that had grown for hundreds of years and the old tree roots buried deep underground were pulled up by his small hands as easily as plucking onions. Hey! Ha! The boss worked with great enthusiasm, clearing away weeds and scattering rocks wherever he went. In no time, he had cleared out a neat patch of black soil. Third brother. Sow the seeds. The third sister, Wang Ling, drove her pressure cooker-shaped tiller over with a clanging sound. After her improvements, the machine can now not only dig holes automatically, but also precisely control the spacing and depth of each seed. As the robotic arm rose and fell, the seeds of longya rice, emitting a faint golden light, were buried in the warm black soil. Done. Wang Dachui patted the mud off his hands and stood on the edge of the field with an expectant look on his face. That's what you call professional. With soil, water, and warmth, I don't believe it won't grow. However, reality soon gave Wang Dachui a resounding slap in the face. A day has passed. The field was quiet and still. Wang Dachui comforted himself, it's okay, let the seeds fly a little longer. 2 days have passed. There was still no movement in the field. Wang Dachui couldn't sit still any longer. He secretly dug up a bit of soil to take a look. The seeds were still there, but their luster was a little dull. By the evening of the third day, Su Chanqian, who had been in charge of monitoring the data, ran to Wang Dachui with a pale face, holding a tablet computer. Big hammer. Something's happened. Something really bad has happened. What's wrong? Wang Dachui's heart skipped a beat. He was gnawing on a rabbit leg when he was so startled that he almost choked. Su Chanqian pointed to the black soil, her voice trembling. Those seeds, their vital signs are rapidly declining. Not only have they not sprouted, but they've begun to degrade. Look! She dug through a patch of soil and pointed to a seed of dragon tooth rice that had been shining brightly but was now grayish and even had cracks appearing on its surface. They're suffocating. Although there's enough soil and water, these ancient spiritual plants seem to lack a medium to awaken their vitality. It's like a person in a vegetative state. Even if you give them 4 fluids to keep them alive, without that awakening signal, they will never wake up and will eventually wither away and die. A wake-up signal? Wang Dachui was dumbfounded. How would I know what a signal is? How about playing rock music for it? No. Su Chanqian stamped her feet anxiously. According to ancient records, only high-level wood elemental energy can awaken this level of spiritual plant. That is, the so-called spirit awakening. Our house is full of hard elements like metal, fire, and earth. We don't have any wood elements at all. Wood element? Wang Dachui was taken aback. He looked at his 3 children. The eldest brother was lifting stones to build muscle, the second brother was burning ant nests, and the third brother was dismantling abandoned machinery. Indeed, no one is capable of doing this meticulous work. Ding! Detection indicates the family is facing an agricultural crisis. Warning, dragon tooth rice seeds will die completely in 24 hours. Your amazing farm project will then be ruined. System notification, host, have you forgotten someone? That Nalan Ruah, who possesses an S-rank divine wood body, was just handed over to the state by you 3 days ago. Urgent side quest issued, bring that woman back. Task description, the seeds are dying, and the children's food supply is running out. For the sake of this family, please, host, be shameless and turn Nalan Ruah into one of your own. Reward, unlock the revival of all things talent. The Spirit Plant Garden section is now available in your clan territory. Upon seeing the system notification, Wang Dachui slapped his thigh hard, knocking the rabbit leg out of his hand. Oh right. How could I forget that? That day I was so focused on making sure I could hand it over to the state that I forgot to leave a technician behind to guide the work. But Lung Feng stood to the side, holding the knife, and frowned. Senior Naylan has been in the capital for treatment for 3 days now. She should be recuperating in the intensive care unit, right? Besides, she is a government official. How could she possibly come back to farm for us? Wife, you just don't understand. Wang Dachui revealed his signature shrewd businessman smile and pulled a small, red, encrypted satellite phone from his pocket. For heroes with such an overwhelming sense of responsibility, reasoning with them is useless, and talking about money is also useless. We need to talk to her about responsibility and the crisis. Watch how your husband conjures you up back to life. Beijing, 301 Sanatorium, a top-tier sanatorium area. After 3 days of top-notch treatment, Naylan Rua's bodily functions are slowly recovering. Although she couldn't engage in high-intensity combat yet, her daily activities were no longer a problem. At this moment, she was wearing a hospital gown, standing by the window, gazing blankly at the bustling night view of the capital city outside. The 20-year gap made her feel incredibly alienated and out of place in this dazzling world. Here, she is revered as a hero, with countless people visiting, bringing flowers, and saluting her every day. But for some reason, the ruins of the heavenly palace on the cloud top always appeared in her mind, along with the 3 children rolling around in the mud, and Wang Dachui, who, though unserious, inexplicably made her feel at ease. Although the place was simple, it had a kind of warmth and life that she couldn't feel in the capital. Chapter 58, How to Lure That Heroine Back. Ring ring ring. Just then, the red secure phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Naylan Rua answered the phone with some confusion, but before she could speak, Wang Dachui's miserable howls, as if his own father had died, came from the other end. Senior Naylan. Help! Something terrible has happened. The sky is falling. Naylan Rua's heart tightened, and her expression instantly turned serious. Could it be that the heavenly palace on the clouds was attacked by the beast tide? What's wrong, Master Wang? Is there an enemy attack? Or has the Earth's veins erupted again? I'll contact Zhao Gang immediately to send reinforcements. It's not an enemy attack. It's even more serious than an enemy attack. Wang Dachui's voice sounded like he was crying. It's those seeds of dragon tooth rice and vermilion fruit. They're dying. We've been very careful, we've removed the weeds, loosened the soil, and even used a spirit gathering array. But they just won't sprout, and now they've all turned grayish-brown and are about to rot in the ground. This is the spark you risked your life to bring forth. It's the hope for the future of China. If it dies by my hand, I will be a sinner for all time. I will have no face to see you, no face to see the country. Wah! When Naylan Rua heard that the car had rotted in the ground, her heart clenched. That was something she had protected for 20 years of her youth. It was more important than her life. You didn't perform the spirit initiation, she asked anxiously. The ancient spiritual plant has been dormant for too long and must be awakened by the wood elemental energy to sprout. Planting it directly will suffocate it. Spirit consecration? What's spirit consecration? Senior, I don't understand. Wang Dachui spread his hands shamelessly on the other end of the phone. You know our family situation, we're all roughnecks who only know how to fight and destroy things. How would we know anything about these delicate things? Oh no, I think these last few are almost black. Maybe I should just dig them out and make porridge? Since we're all going to die anyway, it's not a waste to give my son some nourishment. How dare you? Naylan Rua was so angry that she almost crushed the phone, her originally pale face flushed with rage. That's a strategic resource. That's priceless. How could you cook it into porridge? What can we do? I'm at my wit's end. Wang Dachui's voice was tinged with despair. Unless someone knowledgeable can come and save the day right now. But where are we going to find someone in this desolate wilderness? Naylan Rua took a deep breath, looked at the night outside the window, and her eyes gradually became firm. Although she lived a comfortable life in the capital, it was a comfort akin to that of a canary in a gilded cage. Her value shouldn't lie in being a mascot to be revered from her sickbed. Her battlefield was on that land. Don't move. Don't move a muscle. Don't dig it out. Naylan Rua said in a deep voice, her tone leaving no room for argument. Maintain the status quo. I'll go back right away. Your health. Wang Dachui feigned surprise. Can the doctor let you go? I know my own body. If you continue to abuse it like this, it will really kill me. Nalan Rua ripped off the sensor patch on the back of her hand that was used to monitor data. Wait. I'll have Zhao Gang send a plane to take me back right away. Hang up the phone. On the top of the heavenly palace, Wang Dachui gave Long Feng and Su Chanqian a peace sign, and the sadness on his face instantly disappeared. Done. I told you, for a female hero with such a strong sense of responsibility, playing the victim is always the surest way to win. Long Feng looked at her husband speechlessly. Aren't you afraid Zhao Gang will come after you? We just brought him back and treated him like a national treasure, and after only 3 days you tricked him into coming back to farm? TCH, old Zhao should thank me. Wang Dachui stuffed the phone into his pocket, his eyes becoming deep as he looked at the seeds in the field that were indeed dying. Nalan Rua is the kind of person who can't sit still. If you leave her lying in a sanatorium, she'll die of depression. Give her something to do, even if it's farming, and she'll feel needed and more energetic. When she arrives, she will be the Wang family's chief gardener and wet nurse. Then I'll be able to free up my hands and properly investigate the whereabouts of the 4th and 5th brothers. Just as Wang Dachui was calculating his next move, Wang Zhentian, the eldest son who had been squatting on the roof watching the stars, suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted excitedly, "Big bird! It's here again! A red one!" Everyone looked up. In the night sky, a red-painted emergency medical aircraft, with its afterburner engaged and a long trail of exhaust gushing from its tail, sped toward the heavenly palace on the cloud top. The speed was so fast that you could feel the anxiety of the person on the plane even from a distance. Wow, you came fast. Wang Dachui straightened his hair and shouted to the 3 children who were playing in the mud, "Kids! Stop playing! Get ready to line up and welcome us." Chapter 58, Is this what you call farming? This is creating a miracle. Aunt Nalan's greeting gift. The red emergency medical plane landed on the bumpy plaza of the heavenly palace in the clouds in an almost combat-style dive. Before the landing gear had even come to a complete stop, the hatch slammed open with a bang. Where are the seeds? Nalan Rua was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown that she hadn't had time to change out of. Her hair was a little messy from the wind blowing at high altitude, and her face was pale and sickly. She didn't even wait for the gangway to be lowered before jumping directly from the cabin door, which was more than 3 meters high. She stumbled when she landed and almost fell. Watch out! Lung Feng reacted quickly and caught her in a flash. Sister Nalan, slow down, the seeds won't run away. How can I not be in a hurry? This is dragon tooth rice. Nalan Rua pushed Lang Feng aside, not even bothering with pleasantries, and rushed directly to the black soil that Wang Dachui's family had ravaged. It was already late, and Wang Ling, the 3rd brother, used several alloy rods that were still crackling with electricity as streetlights to provide illumination. By the dim light, Nalan Rua could see the terrible state of the field. The once plump seeds have now mostly become shriveled and gray, some even with black sap seeping from their surface, emitting a faint smell of decay. Next to these dying seeds, there were several chicken bones that someone had gnawed on, probably to be used as fertilizer. Nalan Rua felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, and her blood pressure spiked instantly. This is what you call meticulous care? She pointed at the chicken bones, her voice trembling. Burying bones next to an ancient spirit seed? Do you think this is raising dogs? Standing to the side, Wang Dachui nervously touched his nose and quietly hid the other chicken leg he hadn't thrown away behind his back. Ahem, senior, I was just thinking of giving you a little something to help you grow stronger. Shut up! Nalan Rua glared at him fiercely, and her imposing aura made even the thick-skinned Wang Dachui shrink back. It's quite frightening when professionals lose their temper. Chapter 59 Is this the joy of handing over to the state? Nalan Rua ignored the group of illiterate people, took a deep breath, and slowly squatted down. Although her body had not yet recovered and the supernatural power in her dantian was pitifully small, she had no choice but to confront these few embers of civilization that were about to be extinguished. Who? She closed her eyes and gently pressed her hands on the cold, black soil. The next second, an extremely pure, vibrant emerald green light rippled outwards from her palm like waves. This is not an ordinary wood-based ability. This is the rain of life obtained by burning the original life force of the S-level mutated talent, body of the divine tree. The once lifeless black soil seemed to come alive in an instant. The seeds that were almost rotting, upon contact with the green light, greedily absorbed this life energy, as if they had been parched for a long time and now had a welcome rain. Look! It's glowing! The eldest brother, Wang Zhentian, exclaimed, pointing at the ground with wide eyes. On the surface of those dull gray seeds, the black spots quickly faded, and they regained their golden luster. Immediately afterwards, a series of soft sounds of earth breaking apart rang out. To the astonishment of Wang Dachui's family, tender green seedlings broke through the hard soil and grew taller at a visible speed. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. In just a few seconds, the originally barren black soil was transformed into a lush green rice paddy. Each leaf is crystal clear, as if carved from jade, with golden light flowing through its veins and exuding a refreshing fragrance that soothes the soul. Even the weeds that had already withered around them grew wildly by half a meter in height under the influence of this aftershock, and bloomed with unknown little flowers. This is what makes S-Class wood type ability users so terrifying. This isn't farming, this is creating a miracle. Holy crap! Wang Dachui was dumbfounded, and the chicken leg in his hand finally fell to the ground. That's real professionalism. What we did before, what was that? That was just playing in the mud. Ding! High concentration of life essence detected. Dragon Tooth Rice Seedling stage has been activated. Current status, full of vitality. Congratulations, host. The family side quest Win That Woman Back has been exceeded. Rewards have been distributed, the revival of all things talent has been loaded. The spiritual energy concentration in the clan territory has increased by 20%. However, just as everyone was immersed in this miracle of life. After performing all of this, Nalan Rua's body suddenly swayed. Her already pale face became even more bloodless, and she fell softly backward like a kite with a broken string. The little energy that had just been recovered was completely depleted again in the effort to save these few seeds. Senior! Aunt Nalan! The children exclaimed in surprise. But some people are faster than them. A dark shadow flashed by, and Wang Dachui caught the falling Nalan Rua steadily. It's so light that it makes your heart ache. This once formidable female warrior is now as fragile as a sheet of paper. Old Wang Nalan Rua leaned against Wang Dachui's chest, opened her eyes with difficulty, glanced at the vibrant green seedlings, and a weak but satisfied smile appeared on her lips. It's good that you're alive. Please, never feed them chicken bones again. After saying that, her head lolled to the side and she completely fainted. TSK, this woman is really courting death. Looking at the unconscious Nalan Rua in his arms, Wang Dachui's eyes flashed with a rare hint of admiration, but he still didn't hold back. What's wrong with feeding her chicken bones? Those are free-range chickens, they're very nutritious, okay? At this moment, the onboard doctor and several fully armed Special Forces soldiers rushed over. General Nalan. How is General Nalan? The leading officer looked at Nalan Rua, who was being held in Wang Dachui's arms, and was so anxious that he was about to draw his gun. Stop yelling. You're disturbing the patient. Wang Dachui glared, and the imposing aura he exuded as the head of the household even startled the seasoned officer. It's just overexertion, a good night's sleep will fix it. Who am I? I'm the head of the household here. As Wang Dachui spoke, he carried Nalan Rua toward the main house, which, although dilapidated, had been cleaned up. At the same time, he shouted to Zhao Gang on the other end of the satellite phone, Old Zhao. You saw it too. For these few grains of rice for the country, Senior Nalan risked his life. I've saved your life, but shouldn't we calculate the follow-up expenses for nutrition, lost wages, and emotional distress? Zhao Gang on the other end of the phone was probably watching the live broadcast via satellite signal. His voice sounded both helpless and relieved. Wang Dachui, you little brat, stop acting all innocent after getting the benefits. If anything happens to Nalan Rua, I'll skin you alive. However, since she's willing to stay with you to take care of Lonyami, that's the best solution for now. After all, that thing can't do without her special ability. Tell me, what do you want? Wang Dachui paused, turned around, and flashed a bright smile at the phone. Hee hee, that's great. First of all, with Senior Nalan's health, living in a tent is definitely not feasible, right? Although the scenery at the Cloud Palace is beautiful, it's drafty from all sides. Shouldn't the government allocate some funds to build a decent, eco-friendly resort villa? Secondly, this dragon tooth rice grows so fast, it's bound to attract unwanted attention. Look, my wall has collapsed, shouldn't we get some special cement and automatic guard towers or something? Finally, Senior Nalan is a wood elementalist, so he needs some supplements. I heard there are some aged medicinal herbs in the national treasury. There was a full 5 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Then came Zhao Gang's voice, filled with gritted teeth, approve. Approve them all. The construction team and the supply plane will arrive tomorrow morning. But Wang Dachui, you better remember this. If Nalan Rua loses even a single hair while you're with her, or if the dragon tooth rice production decreases. From now on, the government will not reimburse a single penny for your son's milk powder. Great job. Director Zhao is so generous. Wang Dachui hung up the phone with a smug look, glanced down at Nalan Rua in his arms, and was overjoyed. Is this the happiness of handing over to the state? Not only will you get a top-notch nanny for free, but you'll also get a fully furnished villa and a complete security system. He gently placed Nalan Rua on the bed and covered her with the blanket. Turning around, I saw 3 children peering into the doorway, their heads resting on the doorframe. The eldest brother was still holding the unfinished chicken leg in his hand, the second brother had sparks flying from the corner of his mouth, and the third brother was holding a wrench. The 3 little ones looked at Nalan Rua lying on the bed, their eyes filled not only with curiosity, but also with a hint of something they had never seen before, admiration. The sight of everything growing with a wave of the hand left an indelible impression on their young minds. Dad, this auntie is amazing, the eldest son said in a low voice. She's much more amazing than that second son who can only breathe fire. Nonsense. I'm an offensive type. She's a support type, the second brother retorted defiantly, but his voice clearly lacked confidence. I want to dissect and study her energy circuits, the third brother pushed up his glasses and said the most terrifying thing. Get out of here. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on her, I'll break their legs. Wang Dachui tapped each of the 3 little heads, then announced with a serious expression, from today onwards, this Aunt Nalan is our family's super VIP guest. The eldest brother's task is to catch wild game to nourish her body, the second brother is responsible for boiling water for her, and the third brother is responsible for repairing her house. Anyone who dares to anger her and lets her get away. Wang Dachui pointed to the lush green longya rice outside, from now on, you'll only be able to eat dirt. The 3 children looked at each other, then nodded in unison. Mission accomplished. Chapter 60 The Shock of the Infrastructure Maniac. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight had just fallen on the dilapidated gate of the heavenly palace on the cloud top. Boom! A deafening roar, even more deafening than yesterday's beast tide, jolted Wang Dachui out of bed from his sleep. Holy crap! Enemy attack? Another beast tide? He didn't even bother to put on his shoes, grabbed a brick and rushed out of the house. However, when he stood at the door and saw the scene before him, the brick in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. The once empty and desolate sky was now filled with dozens of heavy transport planes, which blocked out the sun, creating a spectacular scene. On the ground, hundreds of individual mechs, multifunctional excavators, and intelligent road-building robots, painted in engineering yellow, are moving across the ruins at a dazzling speed, like industrious worker ants. 1, 2. Lift. 3 teams are responsible for foundation reinforcement. Use grade A alloy piles. Group 4 is responsible for laying fiber optic cables and constructing the defensive electric grid. Note that it must meet the standards for defending against attacks from S-class alien beasts. Group 5. Get the garden over there ready as soon as possible. General Nalan loves orchids, airlift the best mutated orchids over for me. A middle-aged man wearing a white hard hat and overalls is standing on the shoulder of a mecha, holding a megaphone and giving instructions with composure. This is my home? Wang Dachui rubbed his eyes, somewhat incredulous. Yesterday this place was still a scene of ruins, but in less than 24 hours, a wide and smooth alloy road has been built from the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain, and the foundation of the main house has been laid. Mr. Wang. You're awake. The middle-aged foreman had sharp eyes. When he saw Wang Dachui come out, he immediately jumped off the mecha and ran over, showing great enthusiasm and respect. I am Li Jianguo, the captain of the Special Engineering Team of the 3rd National Infrastructure Construction Bureau. I have been ordered by Director Zhao to carry out the construction mission codenamed God-Level Nursery. What kind of codename is God-Level Nursery? Wang Dachui's lips twitched. In fact, he knew exactly what was going on as he looked at the defensive electric grids that were being laid. Although their family had the 9 heavens and 10 earths protective array set up by the clan's garrison, its defensive power was 10,000 times stronger than these pieces of broken copper and scrap iron. However, that large formation is mainly used to protect personal safety. You can't just activate the formation whenever any Tom, Dick, or Harry comes along, and it would also be easy to expose yourself. Wouldn't it be wonderful to use the national power grid to keep out mosquitoes, rodents, and ants and prevent unnecessary disturbances? Moreover, there are 2 layers of defense, one visible and one hidden, which is in line with his 6th brother's character. Let others think this is just an ordinary military base. If a powerful enemy invades, then activate the large-scale formation to give them a surprise. Thinking of this, he immediately put on a touched expression and looked at Captain Lee. Old Lee, isn't your efficiency a bit too exaggerated? Not an exaggeration. Not an exaggeration at all. Captain Lee saluted with a serious expression. The higher-ups have given a direct order. General Nalan's recovery is of utmost urgency, and the cultivation of dragon tooth rice is of paramount importance. Director Zhao said that as long as these seedlings can survive, we'll do it, even if it means building a base or gilding Yunding Mountain. At this point, Captain Lee pointed to the bustling construction site behind him. Mr. Wang, please take a look at this plan. This is the main living area, this is General Nalan's private sanatorium, and this is the children's training ground. Oh, by the way, considering the destructive potential of your child, we specially used steel from the deck of a retired aircraft carrier for the walls of the training ground. Wang Dachui was stunned. Wow, is this what they mean by it's good to have a big tree to lean on? I used to live in a rented room and eat instant noodles. Now that they've handed themselves over to the state, they're living in luxury mansions built from the steel of an aircraft carrier? This is so embarrassing. Wang Dachui said modestly, but his face lit up with a smile. Captain Lee, I see a helipad on this blueprint? I don't own a plane. Just because it's not there now doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Captain Lee smiled meaningfully. Besides, this will be the most important strategic agricultural base for China in the future, so transport planes will definitely be flying here every day. By the way, in that warehouse over there are 10 tons of high-level exotic beast meat, 5 tons of spiritual spring water, and various other living supplies that we transported overnight. Director Zhao said that no matter how poor we are, we can't be poor in education, and no matter how hard life is, we can't let our children suffer. Wang Dachui was overjoyed as he watched the boxes of supplies being unloaded. Just then, the door to the side room opened. Su Chanxian helped Nalan Ruo, whose face was still somewhat pale, out of the room. Nalan Ruo was completely stunned by the scene before her, which resembled a military fortress construction site. What's going on? Are we going to war? Senior, I was just worried you wouldn't be used to the place. Wang Dachui quickly moved closer, his face full of self-satisfaction. Look, I just mentioned to the higher-ups that you needed a quiet place to recuperate. The government sent people over overnight. What does that show? It shows that the country cares about you. Of course, we also repaired our dilapidated house while we were at it. You don't mind, do you? Nalan Ruo looked at the workers laying temperature-controlled pipes in the garden in the distance, and then at the sanatorium that was already taking shape next to her. Her eyes reddened slightly. 20 years have passed, and she thought she had been forgotten by the times. Unexpectedly, the country never forgot her, and even mobilized such a huge amount of manpower and resources for her simple request to stay and farm. I don't mind. Nalan Ruo gently shook her head, a long-lost gentle smile appearing on her lips. It's just too expensive. Oh dear, you're being too polite, senior, Su Chanxian said with a smile, taking her arm. It's all for dragon tooth rice. You're now the core asset of our base. Don't even mention building a house. If you wanted the stars in the sky, Choi could probably go and get them for you. Go and beg Director Zhao to get them for you. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out at the construction site. Oh dear. You can't eat that steel beam. It's a load-bearing column. Whoa. Run. That fire-breathing young master is about to set the acetylene canister on fire. My God. That girl with glasses took our excavator apart. She was modifying it. She was modifying it so fast that I didn't even see how she did it. Nalan Ruo and Wang Dachui exchanged a glance and quickly looked in that direction. The once orderly construction site was now in complete chaos. Chapter 61. The first public kindergarten in Hentang Highlands is officially established. The eldest brother, Wang Jintian, was carrying a huge I-beam that required a crane to lift, and he was wielding it like a magic staff, scaring the surrounding workers into running away with their heads in their hands. Wang Yan, the second brother, squatted next to several welders, complaining that they were welding too slowly. He opened his mouth and unleashed a blast of myriad beast spirit fire, which melted 2 steel plates together and accidentally singed the eyebrows of a nearby worker. The third sister, Wang Ling, went even further. She climbed onto a state-of-the-art intelligent excavator at some point and started randomly poking at the control panel with her little hands. The excavator suddenly began to transform on the spot, turning into a giant steel Ultraman. Captain Lee's jaw nearly dropped to the floor as he watched this scene. Mr. Wang, is your child usually this lively? Wang Dachui awkwardly covered his face. Captain Li, you'll get used to it, you'll get used to it. That's exactly why we brought our children to live on the mountaintop. How could a regular kindergarten withstand this kind of ordeal? As Nalan Rual watched the three children wreaking havoc on the construction site, her previously somewhat depressed mood inexplicably improved. These three little guys, though mischievous, have such infectious vitality, like the rising sun. Moreover, she watched as the eldest brother easily lifted several tons of steel, the second brother casually manipulated flames, and the third brother instantly rewrote the mechanical program. The talent of these three children is simply terrifying. If properly nurtured. It seems I made the right decision to stay, Nalan Rua said softly. She not only had to grow the dragon tooth rice, but she also had to watch these three little monsters grow up. She even had a vague premonition. These three children will surely become even more dazzling than she was back then. Leng Feng, standing behind her, was watching with great interest, and even couldn't help but crack his wrist. Hey, that's some spirit, not bad. Leng Feng said, revealing that kind of benevolent smile that would make Wang Dachui's legs go weak. The moves are just too ugly, all amateurish. Looks like I need to start teaching my mother the Iron Fist of Love training, otherwise I'll be ashamed if I lose a fight in the future. It was evening. After completing the first phase of their mission, the infrastructure enthusiasts left behind several sturdy temporary prefabricated houses, comparable to bunkers, and a large amount of supplies before temporarily withdrawing. Dinner was very lavish. Captain Li had specially kept a top-notch chef behind to prepare a large table of dishes using the high-level exotic beast meat he had brought. At the dinner table, Wang Dachui looked at the impressive lineup of people in the room and started making plans in his mind. The house is ready, and the land is being cultivated. Right now, I have an SS-class Ice-type Valkyrie wife, a genius scientist wife, and an S-class former military academy instructor and top-notch healer at home. This configuration is such a waste not to be used. He secretly glanced at the system panel. Next main quest update, the grand plan for family education. Task description, to give birth without raising is to raise a pig. Your children are exceptionally gifted but lack a systematic education. Please establish the first family academy for them and set forth a subject-based teaching system. Ahem. Wang Dachui put down his chopsticks, cleared his throat, and looked at the three beauties with a serious expression. Let's have a family meeting. Look, it's not good for these kids to run around wildly in the mountains all day. Shouldn't we come up with a family education plan? Su Chanxian was the first to raise her hand, looking very serious. I agree. All three children are very intelligent, especially the youngest, who can already understand my quantum mechanics notes. I am in charge of science and culture classes. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, mechanical engineering, these basic disciplines must be mastered. After all, in this day and age, brute force alone is not enough, we must trust science. Wang Dachui nodded, approved. Chanxian will be the science teacher. Then, he turned his gaze to Nalan Rual. Senior Nalan, you were a top student at the military academy back in the day. Nalan Rual put down the soup bowl, smiled slightly, a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, yet carrying a hint of military competence. Since it is for the sake of cultivating talents for the country, then I must also do my part. I'll teach biology and general education courses. Identifying the weaknesses of exotic beasts, wilderness survival skills, cultivation of various spiritual plants, and military discipline regulations. Although my strength has not yet recovered, I should still be able to teach them something in terms of battlefield experience and theoretical knowledge. Great! Wang Dachui exclaimed with delight. This is exactly the all-round development we've been looking for. Finally, everyone's attention focused on Leng Feng. As the current pinnacle of combat power in the family, an SS-level being, her attitude is of paramount importance. While serving Nalan Rual a bowl of soup, Leng Feng looked at the three little guys who were about to flip the table in their fight for the last piece of meat. I'll lead the practical training class. She turned her head and gave Nalan Rual a helpless smile. Sister Nalan, you've just recovered, don't let these three rascals upset you. Moreover, the three of them are like Big Hammer, tough and thick-skinned, so ordinary training is completely useless against them. At this point, she reached out and precisely grabbed the ear of her second son, who was about to sneak a bite in the chaos, and said in an annoyed tone. This kind of rough and tiring work is better suited for me, the mother. After all, I know where it hurts the most when I hit you, and I won't break you. Ha! No way. The three children who were fighting over the meat suddenly stopped, refused to eat, and began to protest collectively. The eldest son, Wang Zhentian, wore a bitter face and leaned his big head close to Nalan Rual, trying to look cute, Godmother. I want to learn how to grow flowers from you. I don't want to learn how to fight from Mom. She doesn't hold back at all. She almost spanked me last time. The second son, Wang Yan, was even more self-righteous. Mom, this is domestic violence. I'm going to report you to the Women's Federation. No, to Uncle Zhaogang. The third brother, Wang Ling, was the most cunning. He had already silently pulled up an escape route map on the holographic screen. According to data analysis, the survival rate for those personally trained by Mom is 50%. I suggest an immediate strategic retreat. Trying to run away? Leng Feng glanced at them with a half smile. Anyone who dares to skip class will have their evening cartoon time cancelled and will have to practice horse stance for 2 extra hours. Honey, do you have a problem with that? Wang Dachui was gnawing on a bone and watching the show when he was suddenly called out. He immediately shook his head like a rattle drum, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. No objection. Absolutely no objection. Jade must be carved to become a gem. Wife, go ahead and practice. Just don't kill, cough cough. I mean, a strict teacher produces outstanding students. Looking at this chaotic yet warm family, Nailan Rua couldn't help but burst out laughing. These noisy days don't seem so bad. Okay. Nailan Rua raised the soup bowl in her hand, her eyes gentle. From now on, we'll be colleagues. Come on. Let's toast to the debut of our top-notch teacher team at Hentang's #1 public kindergarten. Wang Dachui shouted excitedly. The 3 children watched as the adults clinked glasses, exchanged glances, and saw deep despair in each other's eyes. It's over. This is really the end. Chapter 62, the first lesson of the school year. 2 days later, in the early morning. Thanks to the tireless construction efforts of the National Infrastructure Team and the shuttle flights of several transport planes carrying supplies, a modern teaching facility has finally been erected on the once barren ruins of the Cloud Palace. The configuration is luxurious, full bulletproof glass, independent fresh air system, and 4K high-definition surveillance cameras that Zhaogang specially instructed to be installed, covering 360 degrees without blind spots. At the entrance to the newly renovated #1 playground, the open space paved with the steel decking of an aircraft carrier, a brand new bronze plaque hangs gleaming in the sunlight. Hentang First Public Kindergarten. At this moment, the atmosphere on the playground was so heavy that it seemed as if a great battle between gods and demons was about to take place. 3 specially made small stools were lined up in a row. The eldest son, Wang Zhentian, the second son, Wang Yan, and the third son, Wang Ling, sat dejectedly on benches, with desks in front of them that had been airlifted from the state and were supposedly specially made for early childhood education. It's called a special edition because the table is entirely welded with high-strength titanium alloy, the corners are covered with soft rubber for impact protection, and the tabletop is treated with fireproof and explosion-proof materials. Before them stood Wang Dachui, the first principal and sole board member of Hentang First Public Kindergarten, with his hands behind his back, standing on a platform made of ammunition boxes, full of vigor. Ahem. Wang Dachui cleared his throat and glanced at the camera next to him that was flashing a red light. That was the live stream signal requested by Zhaogang. It said that several old generals in Beijing are currently gathered around the screen, virtually admiring the baby. Men. Cheer up. Wang Dachui waved his hand, displaying a commanding air of authority. Today is the first day that our Yunding kindergarten is officially inaugurated. It is also your first step in saying goodbye to the primitive life and stepping into civilized society. The country has spared no expense in training you. See this table? It's made from materials used to build tanks. See this pen? It has a diamond refill. Therefore, you must cherish this opportunity. Be grateful. Study hard and strive for excellence every day. In the future, serve your country and take care of your father. Dad, I'm hungry. The eldest son, Wang Zhentian, raised a chubby little hand, ruthlessly interrupting his father's speech. I want to eat roast whole lamb. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating. Wang Dachui glared at him with exasperation. Didn't you just eat a whole cow for breakfast? Hold it in. Go to class first. Alright, without further ado, let's welcome our first teacher, Ms. Su Chanxian, to give us our morning science and culture lesson. Wang Dachui led the applause, but the applause from the audience was sparse. The second brother was idly rubbing a small flame between his fingers, while the third brother was looking down and taking apart the special pen that was said to be indestructible. Su Chanxian specially wore a white business suit that looked quite intellectual today, and walked onto the podium with a pointer in her hand. Hello, students. Unlike Wang Dachui, Su Chanxian didn't shout. Instead, she smiled and wrote a large formula on the holographic blackboard: E equals mc squared. In the first lesson, we won't learn those naive human hands techniques. Considering your unique genes, we'll start directly from the essence of matter. Su Chanxian pointed to the formula, her eyes gleaming with rationality. This is the mass energy equivalence equation. It explains why the fireball spat out by the second brother can explode, and it also explains why the eldest brother's fist can shatter rocks. I don't believe it. The second brother, Wang Yan, suddenly raised his head, his face full of disdain. My fire is the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, it's magic. It's not some mathematical formula. After saying that, he opened his mouth and spat out a tongue of fire, which burned directly at the expensive holographic blackboard. Sizzle! Just as the flames were about to touch the blackboard, a pale blue energy shield suddenly sprang up, blocking the flames. Su Chanxian calmly pressed a button on the remote control in her hand. It was the defense system that her third brother had modified for her last night. Wang Yan, it's good to question authority, but violently damaging public property will result in points being deducted. Su Chanxian maintained her smile, but with a touch of kindness in it. Based on the temperature and speed of your flames just now, I calculated that your energy conversion rate is only 15%. That's too low, it's a waste of your talent. If you can learn the laws of fluid mechanics and thermodynamics, and optimize your jet angle and spiritual energy compression ratio, the power of your fireball can be increased by at least 3 times. Three times? As a fire mage who pursues maximum output, the second brother immediately perked up, his small eyes lighting up. Really? Of course, science doesn't lie. Su Chanxian tapped the blackboard. Now, who can tell me what force is? I know. Wang Ling, the third brother who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. She didn't raise her hand, but instead placed the pen she had just taken apart and reassembled on the table. That ordinary fountain pen was now floating in mid-air, its tip pointing at the blackboard. Force is the interaction between objects. But in my understanding, force is a concrete expression of an energy field. The little girl uttered the most hardcore line in her childish voice: if I change the magnetic field around this pen, I can do this. Whoosh! The pen instantly transformed into a streak of silver light, precisely piercing through a steel plate used for testing hardness, and embedding itself deep within it. The entire room fell silent. Even Su Chanxian was stunned. Although she knew that the third child was intelligent, was this the level of physics that a 3-year-old child should have? Although these 3 children were only a few months old, everyone already referred to them as 3-year-olds, since they were already far ahead of 3-year-olds in both physical and intellectual development. Very good, full marks. Su Chanxian took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and added a star to the third brother's scoreboard. Looks like we need to adjust the curriculum. Third brother, you can study on your own now. Eldest brother, second brother, let's start with the multiplication table. Huh? Why? The eldest and second eldest brothers screamed like pigs being slaughtered. The morning's academic classes ended in a bizarre atmosphere where top students crushed struggling students. Lunchtime. The National Logistics Department did not disappoint. A drone airdropped 3 huge insulated boxes. It not only offers high-grade exotic beast meat sets that are delicious and visually appealing, but also specially prepared nutrient solutions. Zhao Gang even thoughtfully attached a small note to each lunchbox: eat more, grow strong, or you'll get a beating this afternoon. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If the morning is mental torture, then the afternoon is physical hell. Lung Feng changed into a black, tight-fitting training suit. His hair was tied up high, and he wasn't holding a knife in his hand, but rather a specially made willow branch. Yes, it's the kind of thin willow twig that you see everywhere, which, while not causing serious injury, will definitely hurt so much it makes you question your existence when you get whipped, except the material has been changed to a special high-toughness alloy steel. Chapter 63: The Kindness and Affection from a Mother. Everyone stand up. Lang Feng's voice wasn't loud, but the 3 children who were sitting on the ground digesting their food instantly sprang up like springs and stood ramrod straight. Bloodline suppression is terrifying. Today's lesson is very simple. Lung Feng flicked the willow branch in his hand, making a whoosh sound as it cut through the air, which made Wang Dachui shrink his neck in shock. Do you see that mountain peak over there? Lung Feng pointed to a steep mountain peak about 5 kilometers away. There are 3 small flags stuck on it. The rule is, without using any superpowers, just rely on your physical strength to run over, pull the flag, and then run back. Last place, no dinner tonight. Huh? That far? And we can't use our powers? The leader looked at the mountain, his face turning green. Although he is strong, he has short legs. The second child protested even more, Mom. I'm a mage. Why would a mage need to practice long-distance running? That's not scientific. The third brother calculated the distance and physical exertion, then silently took out a spare chocolate from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Protest denied. Lang Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing his signature benevolent grin. On the battlefield, if your abilities are exhausted, are you just going to stand there and wait to die? Are you going to run or not? If you're not going, I'll start smoking right now. Whoosh! The willow branch snapped in the air with a crisp sound. Run! Run! Let's run! The three children were so frightened that they took off running down the mountain. Wait! Lung Feng suddenly called out to them. The three children turned around, their faces full of hope, thinking that their mother had softened her heart. Lang Feng pointed to a pile of weighted vests next to him. Put these on. The eldest weighs 50 kilograms, the second eldest 30 kilograms, and the third eldest 20 kilograms. Just running around isn't very interesting, it needs to have a sense of ritual. You devil! You're a devil! The second child cried as he put on his vest, silently vowing to run away from home when he grew up. Watching the three small figures carrying heavy vests, running unsteadily yet stubbornly towards the distant mountains. Wang Dachui, who had been hiding nearby and watching, leaned over with some concern. Wife, isn't this a bit too cruel? They may look like 3 or 4-year-old children, but their bones haven't hardened yet. As Lang Feng watched the children's retreating figures, the sternness in his eyes gradually softened into a barely perceptible gentleness. Big Hammer, you know the current situation. According to the intelligence sent by Zhao Gang, the beast tides around the world are escalating, and the frequency of S-class alien beasts appearing is increasing. We may be able to protect them for a while, but we can't protect them forever. Their talent is too great, and they are destined to be watched by countless people and regarded as a thorn in the side by countless alien beasts. The ruthlessness we show now is so that they can survive when they face real devils in the future. Wang Dachui fell silent. He remembered the mission the country and the system had given him to continue the flame of humanity. The spark is not a flower in a greenhouse, but a blazing flame that must not be extinguished in the storm. All right then. Wang Dachui sighed, pointed to the several boxes of high-level alien beast marrow and mutated medicinal herbs that had just been airlifted from the country and were exuding a strong medicinal fragrance, and said to Naylan Ruah, who had been silent all along. Sister Naylan, I'm counting on you for logistical support. This is all that stingy old man Zhao Gang has been saving up for a long time. Don't be stingy, give it all to these three little rascals. Don't worry. Naylan Ruah stood up, patted the dirt off her hands, and smiled gently. With these top-grade medicinal herbs as auxiliary materials, combined with my plant spirits for catalysis, the effect can be at least doubled. I guarantee that when they get out of bed tomorrow, they'll feel even more energetic than they do today, and they won't be able to slack off. Wang Dachui. Goodness, one is responsible for crippling the child, and the other is responsible for healing him. Is this the legendary perpetual motion machine method of raising kids? It seems these three little rascals are really going to have a very fulfilling life from now on. 2 hours later. The sun was setting. A small golden figure rushed back to the playground like a whirlwind. It was the eldest brother, Wang Zhentian. This kid not only ran incredibly fast, but he also carried his second brother, Wang Yan, who was foaming at the mouth and completely unconscious, on his back. On his belt, 3 small flags were neatly pinned. Mom! I'm back! The eldest son put the second son down on the grass without even breaking a sweat, and not a single drop of sweat appeared on his face. He patted his stomach and looked at Lung Feng innocently. I'm a little hungry. Is dinner not ready yet? This mountain road is too short. We arrived in no time. Lang Feng raised an eyebrow, walked over and squeezed his boss's arm. Indeed, the muscles were relaxed yet firm, and the heartbeat was steady and strong. For the leader, who possesses the ancient sacred body, this level of weighted running is like a leisurely stroll after a meal. Immediately afterwards, the third brother, Wang Ling, also moved back. Although the little girl didn't faint, she was exhausted. Her once neatly combed hair was now a mess, her face was flushed, and she was panting heavily. She looked at her relaxed older brother with envy and helplessness in her eyes. Trading intelligence for physical strength was a huge loss. Lang Feng observed the 3 children's condition but didn't immediately comment. Instead, he checked his watch, 1 hour and 50 minutes. 10 minutes early. She turned to look at Wang Dachui, pointed to her boss who looked like he wanted praise. It seems I underestimated the value of the ancient sacred body. This level of training is a waste of his time. Then, she gave the leader a smile that sent chills down Wang Zhentian's spine. Since you're not tired, tomorrow your load will be increased to 200 kilograms. You're not allowed to eat until you finish the run. Ha! The leader's smile froze on his face instantly, and he even dropped the flag in his hand in fright. As for the second and third brothers, Leng Feng glanced at the second brother, who was still unconscious, and the third brother, who was still panting, and his tone softened slightly. His willpower is decent. Especially the third son, who has the worst stamina but still managed to walk back, which is good. Tonight, there's plenty of meat. Yeah. Only the third brother let out a weak cheer. Ding. Just then, the long-lost system notification sound suddenly rang in Wang Dachui's mind, who had been just a background character all along. Congratulations, host. The first family education lesson has been successfully completed. Different performances of offspring during training were detected, triggering differentiated feedback. This is the true meaning of many children, many blessings, tailored education for each child's individual needs, fostering well-rounded development. Reward distribution. 1. Family reputation plus 500. 2. Unlock the family building, basic enlightenment room. Although it's just an empty shell now, the chances of your child listening to your insults inside increase by 50%. 3. Trigger the talent, father's status rises with his son's effect. Detected that the eldest son, Wang Zhentian, easily completed the training, enhancing the adaptability of the ancient sacred body. Feedback to the host, physique plus 10. Detected that the second son, Wang Yan, fainted under extreme conditions, tempering his willpower. Feedback to the host, fire resistance plus 5. Detected that the third daughter, Wang Ling, completed the mission with perseverance, resulting in a slight increase in mental strength. Feedback to the host, mental strength plus 5. Feeling the sudden surge of warmth within his body, Wang Dachui almost groaned out in comfort. Heavens above. Earth below. This was the first time he had so directly experienced the rewards of the children's hard work. Before, I worked myself to the bone to support these money-devouring beasts. Now, it's finally their turn to work for their old man. Especially the eldest brother, he's practically a walking ATM. His gaze changed instantly as he looked at the three children wolfing down their food. That's not a child. Those are clearly three experienced babies who are automatically leveling up. Wife. Sister Nalan. Qian. Wang Dachui suddenly shouted, startling everyone. I think today's training was too light. Especially for the boss. Starting tomorrow, the eldest will double the weight training. The second and third will continue training. Their academic studies also need to keep up. We can't waste the children's talent. Upon hearing this, the second son, who had just woken up, rolled his eyes and almost fainted again. The eldest son, Wang Zhentian, took a bite of the beast meat in his hand with grief and indignation, protesting indistinctly, "Father, are you a devil?" The three children burst into tears when they saw their father suddenly become even crueler than their own mother. Chapter 64, Teacher Nalan's biology class? No, it's a food processing class. The morning training session ended amidst the howling and wailing of the second and third children. The eldest brother, Wang Zhentian, carried the 2-ton excavator bucket that he had taken from the construction site and ran 20 laps around the playground as if nothing had happened. He even had time to ask Li Jianguo, the foreman who was passing by, for a lollipop. This terrifying physical strength made Leng Feng, who was in charge of supervising, twitch his eyelids and silently changed tomorrow's weight-bearing plan to crane counterweights in his notebook. At 9 a.m., the first biology general knowledge class officially began at Hentang First Public Kindergarten. The classroom is located in a newly completed semi-open air classroom, surrounded by exotic flowers and herbs brought from the capital by Nalan Ruo. The air is filled with a faint medicinal fragrance, and the environment is very elegant. Nalan Ruo changed out of her everyday home clothes and into a camouflage training uniform, looking quite dashing. She stood on the podium, with a huge holographic projection screen behind her. Hello, students. Nalan Ruo habitually pointed her pointer at the holographic screen, her voice clear and strong. I am your biology teacher, Nalan Ruo. You can call me Teacher Nalan, or you can call me Instructor. The three little ones sitting below immediately sat up straight. Although the godmother is usually gentle, the image of her smilingly pressing them into the boiling hot medicinal water while giving them a medicinal bath last night still makes them feel uneasy. Biology class, as the name suggests, is a course that studies biology. With a wave of his hand, Nalan Ruo displayed a ferocious wild boar on the holographic screen, a massive creature with 2 tusks and covered in iron armor. The image was so realistic that it even simulated the roar of a wild boar, which frightened several small birds that were passing by and made them fly away. This is an F-level beast, the ironback porcupine. Nalan Rua pointed to the image and began to explain seriously, it is one of the most common beasts in the wilderness. It has a volatile temper, extremely strong defenses, and can launch iron spikes from its back like arrows. As guardians of humanity, when we encounter it, the first thing we must do is analyze its weaknesses. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Nalan Rua's gaze swept over the three children. Can anyone tell me, if we encounter this iron-backed porcupine in the wild, which part of its body should we attack to incapacitate it the fastest? The classroom was quiet. The three children looked at each other, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Third brother, you go first, Nalan Rua called out. The third sister, Wang Ling, gestured with her small hand in the air and said with a serious expression. Report, instructor. According to data analysis, the area between the third and fourth vertebrae of this pig is a structurally weak point. But I suggest attacking its carotid artery. Why? Nalan Rua was somewhat relieved. It seemed that the third brother did understand anatomy. Because this way the bleeding is faster, the third brother answered seriously. This kind of pig has a very strong blood smell. If it's not bled alive, the meat will turn sour and affect the taste. Nalan Rua. She was stunned for a moment, thinking she had misheard. Before she could react, the second brother, Wang Yan, had already impatiently raised his hand. Instructor. Instructor. I have a different opinion. The second brother stood up, staring at the holographic wild boar, his mouth practically watering. Bleeding is too troublesome. I suggest we just use my myriad beast spirit fire to attack its belly. There's no armor there, and the fat is the thickest. As long as the heat is controlled well, you can roast its internal organs instantly, force out the fat, and turn it into crispy pork belly that is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Nalan Rua. She took a deep breath and turned to look at the eldest brother, who looked the most honest and simple. Jintian, what about you? You shouldn't be as greedy as them, right? The eldest son, Wang Jintian, scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Godmother, I think they're all speaking too slowly. If you encounter this kind of pig, just smash its skull with one punch. As for food. A glint of light flashed in the leader's eyes. The brains of the ironback porcupine are the best. Smash them up and scoop them out with a spoon to eat. They're good for the brain. Nalan Rua almost dropped the pointer in her hand. She looked at the three people in front of her. They certainly didn't come here to study biology. This person is clearly here to take advanced courses at the New Oriental Culinary School. Bleeding, roasting meat, eating pig brains. Why is food all this year's students thinking about? Ahem. Wang Dachui, who had been squatting outside the classroom window eavesdropping, couldn't help but cough twice, a slightly embarrassed but polite smile on his face. Sister Nalan, the children are still growing, please understand, please understand. Nalan Rua rolled her eyes at him and sighed helplessly. Fine, this is what they call like father, like son. Although your starting point is a bit off, the core idea is correct. Nalan Rua tried to salvage the situation and steer the class back on track. Indeed, its abdomen, neck, and head are its weak points. But in actual combat, the beast will move. It won't just stand there and let you hit it. I can definitely run faster than him, the eldest muttered. Alright, since you're so confident. Nalan Rua's lips curled into a wicked smile, and she suddenly pressed a red button on the podium. Talk is cheap. Just yesterday, the soldiers on patrol caught a lone iron-backed porcupine outside the base. It was originally intended to be used as an extra meal in the cafeteria, but now, it's become your teaching aid. With a series of heavy footsteps and shouts. Several construction workers, their brows drenched in sweat, shouted 1, 2, 1, and carried a huge alloy cage into the classroom, huffing and puffing as they placed it heavily on the open ground in front of the podium. Inside the cage, a real, live iron-backed porcupine weighing 500 pounds was emitting a furious growl with red eyes. The two fangs were still stained with dried blood, and the iron spikes on its back stood upright, radiating a chilling light. Holy crap! Sister Nalan, you're so stingy. Wang Dachui, who was outside the window, couldn't help but complain after seeing what was in the cage. Using these F-grade spicy snacks as teaching aids for the boss? That's seriously underestimating the ancient sacred body. I'm afraid the boss might sneeze and kill it. Shut up. Nalan Rua tossed out those two words without turning her head. She knew, of course, that the boss's power was terrifying, but great power did not mean he could control it. Jin Tian, listen up. Your task is not to kill it. Nalan Rua said to the leader, 10 minutes. I want you to subdue it, but not to inflict a fatal wound, and certainly not to smash it to pieces. Because, this is your lunch. If you break it, you won't have anything to eat. Ha? We're going to capture them alive? The eldest brother, Wang Jintian, pouted in disappointment. How boring. It would be so much more satisfying to just kill them. Click. The electronic lock on the cage popped open automatically. Although the iron-backed porcupine is not very intelligent, it knows that it has regained its freedom. It let out a deafening roar, accompanied by a foul stench, and charged toward the leader, which was the closest to it and looked to have the most meat. Roar! Faced with this ferocious beast that could overturn a small car, the three children reacted in a surprisingly unanimous manner. There was no fear, no panic, only excitement, the kind of excitement that comes from seeing your takeout finally arrive. Big brother. Hold it down. Don't break it, the second brother shouted. Third brother. Prepare to bleed. Fresh blood is needed. All right. What a hassle, I have to hold back. The eldest, Wang Jintian, sighed. Facing the charging porcupine, he didn't even assume a horse stance, but simply stretched out a chubby little hand. Stop. Bang. A dull thud was heard, and the scene seemed to freeze. The 500-pound porcupine, charging at full speed, slammed its head into the boss's palm. Without retreating or swaying, the boss was like an unshakable ancient sacred mountain, completely still. On the contrary, the porcupine was so shaken by the huge recoil that it saw stars, its 4 legs were trembling, and its huge body was even tilted backward due to inertia. Get down properly, sir. The boss pressed him down with his hand, like he was pressing down a disobedient puppy. Boom! The porcupine's entire body was forcefully pressed into the specially made floor by him with one hand. Its limbs thrashed wildly, but it couldn't move an inch. Ancient sacred body, unparalleled in physical form. Dealing with these F-level monsters is like a game changer. Gently. Gently. Don't shatter his brains. The second brother, Wang Yan, was so anxious that he jumped up and down, and rushed over with a sliding tackle. Watch this. Myriad Beast Spirit Fire Precision Grill Edition. He took a deep breath and compressed the flame into a thin line, not for attack, but to remove the fur. Sizzle. The flames precisely scorched the porcupine's belly, instantly cleaning away all the stiff bristles. Data collection complete, blood vessel location clear. The third brother, Wang Ling, calmly calculated the angle using a sharp metal strip he had somehow found. No need for a fatal blow, just anesthesia. Here we go. Whoosh! The metal bar transformed into a cold light, descending from the sky and striking the porcupine's spine precisely at a nerve node. The porcupine convulsed, its struggling body instantly going limp, with only its eyes still moving, completely losing its ability to resist. Alive, fresh, and unable to move. Perfect. Food preservation successful. Dinner's ready. In less than 10 seconds, the infamous iron-backed porcupine was completely disposed of by the three children, like products on an assembly line. The eldest brother was responsible for overwhelming force, the second brother for precise hair removal, and the third brother for nerve anesthesia. Nalan Rua stood on the podium, but the pointer in her hand still fell to the ground. She originally wanted to teach children how to use weaknesses to overcome strengths through practical experience. The result? This is bullying the weak and then doing fancy ways of humiliating the noobs. Especially the boss's calmness in pressing down the pig with one hand was even more outrageous than the S-class strength type ability user she had seen back then. Is this really a human baby? Clap. 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 Wang Dachui's extremely loud and shameless applause came from outside the window. Good. Well done. Brilliant kill. No wonder he's Wang Dachui's son. This is what they call brothers united, their strength can cut down even a pig. Sister Nalan, I told you this thing was too weak. Next time, let's get a C grade, no, a B grade 1 to practice on. Bite. Congratulations, host. Your offspring has demonstrated amazing teamwork skills in actual combat. This is not just a hunt, but also a demonstration of family cohesion. Reward distribution. 1. Family reputation plus 1,000. This battle will be recorded in the Human Cubs Observation Diary and widely circulated among the military's high command. 2. Unlock Family Encyclopedia, complete collection of mythical beast recipes. Since the kids love to eat so much, let them know exactly what they're eating. 3. Trigger the talent, father's status rises with his son's effect. The eldest son has been detected displaying absolute power suppression, and this will be fed back to the host, strength plus 20. The second son was detected to be exhibiting precise elemental control, which is being fed back to the host, spiritual power control plus 10%. Detected that the 3 women exhibited the ability to perceive weaknesses, thus influencing the host. Eye of insight can view the attributes of targets not exceeding one's own level by much. Wang Dachui felt a cool sensation in his eyes, and the world before him seemed to become clearer. He looked at the porcupine on the ground and could actually see a line of faint words. Fresh ironback porcupine living, grade E ingredient, firm meat, suitable for braising. Brains 100% intact. Holy crap, that's incredible! Wang Dachui was overjoyed. Inside the classroom, Nailan Rua watched 3 children discussing how to prepare a pig for Master Li. She rubbed her temples, but a helpless yet relieved smile appeared on her lips. All right. Today's biology class, full marks. Get out of class dismissed. Drag this pig to the cafeteria. Long live teacher Nailan. Cheers resounded throughout the heavenly palace on the cloud top. Chapter 65. A whole pig feast, eating with mouths full of oil. Noon, the temporary canteen of Hentaying First Public Kindergarten. It was basically just a few simple tables set up outdoors, with a camouflage net hanging overhead for shade. The air was filled with an incredibly rich aroma of meat. That unfortunate F-grade ironback porcupine has now become a main dish on the table. Braised pork belly, steamed spare ribs with rice flour, braised pork ribs, and the big bowl of steaming pig brains that the eldest brother personally ordered. The chef in charge of cooking was old Zhang, a top-notch chef who had been specially left behind by Captain Li of the construction team. At that moment, old Zhang, wearing an apron, stared in shock at the 3 children who were devouring the food. This. Old Zhang's spoon was trembling. This is meat from a strange beast. Its energy density is dozens of times that of ordinary beef. An average adult would get a nosebleed after eating just 1 pound, and these 3 little devils, how much have they eaten? Su Qianqian calmly pushed the empty plate in front of her. Don't make a fuss. According to my calculations, this pig's total energy is about 10 million kilocalories. These 3 children are in the period of high explosive awakening of their superpowers. Their basal metabolic rate is much higher than that of ordinary people. After this amount of energy is converted, it is barely enough to maintain their daily consumption. Su Qianqian casually made up a seemingly scientific term, subtly concealing the shocking truth of the ancient sacred body and the elemental body. In front of outsiders, one should not flaunt one's wealth or talents. This is a basic principle. Sure enough, upon hearing this professional academic explanation, old Jean nodded in awe, saying, "So that's how it is. Children of superhumans are indeed different." On the table, the eldest brother, Wang Zhentian, had a braised pork hock in his left hand and a large spoon in his right, scooping out pig brains. He ate with gusto, his mouth dripping with oil, even chewing and swallowing the bones. Delicious. It smells so good. It's just a little bit stuck in my teeth. The second son, Wang Yan, was quite particular. He disliked the food cooling down too quickly, so he would reheat each piece of meat with the small flame in his mouth, making himself look like a fire-breathing performance artist. Master Li, add more chili next time. This porcupine meat is a bit too cold in nature, so we need to balance it out with spiciness. The third son, Wang Ling, ate the most politely, but he was fast at all. She held a delicate little knife and fork in her hand, precisely cutting off the tenderest part of the meat with each bite and elegantly putting it into her mouth. Although she didn't speak, the frequency of her eating was like that of a precise machine. Sitting in the main seat, Wang Dachui looked at the 3 good-for-nothings with a smug smile on his face. Eat up, eat more. What you're eating is meat, but what I'm gaining is my stats. However, Nailan Rua, who was sitting opposite him, only drank a bowl of light vegetable porridge and frowned slightly when he looked at the greasy food on the table. Her face was even paler than when she was in class that morning, and a fine layer of cold sweat had even seeped out of her forehead. His right hand unconsciously pressed against the area below his chest, as if he were enduring some kind of pain. What's wrong, Sister Nailan? Wang Dachui was gnawing on a bone when he noticed that Nailan Rua's condition was off. He frowned slightly and silently chanted, "Eye of insight, activate." Suddenly, a barely perceptible glint flashed in his eyes. With the eye of insight, Nailan Rua's physical condition was clearly visible. Within the green light that originally represented vitality, a dense mass of black energy lingered near the facial acupoint on the chest, like a stubborn block of ice, firmly blocking the flow of energy and even continuously devouring the surrounding vitality. It's nothing. Nalan Ruoh forced a smile. I'm probably just recovering. I used my powers a bit in class today, and my body overworked a little. It's an old problem, I'll be fine after a rest. Old problem? I don't think it's that simple. Wang Dachui put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and his expression became serious. The cold poison has penetrated your marrow and blocked your meridians. If you delay any longer, not only will you not be able to recover your strength, but you might even lose your superpowers. Nalan Ruoh was startled and looked at him in surprise. How did you know? Never mind how I know. Wang Dachui stood up. Come to my room, I'll help you take care of it. Upon hearing this, the previously lively dinner table instantly fell silent. The eldest son, who was gnawing on a pig's trotter, stopped eating. The flames that the second son was spitting out were all crooked. The third son even raised his head, his eyes scanning back and forth between his father and Nalan Ruoh. Go into the room? Lung Feng, who had been silent all along, was playing with a kitchen knife in his hand. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Wang Dachui with a half smile. A man and a woman alone in a room for treatment in broad daylight? Honey, when did you learn medicine? I didn't know that. Su Chanxian added insult to injury. According to data analysis, 99.8% of men who invite women into their bedrooms under the pretext of seeing a doctor have impure motives. Big Hammer, do you need me to provide high-voltage electric shock therapy as an aid? Go away. What are you thinking about? Wang Dachui said righteously, am I that kind of person? I just feel bad seeing how hard Sister Nalan has worked for our family. Besides, I've been staying up all night these past few days to cram on the human body meridian chart and detailed explanation of acupoints in order to devise a martial arts training plan for these three little rascals. Although I haven't practiced it, I'm a perfect score in the theory. After saying that, he looked at Nalan Ruoh and said, Sister Nalan, believe me or not, I have a set of unique massage techniques that are specifically for unblocking the meridians. Looking at Wang Dachui's somewhat frivolous yet clear-eyed appearance, and feeling the increasingly intense pain within her body, Nalan Ruoh finally gritted her teeth. Okay, I'll trust you this once. She stood up and nodded to Lung Feng and Su Chanxian, I'll be right back. 5 minutes later, in Nalan Ruoh's temporary bedroom. The door closed, and a subtle silence instantly settled over the small space. Let's begin. Okay, take off your coat and lie down on the bed. Wang Dachui turned his back, pretending to tidy up the towels on the bedside table, but actually he was trying his best to calm his slightly racing heartbeat. Although he is already a father of 3, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous in front of a goddess of Nalan Ruoh's caliber, who is known for her asceticism. And most importantly, he wasn't really confident either. It was all thanks to the miracle of sheer force and the second son's tiny spark that kept them going. Nalan Ruoh stood by the bed, her fingers fiddling with the zipper of her coat. The usually decisive and ruthless female warrior was now showing an unprecedented sense of unease and shyness. After all, undressing in front of a man she had only known for a few days, even for the purpose of medical treatment, was a huge psychological challenge for her. The rustling sound of fabric rubbing came from behind, and after a moment, Nalan Ruoh's low voice rang out, okay, all done. Wang Dachui turned around. In that instant, his eyes, which had been silently repeating I am a doctor to himself, suddenly froze. Even through her thin vest, you could see the perfect lines of her back, firm and smooth, full of a charm that combined strength and grace. Her exposed skin was fair and delicate, radiating a healthy glow under the light, and there wasn't a single blemish to be found. This doesn't look like the back of a seasoned warrior at all, it's practically a masterpiece of art. The allure in Wang Dachui's eyes magnified instantly, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. This woman is quite good at hiding her true nature. Chapter 66 Ancestral Technique, First Treatment. Have you seen enough? Nalan Ruoh buried her face in the pillow, her voice muffled, her body slightly tense. Although she was usually very outgoing, this was the first time she had ever been stared at from behind by a man like this. Ahem, doctors have the heart of parents, I'm just observing the patient's condition. Wang Dachui walked to the bedside and sat down. Although his voice was serious, his eyes were very honest. I have to say, Sister Nalan, your skin is so well maintained, it really doesn't look like you've been on the front lines. Nalan Ruoh trembled, her cheeks, buried in the pillow, instantly turning red to her ears. This guy always has such strange focus. Alright, stop moving, I'm about to begin. Wang Dachui took a deep breath, reached out, and placed his palm on Nalan Ruoh's back. The touch was not warm and soft, but rather icy cold. It's just like touching a piece of frozen meat that was just taken out of the freezer. Hiss. It's so cold? Wang Dachui gasped. Sister Nalan, have you been living in an ice cellar for the past 20 years? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Nalan Rua's voice trembled, clearly the cold poison was causing her extreme pain. Bear with it. The first one will hurt a lot. Wang Dachui no longer hesitated, closed his eyes, and the human meridian chart that he had been flipping through so many times came to mind. Although it was something I learned on the spot, at least I remembered the acupoints. Fei Shu acupoint. Dazui acupoint, it's right here. He mobilized the weak but pure fire attribute spiritual power he had obtained from the second brother, gathering it in his palm. His palms instantly turned bright red and hot. Then, without any foreplay, he shouted, "Let's go." A palm slammed down. The spiritual energy, carrying intense heat and immense force, struck directly at the most severely blocked Fei Shu acupoint. Ah! A suppressed, trembling cry of pain suddenly echoed from the room. This feeling is so intense and exhilarating. It's like pressing a red-hot iron into a frozen wound. The intense shock of alternating hot and cold caused Nalan Rua to arch her back like a shrimp, her fingers gripping the bedsheets beneath her tightly. Outside the door, at the dining table in the cafeteria, the high-pitched scream was extremely penetrating and instantly spread throughout the entire courtyard. Crack! The stainless steel knife in Lang Feng's hand snapped in two, the plate was cut in half, and one of Su Chanshan's chopsticks fell to the ground with a thud. The eldest son, Wang Zhentian, shrank back, his face filled with terror. Father! Father, are you slaughtering a pig? Why is it screaming even more pitifully than that porcupine from before? The second son, Wang Yan, swallowed hard, his face pale. That cry, it sounds like it hurts, but it also seems a little strange. The third son, Wang Ling, silently covered his ears, muttering to himself, "Don't listen to what you shouldn't hear, don't look at what you shouldn't see, this is for the sake of family harmony." Lang Feng took a deep breath, and the temperature of the air around him instantly dropped by 5 degrees, with a thin layer of frost even forming on the ground beneath his feet. Her face was a little dark, and her icy blue eyes were fixed on the tightly closed door, as if she could see through it. "Wang Dachui, you'd better really be getting treatment," she muttered through gritted teeth. Although reason told her it was detoxification, the noise, it was hard not to have some ulterior motive. "Eat your food. Kids shouldn't meddle in adults' business," Lang Feng said coldly, but the force with which he cut the steak was noticeably greater, each cut feeling like it was slashing someone's body. Inside the room, Nalan Rua was completely oblivious to what the people outside were thinking. She was covered in sweat, and her hair was plastered messily to her cheeks. After the initial excruciating pain subsided, as Wang Dachui's hand moved, an indescribable sour and warm sensation began to spread through his meridians. There, a little to the left. Nalan Rua bit the pillow, her voice already hoarse, with a hint of unconscious murmuring. The feeling of her meridians, which had been frozen for 20 years, being gradually opened and melted was both painful and exhilarating, making it impossible for her to control her voice. "Don't move. It's not open yet." Wang Dachui was also covered in sweat, even more tired than Nalan Rua. His eyes were fixed on the black mist, and his hands moved swiftly, massaging down the spine. "This is a technical task. You have to use fire elemental power to envelop the cold air, and then force it out with brute force. Your cold poison has been accumulating for too long, like a 10,000-year-old glacier, it definitely won't melt in one go. Today I'll first help you expel the surface cold and clear your main meridians to make you feel more comfortable. Gently, gently, you're going to break my bones." Nalan Rua felt like her bones were about to fall apart. This guy's strength was too great, it was like a pile driver. Can gentleness cure illness? This is called brute force creating miracles. Bear with it. Wang Dachui gritted his teeth, increased his spiritual power output, and pressed hard on the last Guan Yuan acupoint. Ugh! With a final, long groan, Nalan Rua's body went limp, and she collapsed completely onto the bed. A layer of black, foul-smelling sweat seeped out from her pores. It was the deep-seated cold poison that had been forced out. 20 minutes later. All right, that's a wrap. Wang Dachui plopped down on the floor, panting heavily, his hands trembling slightly. I felt completely drained. Using fire elemental power in conjunction with strength massage was more tiring than fighting a monster. Nalan Rua lay helplessly on the bed, her whole body aching, her clothes soaked through and clinging to her body, outlining her graceful curves. But that heavy feeling that had been weighing on my chest for 20 years actually disappeared by more than half. She tried taking a deep breath, and the stinging sensation in her lungs disappeared, replaced by a long-lost, cool and refreshing feeling. It really is working. Nalan Rua propped herself up. Although her face was still flushed, it was a healthy flush, no longer the sickly pale one she had before. She turned her head and looked at Wang Dachui, who was sitting on the ground like a dead dog. Her eyes were filled with shock, complexity, and a deeply hidden tenderness. Wang Dachui. I didn't realize you had such a skill with your family's traditional craftsmanship. That's right, it's always good to have more skills. Wang Dachui wiped his sweat smugly. Although he was tired, a man can't say no. But don't be too happy yet, this is only a temporary solution. You still need to continue the treatment, once a day, without interruption. Once a day? Nalan Rua blushed, recalling the shameful position she had just been in and the screams she had made in agony. If it had to happen every day, what would become of her image in front of Ling Feng and the child? What? Don't you want to get better? Wang Dachui put on a stern face, looking like a doctor with a compassionate heart. It's not a good habit to avoid seeking medical help. For the sake of the children, you need to take care of your health. Besides, you don't want to faint halfway through your next lesson, do you? When the topic of children came up, the hesitation in Nalan Rua's eyes disappeared, replaced by determination. Okay, I'll do as you say. She lowered her head, her voice soft but sincere. Thank you. No need for thanks. Wang Dachui suddenly grinned, his previous superior image instantly collapsing to reveal the fangs of a capitalist. Since you're feeling better, could we work overtime this afternoon and clear out that barren hillside behind us? I'd like to plant some mutated fruit. The kids get too much heat in their bodies from eating only meat. Nalan Rua. The little flame of emotion that had just risen was instantly extinguished by this bucket of cold water. That guy is a real bastard. Get out. A pillow, imbued with the rage of an S-class expert, struck Wang Dachui squarely in the face. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have successfully alleviated the hidden ailment of S-rank expert Nalan Rua using the powerful fire therapy. Nalan Rua's trust in you has greatly increased. Current status, although I think you're a jerk, you're a reliable jerk. Reward, clan reputation plus 800. Special reward triggered. Due to the use of spiritual power for healing, the host's understanding of the human body's meridians has reached the beginner level. Wang Dachui chuckled, hugging the pillow, not angry at all. Instead, he held the pillow close to his chest and took a deep breath. Although I got hit, looking at the rewards on the system panel, this was worth it. Chapter 67, Physics Class? No, this is a personal heavy weapons research and development center. Hentang First Public Kindergarten welcomed its third day of school, and it was still the same 3 children sitting at specially made titanium alloy desks. But the style of this class was completely different from yesterday's. There were no raging wild boars, no bloody dissections, only a holographic blackboard covered with dense formulas, and Su Chanqian standing on the podium, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an intellectual and rigorous demeanor. Class, today we're having physics class. Su Chanqian pushed up her glasses and pointed her pointer at a circuit diagram on the blackboard. Yesterday we talked about the mass-energy equivalence equation. Today we'll go into some basic circuit principles and the refraction of light. Physics is the cornerstone of human understanding of the universe. Whether it's cultivating immortality or possessing superpowers, it all boils down to the transfer and transformation of energy in different mediums. There was complete silence below. The eldest brother, Wang Zhentian, was lying on the table, using his fingers to pry open the supposedly bulletproof surface, trying to make a whole current progress, 3%. The second brother, Wang Yan, was yawning boredly, with a small fire ring occasionally appearing in his mouth before he inhaled it back in. Only the third brother, Wang Ling, was holding a screwdriver and staring blankly at the powerful flashlight on the podium used to demonstrate the rectilinear propagation of light. Third son, are you listening? Su Chanqian noticed her daughter's gaze, smiled slightly, and picked up the flashlight. Wang Ling, since you are interested in this teaching aid, can you tell everyone why the flashlight can light up? The third brother blinked and stood up. Because the chemical energy in the battery is converted into electrical energy, which flows through the filament in a closed circuit, producing thermal and optical effects, and finally converges through the concave reflector bowl to form a parallel beam of light. Her voice was soft and childlike, but her answers were impeccable. Absolutely correct. Su Chanqian nodded in satisfaction. Very talented. So. But, Mom. The third child suddenly interrupted her, a look of confusion on his little face. The energy conversion efficiency is too low. Most of the energy is wasted as heat. Moreover, the curvature of this reflector is incorrect, so the light spot will scatter from 5 meters away. This kind of thing is difficult to even use for lighting, let alone as a weapon. Su Chanxian was taken aback. This is a civilian flashlight, it's not a weapon. Everything can be used as a weapon. That was the idea that Lung Feng instilled in the third brother yesterday. She pointed to the flashlight. Mom, can I use it? I want to optimize its structure. Looking into her daughter's inquisitive eyes, Su Chanxian tossed her the flashlight. Go ahead and open it. There are 5 more boxes in the back warehouse. If you need more, just tell Mom and I'll have someone bring some more. Thank you, Mom. The third child took the flashlight with a happy smile. What happened next left even Su Chanxian, a top scientist, dumbfounded. The third child did not violently dismantle the structure like other children. Her hands moved with incredible speed, leaving afterimages in their wake. Click, click, click. In just 3 seconds, the military-grade high-powered flashlight was disassembled into a pile of parts. Batteries, LEDs, reflectors, casing, and circuit boards were neatly arranged on the table. First of all, the energy system is too weak. The third brother picked up the 2 ordinary lithium batteries, shook his head, and looked disgusted. Then, she took out a small crystal fragment, about the size of a fingernail, from her pocket. It was a piece of low-grade spirit stone waste that the construction team had dug up yesterday when they were digging the foundation. The energy density of a spirit stone is 5,000 times that of a lithium battery. Although this is just a piece of scrap, it's enough. Secondly, the circuit board is too rudimentary and cannot withstand high voltage. The third brother picked up the green circuit board and took out a special fountain pen with a diamond nib from his pencil case. Sizzle, 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 she actually started drawing directly on the circuit board with the tip of her pen. Su Chanxian's eyes widened. She could see very clearly that what the third brother had carved was not an ordinary parallel and series circuit, but an extremely complex geometric pattern that even had a certain rhythm. That's a miniature version of the combination of a spirit-gathering array and an energy-boosting circuit. By changing the original one-dimensional linear current into a 3-dimensional spiral oscillation structure, we can release all the energy within the spirit stone within 0.01 seconds. The third brother muttered incantations to himself, while his hands moved with astonishing speed. Finally, there's the excitation medium. The third brother picked up the ordinary LED light bead and casually tossed it into the trash can. Then, she looked at the glasses on Su Chanxian's nose. Mom, can I borrow your glasses? Ha! This is high refractive index resin. Before Su Chanxian could react, the third brother had already tiptoed and taken off her glasses. Snap! A piece of the lens was broken off. The third brother pinched a shard of glass between 2 fingers and said, Second brother, can I borrow a light? The tiny flames spewed from the second brother's mouth were used to melt the metal at a high temperature for an instant, and then it was quickly cooled. A rough but highly transparent multifaceted focusing lens was created. Assemble! The third child's small hands once again blurred into a blur. The modified circuit board was inserted into the body of the lamp, the spirit stone fragments were inserted into the battery slot, the homemade lens was embedded in the lamp head, and finally, the back cover was put on. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. The ordinary black flashlight, which looked unchanged on the outside, now emitted a low, buzzing sound in the third brother's hand, the sound of energy vibrating at a high frequency inside. This. Su Chanxian looked at the flashlight, her scientist's intuition making her heart skip a beat. Linger, you fixed it already? What is this now? Reporting to Mom. The third son held up a flashlight, looking obedient, a portable high-energy beam emitter powered by spirit stones, codenamed Little Sun 1. Theoretically, it can emit a high-temperature plasma beam that lasts for 3 seconds. Want to give it a try? Before Su Chanxian could shout no, the third brother had already pointed the flashlight at the ceiling and pressed the switch. Buzz. It wasn't the light of an ordinary flashlight, but a dazzling, pure, almost solidified pale white beam of light. Zzz boom. Accompanied by the acrid smell of the air being instantly ionized, the beam of light pierced through the classroom's alloy ceiling, which was supposedly able to withstand rifle bullets as easily as cutting tofu. Immediately afterwards, the beam of light continued its momentum, shooting straight into the sky until it had traveled several hundred meters into the air before slowly dissipating. Everyone kept their heads tilted back, staring at the circular hole in the ceiling with its smooth, mirror-like edges, still dripping with molten iron. Through the hole, you can see the blue sky and white clouds outside, as well as a mutated sparrow whose tail feathers have been burned off as it flew by. Gulp! The eldest brother, Wang Zhentian, swallowed hard, finally managing to pry off a piece of the table corner from his hand. Third sister, you call this a flashlight? The second brother, Wang Yan, was so frightened that he hiccuped and exhaled a cloud of black smoke. This is even more powerful than my fireball. Outside the window, Wang Dachui's teacup fell to the ground with a crash and shattered into pieces. Holy crap! I told you to study physics, not to learn how to build weapons.